I will never agree to this. Looking at Lu Hong's outwardly strong but inwardly weak and unusually resolute appearance, Lu Shua's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, which quickly turned into a deeper sarcasm. He suddenly chuckled softly, the sound echoing in the empty hall, carrying an endless chill. Ha 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 ha! I never expected this, I really never expected this. He stopped laughing, looked at Lu Hong with the same look he gave a comical actor, and said in a tone full of amusement and contempt. So, at a time like this you actually showed some backbone and made a decision like a man. Although the decision was foolish and short-sighted, at least, it's not so disgusting. Hey! The laughter and words made Lu Hong feel more embarrassed and angry than the direct insults, as if his last stand was nothing but a joke in the other party's eyes. After laughing, Lu Shua's expression suddenly turned cold, his gaze sharp as a knife. Fine, very well. If you live, I want to take my mother with me. These words startled Lu Hong, who was puzzled. Lu Shua continued, his tone calm yet carrying a chilling undertone. But remember this, it's only temporary. How long can you protect her? How long can you live? He leaned forward slightly, his voice low, yet each word pierced Lu Hong's ears like an iron awl. Once you're dead, let's see who in Luoyang, in this palace, can stop me from taking my mother away. At that time, whoever tries to stop me will die. Lu Hong trembled violently, his face instantly turning ashen. Lu Shua's words were tantamount to a death sentence, blatantly telling him that his obstruction was meaningless, merely a temporary delay. This feeling of being completely disregarded for life and death, and treated as an obstacle to be eliminated sooner or later, filled Lu Hong with unprecedented humiliation and chilling coldness. As for now, Lu Shua straightened up, resuming his condescending posture. All my mother's expenses and treatment in the palace must be the same as Empress He's. There must be no deductions or neglect in her offerings. I will rearrange the people who serve her. He stared into Lu Hong's eyes and added, each word carrying immense weight. If I find out that she has suffered the slightest injustice, or that her treatment is in the slightest less than that of the Empress, then I won't wait for you to die. I will personally lead a large army to bring her back. By then, I cannot guarantee whether Luoyang will be transformed. A blatant threat, undisguised blackmail with force. Lu Hong was so enraged that his vision blurred. His finger trembled as he pointed at Lu Shua, his lips quivering, but he couldn't utter a single word. He felt his authority as emperor and as a father had been utterly shattered in that moment. He wanted to roar, to order the arrest of this rebellious son. But reason told him that would only lead to more disastrous consequences. The Liangzhou army outside the city was not just for show, and the terrified guards outside the palace were even less of a threat. He stared intently at Lu Shua, seeing the unwavering coldness and determination in the other's eyes, and knew that he had completely lost this matter. Lu Shua had made the concession of not taking his mother with him for the time being, which was already giving him, the emperor, the last bit of face, or rather, it was Lu Shua's way of avoiding immediate patricide. If he were to argue even about his mother's treatment in the palace, this rebellious son might actually dare to overturn the table right now. A profound sense of powerlessness and anger overwhelmed Lu Hong, but in the end, he could only squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse and dry. I grant permission. After uttering those two words, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength, slumping back onto his throne, his chest heaving violently, his face ashen. Lu Shua received the answer he wanted, but his face showed no joy, only indifference. He glanced one last time at the emperor on the throne, who seemed to have aged 10 years in that instant. His nominal father, and his eyes remained completely devoid of emotion. Remember what you said. He left behind these 5 cold words, turned, and strode away. His dark robes brushed past the threshold of the palace gate and disappeared into the light and shadow. Bang! Crash! Behind him, Lu Hong's hysterical roar and the increasingly frantic and rapid smashing of things echoed from inside the Xianxia hall, accompanied by the terrified cries and attempts to escape from the palace maids and eunuchs. Lu Shua did not stop walking, as if it were just an insignificant noise. His gaze turned toward the direction of the glazed pavilion, his eyes softening slightly for a moment, but quickly replaced by determination. Mother, please be patient a little longer. Once the true master of this palace has changed, your son will surely escort you away in grand style. As for that man, he no longer feels the slightest ripple in his heart. Father-son relationship? It was completely severed long ago, in the cold rice at the glazed pavilion and in today's choice. The autumn sun shone on him, casting a long shadow. He was lonely and resolute, walking step by step away from the palace that symbolized supreme power, yet was also filled with decay and coldness. A completely new path, one that belonged only to Lu Shua, was now clearly laid out before him. And Luoyang, the imperial capital, in his heart, had become nothing more than a relic of the past, something to be conquered or destroyed. Clear. The sunlight outside Xianxia Hall was still bright, but it couldn't penetrate Lu Shua's slightly somber mood. He walked along the palace path back to Liuli Pavilion, his steps still steady, but a faint gloom hung over his brow. The promises he had made to his mother, so confident and bold, still echoed in his ears. He vividly remembered the radiant light that shone in her eyes at that moment, like a bird long confined in a cage finally seeing the sky. It was hope, liberation, and the repayment he, as her son, should give her. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. Lu Hong's final, outwardly strong but inwardly weak and unusually stubborn refusal acted like a cold iron gate, slamming down the newly risen hope. He saw through Lu Hong's intentions. Keeping Yuanshi was not for any royal dignity or ancestral rules, but purely to use her as a hostage to check and restrain him. This realization filled Lu Shua with a strong sense of absurdity and a self-deprecating bitter smile. How ironic, he thought to himself. I fought with all my might in Liangzhou, earned merit in Guangzhong and accumulated strength. All so that I could protect my mother, prevent her from being bullied, and allow her to live freely. But in the end, it was precisely because of this strength that man became even more wary, binding her even tighter, turning her into a chain that restrained me. Power brings dignity and security, but it also attracts deeper covetousness and more intricate calculations. He wants to give his mother freedom, but this freedom might plunge her into another subtle risk. If he forcibly takes her away, completely breaking with the court, the Yuan family might also be uneasy amidst the turmoil. Although Lu Hong is incompetent, he currently holds the moral high ground and the power of the palace. Forcibly taking her away is not the best strategy, especially since he doesn't want to bear the infamy of forcing the emperor to seize his mother, which would damage the righteous image he has cultivated of suppressing a rebellion by imperial decree. The closer Lu Shua got to the Liuli Pavilion, the heavier his steps became. He could almost picture his mother packing her bags with anticipation, imagining the sky over Liangzhou and her life reunited with her son. And he was about to personally extinguish the flame of hope that had just been ignited. Disappointment, guilt, and an indescribable sense of defeat mingled together. He wasn't afraid to face a powerful enemy. Even 1,000 troops, he was confident he could win. But facing his mother's gaze, which might turn from joy to disappointment, he felt a rare hesitation. How could he begin? Should he say he couldn't do it? Should he say that man wouldn't allow it? This was even more difficult for him to deal with than Lu Hong's rage and the suspicion of the entire court. Finally, he stepped into the courtyard of the glazed pavilion. Inside the courtyard, Madame Yuan had indeed packed a small bundle and was standing under the eaves, eagerly awaiting her son's return. Upon seeing him, a joyful smile immediately bloomed on her face, and she hurried to greet him. "Sure, you're back? Did things go smoothly?" Her eyes were filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Looking into his mother's earnest eyes, Lu Shua choked on the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know how to begin. His silence, and the undisguised gravity in his eyes, caused the smile on Madame Yuan's face to gradually fade. She was an exceptionally intelligent and perceptive woman. Having endured so many years of hardship in the Deep Palace, she had long since learned to read people's expressions. Her son's demeanor was definitely not that of someone who had accomplished something. Her heart sank slightly. The joy that had just taken flight seemed to slowly return to its original place. A trace of disappointment inevitably swept over her, but soon, a stronger maternal concern overwhelmed the disappointment. She gently took Lu Shua's hand and led him to sit on the stone bench in the corridor. She sat down beside him, gazing at him tenderly, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "Sure is it His Majesty's refusal?" Lu Shua nodded with difficulty, avoiding his mother's gaze, and said in a low voice, "Yes, he insists on not releasing you, citing ancestral rules and the dignity of the royal family. However, I will fight for you to receive the same treatment as the Empress." He did not mention the idea of a hostage, as that would be too cruel. Madame Yuan remained silent for a moment. The only sound in the courtyard was the rustling of leaves in the wind. This silence made Lu Shua feel even more distressed, and he almost couldn't help but say something like, "Mother, don't worry, he'll find another way even if it means forcing it." But at that moment, Madame Yuan suddenly reached out and gently smoothed Lu Shua's slightly furrowed brow. Her movements were very light, carrying the unique tenderness of a mother that could soothe all anxiety. "Silly child," Yuan's voice held no blame or complaint, only deep understanding and pity. What's so difficult about this? I've been in this deep palace for so many years. I'm used to it. Seeing you return safely, knowing how successful my Shuor is now, makes me so happy and at ease. Seeing the fleeting guilt in her son's eyes, her heart melted even more. Her Shuor, outside, was the majestic and fearsome Prince Liang, striking terror into the hearts of his enemies. But in front of her, he was still that child who would secretly regret not being able to keep his promise to his mother. You don't need to feel sorry for your mother. Madame Yuan held his hand tightly, her tone firm yet warm. Your current situation is already the greatest blessing heaven has given your mother. I appreciate your filial piety in wanting to take your mother away. It makes me happier than receiving any treasure. But I know even more that my Shuor is destined for great things. Liangzhou is the foundation you painstakingly built, and the court His Majesty also has their own schemes. She paused, her eyes gleaming with a clarity born of hardship. It might not be a bad thing for mother to stay here. At least it will put some people at ease, preventing them from forcing my Shuor to make an even more difficult choice. You have just achieved great merit and become renowned throughout the land. Now you need to be more stable. With mother here, I will have good food and drink, and I will receive the same treatment as the empress that my son fought for. Who would dare to bully me again? Compared to before, it's like heaven and earth. She even comforted Lu Shuo, a relieved smile on her face. Don't worry. Go do what you need to do. They'll be fine here. We can leave when the time is right. I believe in you. One day we can leave here together openly and honestly, to Liangzhou, which my son governs so well. Lu Shuo listened intently to his mother's words, the heaviness, guilt, and loss in his heart seemingly being smoothed and dissolved little by these gentle yet firm words. He looked up and met his mother's clear eyes, which were full of trust and love, and his throat tightened slightly. This is his mother. She gave him hope in despair, protected him as he grew up in humiliation, and now, when he seems to be frustrated, she does not hesitate to comfort and support him in her own way, even thinking further ahead for him. He grasped his mother's hand tightly in return, 1,000 words welling up on his lips, but in the end, they all turned into a heavy promise. Mother, rest assured. This day is not far off. I assure you, you will never suffer the slightest grievance in the palace again. In the future, I will definitely bring you to Liangzhou in great style so that you can enjoy honor and dignity. Mother believes you. Madame Yuan nodded with a smile, her eyes glistening with tears of happiness. Sunlight streamed through the eaves, falling warmly and peacefully on the clasped hands of the mother and son. Although the glazed pavilion was still a world within the palace walls at this moment, because of this profound understanding, trust, and affection, it was no longer just a cold cage, but a haven where the hearts of the mother and son were connected. It was also a precious bond that Lu Shuo had to protect and would surely reclaim on his future path. The temporary separation is for a longer-lasting reunion in the future. The comfort and strength that comes from his mother's nurturing quietly melted away some of the resentment and coldness that had risen in Lu Shuo's heart due to the struggles in the court, replacing it with a more firm and steady determination. Saying goodbye to his mother, Ms. Yuan, was more difficult than Lu Shuo had anticipated, but it was also more heartwarming. There were no loud sobs, no heart-wrenching cries, only repeated admonitions, reluctant gazes, and hands that had been tightly clasped before slowly releasing. Madame Yuan silently placed the small package back where it belonged, a relieved smile still on her face, though the deep-seated regret in her eyes could not be concealed. She repeatedly straightened Lu Shuo's clothes, as if he were still the boy about to embark on a long journey, the one she couldn't bear to leave behind. Shuor, the journey to Liangzhou is long and arduous, so please take good care of yourself. Don't worry, mother, I understand. The affairs of the court are complex and unpredictable. Think things through carefully before acting, and don't be stubborn. Your son will remember your teachings. Send a letter often to let your mother know you are safe and sound. Must. The brief conversation carried 1,000 unspoken words. Lu Shuo bowed solemnly before his mother once more, then rose, resolutely turned away, and refused to look back. He feared that if he looked at his mother's forced smile any longer, he would be unable to resist taking even more drastic actions. Stepping out of the Lioli Pavilion's courtyard, the chill of late autumn seemed even stronger. Lu Shuo took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging emotions of parting in his chest, his eyes regaining their sharpness and resolve. He knew that Lu Hong and the court would never allow him, a prince holding considerable military power, to linger in Luoyang. The imperial decree urging him to return to his fiefdom as soon as possible was probably already on its way. Rather than waiting passively, it was better to leave proactively, thus sparing his mother from the additional pressure of his lingering in the palace. He led Dianwei and 100 personal guards without lingering any longer, heading straight for the Xuanwu Gate, whether this gate is fabricated or not, on the north side of the palace, intending to leave the palace through this gate, return directly to the northern camp, and then lead his army westward. The imperial palace was deep and secluded, with its many halls and pavilions. As the sun set, it cast long, slanted shadows across the majestic palace walls, the interplay of light and shadow enhancing the solemnity and imposing grandeur. Walking along the empty palace paths, only the clatter of armor and the rhythmic footsteps broke the silence. Just as they were about to pass through a relatively secluded area near the palace training grounds, a figure emerged unhurriedly from around the corner ahead. This man was around 40 years old, with a lean face and a tall, upright figure. He wasn't dressed in the distinctive attire of a eunuch or guard, but rather in a simple dark blue clothes-fitting outfit, covered by a slightly worn brown cloak, making him appear like an ordinary court instructor or a low-ranking military officer. A long sword hung at his waist, its scabbard simple and unadorned, even somewhat old. Yet, his gait was exceptionally steady, as if each step had been measured with precision. Though he was simply walking, he exuded an air of profound composure, completely different from the obsequious or trembling palace servants and guards around him. What made Lu Shua's gaze sharpen even more was the man's eyes. It was a calm that came from years of experience, seemingly gentle, yet deep within, it seemed, lay the sharpness of an unsheathed sword, occasionally flashing with a glint of brilliance. He had clearly also noticed Lu Shua and his entourage, slowing his pace slightly, stepping aside to let them pass, bowing slightly, his posture respectful yet not servile. His gaze calmly lowered as a sign of reverence for the prince's entourage. Lu Shua's heart stirred. This man possessed a unique temperament, far from ordinary. In particular, his calm and reserved demeanor, yet subtly revealing an extraordinary bearing, reminded him of the veteran soldiers in the Liangzhou army who had truly experienced countless battles and whose killing intent was ingrained in their very bones. However, this man possessed an indescribable stillness and composure, more like an ancient sword sheathed in its case. He subconsciously slowed his pace, his gaze lingering on the man for a moment longer. Dian Wei seemed to sense something as well, his eyes widening as he stared warily at the man, his muscles slightly tense. "Who goes there?" Lu Shua asked, his voice echoing in the silent palace corridor. Upon hearing this, the man bowed again. His voice was not loud, but clear and steady, with a peculiar penetrating power. "Reporting to your highness, I, Wang Yu, have been appointed as a swordsmanship instructor in the palace, and concurrently responsible for some palace patrol duties." Wang Yu? Lu Shua vaguely recognized the name. In fragmented memories of his past life, he seemed to recall a famous swordsman from the late Eastern Han dynasty, known as Imperial Tutor Wang Yu, whose swordsmanship was divine. He had taught disciples such as Shure, but his specific deeds were unknown, mostly mentioned in folktales or unofficial histories, with very little mention in official history. Unexpectedly, this person actually existed, and right here in the Luoyang Imperial Palace, holding a seemingly insignificant but potentially crucial position, swordsmanship instructor and part of the palace patrol. The palace is indeed a place where hidden talents abound. How could a mere swordsmanship instructor possess such bearing? Lu Shua pondered to himself. This man, responsible for some palace patrols, even if his position wasn't high, must have earned a certain degree of trust or possess extraordinary abilities. Judging from his deep, steady breathing and clear eyes, his internal and external martial arts skills were clearly top-notch. He was far more than just an instructor. Instructor Wang. Lu Shua nodded, his tone flat. "It's my duty. Thank you for your hard work. I wouldn't dare, it's my duty." Wang Yu kept his head down, his tone calm and even. Lu Shua didn't ask any more questions. He gave Wang Yu a deep look, as if trying to memorize the figure, before continuing on his way. Dian Wei followed closely behind, and as he passed Wang Yu, he couldn't help but glance at him a couple more times, letting out a barely audible snort, as if instinctively sensing some potential threat or a sense of kinship. Only after Lu Shua and his group's footsteps faded into the distance and disappeared at the end of the palace path did Wang Yu slowly straighten up. He gazed in the direction Lu Shua had gone, and for the first time, a complex glint flashed in his calm eyes. That glint contained scrutiny, curiosity, and perhaps even a rare hint of recognition for a fellow powerful figure. Although he had just lowered his head, the iron-blooded aura and boundless vitality emanating from the young Liang king, which he could not suppress even when he tried to restrain himself, as well as the undisguised ferocity of the giant guard behind him, all made this master-level figure, who was immersed in the way of the sword and had keen senses, secretly startled. "Lu Shua, the king of Liang," Wang Yu murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously tracing the cool hilt of the ancient long sword at his waist. A barely perceptible, meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his lips. With the winds of change gathering and dragons and snakes rising from the land, this Luoyang city is truly about to undergo a transformation. Perhaps, he didn't say anything more, but turned around and continued walking with his steady, mountain-like steps into the depths of the palace garden. His figure gradually blended into the increasingly heavy twilight and the shadows of the palace walls, as if he had never appeared. Lu Shuo, who had already walked out of Xuanwu Gate, glanced back at the imperial palace behind him, which was gradually shrouded in twilight and resembled a crouching giant beast. In his heart, he firmly engraved the name Wang Yu. A sword master with extraordinary bearing, hidden deep within the palace, might become an unexpected pawn or a figure worth paying attention to in the future. Without further hesitation, he mounted his horse and, surrounded by Dian Wei and 100 riders, galloped towards the northern military camp, where banners fluttered and a murderous aura lingered. Although his trip to Luoyang failed to bring his mother with him, it clarified his path, intimidated the court, and led to a chance encounter with a potential emperor. More importantly, it ignited a fire within him that burned even more intensely. Liangzhou was his foundation, his battlefield, and the starting point for realizing all his ambitions. It's time to go back. With this invincible cavalry, let's conquer that vast land and accumulate even greater strength. The next time we return to Luoyang, we will be in a completely different guise. Outside Xuanwu Gate, Lu Shuo reined in his horse and stood still, looking back at the city of Luoyang, which lay dormant like a giant beast in the deepening night. The outline of the city wall appeared particularly majestic and profound in the last rays of daylight. A few lights began to appear sporadically, but they could not penetrate the heavy shadow that seemed to have accumulated the weight of 400 years of the rise and fall of the Han dynasty. The first year of Zhongping. The year of Jiazi, he repeated the reign title in a low voice, his voice drifting in the evening breeze, carrying a complex emotion that was hard to describe. Zhongping, Zhongxing, Taiping. What a beautiful meaning, yet what a tremendous irony. He knew that this reign title wouldn't last long. The man who sat in the deep palace smashing things in frustration, his father, was like Luoyang in the twilight, still magnificent on the outside, but hollowed out by wine, women, power struggles, and his own incompetence. He didn't have many years left to live. When the dynasty prospers, the people suffer. When it falls, the people suffer. For some reason, a line from a later poet flashed through my mind. Though not entirely accurate, its heavy lament unexpectedly resonated with this situation. The Yellow Turban Rebellion was not the people's will, but a desperate struggle for survival. And how long could Luoyang, this seemingly stable empire, remain peaceful under this Zhongping reign? He seemed to see the not-too-distant future. Ambitious men were sharpening their knives. The infighting between the imperial relatives and eunuchs continued unabated, and the arrogant border generals, relying on their troops, would cause this great capital city, which had gathered the wealth, civilization, and power of the world, to sway in an even more violent storm. When he returned next time, the tranquil outline he saw in the twilight might truly no longer exist, leaving only 10,000 palaces turned to dust, only the sorrow of desolation, and scorched earth and broken walls. What a pity, this city of 8 streets and 9 lanes, a city of 96. Lu Shuo murmured, his gaze sweeping over the faintly discernible city gates and towers. East of Hangu Pass, in the heart of the Yellow River and Luo River region, the Duke of Zhou built Luoyang, Emperor Guangwu established the capital. So many stories, so much effort in the end. I fear it too will be unable to escape the cycle of being reduced to ashes. He recalled the lines from Du Mu's Ode to the Apang Palace. Although it was not this dynasty or event, the sense of historical cycle of the garrison soldiers cried out. Hangu Pass fell. The Chu people set it ablaze, leaving only pitiful scorched earth resonated so strongly with him. The wheels of history are always so cruel and merciless. They crush glories and tragedies, indifferent to personal loves and hates, leaving only cold tracks and fodder for future generations' sighs. Lu Shuo has now become a variable before these wheels, someone desperately trying to change their course. But even if he can change the fate of some, can preserve some things he wants to protect, how easily can this overwhelming trend, this empire's deep-seated problems, this torrent of fate for millions of people be completely reversed? A touch of melancholy quietly crept into my heart, but it was not weakness, but rather a solemnity born from a clear understanding of reality. My lord? Dian Wei's rough voice rang out from the side, tinged with doubt. He didn't quite understand why his lord was staring blankly at the city wall and muttering things he couldn't understand. Lu Shuo withdrew his gaze, the fleeting emotion and sorrow in his eyes replaced by his usual resoluteness and coldness. He took one last look at Luoyang, as if trying to imprint this capital city, which was about to enter a turbulent period, into his heart. "It's all right," he said casually, then suddenly pulled on the reins, and his warhorse reared up. "Let's go, back to Xianxia." Return to Xianxia. The 100 cavalry guards roared in unison, their voices echoing across the twilight fields. Lu Shua didn't look back. He spurred his horse, and it galloped north like an arrow. Dian Wei and his personal guards followed closely behind, their iron hooves flying, kicking up a cloud of dust as they quickly disappeared into the vast northern night. The setting sun finally sank completely behind the western mountains, its last rays like bloodstains painted on the majestic silhouette of Luoyang, poignant and fleeting. Night officially descended, enveloping the surrounding landscape and casting an uncertain shadow over the future of this heart of the empire. Lu Shua, on the other hand, sped towards his base, towards the vibrant and promising land of Shiliang, which he controlled with his own hands. There, he found his foundation, his power, and the true capital to rewrite history and break free from the relentless wheels of fate. Farewell, Luoyang. When we meet again, it may be a time of great upheaval. At that time, I, Lu Shua, will surely redefine the rules and future of this land as its ruler. Lu Shua was eager to return home. After leading his personal guard of 100 cavalrymen and joining the main army outside the city, he did not linger in the outskirts of Luoyang, nor did he wait for the court's cumbersome farewell ceremony. He directly ordered the army to set off, traveling day and night and heading west. They arrived with the imposing momentum of a great victory, their army marching straight towards the capital. Along the way, the prefectures and counties were either on high alert or watched coldly. This time, on their return journey, the situation was completely different. News of the great victory at Guangzhou, the slaying of Zhang Liang and Zhang Bao, and the awe-inspiring power of Lu Shua, the Prince of Liang, had already spread like wildfire through the counties and prefectures along the way, carried by official reports and countless word-of-mouth among merchants. More importantly, the news that he had led tens of thousands of cavalry to Luoyang, leaving the emperor helpless, and ultimately granting him a reprieve, made officials and powerful figures in various regions reassess the significance of this young prince. This is no longer just a prince who has made military achievements, but a powerful warlord who commands a strong army and whom even the emperor has to be wary of. Therefore, when Lu Shua's army banners reappeared on the official road west of Luoyang, the attitudes of the prefectures and counties he encountered along the way, including Sili, Hongnong, and even after entering Bingzhou, were vastly different from before. There was no more cold treatment, no more perfunctory supplies, and no one dared to secretly set up checkpoints or monitor them. When a city or important pass is approached, the local prefect, assistant prefect, or even the governor's subordinates will lead their men to wait for them along the official road. When they see the black banner with the character Liang and the forest of black troops in the distance, they will quickly straighten their clothes, put on the most respectful smiles, and go forward to greet them. Your humble servants respectfully welcome Your Highness Liang's triumphant return. Your Highness has rendered meritorious service in eliminating traitors for the country. Please allow me to prepare some simple wine and food to welcome Your Highness and your troops. Your Highness must be weary from your journey. Why not enter the city and rest for a while? I have already ordered someone to prepare a lodging. Flattery and enthusiastic invitations were everywhere. They not only prepared food and drink to reward the troops, but some even tried to offer local specialties or gold and silver, hoping to become acquainted with this powerful prince and forge a good relationship. Their humility was a stark contrast to the cold reception Lu Shua had received when he passed through these places on his previous eastward expedition. However, Lu Shua's reaction was colder than they had expected, even indifferent. Most of the time, he didn't even show himself. Instead, his entourage, Chen Gong or the military commander, would handle the situation. He refused all invitations to enter the city. He only accepted the necessary amount of food and drink offered to him to replenish the army, and refused all the excess. As for gold and silver gifts, he wouldn't even look at them and strictly ordered them to be rejected. Your Highness is urgently engaged in military affairs and needs to return to Liangzhou to guard the city as soon as possible. It is inconvenient for you to stay. We appreciate your kind intentions. Chen Gong always used such words, neither humble nor arrogant, yet leaving no room for negotiation, to dismiss those overly enthusiastic officials. Sometimes Lu Shua would ride past the front of the procession, merely nodding slightly to the officials who bowed and looked on expectantly, his gaze barely lingering on their faces before speeding away. The detachment and condescending indifference in his eyes chilled many officials who had hoped to curry favor, causing them to retreat sheepishly. It seems that this Prince Liang not only has a strong army, but also a very high opinion of himself. He doesn't even bother to associate with us. A prefect who had been rebuffed looked at the receding dust and said bitterly to his subordinates, "Perhaps it's because they remember the old grudge of not treating us with courtesy when we first set out to the east." The official speculated. Old grudges? The prefect shook his head and sighed. I'm afraid it's more than that. What he sees is no longer us local officials. His domain is Liangzhou and perhaps even the whole world. Lu Shua was indeed disdainful. He had seen too many of these obsequious faces before and after, and he loathed them utterly. Their obsequiousness stemmed not from admiration for his achievements, nor from recognition of him as a person, but purely from awe of power and opportunism. They might greet him with smiles today, but if the situation changed tomorrow, they could turn on him with cold indifference, or even kick him when he was down. Engaging with these people insincerely is a waste of time. His base is in Liangzhou. His core group consists of like-minded and exceptionally capable individuals like Chen Gong, Chang Yu, Guan Yu, and Zhang Liao, and his strength comes from the solid new military and civilian policies and powerful army in Liangzhou. The so-called goodwill of these officials along the way is worthless to him and may even bring unnecessary entanglements or probing. His greater concern was the situation in Liangzhou. His mother's condition in the palace, though he had secured better treatment, which still caused him worry, and how to use the first year of the Zhongping era to further consolidate and expand his power. Although the main force of the Yellow Turban Rebellion had been quelled, the seeds of unrest had been sown, and a greater era of chaos was not far off. He had to act quickly. Therefore, the army marched westward, making almost no unnecessary stops except for necessary camping, rest, and resupply. Like a black iron torrent, it silently and swiftly swept across the central plains, leaving behind all the genuine or feigned flattery and scheming along the way. This decisive and clear-cut approach, along with the strong self-confidence and independent will it represented, subtly elevated the evaluation of this young Liang king by those discerning people who witnessed the military might of Liangzhou along the way. This was not a prince who could be easily won over or satisfied with the power of a particular faction. His silent march spoke volumes about his ambition and determination, more so than any grand pronouncements. Jincheng, the new political and military center of Liangzhou. It was late autumn, but the atmosphere inside and outside the royal palace was solemn and subtly tense. Lu Shua sat high on the throne, not in his ceremonial robes, but only in a simple black robe, yet his majesty was undeniable. Below him, led by Chen Gong and Chang Yu, and flanked by key civil and military officials such as Guan Yu, Zhang Liao, Dian Wei, Gao Shun, and Ma Tang, who had been recalled from Wudu, all clad in gleaming armor or impeccably dressed, their eyes fixed intently on their lord. From struggling to survive in the Lioli pavilion to leaving the capital alone to recruit Qin Cheng, from uniting Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to pacifying Liangzhou and suppressing the Yellow Turban Rebellion, they have traversed countless hardships together. Now, with a solid foundation and overwhelming power, it is time to reward those who have contributed, clarify rank and hierarchy, and establish a more standardized governing structure. This is not only a reward for meritorious officials, but also a necessary step to consolidate the regime, clarify responsibilities, and move towards higher goals. Lu Shua's gaze slowly swept over every familiar face below the hall, his heart filled with countless emotions. These people were the foundation of his empire, his most reliable support in this unfamiliar era. Gentlemen, he said, his voice steady and clear, echoing throughout the hall, since I left the capital to take up my fief, I am fortunate that you have all remained steadfast and devoted yourselves to assisting me in pacifying Liangzhou, subduing the Chong and Hu tribes, conquering Bingzhou, and defeating Guangzhou. The journey has been arduous, and my achievements are gradually becoming complete. All of this is thanks to your efforts. Everyone bowed and said, "It is all thanks to your Majesty's great fortune. It is our duty." Lu Shuo raised his hand in a gesture of apology and continued, "Those who have rendered meritorious service will be rewarded, and those who are capable will be promoted. Although the court allows me to appoint my own officials, titles and honors cannot be bestowed lightly. Today, I will use my authority as the King of Liang and the Governor of Liang Province to assign positions and ranks to you all. I hope that you will each be content with your positions and work together to achieve great things." He first looked at the head of the civil service, Chang Yu, Chang Zhongda. Chang Yu stepped forward, his expression as resolute as ever, and bowed, saying, "Your subject is here." Zhongda is calm, decisive, and farsighted, and also knowledgeable in law and finance. Since accompanying me to Yenzhou, he has advised on military affairs, stabilized the rear, and procured provisions, making invaluable contributions. Now, he is appointed as the prefectural governor of Liangzhou, in charge of all government affairs in Liangzhou, and concurrently serves as the director of agriculture, supervising and promoting agriculture and sericulture, and in charge of finances, taxation, criminal law, and all civil administration. He is granted the title of Marquis of Guanyi, with a fief of 500 households. The position of Biejia Zongshi is the highest-ranking official under the governor of a prefecture, responsible for managing all affairs. The position of Diannong Zhonglong Jiangde Nongzhonglongjiang is even more crucial, overseeing the military agricultural settlements. This appointment entrusts the governor with full power over the internal affairs of Liangzhou, demonstrating the trust placed in him. Although the title of Guan Nei Hogun Neho is a nominal one, it symbolizes a distinguished and noble status. A glint flashed in Xianxia's eyes, but he showed little excitement, only a heavy sense of responsibility. He bowed solemnly and said, "You will do his utmost to repay the Lord's kindness and trust, and will certainly not fail in his expectations." Chen Gong Tai. Lu Shua turned his gaze to another trusted advisor. Chen Gong stepped forward, his demeanor calm and composed. "Your subject is here." Gong Tai is quick-witted and decisive, skilled in military strategy planning and deployment. Since following me, he has been adept at planning and strategizing, devising many ingenious plans and ensuring that military and political affairs are handled in an orderly manner. Now, he is appointed as the chief administrator of Liangzhou, concurrently serving as the military advisor to the general of the guards, overseeing military planning, intelligence gathering, military discipline and rewards and punishments, and strategic formulation. He is granted the title of Marquis of Guanyi, with a fief of 500 households. The chief administrator was in charge of all official documents and files in the prefecture, handling crucial central tasks, while the general of the guards clearly defined his core strategic role within the military system. One a civil official, the other a military commander, their roles clearly defined with Cheng Yu, forming the two pillars of Lu Shua's regime. Chen Gong took a deep breath, bowed, and said, "Gong will do his utmost to help the Lord pacify the four directions and rectify the military and political affairs." Next up are the military generals. Guan Yu. Guan Yu's phoenix eyes opened and closed. His green robe fluttered slightly. He stepped forward, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and his voice boomed like a bell. "Your subordinate is here. Yun Chong is unparalleled in loyalty and righteousness, possesses unmatched martial arts skills, and is a master commander. Since following me from Jie County, he has charged into battle, slaying generals and capturing flags, pacifying Liangzhou, sweeping across Bing and Ji provinces, and his might has shaken the Central Plains. Now, he is appointed governor of Liangzhou, granted the authority to act on behalf of the emperor, and commanding all field troops of Liangzhou to guard the western border with the power to launch special campaigns. He is also granted the title of general who pacifies bandits. He is bestowed the title of Marquis of Hanzhou using the historically well-known title, with a fief of 1,000 households. The titles of Governor General and Acting General granted Guan Yu virtually the highest command and decision-making authority in Liangzhou's military affairs, second only to Lu Shua himself, demonstrating unparalleled trust. Furthermore, the rank of Marquis of Ting was higher than that of Marquis of Guanyi. Guan Yu's body trembled slightly. Even with his pride and arrogance, he felt the weight and honor of this entrustment. He knelt on one knee, clasped his hands above his head, and said, "I am deeply grateful for your kindness, my lord. I will repay you with my life. I will guard Liangzhou well for you and bring peace to the world. Dian Wei Dian Alai." Dian Wei responded in a booming voice, "I'm here," and strode out of the ranks like an iron tower. Lai is exceptionally brave and strong, loyal and unwavering, and provides meticulous protection. In battle, he is invincible. Now, he is appointed as the general of the Imperial Guard, in charge of the Personal Guard Battalion, and is responsible for protecting the Central Army and the safety of the prince's residence. In wartime, he will be the vanguard of the entire army. He is also granted the title of General of the Vanguard. He is granted the title of Marquis of Guanyi and a fief of 300 households. The position of Commander-in-Chief of the Personal Guard must be held by an absolute confidant. Although this position does not directly command a large army, its status is exceptional and its responsibilities are crucial. Dian Wei grinned, not caring much about formalities, and pounded his chest, saying, "Don't worry, my lord. With me, old Dian here, no one can hurt you. This Imperial Guard will surely be the strongest force in the world." Zhang Liao Zhang Wenyuan. Zhang Liao, full of vigor, stepped forward, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Your subordinate is here. When Yuan is skilled in both literature and martial arts, brave and resourceful, and his cavalrymanship is swift and decisive. Although he joined us late, he has already shown his prowess in the battles of Bingzhou and Jizhou. Now, he is appointed cavalry commandant, acting as Sima, and given command of the elite cavalry of Liangzhou, responsible for charges, flanking maneuvers, and pursuit. He is also granted the title of General of Valiant Cavalry. He is granted the title of Marquis within the passes, with a fief of 300 households. Zhang Liao's seniority is still relatively short, so he is initially given a mid-level important position. However, the title of acting Sima implies that he is acting on behalf of the Sima, and the fact that he commands a battalion of elite cavalry is already a sign of his importance. Excitement flashed in Zhang Liao's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Liao, I am honored that my lord has not abandoned me and entrusted me with such an important task. I will definitely train an invincible cavalry to expand the territory for my lord." Gao Shun, Gao Wenyuan, the courtesy name cannot be found and is fabricated. Gao Shun, with a stern expression, stepped forward and said, "Your subordinate is here." Wen Yuan is strict in his military discipline, and his orders are as firm as mountains. He is especially skilled at training elite infantry. Now, he is appointed as the infantry commandant, and given the additional responsibility of commanding and training the heavy infantry, the trapped camp, and the crossbowmen. He is also granted the title of General of the Sharp Edge. He is granted the title of Marquis of Guanyi, with a fief of 300 households. Gao Shun's strengths lie in training troops and commanding specific types of soldiers, and this appointment is perfect for utilizing his strengths. Gao Shun didn't say much, but clasped his hands in a deep fist salute. "I accept the order. I will definitely train the first soldier in the world for my lord." "Mateng, Mashuking." Ma Teng stepped forward, his posture respectful yet retaining a hint of his original boldness. "Your subordinate is here." Shouqing has long resided in Xiliang, is well-versed in the Chang and Hu tribes, and possesses both courage and strategy. He has also rendered meritorious service in the recent campaign to conquer Wudu. Now, he is appointed as the Sima of Liangzhou and general who destroys the enemy, assisting Yunchang in handling daily military affairs, and responsible for liaison, deterrence, and border defense with the various Chang and Hu tribes. He is granted the title of Marquis of Duding, with a fief of 200 households. The Sima was an important staff officer in the army. This position not only gave Ma Teng status and the opportunity to participate in core military affairs, but also utilized his expertise in border affairs, and also served to appease his original power base. Ma Teng felt reassured, knowing that he had truly integrated into this new system. He bowed and said, "Teng will do his utmost to assist Governor Guan in pacifying the border regions." In addition, Lu Shua successively appointed other mid-level generals and civil officials who had followed him earlier or performed well. For example, he granted county and prefectural official positions to the civil officials he had recruited earlier, and promoted the brave military officers to the rank of colonel. All of them were rewarded. Finally, Lu Shua declared in a loud voice, "Your official positions have been determined. I hope you will each fulfill your duties and diligently serve the king. The new policies in Liangzhou are the foundation of our existence and must be upheld with unwavering commitment. Military training cannot be neglected for even a day. Domestic and foreign affairs must be steadily advanced. I will share both glory and disgrace with you all, and together we will create a new era. We are willing to die for our Lord. Let us create a great cause together." The crowd below, regardless of age or seniority, was filled with surging emotions, shouting in unison, their voices shaking the roof tiles. Formal official titles and ranks were not only an affirmation of the past, but also a clear declaration of future responsibilities and a testament to ambition. A ruling team centered on Lu Shua with clear distinctions between civil and military officials, each displaying their unique strengths, was thus formally established in Jincheng, marking the beginning of a more standardized and stable new stage of development for the Liangzhou regime. The lingering excitement of the awards ceremony still echoed in the hall, but Lu Shua quickly shifted the focus to the more practical and long-term future. He gestured for everyone to return to their seats, his gaze becoming profound and pragmatic. "Gentlemen, bestowing titles and official positions is not only a reward for past achievements, but also an expectation for future results." Lu Shua's voice was calm and steady, drawing everyone's attention from personal honor and disgrace to the overall strategy. After the Battle of Guangzhou, although the main force of the Yellow Turbans was defeated, the world was already scarred. The Central Plains, Jizhou, Yuzhou, Yanzhou, and other places have suffered from the ravages of war, with fields lying fallow and food supplies drastically reduced. This year and even the next year or two, famine will likely be unavoidable, with refugees blocking the roads and corpses littering the fields, which is already foreseeable. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Chengyu, Chengong, and other key advisors. The central government has suffered a blow to its prestige and is short of funds after this great upheaval, and I fear it will be unable to provide adequate relief. Local prefectures and counties are struggling to protect themselves, and the situation may worsen as they try to absorb and conceal the population. This is both a great calamity and a great opportunity. A glint flashed in Cheng Ye's eyes as he replied, My lord is wise. In times of chaos, population is the foundation, and the hearts of the people are the basis. Refugees are helpless, and if they are properly resettled, they become the most valuable source of labor and soldiers. If they are allowed to scatter or be taken advantage of, they will become a source of chaos or aid the enemy. Chen Gong nodded and said, "That's right. After several years of management by our lord, Liangzhou has implemented new policies, resulting in relatively clean governance and abundant granaries. Moreover, it is a vast and sparsely populated region with plenty of land available for reclamation. With the Central Plains exhausted at present, this is a golden opportunity for Liangzhou to absorb refugees, increase its population, and build up its strength." Lu Shua nodded approvingly. "That's exactly right. I've thought it over, and for the next few years, Liangzhou should adhere to the principles of building high walls, storing up grain, and delaying the declaration of kingship. We should postpone large-scale external conquests and instead prioritize internal development and nurturing the people's strength." He elaborated, "The so-called high walls have two meanings. First, they are to strengthen border defenses. Yunchang and Shouchang need to improve their military preparedness. Repair passes such as Xiaoguan and Jincheng, strengthen patrols, deter the Chang and Hu tribes and potential troublemakers, ensure stability within Liangzhou, and create a safe environment for absorbing refugees. Second, he looked at Qingong and Gao Shun. It also refers to refining internal strength. Gong Tai needs to further streamline the military system and improve laws and regulations. Ziping's elite troops and other camps must not slacken their training. On the contrary, they should take advantage of this relatively peaceful period to forge a more elite and more obedient army. With high and solid walls, external enemies will not dare to invade, and internal strife will not arise. The so-called accumulating grain is of paramount importance." Lu Shua looked at Chang Yu. "Zhongde, as the commander of agriculture, this responsibility rests primarily on your shoulders. We need to take a multi-pronged approach. First, vigorously attract refugees. We can send officials with proclamations from our Liang King's palace to the areas in Sili, Bingzhou, and even Yu and Yen provinces where refugees gather, to publicize Liangzhou's policies of granting land for reclamation and providing low taxes to settle the people. We should set up refugee reception centers at various passes and key roads, providing temporary soup kitchens, basic medical treatment, registering them, and properly guiding them to various counties for resettlement. Secondly, expand the reclamation of farmland. Newly recruited refugees and soldiers with spare strength in the army should be organized into farmland households and granted government-controlled land and unclaimed wasteland. Provide seeds and agricultural tools. Promote new agricultural tools such as the curved plow, build water conservancy projects, and improve farming methods. The Institute of Natural Sciences should fully cooperate and put more effort into agricultural work. Thirdly, ensure ample grain storage. In addition to collecting grain taxes, government granaries can be established to purchase grain at fair prices during bumper years for storage in times of famine. Private storage of surplus grain should be encouraged. At the same time, strict control should be exercised over the outflow of grain, especially to prevent unscrupulous merchants from hoarding and speculating or transporting it out on a large scale." Chang Yu solemnly replied, "Your Majesty's considerations are comprehensive. I will do my utmost to utilize the advantages of Liangzhou's location to accommodate displaced people from all over the country, cultivate wasteland and store grain. Within 3 years, I will ensure that Liangzhou's granaries are full, its treasuries are overflowing, and the people have no worries about famine." Lu Shua continued, "As for delaying the proclamation of kingship, we are already kings of Liang. This kingship does not refer to the title of king, but rather to temporarily halt the expansionist actions that would overly provoke the court and the surrounding lords, to restrain our ambitions, and to focus on development. In diplomacy, Gong Tai can send envoys to maintain a superficial harmony with the surrounding prefectures and counties, such as Yizhou and Guangzhou, to facilitate trade, especially to purchase the Central Plains products needed by Liangzhou. As for the court, we should maintain proper etiquette, send symbolic tributes on time, and report our achievements to keep them at ease for the time being and prevent them from looking westward." He concluded with a piercing gaze. "The next few years will be a race against time. Whoever can recover from the devastation of the Yellow Turban Rebellion faster, accumulating sufficient food, population, and military strength, will gain the upper hand in the next round of global upheaval. Liangzhou is remote and often regarded as a desolate and harsh frontier, which is precisely the kind of shield that allows us to quietly cultivate and accumulate strength. When the warlords of the Central Plains are tearing each other apart and exhausting their strength in the struggle for this ravaged land, that will be the day when our Liangzhou Iron Cavalry marches east and establishes our dominance." This clear and long-term strategic plan stirred the hearts of the civil and military officials present. while also making them deeply aware of their heavy responsibilities. This was no longer a simple matter of military conquest, but a more profound competition of national strength that tested governance capabilities even more. Guan Yu clasped his hands and said, "My lord has a profound understanding and foresight. I will definitely supervise the training of troops, defend the border, protect the people and safeguard the territory, and guard the gates while my lord is building up his strength." Generals such as Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and Ma Tang also expressed their commitment to fully cooperate with domestic affairs and train elite troops. Chen Gong added, "My lord, in addition to absorbing the refugees, we also need to strengthen household registration management and local security, and supplement this with education. We need to help them integrate into Liangzhou as soon as possible and win their hearts. I will work closely with Zhong Degong to refine the details." "Good." Lu Shua stood up, his voice resolute. "The strategy is set. Everyone follow it. Each of you, perform your duties and work together. The future of Liangzhou does not lie in conquering cities and territories in a day or two, but in the hard work and accumulation every day and every year. Build our high walls, store our granaries, feed our people, and train our elite troops. In a few years, let's see who will rule this world. We will obey your majesty's command. We will build walls, store grain, and prepare for the opportune moment." The ministers responded in unison, their voices echoing throughout the hall. With the bestowal of titles and rewards completed and the grand strategy finalized, the civil and military officials, filled with excitement and a sense of mission, accepted their orders and withdrew to attend to their respective tasks. The main hall returned to its empty state, with only Lu Shua and his two most trusted confidants Zhang Yu and Chen Gong remaining. Lu Shua did not dismiss the two men. Instead, he instructed his attendants to bring 3 folding chairs and place them under the window on the side of the hall. He also served them a tea soup that was cooling and refreshing, similar to oil tea in later times. He dismissed his attendants, leaving only the 3 men there. "Zhongda Gongtai, please sit." Lu Shua sat down first, his posture much more casual than during the court assembly, but his eyes remained focused. Chang Yu and Qin Gong sat down as instructed, understanding that their lord had something more important or private to discuss. "What we just discussed is a fundamental plan for the next few years, concerning the survival and development of Liangzhou. It requires the joint efforts of the two of you and everyone else, proceeding step by step." Lu Shua first set the tone, then changed the subject. "However, a grand plan needs to be implemented in the details. The reason I have kept you two here today is to discuss 2 seemingly minor matters, but in fact, they concern the survival and well-being of countless people, and are also related to the long-term foundation of our Liangzhou." Chang Yu and Chen Gong exchanged a glance, their expressions becoming even more focused. Lu Shua first looked at Chang Yu. "Zhongda, I previously ordered people to offer a high reward through the merchant caravans traveling to and from the western regions to find the seeds or plants of a special crop. Have you heard anything back?" Chang Yu pondered for a moment before replying, "My lord, I have been paying attention to this matter ever since you mentioned it last year, and I have repeatedly communicated with trusted merchants through official channels. Several months ago, several caravans from west of the Pamir Mountains, and even further afield from Fergana, Sogdiana, and Parthia, mentioned seeing something similar. They described it as a shrub-like plant with fruit like a peach that splits open when ripe, revealing a soft, white, fluffy substance inside. Locals either collect it to stuff pillows and bedding or mix it with wool to make it warm. However, it has various names such as Bai Dai, Gubei, or Jieboyu. The caravans brought back a few samples." As he spoke, Chang Yu took out a small brocade pouch from his sleeve, carefully opened it, and inside was a small clump of slightly hardened, yellowish white fluff, along with a few inconspicuous black seeds. "My lord, please look. This substance has been improperly preserved and has lost its fluffiness, and it is unknown whether the seeds will survive. Merchants say that this substance is not widely cultivated in its native habitat, but mostly grows wild or in small plots, so it is not easy to find, and the trade routes are long. So few people carry such useless things. What we have obtained this time is the result of much effort." Lu Shua took the brocade pouch, carefully examined the bundle of white seeds, and picked up a seed, his eyes revealing barely suppressed joy and anticipation. He carefully wrapped the seed and handed it to Chang Yu. "Zhongda, be sure to keep these seeds safe. Find an experienced farmer or a meticulous craftsman from the Imperial Academy of Natural Sciences, and try planting them in places like Dunhuang and Xianxia, which will later become known as the Entwined Regions, and make sure they germinate and survive. I call this cotton." "Cotton?" Chang Yu and Chen Gong pondered this unfamiliar word. "Indeed," Lu Shua said solemnly. "Do you two know how many poor people within the borders of our great Han dynasty freeze to death in the snow every winter because they are poorly clothed? especially in the northern border regions, including Liangzhou. Hemp cloth is breathable but not enough to keep out the cold, and furs are too expensive for ordinary people. The rich are bundled up in fur coats and huddled around the stove, while the poor shiver and wait to die. This is not fate, but rather a result of inadequate resources. He pointed to the clump of cotton. This is one of the keys to breaking this deadlock. If we can successfully introduce and promote its cultivation, its fluffy and soft fibers, with heat retention and warmth far surpassing silk and hemp, and it's much easier to obtain than fur. It can be used to fill quilts, make winter clothes cotton padded jackets, and even weave thicker fabrics cotton cloth. If ordinary families could have a cotton quilt and a cotton padded coat, their chances of surviving the cold winter would greatly increase. This is a supreme merit that saves countless lives and stabilizes the hearts of the people. It is also a practical measure to enhance the resilience of the population of Liangzhou and reduce non-combat casualties' deaths from freezing. Upon hearing this, Chang Yu and Chen Gong's expressions immediately turned solemn. Having experienced much of the world, they deeply understood the hardships of the common people and the extreme importance of warmth for survival in the north. If this item truly had the effects their Lord described, its value would indeed be immeasurable. It was not merely about the well-being of the people, but also a tangible accumulation of national strength. Population was the foundation, and a healthy, surviving population was an even more precious resource. Your Majesty's foresight and concern for the common people are truly admirable. Chang Yu carefully put away the brocade pouch as if it were a rare treasure. I will personally oversee this matter, set aside a special area in the Institute of Natural Sciences, select the most reliable people, and try to cultivate the seedlings. At the same time, I will continue to increase the reward, ordering the caravan to bring back more live plants or mature seeds, and inquire about the detailed planting methods. Good. Lu Shua nodded. This matter cannot be rushed. We need to experiment patiently and explore step by step. But as long as we successfully introduce the species, it will be a great achievement for generations to come. Gong Tai, you also need to keep an eye out for people who are skilled in agriculture and have a clever mind. You can recommend them to the Academy of Natural Sciences to participate in this matter. Chen Gong replied, I understand. After discussing cotton, which is crucial for the future of clothing, Lu Shua shifted the topic to the more pressing issue of firewood. Another matter concerns the daily cooking and heating of the people, which is also crucial for getting through the winter. Firewood. Lu Shua said seriously, firewood is the most important of all, and this is no exaggeration. In the Central Plains or the South, people may be able to rely on straw and thatch, but in Liangzhou, especially in the north, vegetation is not as abundant as in the Central Plains. In the past, the benefits of mountains, forests, rivers and lakes were mostly in the hands of the government or local powerful families. Ordinary people could only pick up dead branches and fallen leaves in the mountains and fields, or secretly cut down trees, and were often punished for this, which even led to conflicts. During the long winters, many people froze and starved to death due to fuel shortages. Chang Yu said with deep feeling, What you say is very true, my lord. When I inspected the villages, I often saw people traveling dozens of miles for a load of firewood, or children picking up scraps of firewood in the cold wind. The lack of fuel is a great hardship for the people. Lu Shua said, I have a plan that can alleviate the people's suffering while also taking into account long-term benefits. He paused, then uttered an idea that was groundbreaking for the time. My idea is to issue a decree in the name of the royal palace, allocating within Liangzhou, except for important official forests used for military purposes, specific mining areas, large royal hunting ground ruins, and privately owned forests with clear land deeds, the remaining barren mountains, woodlands, and grassy slopes near various villages without clear ownership, roughly equally to each household based on the number of people in each household and the total amount of forest land near the village, as their household-owned fuelwood forests. This is not a modern concept of property rights, but rather closer to a long-term, exclusive right to use and benefit from the land. The forest is allocated to individual households. Chang Yu and Chen Gong were both shocked. This completely shattered the traditional concept that all land under heaven belongs to the emperor, and that the benefits of mountains, forests, rivers, and lakes should belong to the public or be monopolized by those in power. My lord, this move may invite criticism. Moreover, the mountains and forests are naturally formed. How can they be divided? And how will they be managed after being divided? Chen Gong asked cautiously. Lu Shua, having already considered all aspects, explained. Instead of distributing land ownership to individuals, we are granting them long-term, stable rights to use and benefit from it. The decree must be clear. First, the land rights to the allocated forest land still belong to the royal court, but the household is granted the exclusive right to cut down trees, gather branches and firewood, and harvest forest byproducts such as mushrooms and wild fruits, which cannot be infringed upon by others. Second, Each household has the responsibility to maintain the allocated forest land. They are encouraged to cut down trees in a planned manner such as thinning and rotational cutting and replant saplings at the cut sites. The government may provide some saplings or guide the collection of tree species. Cut down large trees and leave small ones. Cut dense areas and leave sparse areas, so that it can continuously produce firewood. Third, this right can be inherited, but it cannot be privately sold or mortgaged to outsiders to prevent mergers. If a household becomes extinct or moves away, the village will reclaim the land and redistribute it. Fourth, initially, the village head and the head of the village will assist in surveying the boundaries, allocating land, and registering it. Later, the village-level self-governing organization such as elders will supervise the implementation. He further elaborated on its profound significance. In this way, people have a stable source of firewood, ensuring basic heating in winter and cooking for daily needs, greatly reducing their survival pressure, and naturally winning their hearts. This is a truly beneficial policy for the people. More importantly, Lu Shua's eyes shone brightly. Once the people regard the mountains and forests as their own property, their attitude towards them will be completely different. In the past, the people stole and indiscriminately cut down trees in the official forests, only caring about the immediate future, and no one maintained them, causing the forests to gradually wither. But if they become their own forests for the long term, they will naturally protect them, use them in a planned way, and even actively replant them. This forms a virtuous cycle where the people get firewood to survive, and the mountains and forests are maintained and remain evergreen. This is what is meant by the people benefiting and the mountains and forests being nourished. He gazed out the window at the faint outline of distant mountains. You too should know that the forests in Liangzhou, and even the entire Yongliang and Bingbei region, are of immeasurable size. Note, according to historical geographical research, the vegetation cover of the Lus Plateau was relatively good during the Han and Tang dynasties, but large-scale deterioration occurred after the Tang and Song dynasties, especially during the Ming and Qing dynasties. As long as we guide and protect them properly, binding the interests of the people with those of the mountains and forests, we can preserve the green mountains, which means preserving future firewood, water sources, and even the climate. This achievement benefits the present and future generations. Chang Yu and Chen Gong were deeply moved by Lu Shua's discourse, which combined people's livelihood, management, and the long-term ecology. They had never considered the relationship between the mountains and forests and the people from this perspective. Their lord's thinking not only demonstrated a profound understanding of the people's sentiments, but also seemed to possess a timeless insight into the symbiotic relationship between nature and humanity. Your Majesty's policy, though seemingly a concession to the people, is in fact a way to win their hearts, consolidate the foundation, and nurture resources, a win-win situation. Truly a sage king's policy. Chang Yu sighed, wholeheartedly convinced. However, at the beginning of its implementation, the tasks of surveying boundaries, registering, interpreting government orders, and preventing powerful or cunning individuals from taking advantage of loopholes to seize land are extremely complicated. It is necessary to select highly capable and impartial officials to implement the policy at each level and strengthen supervision. Qin Gong also said, "A thorough plan is indeed necessary. We can first select a few villages with suitable conditions as pilot sites to learn from experience, refine the details, and then gradually extend it to the whole prefecture. At the same time, we must strictly order the troops stationed and patrols in various places to severely crack down on the illegal logging of other people's or government forests, so as to set an example and ensure the smooth implementation of the new policy." That's exactly what I meant. Seeing that his two trusted confidants understood and supported him, Lu Shua felt reassured. This matter will be overseen by Zhongde, with Gongtai assisting, and coordination with the various prefectures and counties will be carried out. The detailed rules and regulations should be clear, easy to understand, and easy to implement. The necessary officials can be selected from the capable officials promoted in this round of rewards, or recruited from among the people who are respected and reasonable. Remember, the core of this policy is to benefit the people and ensure its sustainability. It is essential to ensure that the people feel the tangible benefits and understand its long-term significance. Your Majesty, we obey. Chang Yu and Qin Gong solemnly replied. They knew that if these two tasks, finding and promoting cotton to solve the clothing problem and distributing forests to households to solve the firewood problem, were accomplished, the foundation for the survival of the people of Liangzhou would be greatly strengthened, and their support for the royal palace would be deeply ingrained. This was more powerful than any empty propaganda. It was truly building walls and accumulating grain in the smallest details, and it was the most solid foundation of popular support and material resources for contending for supremacy. With the major policies set, and the detailed tasks delegated to Chang Yu, Qin Gong, and others for implementation, Lu Shua did not remain seated in his Jincheng prince's residence. He knew that even the best policies, if not put into practice and implemented by reaching out to the people to understand their real feedback, could become mere empty talk or even breed problems. Therefore, he changed into the clothes of an ordinary wealthy young man, and with only Dian Wei and a few elite guards, quietly left Jincheng to begin his on-the-ground inspection of the various counties and prefectures of Liangzhou. The group traveled through mountains and rivers, weary from their journey. Lu Shua, without disturbing local officials, went directly into the countryside, villages, and markets. He observed the growth of crops in the fields, chatted with old farmers along the field ridges, and inquired about their actual experiences with land allocation and taxes under the new policies. He visited ordinary people's homes, examining their houses, food, and clothing, and listening to their joys and sorrows. He observed the flow of goods in the markets, chatted with vendors, and learned about the various aspects of people's lives. What Lu Shua saw and heard gave him a more direct and nuanced understanding of the current situation in Liangzhou. The policies of Chang Yu and others were indeed effective. Resettlement sites for displaced people were being established, and order was relatively good. Newly reclaimed wasteland was beginning to take shape. Although the people were still impoverished, their eyes held less bewilderment and despair, and more anticipation for a new life. However, as the chill of late autumn grew increasingly biting, a pressing problem was laid bare before him. The people's winter heating remained a major challenge. Although the policy of distributing forests to individual households has been implemented in some areas, and the source of firewood is expected to improve in the future, it is a long-term solution that cannot address the immediate problem. Many poor households live in dilapidated houses with thin walls, and even with firewood, heating efficiency is low. Often, even with a brazier lit, the house remains drafty and difficult to keep warm. Nights are even more unbearable. Shivering and huddled together is the norm, and for the frail elderly and young children, every winter is a life-threatening ordeal. On this day, Lu Shua arrived at a remote village in Hanyang County. It was nearing evening, and a cold wind was howling. They sought lodging at a fairly tidy farmhouse. The host was an old man in his 50s. Seeing that Lu Shua had an extraordinary bearing, although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, his demeanor and the vigilance of his guards were unmistakable. He dared not be negligent and gave up the main room, while he and his family squeezed into the side room. The room was dimly lit, with only a dim oil lamp. Although a small brazier had been lit, the embers were weak, fueled by cheap charcoal and a small amount of firewood, providing limited warmth, and the chill still seeped into the bones. Lu Shua noticed that the family's sleeping quarters were simply made of mud bricks or wooden planks, covered with straw mats and thin old mattresses, making it easy to imagine how cold the nights must be. "Old man, how do you sleep at night in this cold winter?" Lu Shua asked, rubbing his hands as he sat by the brazier. The old man sighed, his wrinkles deepening in the flickering firelight. "Young master, you are a wealthy man, unaware of the hardships of us common folk. We are fortunate to have even a little firewood to light a brazier. In previous years it was much harder. At night, the whole family huddled together, covered with tattered clothes, just gritting our teeth and enduring the night. We only hoped that heaven would have mercy and that winter would pass quickly. Every year in the village, there are always those who can't make it." He shook his head sadly as he spoke. Dian Wei, who was listening from the side, frowned. He was thick-skinned and impervious to heat and cold, but he still felt annoyed by what he heard. Lu Shua felt a heavy weight in his heart. His gaze fell on the mud brick walls and the cold earthen platform inside the room. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. He suddenly remembered the highly efficient and warm Kong-heated brick bed commonly used in rural northern China in later generations. As far as he knew, the technical principle of the Kong was not complicated, and its prototype could even be traced back to an earlier period as evidenced by discoveries at Shang Dynasty sites. However, it seemed that it was not widely used in the Han Dynasty, especially in border areas like Liangzhou. That's it. Why didn't I think of that? With a relatively stable source of firewood distributed to households, if we can also promote the use of heated brick beds, the survival rate and quality of life of the people during the winter will see a qualitative leap. He suppressed his excitement and inquired in detail about the old man's local house-building customs and materials used, gradually forming a clear blueprint in his mind. The next morning, Lu Shua thanked his host, left some money, and then stopped his tour. Instead, he rode back to Jincheng at full speed. Upon returning to the prince's residence, he immediately sent for Chang Yu, Chen Gong, and the chief craftsmen from the Institute of Gawu who were skilled in architecture and ceramics to come for a meeting. Before long, several people rushed over, wondering what their lord was in such a hurry for. Without exchanging pleasantries, Lu Shua went straight to the point, sharing his observations from the countryside and the core problem that plagued the people during the winter. Then, He picked up a charcoal pencil and began to sketch and explain on a large piece of prepared silk. I call this thing a Kong-heated brick bed. In Lu Shua's writing, a simple yet clearly structured cross-section gradually emerges. Below is a stove that can be connected to the stove for daily cooking to save fuel. The flue of the stove does not go straight to the roof, but first meanders through a hollow platform Kong made of adobe or bricks, using the residual heat of the flue gas to heat the Kong, and then the flue gas is discharged outside through the flue in the wall. That's the principle. During the day, when cooking, the residual heat from the fire can be used to heat the Kong-heated brick bed through the flue. At night, if there's no cooking, a little fuel can be added to the stove to maintain the Kang's temperature. Lu Shua explained in detail the key points of building a Kong while drawing. The Kong body should have a certain thickness and good insulation. Adobe bricks are best, but bricks can also be used. The internal flue layout should be reasonable to ensure even heat distribution and smooth smoke exhaust. The Kong surface should be flat and can be covered with straw mats, felt, or even cotton mattresses in the future. The joint with the wall should be sealed to prevent smoke leakage and poisoning. As Lu Shua explained, Chang Yu, Qin Gong, and the old craftsman's eyes grew brighter and brighter. They were all very intelligent people, and they immediately understood the immense value of this heated Kong. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Chang Yu exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. The residual heat from cooking, or the heat from a small amount of fuel, is stored in the earthen Kong-heated brick bed and slowly released, keeping the sleeping quarters warm all night. This is several times more efficient than a simple brazier, and it's safer and lasts longer. People can sleep peacefully at night, no longer worrying about freezing or starving. My lord, this is a divine artifact that saves countless lives and brings immeasurable merit. Chen Gong also exclaimed in admiration. My lord is truly blessed with ingenious ideas. This thing may seem simple in structure, but its ingenuity lies in the utilization of waste residual heat and the slow release of stored heat. If combined with my lord's policy of distributing forests to households, the people will have firewood and can also use this efficient method to keep warm. This will solve most of the difficulties faced by the people of Liangzhou in getting through the winter. The stability of the people's hearts and the survival of the population all depend on this. The old craftsman was so excited that his beard trembled. He leaned over the drawing and examined it closely, muttering, My ancestors have built countless houses. How come I never thought of this method? A chimney running through the Kong-heated brick bed is genius. It's truly a brilliant idea. These adobe bricks and stones are all readily available locally. In my humble opinion, building it is not too difficult. Any experienced bricklayer can master it with a little guidance. Seeing their understanding and excitement, Lu Shua was also very pleased. He said in a deep voice, this technique is not my original creation. I have heard that there were similar relics in previous generations, but they were not widely promoted, which is a great pity. Now that Liangzhou is in need of manpower and building up its strength, such a beneficial and cost-effective thing that can greatly improve people's livelihood should be vigorously promoted. He immediately ordered, Zhongde, Gongtai. This matter is as important as the distribution of forests to households, and we must get started immediately. First, the Institute of Gawu should take the lead, gather outstanding craftsmen, and based on the drawings and principles I have drawn, combined with the local building materials and customs of Liangzhou, design several standardized Kong-heated brick bed schemes that are easy to build, low in cost and safe and reliable, and produce detailed drawings and construction instructions. Secondly, with the support of the Prince's Palace, training centers for the construction of heated Kong beds were quickly established in various counties and prefectures. Skilled bricklayers or young men were recruited from the villages and towns. The Academy of Natural Sciences sent craftsmen to teach the construction techniques and issue craftsman certificates. These trained individuals could then return to their villages and serve as the technical backbone for the promotion of heated Kong beds, guiding or directly assisting their neighbors in their construction. Third, combine the construction of heated brick beds with the promotion of forest distribution to households. Tell the people that the royal palace not only provides you with firewood mountains, but also teaches you how to use the least amount of firewood to make the warmest winter nights. We can first select some pilot villages, with the government providing some material subsidies or technical support, to build them for poor families and elderly people living alone free of charge or at low cost, as a demonstration to gain the trust of the people. Fourth, local officials are strictly ordered to treat the promotion of heated Kong beds as the most important public welfare initiative this winter and spring, and not to be perfunctory. Its effectiveness should be included in the performance evaluation of officials. At the same time, the benefits of heated Kong beds and safety precautions for their use, especially ventilation to prevent poisoning, should be widely publicized. Chang Yu, Chen Gong, and the old craftsman accepted the order with utmost respect, each eager to get started, as if they could already see the smiles on the faces of the people on countless warm Kong beds. and that the population of Liangzhou would be better preserved in the coming winter. This is truly a compassionate policy, Chang Yu exclaimed. Our Lord's heart is as delicate as a hair and as warm as spring. Liangzhou is truly blessed to have our Lord. Lu Shua gazed at the rising cold wind outside the window, his eyes resolute. Firewood, heated brick beds, cotton for the future. He wanted to weave an ever thicker and warmer safety net for the people of this land. With the people's hearts aligned, the foundation is solid. These seemingly trivial matters were precisely the most solid and comforting cornerstones of his grand strategy of building high walls and storing ample grain. Soon, news of the miraculous heated Kong bed, along with the government decree to divide forests to individual households, spread like a warm spring breeze from Jincheng to every corner of Liangzhou, dispelling the chill of late autumn and igniting new hope in the hearts of the people for the next winter and for the future. It's harvest time again. More than a year has passed since Jin Cheng formulated the policy. Under the nurturing of a series of carefully planned and vigorously implemented policies by the Prince's Palace, profound and gratifying changes are quietly taking place in Liangzhou. The autumn wind sweeps across the fields, bringing no longer bleakness and the fear of famine, but rather the rich, comforting aroma of ripe grains and the joy of harvest. Thanks to the new crop introduction and promotion strategy advocated by Lu Shua, overseen by Chang Yu, coordinated by Chen Gong, and fully implemented by the Institute of Geology and many other capable officials, the agricultural production in Liangzhou has undergone a complete transformation. Grain production has achieved a leap forward. Winter wheat, a cold-resistant, high-yield variety from Daiyuan and Anxi acquired at great expense through trade routes to the western regions, has been successfully promoted and planted in suitable areas of eastern Liangzhou and its river valleys. Trial planting began last year, and this year it has reached a significant scale. Its overwintering characteristics have enabled millet and wheat rotation on land that was previously only suitable for single-season cultivation, greatly improving land utilization. The harvested wheat grains are plump and have a high flour yield. Based on this, the Gouwu Academy has further improved the stone mill and begun experimenting with making steamed buns, cakes, and other wheat-based foods in military and government workshops. The taste is far superior to the previously coarse wheat rice, not only enriching the variety of staple foods but also improving nutrient absorption efficiency. Preliminary estimates suggest that winter wheat alone has increased the total grain output in the promoted areas by nearly 40. Buckwheat. This miraculous grain, introduced from the more distant Central Asian steppes, quickly took root in the lush slopes and arid, sandy plateaus of northern and western Liangzhou, thanks to its astonishing cold resistance, tolerance to poor soil, and extremely short growing cycle harvestable in just 2 or 3 months. Replanting during spring droughts and harvesting before the autumn frost became a life-saving food for many newly resettled refugees and border guards. Its seeds are rich in nutrients and high in protein, effectively improving the diet of border residents and serving as a beneficial supplement to the concentrated feed for war horses. Sorghum, introduced from Central Asia, particularly Kangju. This variety exhibits remarkable adaptability. Its resistance to both flooding and drought has allowed it to successfully fill planting gaps in low-lying, flood-prone river valleys and some hilly, arid areas in the south. Not only can the grains of sorghum be used as food hulled and cooked into porridge, offering a unique flavor, but its sturdy stalks are also excellent livestock feed, especially for war horses, and building materials for weaving and constructing sheds. More importantly, the Gouwu Academy initially experimented with brewing sorghum, producing a liquor that was more robust and potent than traditional millet wine. Lu Shua named it Xiaojisuljiu, and after small-scale trials it became very popular in the army, serving both as warmth and a high-proof disinfectant for wounded soldiers, a truly valuable commodity. Alfalfa. This high-quality legume, hailed as the king of forage, has undergone a complete transformation in the way military horses and oxen are raised in Liangzhou through large-scale cultivation. Previously, war horses relied mainly on millet, legume concentrates, and wild grasses, resulting in high costs and nutritional imbalances. Now, large tracts of alfalfa, either exclusively cultivated or rotated with grain crops, provide a stable supply of high-protein green and hay fodder. War horses are now robust and strong, with significantly improved endurance and explosive power. Oxen are also better fed, pulling plows more effectively, indirectly improving land reclamation efficiency. Alfalfa's nitrogen-fixing properties also improve the soil, creating a virtuous cycle of grain forage rotation and manure return to the fields. Ryegrass and other forage grasses. In conjunction with alfalfa, some cold-resistant and fast-growing winter forage grass varieties have also been introduced, ensuring that livestock can obtain the necessary green fodder during the long winter, greatly reducing the risk of weight loss or even death during winter. Under the meticulous care of the artisans at the Gouwu Institute, who cherish them like the apple of their eyes, Those precious Gubei cotton seeds from last year actually germinated, grew, flowered, and formed bolls. Although the first generation of plants was few in number and the yield of seed cotton was limited, this was undoubtedly a milestone success. It proved that cotton could survive in Liangzhou, at least in certain areas. The Gewu Institute has begun to systematically expand the scope of its seed-saving and experimental fields, while continuing to seek more seed sources and mature planting and processing techniques through trade routes. Warm hope has already taken root and sprouted on this land. After more than a year of meticulous implementation and adjustments, the forest distribution to households policy has taken root in most areas. With their own stable firewood forests, people's anxiety about cutting firewood for heating has been greatly alleviated, and they have begun to consciously protect their forests. The promotion of heated kong beds is also in full swing. Under the guidance of the standardized plan from the Academy of Natural Sciences and with government subsidies, countless warm kong beds have been built in the earthen houses of Liangzhou villages. Last winter, the number of people who froze to death plummeted. People huddled on their warm kong beds, falling asleep while reciting the benevolence of the King of Liang. The people's hearts were united like never before. The autumn harvest had just ended, and preliminary statistics on grain taxes and granary inventories from various counties and prefectures were submitted to the Jincheng prince's residence. Chang Yu, holding a bamboo slip, read it aloud to Lu Shuo and his key officials who had come to hear the report, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. My lord, gentlemen, according to reports from various counties and prefectures, the total grain harvest in Liangzhou this year, including both newly cultivated and old land, is expected to increase by more than 60 compared to about 2 years ago before the full implementation of the new policies. The official granaries, charitable granaries, and ever-normal granaries are all full, with new grain entering the warehouses and old grain being rotated. It is sufficient to feed the current military and civilians of Liangzhou for 3 years without worry. The grain reserves in the private sector have also increased significantly, and the market price of grain has remained stable with a slight decrease. In the livestock industry, the number of war horses in government-run and private large-scale ranches has increased by 30 year-on-year, and their average condition has improved by 2 grades. The number of draft cattle has increased by more than 20. Private pig, sheep, chicken, and hog farming has also grown vigorously due to abundant feed. Thanks to sufficient food, warm beds, reliable firewood, reduced epidemics, and improved public health under the guidance of the Gewu Institute, the population statistics of the whole prefecture from last winter to the spring not only did not show the usual winter loss, but also increased by more than 80,000 households due to the absorption of migrants and the improved survival rate of newborns. The total population has exceeded 6 million. With the improved smelting techniques of the Imperial Academy, our military equipment and weaponry have been enhanced this year. We have forged 20,000 infantrymen with new high-quality steel armor, 5,000 standard crossbows, and significantly increased production of horse armor and lances. The armory is piled high with armor, weapons, bows, crossbows, and arrows. A series of exciting figures made everyone in the hall breathe heavily, their faces beaming with pride and excitement. Guan Yu stroked his beard and exclaimed, "This is truly an unprecedented spectacle. At this time last year, we were still worried about winter food. This year, the granaries are already overflowing. My lord's strategy is truly divine." Zhang Liao also exclaimed, "The war horses are strong and powerful. The armor is excellent. The soldiers are well-fed and warm, and their morale is soaring. When I was training the cavalry, I felt that the eyes of my men were different." Dian Wei chuckled, "There's plenty of grain, plenty of meat, and plenty of wine," referring to newly brewed sorghum liquor. "The soldiers are training even harder." Chen Gong concluded, "My lord, over the past year, our strategies of building high walls for border defense, strengthening the military, winning hearts and minds, and accumulating resources have begun to bear fruit. Liangzhou is now a prosperous and well-equipped region, with full granaries and robust military preparedness. We have abundant grain reserves to rely on internally, a strong army to depend on externally, and the people's hearts are at peace with a solid foundation. What was once a harsh and desolate borderland has now become a rare and prosperous and stable area in the world." Listening to the report and seeing the excited expressions on everyone's faces, Lu Shuo felt a surge of emotions, but more than anything, a sense of peace and composure. A year of painstaking effort and the tireless work of countless people had finally yielded fruitful results. Grain, the most essential strategic resource in this chaotic world, was no longer a problem in Liangzhou. The population was steadily increasing, the army was continuously strengthening, and the people's hearts were firmly with the people. He stood up, walked to the palace gate, looked out at the clear autumn sky and the distant, faintly visible grain convoys laden with grain returning to their granaries, and slowly said, "Gentlemen, you have worked hard. This is the result of the joint efforts of thousands of officials and commoners, and it is also the good fortune bestowed upon Xianxia. However, we must be mindful of danger even in times of peace. Sufficient food and a strong army are the foundation for contending with the world, not a reason for stagnation and isolation." He turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. "The world is in turmoil. How can we remain unscathed? The imperial court is declining daily, and warlords are rising. Xianxia has accumulated enough strength. It is time to think about advancing. The next step is to transform this accumulated strength into the foundation for a true hegemony." The atmosphere in the hall turned solemn, quickly shifting from the joy of the harvest to deep contemplation of the future. Everyone knew that their lord's gaze had already turned beyond Xianxia, towards the vast and chaotic central plains. In the third year of Zhongping in late autumn, in the rear garden of the Prince of Jincheng's mansion, within the specially designated workshop area of the Gou Academy, the atmosphere was almost boiling with excitement. In stark contrast to the bleak and chilly autumn outside, this place was filled with a sweltering atmosphere that blended the fragrance of wood, the warmth of new cotton, and the intense focus of human beings. Lu Shua stood before a massive, crouching beast-like wooden machine, its components polished smooth and its ingots neatly arranged. His eyes gleamed with barely suppressed excitement, and his smile almost overflowed. After years of tireless effort, another artifact from the Transmigrator's treasure trove of knowledge, a weapon capable of changing the times, had finally been faithfully recreated in Xianxia during the late Eastern Han Dynasty by skilled craftsmen using the best materials available at the time. Yes, the machine in front of us is the improved and adapted spinning jenny. Or rather, it is the first practical multi-spindle spinning machine that Lu Shua designed based on his memory of the basic principles, and was finally finalized by dozens of top carpenters, blacksmiths, and skilled craftsmen gathered by the Liangzhou Institute of Geology after more than half a year of repeated design, testing, and modification. Its principle is called compound drafting and multi-spindle linkage by Lu Shua through a clever set of connecting rods, gears, and belts hemp or animal skin transmission system. One operator can drive 16 spindles to rotate at the same time by turning a handwheel. Each spindle is equipped with a simplified but effective drafting roller made of hardwood, covered with wear-resistant leather and a winding mechanism, which can twist the fluffy cotton wool obtained after the cotton ginning and carding processes into cotton yarn of uniform thickness. Compared to the mainstream single-spindle hand-cranked spinning wheels or the less efficient spindles of this era, this machine theoretically increases spinning efficiency by more than 50 times. Moreover, due to the machine's stability, the uniformity and strength of the spun yarn far surpass those produced manually. Of course, limited by current processing precision and materials, this prototype still has some issues such as slight shaking and the need for frequent oiling and maintenance, but its astonishing potential is enough to leave all participants and witnesses deeply impressed. My lord's ingenuity is truly divine. I, your humble servant, never imagined that spinning could be done in such a way. The old craftsman Lu Wan, in charge of the manufacturing, was so excited his beard trembled, and he spoke incoherently. A carpenter by trade and skilled in mechanics, he had spent his life immersed in machinery and considered himself exceptionally knowledgeable. But this machine before him had completely overturned his understanding. This was not merely speed. It was a revolutionary change in the way production was conducted. Several skilled spinners selected from various parts of Liangzhou, after receiving basic training, were already able to operate the machines. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and joy as they watched the 16 rapidly spinning spindles continuously producing fine, even cotton yarn. What used to require spinning wheels day and night was now accomplished with such ease and enormous output on these machines. It's a success. It's a real success. Lu Shua let out a long sigh of relief, as if a huge burden had been lifted off his shoulders, and then burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. Good. Excellent. Master Lu. All the craftsmen. Thank you for your hard work. With this machine completed, the problem of keeping warm for the people of Liangzhou can finally be solved. His excitement wasn't solely due to the creation of a single machine. Behind it lay years of arduous breakthroughs and the culmination of accumulated expertise across an entire industrial chain. First, breakthroughs in cotton seed selection and large-scale cultivation. Since obtaining those precious seeds in the first year of the Zhongping era, the agricultural research team of the Gou Academy had nurtured, selected, and propagated them with the utmost care. They chose several oasis valleys in Jincheng and Longxi counties, with relatively mild soil and climate, as experimental fields, tending them meticulously. Cotton thrives in warm, sunny, and drought-tolerant conditions, but is susceptible to frost and waterlogging. After 2 consecutive years of trial planting, observation, and selection of resilient plants for seed, By the autumn of the second year of the Zhongping era, a considerable yield of seed cotton was finally achieved, proving the feasibility of cotton cultivation in parts of Liangzhou. In the spring of the third year of the Zhongping era, the prince's palace strongly encouraged the planting, providing seeds and teaching preliminary techniques such as pruning, topping, and pest control. Cotton fields were designated for official supervision and civilian cultivation in suitable counties, leading to a rapid expansion in scale. This autumn's harvest, while far from reaching later levels, was sufficient to meet a preliminary textile production plan prioritized for the army and government. Secondly, the exploration and improvement of supporting processes. With cotton, how to turn it into fabric. The Gawu Institute also explored this from scratch. Cotton ginning. Initially, it was extracted by hand, which was extremely inefficient. Later, inspired by the principle of milling, a simple cotton ginning roller made of hardwood with fine teeth was made. 2 people cranked it to separate the cotton seeds from the cotton fibers, increasing efficiency tenfold. Cotton carding. Borrowing from the bows used for carding wool and silk in the Central Plains, a large cotton carding bow was made. A wooden mallet was used to strike the bowstring, loosening the cotton fibers and making them fluffy, making them easier to spin. Spinning. Previously, it relied on an improved single-spindle spinning wheel, where efficiency was the bottleneck. Until today, the prototype of the spinning jenny was successfully completed. Weaving. The traditional foot-operated slant loom, after being reinforced and improved, such as increasing the density of the reed to accommodate cotton yarn, could be used to weave plain cotton fabric. The Gawu Institute even began to try more complex jacquard techniques, preparing for the future production of more exquisite cotton fabrics. Third, the training and organization of textile artisans. Chang Yu had long recognized that new technologies required new artisans. He not only recruited skilled weavers from the common people, but also, with the support of the royal court, established weaving training institutes in various prefectures, where craftsmen from the Imperial Academy of Geography systematically taught the complete set of new technologies, from cotton processing to weaving. At the same time, he began to establish the first batch of government-run textile workshops in Jincheng and Longxi, adopting a preliminary assembly line operation model, relatively centralizing processes such as cotton ginning, cotton carding, spinning, and weaving to improve efficiency and management convenience. Now, with the successful finalization of this Liangzhou-style multi-spindle spinning machine, which Lu Shua named the Yunshua machine, the last key bottleneck spinning efficiency, has been broken in one fell swoop. Master Lu immediately organized a team to begin small batch production based on this prototype. Lu Shua ordered decisively, prioritize equipping the official workshops in Jincheng and Longxi. At the same time, distribute the blueprints and key component manufacturing standards to the training centers in each prefecture and to capable folk craftsmen, encouraging them to imitate and improve upon the prototypes. The prince's palace can provide rewards or material subsidies based on the quality of the finished machines. Yes, sir. Lu Wan and the other craftsmen responded enthusiastically, each one eager to get started. Zhongde Lu Shua turned to Chang Yu, who was also beaming, and said, "The cotton planting area must be expanded next year. Priority should be given to ensuring land and water resources in suitable cotton growing areas. After the cloud shuttle loom is widely adopted, the demand for cotton slivers will surge, and the supply of raw materials must not be interrupted. Rest assured, my lord," Chang Yu said confidently, "this autumn's cotton harvest is bountiful, and farmers are seeing the benefits. Expanding planting next year is a foregone conclusion. I have already ordered each prefecture to make plans and stockpile cotton seeds. As for water conservancy, the several canals and weirs repaired last year will benefit the newly reclaimed cotton fields." Excellent. Lu Shua's eyes shone brightly, as if he could already see the near future. With enough cotton, and with the cloud shuttle loom to improve spinning efficiency, combined with the existing looms, by this time next year at the latest, I want to see every soldier in my Liangzhou army wearing winter clothes with new cotton lining and linen or coarse cotton outer coverings. The year after next, I want ordinary families in Liangzhou to be able to afford and use cotton clothing and bedding. He looked around at the crowd, his voice resounding. From now on, the foundation for the people of Liangzhou to keep warm in winter is truly solid. This last shortcoming concerning the livelihood of the common people has finally been filled by our own hands. From now on, no one in Liangzhou will freeze or starve to death. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the hall was deeply moved. They had followed Lu Shua and witnessed firsthand how Liangzhou had transformed from utter poverty to abundant harvests, from abject poverty to a promising future of housing. This breakthrough in cotton and textiles was no less significant than the promotion of new crops and the widespread adoption of heated brick beds in the past. This was a true leap from subsistence to warmth. Chun Gong stroked his beard and sighed. "My lord often said, 'Build high walls and store plenty of grain.' Now, the walls are high, the grain is plentiful, the people are warm and have safe homes. The foundation of domestic affairs and people's livelihood is now secure. Lu Shua stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the clear blue autumn sky outside the workshop window, his heart filled with clarity and determination. Yes, after years of painstaking effort, meticulous planning, and step-by-step implementation, the foundation for domestic affairs and people's livelihood has finally been laid in what he considers to be solid enough. The most basic survival needs, food security, fuel supply, housing, warmth, and clothing, have been or are being systematically addressed in Liangzhou. The cohesion of the people and the depth of its potential far surpass those of any other prefecture in the country. So what's next? His gaze gradually sharpened, like a sword about to be drawn from its sheath. With domestic affairs settled, one can focus on external affairs. In the third year of the Zhongping era, the situation in the empire deteriorated further. The authority of the imperial court continued to decline, eunuchs and imperial relatives fought endlessly, local powerful families rose up, and small groups of bandits and rebels emerged one after another. But Lu Shua's Liangzhou was like an exceptionally solid and vibrant piece of land in the eye of the storm. It's time to let the iron cavalry and wealth of Liangzhou influence a wider world. It's time to shift from a defensive posture of building walls and stockpiling grain to a more proactive strategy and planning. Issue the order. Lu Shua's voice returned to its usual calm and cold tone, yet contained an undeniable determination. Tomorrow, summon Yunchang, Wen Yuan, Ziping, Shou Cheng, all the generals and officers in the army, as well as Gong Tai and Zhongde, to the main hall of the prince's palace for a meeting. Topic: Liangzhou's external strategy for the next 3 years. Promise. In the late autumn of the third year of Zhongping, the main hall of the Jincheng prince's mansion was filled with people. The civil and military officials were lined up on the left and right, with Cheng Yu and Qin Gong at the head of the civil ranks, and Guan Yu, Zhang Liao, Dianwei, Gao Shun, and Ma Tang at the head of the military ranks. Other generals and important subordinates were also present. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn and dignified. Everyone knew that today's discussion would determine the strategic direction of Liangzhou for the next few years, and its significance was extraordinary. Lu Shua sat upright on his throne, clad in a black robe and jade crown, his gaze slowly sweeping over every face in the hall. These were all core members of his trusted and relied-upon faction, whom he had personally promoted. After years of internal cultivation, Liangzhou was no longer the insignificant place it once was. Gentlemen, Lu Shua began in a steady voice, since I left the capital to take up my fief, I have been fortunate to have you all work together with one heart and one mind, governing the country internally and defending against powerful enemies externally, which has led to the prosperity of Liangzhou today. We have abundant grain and fodder, sharp weapons and armor, and the people's hearts are with us. Our foundation is solid. The strategy of building high walls and storing up grain has been largely successful. He paused briefly, then his tone became more impassioned. However, in this world, it is not enough to simply remain aloof and preserve oneself. The court is weak and incompetent. The four corners of the land are in turmoil, and heroes are rising up everywhere. My Liangzhou possesses a powerful army and abundant resources. How can we remain in a corner of the country, sit idly by and watch the world fall into chaos, or even bring the flames of war to our doorstep? Everyone's spirits lifted, knowing that their lord was about to shift towards a more aggressive approach. Therefore, I have summoned you all today to discuss Liangzhou's foreign policy strategy for the next few years. The general principle is, consolidate our internal foundation, expand our territory, subdue our neighbors, and await the opportune moment. Lu Shua set the tone word by word. First, consolidate internally. Lu Shua looked at Ma Teng, Shouqing. Your subordinate is here. Ma Teng stepped forward. Our Liangzhou now has over 150,000 regular field troops. However, the prefecture is vast, with many newly recruited people. We still need a reliable force for local security, bandit suppression, and the control of powerful local families. Moreover, in order to cope with larger-scale wars in the future, we need to establish a reserve force system. Lu Shua ordered. I hereby appoint you as the head of the Liangzhou Reserve Militia Division. He elaborated on his plan. In each county and important town, we will recruit local able-bodied men from good families, train them during the off-season, and teach them basic marching skills, how to use bows and crossbows, and discipline. On ordinary days, they will assist local officials and patrolmen in maintaining order, suppressing small groups of bandits, and cracking down on local bullies, similar to a prefectural armed police force. The royal palace will uniformly provide them with basic weapons such as spears, bows and crossbows, and swords, and armor can be drawn from captured or old armor in stock. Their garrison and provisions will be shared by the local counties and the royal palace. This militia is not a regular field army. Its primary duty is to protect the territory and its people, allowing the regular army to focus on external conquests and large-scale enemy forces. In the event of a large-scale war, these militia members, who have received basic training and are familiar with the local conditions, can be quickly incorporated into the reserve force or used to reinforce the logistics and supply teams. Shouqing, you have lived in Xiliang for a long time and are familiar with the area. You are in charge of this matter. You must ensure that the militia are trained in the countryside, that they watch over and help each other, and that they can come when called upon and provide assistance when they arrive. Ma Teng was deeply moved. This was not only an important mission entrusted to him, but also a systematization of local security and reserve forces, a long-term strategy for stability. He solemnly clasped his hands in a fist and said, Teng, I accept the order. I will certainly train a reliable reserve force for my lord, eradicate the villains within the territory, ensure the people live in peace, and also secure the rear for the army. All right. Lu Shua nodded, turning his gaze to Guan Yu and other field generals. Consolidating internally aims to free up our main force and concentrate our efforts on external affairs. Next, we will focus on external conquest. He rose and walked to the huge sheepskin map that had already been hung up. He pointed to the vast area north of Liangzhou and west of Bingzhou. This place, the land south of the Gobi Desert, the grasslands south of the Yin Mountains. Since last year's northern expedition that defeated the main force of the Xiongnu, although this area has nominally submitted, there are still many scattered Xiongnu, Xinbei, Wuhuan, and other miscellaneous Hu tribes wandering here. Sometimes they submit, sometimes they plunder like a scab, tying down the northern border defenses of Bingzhou and Liangzhou. If these people are not completely eliminated, the northern border will be difficult to be peaceful, and we will not be able to effectively utilize this fertile grassland to graze our warhorses. Yun Chang. Lu Shua looked at Guan Yu. Your subordinate is here. Guan Yu's phoenix eyes gleamed. I appoint you as commander-in-chief with Wen Yuan and Wen Yuan as your deputies, to lead 50,000 elite infantry and cavalry, primarily cavalry. After the spring, we will launch the Qingming campaign in the southern desert. Lu Shua drew an arc on the map with his finger. Objective: to either completely crush and incorporate the young and strong of all the unsubmissive and unstable Hu tribes scattered in the triangular area north of Beidi County, west of Shuafang County, and all the way to the foot of Yinshan Mountain, or drive them north of Yinshan Mountain. After clearing the area, we will establish permanent military towns and beacon towers in strategic locations, and station troops to cultivate the land and defend the region. We will transform this grassland into a place for Liangzhou to graze horses and train troops, and to protect the safety of Bingzhou and the northern flank of Liangzhou. At the same time, we can send elite scout teams to try to cross the Yinshan Pass and explore the geography and tribal situation of the northern desert, the heart of the Mongolian plateau, for future use. Guan Yu said proudly, My lord, rest assured, these few remaining barbarians are nothing but a minor ailment. I will lead my iron cavalry to sweep them away and ensure they dare not look south. The geography of the northern desert will also be thoroughly investigated. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun also clasped their fists in acceptance of the order, their fighting spirit soaring. After arranging the north, Lu Shua moved his finger westward along the map, past the familiar four prefectures of Heshiwue, Xianxia, Zhouchuan, and Dunhuang, and pointed to the region marked with numerous small states, city-states, desert oasis western regions, present-day Xinjiang and parts of Central Asia. Westward, to the western regions, Lu Shua emphasized. Since Zhang Qian opened up the western regions, their connection with the central plains has been intermittent. Now, the court is powerless to look westward. The kingdoms of the western regions are either fighting each other, influenced by the remnants of the Xiongnu, the emerging Xinbei, and the Chang people in the north, or secretly communicating with the Kushan Empire further west. This place guards the throat of the Silk Road, possesses unique resources such as jade, fine horses, grapes, alfalfa, and other crops we have introduced, and its strategic position is extremely important. We must not allow it to remain isolated, becoming a springboard for others to covet our Liangzhou, or cutting off our trade routes and sources of wealth. He surveyed the crowd. My intention is that after pacifying the southern desert and consolidating the northern border, we will begin the strategy to pacify the western regions. This is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It must be done step by step. The first step is to send envoys to establish friendly relations and demonstrate military strength. Under the coordination of the Gongtai, envoys who are eloquent and knowledgeable about the Hu people will be selected to carry fine artifacts, silk, and a few new weapons such as powerful crossbows from Liangzhou as gifts. They will be sent to the major oasis city-states such as Chaisher former and rear, Shanshan, Yutian, and Shul to demonstrate the power and prestige of Liangzhou. Reiterate that the Han dynasty's sovereignty over the western regions is actually that of the king of Liang, and demand that they send envoys to pay tribute and accept that the Protectorate General of the Western regions can be concurrently held by a general from Liangzhou. At the same time, we can promise to provide protection, crack down on their hostile forces, and trade with them on favorable terms. The second step is to strike at the troublemakers and establish our authority in the Western regions. There will inevitably be unruly or manipulated countries that resist our orders. At that time, we must strike them with swift and decisive action. We can send a force of about 10,000 elite cavalry under the pretext of suppressing rebellion and protecting the merchants, to fight a quick and decisive battle, destroy their country, punish their leaders, and establish a new ruler who is in favor of us. This will serve to deter the countries of the Western regions. The third step is to station troops in key locations and establish a system of control. Troops will be stationed in key geographical locations such as Lulan Xianxia, Gaochang, the former part of Chaisher, and Taqian City, the former site of the Eastern Han Dynasty's protectorate of the Western regions, near present-day Xinhe County, Xinjiang, to cultivate land and establish permanent military strongholds. Simultaneously, the various kingdoms of the Western regions will be gradually incorporated into a system similar to tributary and investiture, requiring them to provide hostages, taxes, or offset with local specialties, and joint military support. The ultimate goal is to make the kingdoms of the Western regions a stable source of raw materials, a guarantee of trade routes, and a strategic buffer for Liangzhou. In the future, we may even consider directly incorporating some of them into Liangzhou's administrative system, establishing a Western region's prefectural administration or a new prefecture. After Lu Shua finished speaking, he looked at Chen Gong and said, "Gong Tai, the situation in the Western regions is complicated. We need to befriend distant states while attacking nearby ones, divide and win them over, and use both civil and military means. You are the only one who can handle this task. You can start by preparing the selection of the delegation, intelligence gathering through caravans, and preliminary strategies." Chen Gong bowed, his eyes gleaming with wisdom and eagerness. Gong obeys. The matter of the Western regions is far-reaching and requires careful planning. Rest assured, my lord, I will do my utmost to bring the Western regions under your control. As for the south, Lu Shua finally turned his gaze to Izhou-Sichuan Basin and Guangzhou on the map. Izhou is the land of abundance, and Guangzhou is a strategically important region, both being extremely advantageous. However, the imperial court still retains considerable power, and it is separated from Liangzhou by mountains Qinling and Longshan. Rushing to conquer it would easily make us a target of public criticism. Therefore, for the time being, our strategy towards the south and east should focus on defense, trade, infiltration, and waiting for changes. We should strengthen the defenses of the southern passes of Wudu and Longxi counties to guard against westward invasion from Izhou or Guangzhou forces. At the same time, we should encourage trade, gather intelligence, make connections with local heroes, and observe the changes in the Central Plains. With the strategic deployment complete, everyone in the hall felt a surge of excitement, their vision suddenly clear. Their lord's plan, from the inside out, from near to far, was methodical and meticulously planned, with a clear objective. Domestically, the militia was trained to stabilize the grassroots level, freeing up the main force. Externally, the strategy was to first target the north and then the west. In the north, the remaining barbarian tribes in the southern deserts were to be swept away to consolidate the foundation, train elite troops, and expand pastures. In the west, the western regions were to be targeted to control trade routes, acquire resources, and expand influence. In the south and east, a defensive posture was to be adopted for the time being, awaiting the opportune moment. Gentlemen, Lu Shuo returned to his throne, his voice deep and powerful. The next few years will be crucial for implementing this strategy. Domestic affairs cannot be neglected. Zhongde must continue to oversee them to ensure the continued improvement of food supplies, resources, and public morale. Military operations will require the courage of the generals and the strategic planning of the advisors. I hope that you will each fulfill your duties and work together with one heart. For Liangzhou, for all the people of the world, let us open up a new world. We are willing to die for our Lord. To open up a new world. The civil and military officials in the hall responded in unison, their voices resounding throughout the hall, their fighting spirit soaring. In the early spring of the 4th year of the Zhongping era, the chill of the southern grasslands had not yet completely faded, and only a few tenacious new green shoots had just emerged from the withered meadows. A cavalry force of about 5,000 men from Liangzhou, personally led by Guan Yu, was conducting a routine patrol and mopping up exercise along the hilly terrain bordering Beidi and Shuafang counties. Zhang Liao led the vanguard, with Gao Shun bringing up the rear. The army moved like a silent, black iron torrent under the vast sky. Guan Yu sat astride his red hair, clad in green robes and golden armor, holding his green dragon crescent blade upside down. His phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the seemingly peaceful grassland ahead. He was on the king's orders to lead the Qingming campaign in the southern desert. The main force of the army was still in the rear, reorganizing and assembling. This expedition was originally intended to scout ahead, familiarize himself with the terrain, and wipe out some small groups of bandits. However, a faint, almost imperceptible smell of burning mingled with the chilly spring breeze, wafting over and causing Guan Yu to furrow his brow slightly. "When Yuan," he said in a deep voice, "send scouts to investigate the source of the burning smell carefully." "Yes, sir." Zhang Liao responded and immediately dispatched several squads of light cavalry, which plunged into the undulating hills ahead like arrows released from a bow. Less than half an hour later, a scout galloped back like a madman, his face deathly pale. He didn't even have time to fully rein in his horse before he tumbled from the saddle, knelt on one knee, and his voice trembled with barely suppressed rage. "Commander Guan, Commander Guan." 10 miles ahead, the Dayan tribe, a small, mixed barbarian tribe affiliated with the Xiongnu camp. They just raided 2 Han villages to the south. The scout was unable to continue speaking. His eyes were blazing with anger, yet also filled with tears. Guan Yu's heart sank, and his phoenix eyes snapped open, flashing with cold light. "What is it? Speak." "They're killing people for fun, cooking and eating them," the scout spat out through gritted teeth, then suddenly banged his head on the ground, yelling, "Commander, go save them. If you're too late." "What?" Upon hearing this, Guan Yu's hair and beard bristled, and an indescribable rage and murderous intent surged into the sky. Red Hair, a prized horse from the western regions, its hooves and pig's feet given to Guan Yu by a western region merchant, still called Red Hair, seemed to sense its master's anger, pawing restlessly and emitting a low neigh. The surrounding guards and generals all paled, their faces filled with horror and fury. "All troops, march at full speed. Target Dayan tribe's camp. Those who stand in my way shall die." Guan Yu's voice boomed like thunder across the grasslands. Without another question, he spurred his horse, Red Hair, and charged forward like a burning meteor. "Kill!" Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and their 5,000 iron cavalry roared in unison. Like a pack of wolves enraged, they roared into action, their iron hoofs flying, kicking up clouds of dust, and rushing toward that sinful land at top speed. 10 miles was a mere blink of an eye for the elite Liangzhou cavalry, galloping at full speed. After crossing a low mountain ridge, a horrific scene unfolded before them, like a painting of hell. It was a chaotic campsite on a leeward slope, with animal hide tents askew and cattle and sheep scattered in panic. In the center of the camp, a campfire roared, but it reeked of a nauseating mixture of burnt meat and blood. Dozens of Xiongnu and other non-Han warriors were drinking and roaring wildly around the fire, their faces contorted in rage. Scattered around the fire were broken Han farm tools and blood-stained, tattered clothing. Even more horrifying was the sight of what appeared to be human remains hidden in the boiling broth within several large earthenware pots over the fire. Nearby, on the ground, lay the mutilated, disemboweled corpses of several Han Chinese men, their blood soaking the withered grass and congealing into a purplish-black color. Not far away, several Han Chinese women, ragged and listless, their bodies marked with whip marks and grime, were bound together like livestock. Several Hu men were lewdly groping and tearing at their already meager clothing, their cries and desperate groans drowned out by the Hu men's maniacal laughter and the crackling of the campfire. Several young children, too terrified to even cry, huddled in a corner, trembling. A Hu man, carrying a blood-dripping knife, approached one of the children, seemingly wanting more tender flesh to accompany his drink. The air was thick with despair, fear, brutality, and a suffocating stench of blood. "Beasts, you all deserve to be torn to pieces." Guan Yu witnessed this scene and felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head, his eyes instantly turning blood red. He valued loyalty and righteousness above all else and could not tolerate the bullying of the weak and the cruelty of the innocent. This act, which was worse than that of wild beasts, completely ignited the raging fire of justice in his heart. Liangzhou Iron Cavalry. "Follow McKill." Guan Yu's roar drowned out all the noise, and his green dragon crescent blade transformed into a dazzling green light, leading the charge into the enemy ranks. "Kill all the barbarian dogs. Leave no one alive." Zhang Liao's eyes turned red as he brandished his spear, leaped onto his horse, and charged forward like a mad tiger. "Trapped camp. Form ranks. Advance. Protect the people." Gao Shun's voice was as cold as iron, but the veins on the back of his hand gripping the spear bulged. 5,000 Liangzhou cavalry, like a vengeful thunderbolt descending from the sky, carrying unparalleled anger and killing intent, crashed into this blood-soaked camp. Those barbarians who had just been reveling and indulging in the thrill of violence were completely stunned by this sudden terrorist attack. They didn't even have time to pick up any decent weapons before they were overwhelmed by the surging tide of iron cavalry. Guan Yu, swift as his horse and sharp as his blade, charged straight at the barbarian approaching the child. Hearing the commotion, the barbarian turned in astonishment, only to see a flash of green light streak across his face, followed by a dizzying display as a grotesque head flew into the air. Guan Yu's blade continued its relentless advance, slashing left and right with the green dragon crescent blade, cutting through everything in its path like slicing melons and vegetables. Limbs and severed bodies flew everywhere, and the barbarian warriors fell like straw. None could withstand a single blow from him. Zhang Liao's light cavalry swept through the camp like a whirlwind, their sabers flashing as they precisely cut down every person who tried to resist or flee. Gao Shun's elite heavy infantry advanced steadily, their shields like mountains and their halberds like a forest, gradually compressing, dividing, and annihilating the panicked Hu people. They paid particular attention to charging towards the bound civilians, swiftly killing the Hu guards and cutting their ropes with their knives. The battle was almost entirely a one-sided massacre. The Liangzhou army, driven by rage, was well-equipped, well-trained, and brimming with morale. These barbarians, who had just committed heinous crimes, were caught off guard, and most of them were drunk, lacking any semblance of formation, and collapsed instantly. In less than a quarter of an hour, the Hu warriors in the camp had been almost completely slaughtered. The few who knelt down and begged for mercy were also killed on the spot without hesitation by the enraged Liangzhou soldiers. No one had any pity for these beasts. When the last Hu man's scream abruptly ceased, only the crackling of the campfire, the groans of the wounded, and the heart-wrenching cries of the rescued people, which suddenly erupted after being suppressed, filled the camp. Guan Yu reined in his red hair, his chest heaving violently, not from exhaustion, but from rage. He surveyed the carnage, looking at the mutilated corpses of his compatriots, the gruesome sight in the cauldrons, and the women and children who had been rescued, some weeping bitterly, some with vacant eyes, and some trembling in fear. He felt as if his heart was being torn apart, and his anger was impossible to quell. Quickly, army medical practitioners, treat the wounded immediately. Guan Yu suppressed his anger and gave the order in a stern voice. The army's medics and soldiers trained in battlefield first aid immediately sprang into action. They carefully treated the wounds of the bound civilians, distributed clean water and dry rations, draped their own robes over the scantily clad women, and gently comforted the frightened children. Their movements were swift yet exceptionally gentle, a stark contrast to their earlier ruthlessness in the midst of battle. No one touched the scattered belongings of the Hu people in the camp, and no one showed the slightest disrespect to the rescued civilians. Military discipline was impeccable. Not a single item was stolen. An old man, his face stained with blood and seemingly a former village elder, trembled as he was helped by two soldiers to Guan Yu's horse. He knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down his face, and kowtowed to the ground. "General, heavenly soldiers, thank you so much for saving our lives. If you had come a moment later, our whole village would have been eaten by these beasts." He then burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Guan Yu quickly dismounted, personally helped the old man up, and said in a deep voice, "Please rise, old man. I am Guan Yu under the command of the King of Liang. Our rescue is late, causing our fellow villagers to suffer. This is a dereliction of duty by us soldiers." His voice was filled with suppressed pain and deep self-reproach. "It's not the general's fault. It's not the King of Liang's fault." The old man wiped away his tears, suddenly grabbed Guan Yu's armor, and said urgently, "General, these beasts have robbed more than just our two villages. To the north and west, there are many more Han Chinese villagers they have abducted. Some have been captured and enslaved, living a life worse than death. Others, like us, could be killed by them at any time for their amusement. General, I beg you, save them, save them." The other rescued people also gathered around, crying and recounting the horrific scenes they knew. Which village had been massacred, which groups of people had been captured, and which tribe enjoyed torturing and killing Han Chinese for their amusement. Every tearful lament was like a knife, piercing the hearts of Guan Yu and all the soldiers of Liangzhou. Guan Yu gripped the hilt of his green dragon crescent blade tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. He looked up at the sky, inhaling a deep breath of the air thick with the stench of blood. His phoenix eyes burned with a fierce flame of rage, but also an unwavering resolve. He turned to Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and all the soldiers who were looking at him. his voice resolute and firm, like the clang of metal, echoing across the land that had just been baptized in blood and fire. Gentlemen, did you all hear that? The barbarian harassment in the north is so brutal. If there is no peace in the south of the Gobi Desert, the Han people will never have a day of peace. What we see today is just the tip of the iceberg. He slammed the green dragon crescent blade into the ground, and the earth seemed to tremble. Pass on my order. The entire army must accelerate its assembly. This Qingming festival in the southern desert will not be merely about expulsion or deterrence. His gaze swept across the vast and unknown northern grasslands like a cold lightning bolt, each word spoken with resounding force. What I want is to wipe out the entire tribe and eradicate them completely. Every tribe that has harmed my Han people, no matter how big or small, no matter who they are affiliated with, shall have its ringleaders executed, its able-bodied men incorporated into the army, its camps burned, and its tribes scattered. And I will rescue every single one of my Han compatriots who have been captured. I will ensure that the southern grasslands will never again hear the cries of my Han people. I will use the blood of the barbarians to wash away the sins on this land. I will use the hoofbeats of my Liangzhou cavalry to pave a path to survival for the Han people of the northern frontier. Guan Yu hereby swears, as long as the threat of the barbarians is not eliminated, Guan Yu's horse will not turn south. We are willing to follow the governor, to sweep away the southern desert, to save the people from their suffering. 5,000 iron cavalry, along with the civilians who had just been rescued and whose shock had subsided, were all filled with fervor, roaring in unison, their voices shaking the plains and their killing intent soaring to the sky. The purge of the southern steppes, fueled by Guan Yu's boundless fury and iron fist, advanced swiftly. The Liangzhou cavalry swept through like thunderbolts, eradicating one after another the nomadic tribes that had openly or covertly participated in the plundering and atrocities against Han Chinese. Following the initial orders, all adult men who resisted were executed, their tribal property and livestock confiscated, and women and children were centrally resettled, to be later dispersed and relocated to Liangzhou or Bingzhou to be registered as ordinary citizens. Those tribes that had not participated in the atrocities or voluntarily submitted were either distinguished or their able-bodied men were incorporated into the militia, or they were relocated to designated pastoral areas under supervision. However, the cruelty of war and the seeds of hatred cannot be easily eradicated by the relative kindness of one side. Initially, Guan Yu, adhering to a degree of benevolence and the principle of not harming children, strictly ordered his subordinates. Any boy taller than a cartwheel could be spared death and placed in the same shelter as women and children. This was almost the common practice in warfare during that era regarding the treatment of enemy children, originating from ancient steppe customs, or perhaps from the old customs of the Xiongnu or Mongols, who believed that boys taller than a cartwheel posed a potential threat as warriors, but there were also some humanitarian considerations involved. The Liangzhou soldiers strictly carried out this order. After breaking through the camps of several stubborn tribes, they followed instructions to separate the terrified and crying boys, whose height was significantly greater than that of an average cartwheel, about 1.5 meters in modern terms, from the executed adult men and drive them into the ranks of women and children. For the first few days, things seemed calm. Most of the boys were terrified, huddled next to their mothers or sisters, their eyes filled with fear. But the lessons of hatred and tribal revenge were already deeply ingrained in their hearts. They witnessed their fathers and brothers being killed by the spears and swords of the Liangzhou soldiers, witnessed their homes being burned down, and witnessed their cattle and sheep being taken away. Fear gradually settled, transforming into a deep-seated resentment. Tragedy struck on a dark and stormy night. A makeshift camp held hundreds of women, children, and boys who had been spared death. The Liangzhou soldiers guarding the camp were vigilant, but faced with a group of seemingly unarmed prisoners, mainly women, children, and teenagers, they inevitably became somewhat lax. Some of the younger, particularly pitiful-looking children, would sometimes receive a piece of dry rations or a sip of water secretly handed to them by the soldiers. No one expected that, on this very night, the eyes of several boys who had shown gratitude for the food they received during the day would turn into those of wolf cubs on the prairie in the darkness. They hid discarded, sharpened bone tools or small pieces of iron from somewhere, and some even secretly removed the brass buckles from the leather straps of their deceased relatives' boots. In the early hours of the morning, when people are most drowsy, several dark figures stealthily approached two sentries who were talking quietly at the edge of the camp. Hearing the slightest noise, the sentries turned around, only to have sharp objects plunged viciously into their throats or eye sockets. They didn't even have time to raise an alarm before collapsing to the ground in agony, blood gushing out. Enemy attack! Another sentry nearby finally noticed the anomaly and shouted sharply. But it was too late. The camp erupted in chaos. The boys, who had been timid and hesitant during the day, were now like cornered beasts. Their eyes red, attacking the nearby Xianxia soldiers and the women of their own tribe who tried to stop them with everything they could find: stones, sticks, bone tools, scraps of iron. They roared vague vows of revenge, their targets clear, their attacks focused on vital points, their methods ruthless and unlike anything children would have imagined. The camp was thrown into chaos. Although the Xianxia soldiers reacted quickly and swiftly suppressed the rebellion, killing many of the boys, they were still caught off guard and more than a dozen soldiers were wounded, 3 of whom succumbed to their injuries. Almost all the boys who had rebelled were either killed in battle or executed afterward. None surrendered. Similar incidents occurred sporadically 2 or 3 more times in the following days. Although small in scale, each one resulted in casualties among the Xianxia soldiers. What was even more chilling was that the boys who launched these attacks were often the same ones who had seemed the most harmless in the days before, and who had even received some small favors from them. The news reached the central command tent. Guanye's face was ashen, his phoenix eyes flashing with cold light, filled with more heartache and a sense of betrayal and anger. Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and other generals also had grim expressions, and the atmosphere in the tent was heavy. "Commander, those brats are ungrateful wretches," a captain with a bandaged arm said angrily. "We're following the rules and sparing their lives, but they killed several of my brothers who died unjustly. Yes, according to the old rules, boys taller than a cartwheel are not killed, which is a sign of benevolence. But now this benevolence has instead cost our own brothers their lives." Another general said in a muffled voice. Guan Yu remained silent for a long time. How could he not grieve for the casualties of his soldiers? Those were Xianxia men who had followed him through thick and thin. But if he were to order the slaughter of even the children, it would conflict with the righteousness he upheld. Killing surrendered soldiers was inauspicious, and slaughtering women, children, and infants would leave him with eternal infamy, which would be extremely detrimental to the reputation of his lord Lu Shua. He wrote a letter explaining his situation and his predicament, and sent it by fast horse to Lu Shua in Jincheng. Several days later, Lu Shua's reply arrived. Guan Yu unfolded it and read it. At first, his brows furrowed, and then an extremely complex expression appeared on his face, as if he had just realized something, as if he was helpless. And finally it turned into a cold determination. He summoned key generals such as Zhang Liao and Gao Shun and circulated Lu Shua's letter to them. In the letter, Lu Shua first expressed his condolences and sympathy for the wounded soldiers, affirming that Guan Yu's strict adherence to the order not to kill anyone above the level of a cartwheel demonstrated his benevolence as a general. However, he then abruptly changed the subject. "What Guan Yu worried about, I also worry about. However, the rules of the grasslands are also man-made. The concept of above the wheel is inherently vague. How should the wheel be placed? If measured upright, a child might already be above the line. If laid flat on the ground, most children would be below the height of the spokes note. In the Han Dynasty, the diameter of wheels was mostly 1.2 to 1.5 meters or more, but if laid flat, the height from the ground to the center of the axle was about the radius, which was 6,075 centimeters, while the spokes were between the rim and the hub, and their lowest point was even closer to the ground, perhaps only 20 or 30 centimeters, or even touching the ground. The ancients may have used this to describe those who possessed basic mobility and the ability to carry weapons, but the measurement itself was in the mind of the one who enforced the rules. The barbarian boy grew up on horseback, learning swordsmanship and archery from a young age. Hatred was instilled in him to the bone. He may not be tall enough to reach the upright cartwheel, but his ruthlessness and thirst for revenge may far surpass that of an adult. Today's mercy may lead to tomorrow's disaster. How can the lives of our soldiers be taken lightly? In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are necessary. We must eliminate future troubles and silence public opinion. I hereby declare to the entire army and all those who have surrendered, any man taller than a cartwheel will not be pardoned. However, this cartwheel is to be placed flat on the ground, and the distance from the hip bone to the ground will be measured. This will comply with ancient regulations and prevent the danger of children wielding weapons. The specific measurement will be uniformly controlled by the military law enforcement officers, and must be fair and impartial, without leniency or injustice." Upon seeing this, Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and the others were first taken aback, then looked at each other, their lips twitching slightly. They wanted to laugh but felt it was inappropriate for the occasion, and finally let out a sigh and deep admiration. The Lord's move truly solved the practical problem without leaving much room for criticism. The standard for higher than the wheel is much lower with a horizontally placed wheel, encompassing almost all potentially threatening boys. Moreover, the reasoning is quite convincing are still following the ancient rules, only with a more precise understanding of how the wheel should be placed. This preserves the reputation of not killing children because under the new standard, many wouldn't be considered higher than the wheel while effectively eliminating any potential threat. The Lord's thoughtfulness is beyond the reach of ordinary people, Gao Shun rarely commented. Zhang Liao smiled wryly and said, although it is a shortcut, it is indeed the most appropriate method at present. It can avoid innocent casualties among soldiers and also avoid the infamy of slaughtering children. However, it must be implemented with utmost caution, and we must be sure to unify the standards, prevent indiscriminate killing, and especially distinguish clearly. Guan Yu put away the letter, his gaze regaining its usual coldness and determination. He said in a deep voice, the Lord's order has arrived. It is not that I, Guan, am heartless, but that they have cut off their own path to survival. Issue the order. From this day forward, purge all tribes. All those who resist, men, shall be dealt with according to the new regulations. The standard is the weight of a cartwheel lying flat. Those exceeding this weight shall be treated as soldiers and shall not be pardoned. The enforcement team must strictly measure and record the measurements. Women, children, and children who do not meet the standard shall be placed in separate centralized locations and strictly guarded. If any unusual behavior is observed, they shall be killed without exception. He paused, then added, at the same time, our new military regulations and the reasons behind them should be appropriately disseminated. I want the remaining tribes on the grasslands to know that if they surrender, they will live according to my rules. If they resist, they will be uprooted, and there will be no more children who can escape unscathed. Yes, sir. The generals obeyed and left. The new orders were quickly relayed to all battalions. Having experienced the horrific tragedy of their comrades being attacked and killed by children, the Liangzhou soldiers didn't resist the new regulations much. On the contrary, they felt safer and more relieved. During the execution, the enforcement officer indeed brought a standard wheel unloaded from a supply wagon, laid it flat on the ground, and rigorously measured it. Many teenagers who might have been spared under the old rules were now included in the punishment. The process was undoubtedly cruel, but there were indeed no more incidents of captured children attacking and injuring others. When the news spread, the southern barbarian tribes, still resisting or observing, were terrified. They realized that the Han army marching south this time was not only powerful but also resolute, even reinterpreting ancient rules to leave no room for doubt. Their will to resist crumbled rapidly in the face of absolute strength and ruthless rules. The new will gauge acted like a cold iron gate, completely extinguishing the last glimmer of hope for the remaining barbarian tribes south of the Gobi Desert. Under Guan Ye's command, the Liangzhou cavalry moved with even greater speed and decisiveness, their offensive sweeping across the vast grasslands west of Bingzhou and south of the Yin Mountains like wildfire. The tactics remained efficient and ruthless. The army, with elite cavalry as the vanguard, would track and bite the target tribe like hunting dogs. Heavy infantry and crossbowmen would then press forward to form an iron wall of encirclement. Those who surrendered too late or had blood on their hands would be dealt with according to the new rule of laying wheels flat. Any resistance would be met with a thunderous attack, burning down the camps, driving away the cattle and sheep, and beheading the chief. With Guan Yu commanding the central army, his green dragon crescent blade, though not constantly stained with blood, still cast an invisible nightmare over every Hu tribe, thanks to his formidable reputation and the stern order to lay the wheels flat. He no longer sought the thrill of dueling on the battlefield, but focused on the overall sweep and elimination, like a precise and ruthless war machine, methodically crushing all obstacles. Zhang Liao's light cavalry were swift as the wind, adept at long-distance raids and encirclements, often cutting off the retreat routes of the nomadic tribes before they could even react. Gao Shun's elite troops, on the other hand, were as solid as a rock, responsible for attacking fortified positions and eliminating stubborn resistance strongholds. Their disciplined formations and terrifying armor-piercing capabilities instilled despair in any nomadic tribe that attempted to rely on fortified camps for defense. Blood stained the early spring meadows, only to be quietly covered by new greenery, leaving behind only the charred campsites and the lingering stench of blood in the air. One by one, the tribes that had once wantonly plundered the border and treated Han people like pigs and sheep melted away quickly, like snow under the scorching sun. Some tribes attempted to flee further north, to the deserts beyond the Yin Mountains or to the west. But the scouts and cavalry sent by the Liangzhou army were like a persistent leech, relentlessly pursuing them and often delivering a fatal blow when they thought themselves safe. Other tribes tried to band together and unite in resistance. However, faced with the overwhelming superiority of the Liangzhou army in terms of manpower, equipment, and discipline, the so-called coalition collapsed at the first contact, hastening their demise. Many more tribes, upon hearing rumors of the approaching Liangzhou army, completely lost their will to resist. Abandoning their camps and most of their possessions, They took only the most essential rations and mounts, leading the old and young on a hasty migration towards what they perceived as safer directions: the harsh, desolate northern deserts, or the more distant and unfamiliar western regions. Abandoned tents, tools, and the old and weak livestock that had collapsed and died along the way were scattered across the grasslands. Hurry! If we don't leave now, the Wheel Yama of Liangzhou will be here. Those Han people are insane. They're even killing teenagers. Head north quickly, across the Yin Mountains. Go to the western regions. Go to Kucha or Diuan. We can't stay here. Similar cries of terror circulated among the surviving Hu tribes. Guan Yu and his Liangzhou army, along with their reinterpreted Wheel rule, were no longer simply seen as an army by the surviving Hu people. They had transformed into an irresistible demon or divine punishment from the south. Their bravery and superior equipment were secondary. What was most chilling was their ruthless determination to eradicate any threat completely, and their cold yet rationally twisted use of ancient rules. Once upon a time, it was the iron hooves of the barbarians that kept the Han borderlands awake at night, and their howls that made the Han people tremble with fear. Now the tide has turned. The Han army's retaliation has come so fiercely and so thoroughly. By the end of summer in the 4th year of the Zhongping era, the Qingming campaign in southern Mongolia, which had lasted for nearly half a year, had basically come to an end. In the vast triangular area west of Bingzhou, north of Beidi, Shuafang, Wuyuan and other prefectures, and all the way to the southern foothills of Yinshan, dozens of large and small Hu tribes that were once active were either completely defeated and scattered, or fled to distant lands. The few who escaped were already terrified and hid in the deep mountains and deserts, no longer daring to approach within 100 miles of the Han border. The vast grasslands of southern Mongolia suddenly became eerily quiet. The wind blew the grass low, and there were no herds of cattle or sheep, no felt tents. Only the newly built rammed earth military towns and beacon towers of the Liangzhou army stood like nails driven into key water sources and passages. The Chinese character flags and the generals' flags with the character Guan fluttering on them silently proclaimed the new order of this land. Guan Yu reined in his horse and stood atop a high point in a recently cleared former tribal settlement, gazing at the outline of the Yinshan Mountains to the north and the vast, unknown Gobi Desert beyond. Behind him stood a forest of Liangzhou soldiers, their armor dusty and faces weary, yet their eyes were sharp and their morale high. General, scouts report that within 100 li north of Yinshan, there are no longer any organized Hu tribes. Even the scattered cavalry have vanished, Zhang Liao reported. Our army has built 7 new military towns and 23 beacon towers, all of which have been garrisoned and have begun to cultivate land, Gao Shun added. Guan Yu nodded slightly, his phoenix eyes showing little joy in victory, only a deep calm and a hint of barely perceptible weariness. This battle had been far too bloody. But when he thought of the Han people who had been rescued, the long-term peace that might be won on the border, and his lord's grand strategy, he felt that it was all a necessary price to pay. Order all armies to take turns resting and reinforcing their strongholds, and continue to send scouts to the Yinshan Pass and the west to gather intelligence. At the same time, report the results of the battle and the current situation in southern Gobi to our lord in detail, Guan Yu ordered. Promise. Battle reports and detailed statistical documents were quickly delivered to Jincheng by fast horse. Inside the Jincheng prince's mansion, Lu Shua carefully read Guan Ye's report. The report detailed the number of tribes defeated, the number of Han Chinese killed, captured, and rescued, as well as the status of newly established strongholds. It also subtly mentioned that after the implementation of the new regulations, troop casualties had significantly decreased, and the Hu people had fled in terror. Yun Chang, you've worked hard. Lu Shua put down the bamboo slips and sighed to Qin Gong and Cheng Yu, who were standing by his side. The massacre in the southern desert was brutal, but extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. From now on, our northern borders of Bing and Liang will enjoy 10 years of peace. This grassland will also become a treasure land for us to graze our horses and train our troops. Cheng Yu nodded. My lord's considerations are farsighted. The Hu people fear power but do not cherish virtue. This swift and decisive action will surely extinguish their covetousness. The rescued Han people have been properly settled and their hearts are with us. The newly acquired grasslands are lush with water and grass, which is of great benefit to our army and horse administration. Chun Gong then said, however, after this battle, the name of the Wheel Yama has probably spread throughout the grasslands and even the western regions. This may damage the reputation of our lord's benevolence among foreign tribes. Lu Shua smiled calmly. Benevolence is for one's own people, for those who submit. To wolves, only hunting rifles and swords are effective. Let them spread their word. What Liangzhou needs is genuine peace and development, and the prestige that the surrounding regions dare not easily provoke. Yun Chong has not only eliminated the border troubles this time, but has also demonstrated Liangzhao's formidable military might. Next, his gaze turned westward. The southern desert is settled. It's time for the western regions. Let Gongtai's delegation prepare to depart. Taking news from the southern desert with them might allow the kings of the western regions to understand more clearly how to treat my Liangzhou. Those in the hall understood each other perfectly. The blood and fire of the southern desert not only cleansed the northern frontier but also revealed the sharpest fangs of the Liangzhou regime to the entire northwest region. From then on, whether it was the kingdoms of the western regions or forces further afield, when faced with Liangzhou, this tiger that had already established itself as a powerful force in the northwest, they would have to carefully consider whether to choose to become friends or follow in the footsteps of the southern desert tribes. The fame of Liangzhou, carried by the terrified descriptions of fleeing Hu people and the rumors of merchants, was spreading rapidly like the wind across the grasslands. A powerful frontier force that terrified all sides had risen. The smoke and bloodshed of the southern steppes eventually drifted across the Yellow River and reached the majestic city of Luoyang, carried by the fragments of conversations from fleeing merchants and scattered Hu prisoners, as well as the deliberate inquiries of certain individuals. When news, in an embellished and exaggerated version, circulated quietly in the streets, taverns, and even some officials' residences of Luoyang, Guanyu, under the command of the Liang king, implemented the new regulations on cartwheels in the southern steppes, resulting in the massacre of many, the Hu tribes fleeing far away, and even children not spared, it immediately stirred up new waves in the already turbulent court. Xianxia Palace and the general's mansion. Empress He and her brother, General He Jin, reacted most swiftly and with the greatest joy to this news. In their eyes, this was a godsend, a golden opportunity to smear Lu Shua and consolidate Lu Bian's position. Good. What a ruthless devil. What a lackey of the king of Liang who slaughters women and children. He Jin clapped his hands and laughed in a secret room in his mansion, addressing a group of trusted advisors, including Yuan Shao and Chao Chao, who were also serving in his household. His attitude was subtle, but his eyes flashed with a cold light. Lu Shua, that brat, is arrogant because of his achievements and has become too powerful. Now he has committed such cruel and inhumane acts. His reputation for brutality is well-deserved. How is his behavior any different from that of the Chong and Hu barbarians? How can he be worthy of being a prince of my great Han, let alone? He didn't say it outright, but everyone understood his meaning was not worthy of even daring to covet the crown prince or the throne. Empress He was greatly encouraged and said to her trusted palace maids and eunuchs in the palace, that lowly servant's son is indeed cruel by nature. In Liangzhou, such a remote place, he has developed barbarian habits. How can the scholars of the world tolerate such tyranny? If His Majesty knew, he would be even more disgusted. Biener is kind and intelligent, and is the hope of the country. They acted swiftly. He Jin instructed the upright officials who were loyal to him, as well as some officials who had grudges against the Liangzhou gentry or simply wanted to curry favor with the Grand General, to prepare memorials. In these memorials, they avoided mentioning the atrocities committed by the Hu tribes, who had raided the borders for years, plundered Han people, and even cooked and ate civilians. Instead, they focused on exaggerating the Liangzhou army's indiscriminate killing of innocent people, slaughter of surrendered prisoners, and harm to women and children, which were against the natural order. They directly attributed Guanye's orders to Lu Shua, criticizing him for his incompetence in managing his subordinates, his cruelty and inhumanity, and his lack of decorum befitting a vassal king, which they feared would damage the emperor's reputation for benevolence. They also subtly mentioned that such a cruel and ruthless official, placed among strong troops near Liangzhou, was not a blessing for the country. These memorials flew to the Secretariat and the Northern Palace like snowflakes. They wanted to use the moral banner of public opinion and benevolent governance to nail Lu Shua to the pillar of shame as a brutal military man and an unrighteous prince, so that he would morally disqualify himself from competing for the throne, or at least greatly weaken his potential support in the court and among the scholar official class. The eunuch clique, led by Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong, held a somewhat nuanced attitude towards the matter. They were pleased to see the conflict between the imperial relatives and the Prince of Liang escalate, but at the same time, they were alarmed by Lu Shua's ruthless methods displayed in the southern desert. They secretly received damaging information from He Jin's side and quietly inquired whether Liangzhou had offered any defense or bribes. For them, the best scenario was a power struggle between the two, with them mediating and profiting from both sides, while ensuring that whoever gained the upper hand would not threaten their own power and safety. Lu Shua's infamy might allow them to speak more vehemently to the emperor about the prince's growing power, but they also needed to be careful not to completely push this prince, who held considerable military power, to the opposite side. Some traditional aristocratic families, represented by Yuan Wei and Yang Biao, held a more complex attitude. They also disliked Lu Shua's humble origins, his rise from the borderlands, and his forceful methods, and were wary of some of the tendencies in his new policies that suppressed powerful clans. The atrocities committed by the Liangzhou army in southern Gobi Desert did indeed frown upon them, who considered it a lack of civility and not the conduct of a benevolent leader. However, on the other hand, they were more wary of the power of He Jin, a butcher by birth who had risen to prominence through nepotism and was essentially a powerful maternal relative. Lu Shua's strength could, to some extent, restrain He Jin. Therefore, most of them chose to observe for the time being, refraining from expressing their opinions easily, and even secretly suppressing any overly enthusiastic young members of their families who wanted to join He Jin in impeaching Lu Shua. Rumors and impeachments finally landed on Emperor Ling of Han's desk. After his initial anger and disgust, Lu Hong unexpectedly did not immediately lash out, but instead fell into deep thought. There is no doubt that he disliked Lu Shua and feared his military power. Upon hearing of the brutality of Lu Shua's subordinates on the grasslands, his first reaction was that the man was indeed arrogant and ruthless, and he even considered issuing an edict to reprimand him. But soon, a deeper imperial mindset prevailed. The troubles posed by the barbarians south of the Gobi Desert have persisted for years, causing great suffering to the border regions. Lu Shua's actions, though seemingly cruel, are indeed a permanent solution. Lu Hong dismissed his attendants, leaving only his closest eunuch, and muttered to himself. Even in his incompetence, he understood the importance of border security. Lu Shua had solved a major problem for him, or rather, for the Han dynasty, albeit through unsavory means. More importantly, Lu Hong was well aware of the intentions behind He Jin's faction's hasty and large-scale impeachment of Lu Shua. They simply wanted to take the opportunity to suppress this prince, who might threaten Lu Bian, and consolidate their position as maternal relatives. Humph! These lowly butchers dare to play power games before me. Lu Hong sneered inwardly. He didn't fully trust Empress He and He Jin. He Jin's growing power had already made him uneasy. Lu Shua's existence was like a sword hanging over the heads of the imperial relatives, preventing them from being too presumptuous. This sword, though it might also hurt him, might still be useful for now. Your Majesty, Zhang Rang cautiously probed. Observing the situation, the actions of the Prince of Liang in the southern desert have drawn much criticism from the court and the public. The general and others have spoken with great conviction, which may offend your Majesty's ears. Should we issue an edict to question the Prince of Liang and have him defend himself? Or perhaps offer him some admonition to reassure the people? Lu Hong glanced at Zhang Rang and said slowly, the impeachment memorials all talk about Guan Yu, but is there any concrete evidence to prove that Shuo directly ordered the massacre of women and children? The situation is complicated when fighting on the border, and soldiers may make mistakes in their actions. Guan Yu is a general under Shuo, and it is possible that he acted rashly in order to gain military merit. His words subtly absolved Lu Shua of some responsibility from being the mastermind, shifting the blame to his generals and the complex situation on the border. Zhang Rang, being incredibly astute, immediately understood the emperor's thoughts. His Majesty did not want to severely punish the Prince of Liang because of this matter, and even intended to protect him. At the very least, he did not want He Jin and others to make too much of a fuss over this issue. Your Majesty is wise. This old servant is dull-witted, but your Majesty sees things clearly. Zhang Rang quickly flattered. His Highness the Prince of Liang is loyal to the country and has pacified the northern frontier. His merits are real. Some flaws may be due to the general's faults. However, the court is in an uproar, and I am afraid that something needs to be explained in order to avoid chilling the hearts of the soldiers and to silence the public. Lu Hong pondered for a moment and said, issue my imperial edict. Regarding the matter in Mabe, the battle report is incomplete. I have ordered the Prince of Liang to investigate the report in detail. Generals such as Guan Yu have rendered meritorious service to the country, but in governing their subordinates and managing their troops, they must also uphold benevolence and not kill indiscriminately. I order the Prince of Liang to reprimand his generals that in future military campaigns, they should embody heaven's benevolence towards life. As for the memorials from the court, they will be temporarily withheld and not issued. The decision to leave the matter unresolved, neither issuing a direct response nor a public rebuttal, was essentially a form of tacit approval and delay. It neither endorsed the impeachment, thus protecting Lu Shua, nor explicitly defended him, giving He Jin and others some face. It also preserved the possibility of future reprimands against Lu Shua and avoided the awkward situation of direct court intervention in Liangzhou's military affairs. Zhang Rang understood immediately. This old servant obeys the order. The ambiguous imperial edict elicited varied reactions from different factions within the court. He Jin's faction was somewhat disappointed, but the emperor's failure to support Lu Shua was a partial achievement, at least spreading Lu Shua's infamy so that they could continue to stir up trouble among the literati. Yuan Wei and the others became even more convinced that the emperor's attitude towards the Prince of Liang was very complex, containing both fear and reliance, and that he would not easily waver in the near future. They continued to observe. But when Lu Hong was alone in the deep palace, his gaze became even more profound. He looked north, as if he could penetrate the palace walls and see the grasslands cleansed by blood and fire, and the sun he both loathed and feared. Lu Shua, you really dare to do this? Lu Hong muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the imperial desk. Such ruthless methods, is it youthful impetuosity? Or is it truly reckless? The stronger you are, the more He Jin and the others fear you. Perhaps I should reconsider. A vague idea began to take root in Lu Hong's heart, which was tainted by wine, women, and political maneuvering. Of course, this idea was predicated on the premise that Lu Shua must remain under his control or at least his influence, and not pose a real threat to his own safety or that of his legitimate son. Detailed battle reports of the great victory in Mabe and Guan Ye's petition for commendation arrived in Jincheng, along with a list of fallen soldiers and statistics on the wounded. Inside the Jincheng Prince's palace, the joy of victory mingled with the sorrow of the fallen. Lu Shua did not indulge in the empty fame of territorial expansion. His first priority was to reward the meritorious and provide compensation for the fallen. Rewards and compensation for meritorious service. Institutionalized acts of kindness. The victory banquet was grand and solemn. Guan Yu was promoted in rank, his fief increased, and he was granted gold, silk, and a mansion. His generals, such as Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, were also rewarded. Meritorious soldiers were rewarded according to the newly established Liangzhou military merit and reward regulations, receiving promotions, land, gold, silver, or corresponding titles such as Gongcheng and Wadeifu, essentially a copy of the Qin dynasty's military system. The system was clearly defined and meticulously recorded, and no one questioned its fairness. The entire army's morale soared. Everyone knew that, under His Highness' command, merit would be rewarded and demerit would be punished. However, the first imperial decree that Lu Shua solemnly read aloud at the victory banquet was about providing relief and compensation. For all the soldiers who died in this campaign in the southern desert, their immediate family members will receive a one-time pension equivalent to 100 shur of millet, or corresponding money and silk, in addition to being granted 30 mu of permanent land by their respective prefectures and counties, exempt from taxes for 10 years. Their parents will be provided with monthly rations by the government until their death. Their wives, if they wish to remain chaste, will receive additional pension rations annually. If they wish to remarry, the government will provide dowry and will not take away their children. Lu Shua's voice was solemn, and a pin drop could be heard in the hall. Even more touching is the next provision. The children of fallen soldiers, regardless of gender, under the age of 15, shall have their food, clothing, shelter, and transportation provided by the government-established martyrs' home until they reach adulthood. Those who are 6 years of age or older must be sent to government-run primary schools in various regions, and all expenses shall be borne by the prince's palace. If they are exceptionally talented and wish to continue their studies, they may be recommended to the Jincheng official school or even the military academy, with all expenses provided by the government. These words brought tears to the eyes of not only the military generals but also moved the civil officials. In this era, it was already a rare privilege for the families of soldiers who died on the battlefield to receive even a small amount of compensation. A comprehensive, thoughtful, and far-reaching policy of compensation for descendants, as implemented by the King of Liang, was simply unheard of. This was not merely about money and land. It was about completely relieving the soldiers of their worries and concerns on the shoulders of the government. Your Highness is so benevolent. You have shown such compassion for your soldiers. How dare we, your humble servants, not give our lives? Guan Yu was the first to leave his seat, kneeling on one knee, his voice choked with emotion. Behind him, all the generals knelt down in unison. Lu Shua rose, personally helped Guan Yu to his feet, and with a glance at the crowd, declared loudly. The soldiers sacrificed their lives for the country, their blood staining the battlefield, protecting the peace of Liangzhou, and protecting their parents, wives, and children. If I cannot properly arrange their affairs after death and nurture their orphans to become successful, how can I face the spirits of these heroic soldiers? How can I inspire future generations? This is not a reward, but a duty that I and the Liangzhou government must fulfill. The royal decree was promulgated throughout the state with utmost speed and implemented swiftly. Special relief offices were established in each prefecture and county to register and distribute funds, grain, and land deeds. Jincheng and several large prefectures were the first to establish orphanages for fallen soldiers, housing their young children and employing kind women and children, along with literate teachers, to care for and educate them. As news spread, the the morale of the Liangzhou army and its people soared to new heights. Serving the country in the military without any further worries became a shared understanding among many young men and women of Liangzhou. The generous compensation and emphasis on the education of orphans were not a spur-of-the-moment decision by Lu Shuo. They were closely linked to another fundamental plan he had been vigorously promoting in Liangzhou for several years: establishing official schools, popularizing education, and breaking the monopoly on knowledge. From the moment he set foot in Liangzhou and swiftly eliminated the powerful clans of Longxian and implemented new land policies, he was destined to stand in opposition to the traditional aristocratic families who controlled the local area and monopolized knowledge. Local powerful families in Liangzhou, such as the remnants of the Zhang and Li families, and even many aristocratic families in Guangdong and the Central Plains, either because their interests were harmed or because of ideological differences, kept their distance from Lu Shuo, this prince of humble origins, ruthless behavior, and unruly conduct, and even secretly resisted him. Few truly talented people came to serve him. Lu Shuo was well aware of this and had long ago devised a plan. Coming from a later era, he deeply understood that education was the foundation of a nation, and talent was the cornerstone of a strong country. Since aristocratic families wouldn't provide talent, he would cultivate it himself. As early as after establishing a foothold in Longxian County and stabilizing his base, with the support of Chang Yu and Chen Gong, he began to establish a talent cultivation mechanism independent of the aristocratic family system. In the capital cities of various prefectures and counties, as well as important towns and villages, government-run primary schools were established, enrolling children aged 612, regardless of their social status, with free tuition. The schools taught basic literacy, arithmetic, simple legal knowledge, and textbooks such as Liangzhou Fengwuji and Gao Qiming, compiled at Lu Shuo's behest, which integrated basic natural knowledge with moral education. Teachers were selected and recruited by the royal court from among poor scholars and literate retired or disabled military officers, and their salaries were paid by the government. A higher-level county school was established in the prefectural capital, selecting outstanding students from elementary education to deepen their understanding of classics and history with a focus on practical application, while omitting metaphysical discussions, arithmetic, law, and document studies. Meanwhile, in Jincheng, the highest institution of learning, the Jincheng Official School, was established, gathering intelligent children from Liangzhou and even from among the refugees for more in-depth and comprehensive training. It was divided into departments such as politics training civil officials, law, physics, and arithmetic, with teachers mostly being core advisors such as Chang Yu and Chen Gong, or specialized talents hired from among them. The Military Academy. This was an institution that Lu Shuo particularly valued. It selected outstanding junior officers, meritorious soldiers, and physically strong individuals from official schools who aspired to a military career. It not only taught military strategy, archery, horsemanship, and topographical surveying, but also emphasized discipline, loyalty, teamwork, and basic cultural knowledge. Generals such as Guan Yu, Zhang Liao, and Gao Shun were frequently invited to teach here. This place would become the cradle of future military officers in Liangzhou. The affiliated school of Gao Academy specialized in training professional and technical personnel such as craftsmen, doctors, and agronomists. Combining theory and practice, it was the core engine for technological progress in Liangzhou. All government-run schools not only offered free tuition but also provided subsidies for food and lodging, especially for impoverished children and orphans of fallen soldiers. After completing their studies and passing an examination, students were directly admitted to positions in royal palaces, local government offices, the military, or workshops, forming a closed loop of training, selection, and appointment. This move undoubtedly touched upon one of the most fundamental interests of powerful clans, their monopoly on knowledge and official careers. Knowledge was no longer merely abstract discourse on classics and historical texts, but encompassed new learning that included practical skills such as arithmetic, law, and natural philosophy. Promotion no longer relied entirely on local evaluations, recommendations, and family background, but was now measured by examinations and actual performance. This naturally aroused the suspicion and criticism of traditional gentry, especially the upright scholars of Guangdong, who secretly condemned it as corrupting the system of etiquette, influencing the minds of the common people, and associating with artisans and servants, further solidifying Lu Shuo's image as a heretic. But Lu Shuo didn't care. He knew that to completely transform this era and establish a new order different from the corrupt system of the late Eastern Han Dynasty, he needed his own team of bureaucrats and technical talents who embraced the new ideas. The opposition from the powerful families only strengthened his resolve. After years of continuous investment, by the fourth year of the Zhongping era, the education system in Liangzhou had begun to show results. A few days after the victory banquet, Lu Shuo, accompanied by Chang Yu and Chen Gong, inspected the Jincheng Official School and Military Academy. Inside the official school, hundreds of students of varying ages were studying in different classrooms. Students majoring in political science debated a hypothetical famine relief plan for a certain prefecture. Those majoring in law analyzed the details of the newly promulgated Liangzhou land and housing transaction law. Those majoring in physics observed craftsmen demonstrating an improved water wheel model in the open field. And those majoring in arithmetic were engrossed in calculating complex grain and fodder allocation problems. The students were simply but neatly dressed, their eyes focused, brimming with youthful energy. Among them were orphans of fallen military officers, children of ordinary farmers, sons of craftsmen, and even a few young men sent by Chong and tribes who had submitted to the Chong. The military academy's training grounds resounded with battle cries. The students, divided into two teams, conducted simulated attack and defense drills. Their banners were clearly displayed, their advances and retreats were methodical, and although they appeared somewhat inexperienced, they already showed signs of discipline. Inside the sand table simulation room, a group of young students, under the guidance of a staff officer sent by Guan Yu, were reviewing a battle in southern Mongolia. "My lord, please look," Chang Yu said, pointing to the students who were studying diligently, a rare smile of satisfaction on his face. Last year, those who came from official schools accounted for 40 of the candidates for county and prefectural officials. This year, it is expected that more than half will be selected. The positions of clerk, accountant, and clerk at the grassroots level are gradually becoming self-sufficient. The first batch of 100 students from the military academy will graduate this summer and fill the vacancies of junior officers such as soldiers and garrison commanders in the army. Their loyalty and vigor are far superior to those of the old-style military officers. Chun Gong added, "What's even more remarkable is that these students deeply understand how hard-won their academic opportunities are, and they are extremely grateful to the Prince's Palace and their lord. They are extremely loyal and pragmatic. What they are learning is practical knowledge for governing the country, strengthening the army, and enriching the people, rather than empty talk about metaphysics. Given time, they will surely become pillars of Liangzhou." Lu Shua strolled among them, looking at the young and hopeful faces, listening to the clear voices reciting lessons and the shouts of drills, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment and pride. This was the foundation he wanted, not relying on any old forces, but starting from the very bottom, cultivating a new force entirely of his own. Providing relief to orphans and ensuring their well-being is the foundation of our soldiers' morale and the strength of our army today, Lu Shua told Cheng Yu and Qin Gong. Promoting education and nurturing talent is like cultivating the wellspring of the future, strengthening our nation tomorrow. Our investment today will surely yield a 100-fold return in the future. When our Liangzhou cavalry has traversed the land, every newly conquered territory will require a large number of reliable, capable officials well-versed in the new policies to govern and develop it. These students are the best seeds. He gazed eastward, his eyes deep and thoughtful. The powerful families see me as an enemy simply because I have threatened their very foundation of livelihood. But this world ultimately belongs to the millions of ordinary people, not to a few families. What I need are the talents rising from among these millions of ordinary people. Schools and military academies are the crucibles for their transformation. Liangzhou not only boasts a strong military and abundant supplies, but also, under Lu Shua's unwavering leadership, is quietly taking shape in terms of talent reserves and ideological shaping. A powerful separatist regime with independent self-sufficiency, gradually distancing itself from the old aristocratic system, possesses a foundation and potential far exceeding the imagination of those still vying for power and indulging in decadent pleasures in the Luoyang court. In the 4th year of the Zhongping era, in autumn, in the study of the Prince of Jincheng's mansion in the backyard, the charcoal fire dispelled the chill of late autumn in the northwest. Lu Shua put down the official documents he had been reviewing, rubbed his slightly swollen temples, and his gaze unconsciously fell on the small bronze sundial model on the corner of the desk. The 4th year of Zhongping, the year of Jiazi, has just passed. He muttered to himself, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. It's been 16 years since I came here. 16 years. From an infant struggling to survive in the swaddling clothes of the Liuli Pavilion, living a precarious existence, to a powerful prince now ruling over 10 prefectures of Liangzhou, commanding 200,000 armored soldiers, and a force to be reckoned with in the northwest. These 16 years have been fraught with peril, yet each step has been carefully planned, finally laying the foundation for this empire. Reflecting on his mediocre modern soul in his previous life, and comparing it to this magnificent yet perilous experience in this life, it feels like a lifetime ago. He strolled to the window, pushed it open a crack, let the cool night breeze caress his face, and looked southeast towards Luoyang. If I remember correctly, my cheap old man Lu Hong died in the 6th year of Zhongping, right? Lu Shua silently calculated in his mind. The 4th year of Zhongping means that he has at most 2 more years left. 2 years. For this era, that might be a long time, enough for many changes to occur. But for an ambitious man who has been waiting patiently, poised to strike, it seems almost within reach. With Lu Hong dead, Luoyang will inevitably descend into chaos. The struggle between the empress relatives and the eunuchs will intensify, and with the young emperor Lu Bian, all discerning people in the land know that the Han dynasty is on the verge of collapse. That will be the best opportunity. He has been waiting for the perfect time to officially contend for control of the Central Plains. Time is running out. Lu Shua's eyes sharpened. The southern desert has been pacified, and Gongtai is planning for the western regions. The foundation within Liangzhou is becoming increasingly solid. In the next 2 years, we must intensify our military buildup, stockpile supplies, and completely resolve the issues with the western regions. At the same time, we must closely monitor the movements in Luoyang. He quickly calculated the layout for the next 2 years. Just then, a soft knock came from outside the study, followed by Dian Wei's deep, deliberately low voice. "My lord, a secret letter from Luoyang, sent from Consort Yuan's side." Dian Wei knew how much his lord valued his birth mother, and that any letters from her side would be reported immediately, no matter when. Lu Shua's spirits lifted, and the coldness on his face was quickly replaced by a hint of warmth. "Bring it in quickly." A guard entered carrying a sealed copper tube. Lu Shua took it, checked the sealing wax to ensure it was intact, and then skillfully used a specially made small key to open the tube, taking out a scroll of fine silk. This was a coded letter he had specially commissioned the Imperial Academy to make. Written using a simple substitution cipher he and his mother had agreed upon to prevent the letter from being intercepted or spied on. Unfolding the silk scroll, familiar, slightly delicate but lacking in strength, handwriting came into view. The letter began with routine greetings and reassurances, followed by a detailed description of her recent situation in the palace. "Sure, don't worry, everything is fine with me in the palace. Since your great victory over the southern desert last year, your prestige has grown even stronger. Everyone in the palace, from eunuchs and maids to Empress He, treats me with ever greater respect. All my necessities are provided according to the Empress standards, or even more so, and no one dares to be negligent or derelict in the slightest. Although Empress He often has a bad temper, she has never dared to embarrass me to my face. I suppose she and her brother know how powerful you are and dare not provoke you easily. Although I no longer have a title, everyone in the palace gives me the sideways glances and avoids me. Even your father, the emperor, can only pretend not to see me and can't do anything to me. These past few years have been the most peaceful and carefree time I've had since entering the palace, all thanks to my son's power." Seeing this, Lu Shua couldn't help but smile, feeling both gratified and somewhat bittersweet. His mother described her glamorous life with a relaxed, even slightly sarcastic tone, but he could imagine that even with the best treatment in the deep palace, the loneliness and the feeling of walking on thin ice never truly disappeared. Her ease was entirely based on her powerful military presence. He continued reading, and the latter half of the letter clearly revealed a tone of anxiety and sorrow. "However, sure, there is something that has been on my mind for a long time, keeping me up at night and unable to eat or sleep. I must tell you this. You are now 16 years old, and according to custom, you should have been engaged long ago. Even ordinary men can marry at 13 or 14, let alone a prince like you. In Luoyang, most of the princes and noblemen of your age have already been betrothed, or even married and have children. Only my son. Alas, it's not that I'm in a hurry, but this matter concerns my son's status and future prospects. Marriage alliances have always been a crucial strategy for consolidating power and forging alliances. However, I come from a humble background, and my maternal family, the Yuan clan, has long since fallen into ruin and is no longer a reliable source of support. Your father only harbors disgust and fear towards you. How could he possibly arrange a good marriage for you? The Empress faction sees you as a thorn in their side, and it's already a miracle they haven't interfered. As for the powerful families in the court, many are unwilling to have a close relationship with you, either because your new policies threaten their interests or because your maternal family is of low status. I'm afraid that a marriage alliance will be difficult. My son is a man of great talent and ambition, with his sights set on the world. He may not care about such trivial matters. However, if the title is not proper, the words will not be righteous. Without a proper wife, the inner palace of the royal family will be in turmoil, and without an heir, how can you reassure your subordinates and lay a solid foundation for the future? Moreover, being single for a long time will easily attract criticism, with people saying that you have a flaw in your character or that you have other hidden motives. All of this is detrimental to my son's reputation. Mother knows you are proud and arrogant, and ordinary women are hard to find in your eyes. You are even less willing to be bound by marriage. However, this matter must be resolved. Mother is in the Deep Palace and my information network is limited, so I am powerless to find you a suitable match. My son is in Liangzhou, where there are many talented people under his command. Perhaps you have noticed any virtuous and respectable ladies in Liangzhou? Or are there any influential families in other prefectures that are worth befriending, and which have eligible young women? This matter must be decided by my son, but please do not delay any longer. Every time I think of my son, who is already 16 years old and still unmarried, my heart is filled with unease. At the end of the letter, the handwriting appeared slightly messy due to his restless state of mind, revealing a deep sense of worry and helplessness. Lu Shua slowly put down the silk scroll and remained silent for a long time. His mother's letter, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, pulled him from the grand scheme of the world to the very real and concrete issue of marriage. I never thought I'd be pressured to get married in the late Han dynasty. Huh? Lu Shua murmured. Yes, he's 16. In this era, especially in his position, it's certainly unusual. It's not that he hasn't considered the issue, but subconsciously, he seems to always equate it with political marriages and exchanges of interests, instinctively feeling a sense of rejection. He comes from a later era, and his view on marriage leans more towards a union of personal feelings, although he also knows that in his position, pure love is almost a luxury. More importantly, he had been preoccupied with survival, development, and expansion, devoting almost all his energy to military and political affairs and the construction of Liangzhou, indefinitely postponing his personal matters. Chang Yu, Qin Gong, and others may have considered it, but seeing that he had never mentioned it and was busy with important matters, they dared not speak up easily. His mother, living in Luoyang, however, had a clearer perspective and was the one most concerned about his personal happiness, and finally couldn't help but raise this difficult question. The Empress' offspring and the reputation of allies. Lu Shua tapped his fingers lightly on the table. His mother was right. This was no small matter. For a ruler with ambitions to rule the world, marriage was an important political tool, a crucial link in stabilizing the internal situation and ensuring the succession of power. Without legitimate offspring, the future of his civil and military officials would be uncertain, easily breeding disloyalty. Remaining single would indeed easily attract unnecessary speculation and criticism. Lu Shua, referring to himself as a local lady of Liangzhou, shook his head. After his vigorous reforms, the old powerful clans of Liangzhou had been suppressed, and the emerging class consisted mostly of those from humble backgrounds or families of military merit whom he had promoted. Marriages between them would have limited significance and could easily create new entanglements of interest. What he needed were marriages that could bring broader support. Several names flashed through Lu Shua's mind as he considered powers worth befriending in other prefectures and counties. The Yuan family of Runan, whose descendants held high office for 4 generations, the highly prestigious Yang family of Hongnong, or the rising Chao family of Chao, or Gongsun Zan of Yuzhou and Lu Biao of Jingzhou, who also controlled their own territories, or even the gentry families in the south. He walked to the map, his gaze slowly sweeping over it. The choice of a marriage partner had to align with future strategic directions. Should they forge alliances with powerful families in the Central Plains to the east, paving the way for future conquest? Or should they connect with Jing and Yi provinces to prepare for a future southward expansion? Or were there other, more unique options? It seems this matter really can't be delayed any longer. But my cheap old man is so biased, he's even gone all the way to my maternal grandparents' house. He doesn't even care about this matter. After all, according to the etiquette of that time, elders were required to propose marriage, not the other way around. Lu Shua muttered to himself, a resolute look flashing in his eyes. But I can't count on that cheap old man. He's probably already selectively forgotten about my marriage. He sat back down at his desk, picked up his brush and prepared ink, preparing to write back to his mother. First to reassure her and show that he would seriously consider the matter. At the same time, he also needed to summon Chang Yu and Qin Gong to hear the opinions of these 2 trusted advisors. Perhaps this matter could also serve as an opportunity to test the attitudes of certain forces, or perhaps to advance certain plans. In the side hall of the Jincheng prince's mansion, the charcoal fire burned brightly, dispelling the chill of late autumn, but unable to dispel the slightly embarrassed and concerned expressions on the faces of the key ministers present. Lu Shua frankly told Chang Yu, Chen Gong, Guan Yu, Zhang Liao, and Ma Teng, who had just returned from the southern front to report on his duties, about his mother's worries about his marriage. As expected, the hall fell silent at first, and then several experienced and prudent ministers showed a complex expression of realization, guilt, and then a sense of entitlement. Chang Yu spoke first, his tone tinged with self-reproach. This is truly our oversight. Your Highness is already 16, the time for marriage and engagement. We have been busy with military and political affairs all day long, and have not considered your highness family matters. It is truly inexcusable. His gaze towards Lu Shua held not only the respect of a subject, but also the concern of an elder for a nephew. Although Lu Shua was a noble lord with increasing power, in the hearts of these veteran ministers who had followed him the longest and were almost twice his age, there was still a sense of watching the young man grow up. Now, realizing that the young man had reached marriageable age and that they had not made prior arrangements, they couldn't help but feel ashamed. Chun Gong stroked his beard and nodded. Your Majesty's concerns are very valid. Your Highness is the ruler of a region, and the inner palace of the royal residence needs a female monarch to preside over it. The succession of offspring is also related to the stability of the foundation and the support of the people. This matter is by no means a private matter, but is one of the foundations of the country. He pondered, however, the choice of person must be carefully considered. Guan Yu narrowed his phoenix eyes and said arrogantly, My lord is a man of unparalleled talent and martial prowess, ruling over Liangzhou and shaking the land. Which woman in this world is worthy of my lord? No matter which noble lady is chosen, it is because her ancestors' graves are emitting auspicious smoke, and she is lucky enough to marry my lord. My lord only needs to point out the direction, and we will do our best to arrange it for you. In his eyes, his lord was a great ruler who was rare in thousands of years, and marriage was naturally a gift from his lord, not something that needed to be begged for. Although Zhang Liao and Ma Teng did not speak directly, their expressions suggested they largely agreed with Guan Ye's view. Having followed Lu Shua and witnessed firsthand how he built his empire from scratch, their admiration for him was boundless, and they naturally felt that he could choose any woman in the world. Seeing the reactions of his trusted ministers, Lu Shua felt a warmth in his heart, but also a touch of amusement. He knew their praise of him was genuine, but he also understood that things weren't so simple. He raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and slowly said, I know your thoughts. However, marriage is not a game, nor is it a simple matter of matching. My status is special, and this matter involves many aspects. He walked to the hanging map, his tone becoming rational and calm. First of all, in Liangzhou itself, after several years of management by us, the old clans have declined, and the new ones are mostly promoted by the royal family. Marriage alliances are not very meaningful and are more likely to breed new nobles, which contradicts my policy of suppressing powerful clans and is not beneficial to the overall situation. Secondly, the prominent families of the Central Plains and Guangdong, such as the Yuan family of Runan and the Yang family of Hongnong, are distinguished and influential. Lu Shua paused, a slightly mocking smile appearing on his lips. However, since I took control of Liangzhou, I have been cracking down on powerful clans, implementing new policies, emphasizing the education of the poor and promoting official schools. Almost everything I have done has completely contradicted their core interests and principles. In their eyes, I am probably not a wise ruler, but a troublesome heretic. Even if some families are forced by circumstances to feign compliance with me, it will be difficult to find a genuine and helpful marriage alliance. Forcing it will only make me more vulnerable to being controlled or taken advantage of. Chang Yu deeply agreed, my lord is wise. The upright people of Guangdong place the utmost importance on family background and etiquette. They may fear your military might, but their contempt is hard to shake off. If the marriage alliance cannot be based on mutual agreement, it will only become a hindrance. Therefore, Lu Shua unconsciously traced a few points on the map with his finger. I've thought about it, and perhaps we can take a different approach. Instead of choosing the most powerful and prestigious clans, we can opt for renowned Confucian families with high reputations but slightly less power, or local strongmen in strategic locations with potential for alliances. The former can be used to disguise the appearance of Liangzhou's emphasis on military prowess over literature, ease relations with some scholars, and also gain a virtuous wife to manage the household and raise our children. The latter can be used to forge external alliances, which will be beneficial to our future strategy. Chun Gong's eyes lit up. My lord's idea is quite pragmatic. Although renowned Confucian families do not wield great power, they still have considerable influence in the scholarly community. Their daughters are usually well-educated and reasonable. If we can marry one, we can secure the home front and alleviate the reputation of being cruel. However, such families often have high self-esteem and are very selective in choosing a son-in-law. Moreover, they are mostly concentrated in Guangdong and Jingxiang, so it will take a lot of effort to make arrangements and negotiate with them. Lu Shua nodded. This matter is not urgent, nor is it guaranteed to succeed. Gongtai and Zhongda should keep a close eye on things. If they find a suitable candidate, someone from a respectable family with a virtuous reputation for women, they can secretly inquire about them and make their move gradually. Remember, do not force it, and do not tarnish the dignity of my Liang prince's mansion. What I need are allies, not ancestors." He made a small joke to ease the atmosphere. Guan Yu frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this roundabout approach. However, seeing that his lord had already made up his mind, he said no more, simply clasping his hands and saying, "Since my lord has considered everything thoroughly, I have no objections. Whatever choice my lord makes, we will fully support you." With the meeting concluded, the direction regarding Lu Shua's marriage was tentatively decided, and Cheng Yu and Qin Gong were tasked with secretly overseeing and planning it. The group then discussed other political and military matters before preparing to disperse. However, they were unaware that while they were in Jincheng discussing marriage candidates and trying to expand their influence in a more subtle way, thousands of miles away in the western regions, a hostility and crisis against Liangzhou was rapidly gathering and fermenting. The western regions are dotted with dozens of city-states of varying sizes, nestled between vast oases and deserts. Since Zhang Qian opened up the western regions and established the protectorate of the western regions, the relationship between this region and the central plains has been sometimes close and sometimes distant. When the Han court was strong, it paid tribute and became a vassal state. When the Han court was weak, it became independent and even fought against each other, or colluded with the Xiongnu and Chang people in the north, or even the Kushan Empire further west. In recent years, Liangzhou has risen rapidly under the rule of Lu Shua. Especially after opening up and firmly controlling the Heshi corridor, its influence in the western regions has grown day by day. Caravans brought Liang's house fine ironware, cloth, and porcelain, as well as news of the Liangzhou army's prowess and the ruthless methods of its ruler, Lu Shua. Initially, the various states of the western regions, intimidated by its military might and attracted by the considerable profits of the trade routes, mostly maintained a facade of obedience and sent envoys to exchange visits. But Lu Shua's ambitions clearly didn't stop there. Chun Gong's delegation, carrying news of a great victory in the southern desert and demands for a re-establishment of order in the western regions, was on its way to various countries. Meanwhile, Liang's house strict management of border trade, its punishment of certain unruly merchant caravans, and the rumors that the king of Liang intended to station troops and appoint officials in the western regions had already made the rulers of some countries uneasy. In the royal court of the rear of Chaisher, a secret alliance is underway. The attendees included special envoys from the later Chaisher kingdom, the Shul kingdom, and the Kucha kingdom, as well as envoys from Daiyuan, a kingdom further west with close ties to the Kushan Empire. These countries were either strategically located along the northern route of the western regions, relatively powerful, or deeply involved with external forces, making them most sensitive to the expansion of Liang's house influence. The king of the later Chaisher was a wiry, middle-aged man. He surveyed the crowd and spoke in a deep, powerful voice. "Gentlemen, Lu Shua's envoy from Liangzhou is already on his way. What do they want? Do they want us to either submit or be destroyed like those tribes in the southern desert? Haven't you heard of the deeds of Guan Yu, the Wheel Yama? Even the Xiongnu were slaughtered and driven out. How can we, these oasis city-states, possibly withstand the iron cavalry of Liangzhou?" The king of Shul, an impatient fat man, slammed his fist on the table. "We can't just sit here and wait to die. Lu Shua is ambitious and ruthless. He's busy in the north now, but once he's free, he'll definitely try to get his hands on the western regions. The Heshi corridor in his hands is like a knife to our throat. We must strike first." The Kucha envoy was cautious. Liangzhou has a strong and well-equipped army. A direct confrontation would likely be unwise. Furthermore, they share a common origin with the Central Plains, and if they were to provoke the Han court, the Daiyuan envoy sneered, with a touch of Western arrogance and an understanding of the situation in the east. That emperor in Luoyang, can he really control the western frontier thousands of miles away? They're in complete chaos themselves. His Majesty of the Kushan Empire is also concerned about the situation in the east. If Liangzhou monopolizes the western regions and cuts off trade routes, it will also harm the empire. The king of Chaisher continued. Indeed, although Liangzhou is strong, its foundation lies there. The Heshi corridor is its lifeline connecting the western regions, but also its weak point. As long as we, the kingdoms of the western regions, unite our forces and launch a surprise attack on Heshi, we can regain control of the corridor and even invade Dunhuang and Zhouchuan. The main force of the Liangzhou army will be scattered and unable to react in time, suffering heavy losses. At that time, we can rely on our natural defenses to hold our ground and rival Liangzhou, and even unite with the remnants of the Hu and Chang peoples, making it difficult for them to attend to both ends. His eyes gleamed with ambition and determination. This move will not only resolve the current crisis, but also allow the kingdoms of the western regions to no longer be subservient to others. The trade routes we regain will greatly enhance the national strength of our nations. As for Liangzhao's retaliation, as long as we are united, with the natural barrier of Heshi and the desert as our shield, what is there to fear? Moreover, would the Kushan Empire sit idly by and watch Liangzhao's influence expand westward? The Daiyuan envoy nodded slightly, which could be considered as tacitly acknowledging a certain degree of support. Incited by the king of the later Chaisher and driven by shared interests, an anti-Liangzhou alliance began to secretly form. Centered on the later Chaisher and Shul, and including other northern states like Kucha and Yanqi, with the tacit support of Daiyuan, this alliance was secretly assembling. They secretly mobilized troops, stockpiled provisions, contacted remnants of the Chong and Hu tribes, and planned a surprise attack on the Heshi corridor. To ensure the element of surprise, they strictly controlled information, even deliberately sending envoys to feign submission in order to lull Liangzhou into a false sense of security. Meanwhile, in Jincheng, Lu Shuo and his key ministers were still preoccupied with internal development plans and considerations for their lord's marriage, unaware of the storm brewing in the vast western lands. The trade routes to the western regions remained busy, conveying an illusion of peace and trade, but also concealing the glint of drawn swords and the restless snorting of war horses. The crisis, like a venomous scorpion lurking in the desert, is silently bearing its deadly stinger at the western gateway of Lianghao Heshi corridor. Chang Yu and Qin Gong acted swiftly. Within a month, a carefully selected list of eligible women and their family profiles were presented to Lu Shuo. The list was thin, only 5 or 6 pages long, but every entry had been meticulously verified, covering several Confucian families or secondary aristocratic clans in Guangdong, Jingxiang, and even Shu, known for their scholarly traditions and high reputations. These families may not have been top-tier clans, but their family traditions were relatively upright, and many of the women in these families were renowned for their virtue. Lu Shuo flipped through the pages, his gaze calmly sweeping over the unfamiliar names and family descriptions. He knew that behind these few thin pages lay the result of Chang Yu and Qin Gong utilizing their limited, hidden connections throughout Liangzhou, as well as extensive inquiries through trade routes and traveling scholars. In this era of inconvenient transportation and limited information, compiling such a list was no small feat. His fingers paused slightly when his gaze fell on one of the records. The Kai family of Yu County, Qinlu. The head of the family is Kai Yong, courtesy name Boji. A great Confucian scholar of his time, he was learned and versatile, well-versed in classics, history, astronomy, and divination, and skilled in music and calligraphy. He once served as an imperial advisor and a proofreader at the Eastern Pavilion. Because of his outspokenness, he offended officials and had to flee to the sea to avoid persecution. Now he lives in seclusion in Qinlu. He is highly respected, with students and friends all over the country, yet he avoids power struggles and has no surplus wealth. His daughter, Kai Yan, courtesy name Zhaoji later often referred to as Wenji, but during the Eastern Han Dynasty she should be called Zhaoji, was 15 years old. She received early education at home, was intelligent and skilled in literature and music, and was known as a talented woman. She was gentle and compliant yet resolute. Her mother died early, and she lived with her father. Kai Yan, Kai Wenji, Lu Shuo murmured to himself, as a fragment of memory from the future suddenly became clear. The image of that talented woman, who left a deep tragic mark on history books and literary works, comes to mind. She had an unhappy early marriage and returned home after her husband's death. Then she was captured by the southern Xiongnu during the chaos at the end of the Han Dynasty, and wandered in the borderlands for 12 years, suffering all kinds of humiliation. Fortunately, Cao Cao remembered her father's old friendship and ransomed her with a large sum of money. But she then faced the struggle of remarriage and culture. In the end, she used her amazing memory to transcribe ancient books, leaving a torch for cultural inheritance. Her life can be described as an epitome of the countless talented but unfortunate women in the chaos at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. What a pitiful woman, Lu Shuo sighed inwardly. If he could change her fate, sparing this talented woman the 12 years of suffering in the barbarian lands, it might be a meritorious deed. Moreover, Kai Yong was a man of profound learning and high reputation, yet his upright and unyielding character prevented him from achieving success in officialdom. He was a typical example of high prestige but limited power. A marriage alliance with him would both enhance their image through his reputation and ease relations with some members of the literati, without excessive worry about being drawn into complex political turmoil. Kai Yan herself was talented and reportedly of good character. As the principal wife, she should be capable of managing the inner palace and raising their children. As for age, 15 is the ideal age for marriage in this era. I'm 16, so we're a good match. Lu Shuo carefully reviewed the other candidates, and among them, Kai Yan's conditions were indeed the most suitable. The other families either had slightly complicated family ties, the women were not well known, or they were too far away and difficult to contact. Let's choose Kai Yan. Lu Shua closed the list and said to Chang Yu and Qin Gong, who were standing by, Mr. Kai Boji is a great scholar in the country, and his reputation is well established. His daughter is also talented. If this marriage can be arranged, it will benefit my reputation and help stabilize the household. Moreover, Qinlu is located in the Central Plains. Although it is not crucial, it can serve as a window to the outside world. Chang Yu and Chen Gong exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of relief and approval in each other's eyes. Their lord's choice was indeed prudent and wise. Kai Yong was a pure scholar, his influence primarily in the cultural sphere, with minimal political involvement, perfectly fitting the standard of high prestige but limited power. They had also heard of his daughter Kai Yan's reputation as a talented woman, and assumed she was not without talent or virtue. Your Majesty is wise, Qin Gong said, bowing. Mr. Kai Boji is of noble character, and his daughter's upbringing must be excellent. However, according to etiquette, a marriage proposal requires a matchmaker of high status or seniority. Your Majesty is in Liangzhou, and the princess referring to Lu Shua's mother is far away in Luoyang, and their status is not yet settled, so it is inconvenient for her to appear in person. As your subjects, it would be slightly inappropriate for us to go and propose marriage, and it would also seem less than solemn. This was indeed a practical problem. The Eastern Han dynasty placed great emphasis on etiquette and law, and marriages were arranged by the parent's command and the matchmaker's words. Although Lu Shua held the title of prince, his father the emperor could not arrange a marriage for him, and his birth mother's status was awkward and she could not leave the palace. Sending a high-ranking official to propose marriage would convey the message, but it would seem strange, not formal enough, and might make Kai Yong feel disrespected. Lu Shua pondered for a moment, then said, "This matter certainly requires careful consideration. We can first write a letter in my name to Mr. Kai, expressing my sincere desire to marry him, and attaching some local specialties from Liangzhou, along with a few ancient books and musical instruments as gifts. The official in charge should select an eloquent and knowledgeable messenger to deliver it. In the letter, we can frankly state my situation, that I have no difficulty in having an elder preside over the marriage, and hope for his understanding. At the same time, we should sound out his opinion. If Mr. Kai is interested, we can then discuss how to properly complete the 6-part betrothal ceremony. Perhaps we could ask a respected retired official who has a long-standing relationship with Mr. Kai, or a senior member of the imperial clan with goodwill towards Liangzhou, to act as matchmaker. This is a compromise. First communicate, then find a way to make up for the deficiencies in the etiquette system." Chang Yu nodded. "My lord's considerations are thorough. I have heard that Mr. Kai Boji has a past relationship with Prefect Lu Kong of Lujiang Lu Jis' father, known for his integrity and uprightness. Perhaps we can try to get through Prefect Lu? Or, in Luoyang, Minister Lu Yu of the Imperial Clan Court Lu Yu should be in Yuzhou at this time, but this can be fictionalized or changed to a high-ranking official of the Lu clan is known for his impartiality. Perhaps we can ask him for help? We can try various approaches." Lu Shua decided. This matter will be entrusted to Gongtai and Zhongda. They must handle it properly, neither being impolite nor disgracing the dignity of Liangzhou. Success would be gratifying, but failure is not something to be forced. "Your Majesty, we obey." Chang Yu and Qin Gong responded, and began to plan in detail how to contact Kai Yong, who was far away in Qinlu, and express their intention to form a marriage alliance. They knew that this matter would require considerable skill and patience. However, just as the whole of Jincheng began to quietly work out the marriage for their lord, and Lu Shua himself was slightly distracted by thinking about this upcoming political and personal union, a sudden and earth-shattering crisis, like a muffled thunder before a summer storm, exploded without warning. Winter, November, the 4th year of the Zhongping era. Late at night in the Jincheng prince's mansion. A rapid, almost frantic clatter of hooves shattered the stillness of the winter night, hurtling towards the gates of the prince's residence. Before anyone could announce their arrival, the messenger, holding aloft a distinctive black token engraved with a wolf's head, an urgent report token from the Liangzhou Military Intelligence Bureau, shouted hoarsely to the guards, "Urgent military news. Urgent report from Heshi. Presented to the prince. Make way." The guard recognized the token and dared not delay. He opened the door to let the guard in quickly while rushing to report to the inner palace. Lu Shua, still resting, was in his study discussing some documents with Chen Gong, who was on duty. Upon hearing of an urgent report from the highest level in the Heshi corridor, both men felt a chill run down their spines. The Heshi corridor was the western gateway to Liangzhou and a vital artery connecting the western regions. It was garrisoned and had beacon towers, Such urgent reporting channels would never be used unless it was an extremely serious matter. Soon, a messenger covered in dust, with cracked and bleeding lips, and eyes filled with endless fear and exhaustion, was brought into the study. He almost collapsed to the ground, his hands trembling as he presented a sealed copper tube, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. Your Majesty, Lord Chen, urgent report from Dunhuang. The Allied forces of the Western regions, numbering no less than 300,000, launched a sudden attack on Dunhuang 10 days ago, considering the time required for message delivery. The Dunhuang defenders were outnumbered and fought a bloody battle for 3 days and nights before the city fell. Most of the 3,000 defenders, including Commandant Zhaoang, perished. The remnants retreated to Yumen Pass, but the Allied forces are overwhelming, and they have divided their forces to continue eastward, their advance already pointing towards Zhochuan. Beacon fires are lit along the way. Please, Your Majesty, send reinforcements immediately. What? Chun Gong suddenly stood up, knocking over the chair behind him, his face turning deathly pale. Although Lu Shuo remained seated, his fingers gripping the back of the chair suddenly tightened, his knuckles turning white, and his pupils contracted sharply. A chilling coldness shot from his spine straight to the top of his head. A Western region's coalition? 300,000? Dunhuang has fallen? Their advance is aimed directly at Zhochuan? A series of messages struck his heart like a heavy hammer. He instantly realized the gravity of the situation. The kingdoms of the Western regions had actually united, and on such a large scale with such stealth and sudden action. How could he have been completely unaware? There had been a major oversight in the intelligence system. Dunhuang was the most important gateway to the western end of the Hushi corridor. If it were lost, the entire western section of the corridor would be wide open. If Zhochuan were also lost, Liangzhou would lose all strategic initiative over the western regions, and the Allied forces might even threaten Xianxia and Wuwei, advancing directly towards Jincheng. The figure of 300,000 may be exaggerated, it may include tribal people, servants, etc. But even if it is only a few 100,000 soldiers, it is definitely a huge force that can shake the western front of Liangzhou. The western regions have been planning this for a long time, and they want to take advantage of the fact that the western regions are focused on the north and neglecting the west to deliver a fatal blow. What are the details? Which countries are leading the coalition? What is their combat strength? What is their equipment? How did they break through the Dunhuang defense line? What is the current situation in Zhochuan? Lu Shuo forced himself to calm down quickly and asked a barrage of questions, his voice as cold and hard as iron. The messenger, forcing himself to remain calm, recounted as much as he knew. According to the defeated soldiers, the Allied forces were led by the rear of Chaisher and Shul, with the participation of Kucha, Yanqi, and other kingdoms. They had numerous Hu cavalry, as well as a considerable number of infantry with siege equipment. They seemed to have been prepared, having cut off some of the beacon tower trails between Dunhuang and Zhochuan beforehand. Their sudden appearance at the gates of Dunhuang, and their fierce siege, may have been aided by an inside agent. The west gate was breached in the fierce fighting, and General Zhaoang was killed in battle. Prefect Su Hong of Zhochuan has urgently conscripted soldiers and mobilized able-bodied men to the city walls. He has also sent messengers to Xianxia, Wuwei, and even Jincheng for reinforcements. However, the arrival of reinforcements will take time, and the vanguard of the Allied forces is extremely fast. Fear. Lu Shuo didn't ask any more questions. He knew it would be difficult to get more comprehensive tactical details from such a panicked messenger. He immediately ordered Chun Gong. Gong Tai, ring the alarm bell immediately and summon all civil and military officials and officers in Jincheng. Assemble in the main hall of the prince's mansion within half an hour. Yes, sir. Chun Gong knew the situation was urgent, so he turned and quickly left. Lu Shuo then roared at Dian Wei, who was guarding outside the gate. Heir Lai, take my king's order and immediately ride to the main camp outside the city. Order Guan Yu, Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and Ma Tang to cease all rest and training exercises, and put the entire army on high alert. Cavalry, assemble and await orders. Infantry, prepare your supplies and get ready to march. Yes, sir. Dian Wei's voice boomed like thunder as he turned and ran, his heavy footsteps quickly fading into the distance. The study was instantly empty except for Lu Shuo. He walked to the huge map, his gaze fixed on the locations of Dunhuang and Zhochuan, his mind racing as he calculated the enemy and friendly forces' positions, troop movements, logistical support, and the potential chain reactions. The western regions, indeed. Lu Shuo's eyes flashed with cold light. The slight gentleness that had arisen from the marriage vanished, replaced by the ruthlessness and killing intent of an iron-blooded general. I haven't even come to you yet, and you dare to draw your swords first? You even want to seize my Hushi? 300,000? Humph! A rabble. Though shocked, he was not afraid. The Liangzhou army, forged in the crucible of war, was well-equipped and disciplined, far superior to the Western region's coalition. However, outnumbered and outmatched, and having lost the initiative with Dunhuang already fallen, the situation was indeed critical. We must immediately assemble our main force to march west, defeat this allied army, recapture Dunhuang, and stabilize Heshi. At the same time, we must guard against the remnants of the Hu and Chang people in the north taking the opportunity to cause trouble, and the forces in Yizhou or Guangzhou in the south may also be restless. Lu Shua's mind raced, and a preliminary response strategy quickly took shape. Soon, the sharp and loud alarm bells shattered the silence of the night sky over Jincheng. The war machine of this powerful northwestern city, after a brief period of peace, was once again abruptly awakened by the shadow of crisis and the will of its commander. The marriage alliance that had just been put on the agenda was instantly forgotten. At this moment, only the flames of war burning on the Western Front were the most pressing matter that King Lu Shua of Liang needed to address with all his might. The urgent alarm bells echoed through the night sky of Jincheng, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples. In less than half an hour, the main hall of the prince's mansion was brightly lit, and armor clanged. All the important civil and military officials and officers in Jincheng had arrived, their faces solemn, and the air was filled with suppressed anger and the tension of impending battle. Lu Shua sat upright on his throne, his face ashen. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, he directly conveyed the contents of the urgent report from Heshi to everyone present in the most concise and clear language. The western regions, led by the later Chaisher and Shul tribes, have gathered forces from Kucha, Yanqi, and other tribes, forming a coalition of 300,000 men. They captured Dunhuang 10 days ago, and Commandant Zhao Ong and most of the 3,000 defenders perished. The enemy's advance is now pointing east towards Zhouchuan, and the Heshi corridor is in dire straits. After the words were spoken, the hall was first deathly silent, then erupted into chaos. What? Dunhuang has been destroyed? 300,000. Those barbarians from the western regions have some nerve. General Zhao Ong is despicable. Please give the order, Your Majesty. This humble general is willing to be the vanguard, to flatten the western regions, reclaim Dunhuang, and avenge General Zhao. Hot-tempered generals like Ma Tang, their hair and beards bristling, could not contain themselves and stepped forward to volunteer for battle. This humble general also requests to fight. This humble general requests to fight. Calls for battle echoed throughout the hall, the crowd filled with righteous indignation. Since its formation, the Liangzhou army had been invincible in its campaigns, never having suffered such a heavy loss. In particular, the fall of Dunhuang, with its almost complete annihilation of the defending forces, was not only a loss of territory but also a serious provocation against the prestige of the Liangzhou army. The flames of revenge burned in the eyes of every general. Even the usually composed Guan Yes Phoenix eyes flashed with cold light as he clenched his fists. Although Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and other generals did not loudly request to fight, their tense faces and sharp eyes already showed their attitude. On the civil official side, Chang Yu frowned, quickly considering logistics and the mobilization of civilian laborers. Chan Gong, on the other hand, had a solemn expression, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, clearly analyzing the enemy's situation and strategy at a rapid pace. Silence. Lu Shua's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority that instantly silenced the noise in the hall. All eyes turned to him. Lu Shua slowly rose and walked to the huge map hanging in the hall. His gaze swept over everyone. I am aware of your desire to fight. The enemy has invaded our territory, killed our soldiers, and encroached on our land. This grudge must be avenged, and this land must be restored. How can we rely solely on our blood and courage when facing the enemy on the battlefield? He pointed towards the western regions. The enemy army claims to number 300,000, a formidable force. However, gentlemen, please consider this carefully. The western regions comprise dozens of kingdoms, large and small, each with its own language and customs, and frequent conflicts and annexations among themselves. This so-called allied army is nothing more than a hastily assembled rabble, cobbled together by a few troublemakers from Chaisher and Shul, out of fear of the might of my Liangzhou army. His tone turned cold, carrying a sharp, insightful edge. 300,000? How many of them are seasoned soldiers? How many are temporarily conscripted herdsmen and slaves? And how many are women, children, the elderly, and the weak who were brought here merely to bolster our strength? More importantly, are these dozens of countries truly without any reservations and of one mind? Who will be the master, the rear of Chaisher or Shul? Are the countries of Xianxia and Xianxia genuinely willing to risk everything to help others? Or are they merely going through the motions due to circumstances, or even secretly preserving their strength to watch others bleed? These words were like cold water poured on burning charcoal, calming the enraged generals down a bit and prompting them to start thinking. Guan Yu said in a deep voice, "What you say is very true, my lord. Although the allied forces are numerous, their commands are not unified, and each unit must have its own selfish motives. When attacking a city, they may rush in together, but once they encounter strong resistance or the battle goes against them, they are very likely to fight separately, or even shirk responsibility and flee." Zhang Liao also said, "Moreover, the troops in the western regions are mostly light cavalry, skilled in mounted archery and mobile combat. Attacking fortifications, defending cities, and fighting in formations are not their strengths. Their ability to break through Dunhuang may be due to a successful surprise attack or the presence of an inside traitor, and it may not necessarily be because their combat strength is really that great." Lu Shua nodded approvingly. Yun Chang and Wen Yuan's insights are crucial. Although our army appears to be on the defensive in this battle, we actually have the advantage. He raised his voice and began his deployment. First, feign weakness to embolden the enemy. Prefect Su Heng of Zhouchuan should defend the city to the death, while feigning panic and desperate attempts to call for reinforcements. We can appropriately abandon some outlying strongholds and concentrate our forces in the fortified city. Let the western region's allied forces believe that our main force from Liangzhou is too far away or dares not come to their aid, thus fostering their arrogance and allowing them to confidently besiege Zhouchuan, concentrating their forces beneath the city walls. Second elite force, advance swiftly and strike at their vitals. Lu Shua looked at Guan Yu. Yun Chang, Yu and Wen Yuan lead 50,000 elite cavalry, each with 3 horses, carrying 10 days' rations, traveling light and day and night, straight to Zhouchuan. Ignore the small enemy forces along the way. The only objective is to reach the outskirts of Zhouchuan, find an opportunity to strike directly at the central command of the allied forces, or attack their core and most elite troops. We must be swift, ruthless, and accurate. With one strike, we must destroy the allied forces' command core and fighting will. Third, the main force will press forward, like Mount Tai pressing down. Lu Shua turned his gaze to Gao Shun and Ma Teng. When Yuan and Shouchang, you two will command a combined force of 80,000 infantry and cavalry including the trapped camp, crossbowmen, ordinary infantry, and some cavalry carrying siege equipment, ample provisions and supplies, and will set off closely behind Guan Yu. Your mission is to support Guan Yu, sweep away the defeated enemy, recover lost territory, and completely encircle and annihilate the main force of the Western Region's coalition at Zhouchuan City or on their westward escape route. Do not be satisfied with a defeat. Strive for total annihilation. Make it so that the Western Region states will be unable to organize a military operation of this scale for 10 years. He paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This battle is also the time to test the fruits of our Liangzhou Academy of Natural Sciences years of hard work. He looked at Chang Yu, Zhongda, prioritized equipping Yun Chang and Ziping's vanguard and main force with the newly produced batch of refined steel armor and the improved powerful bows and crossbows from the armory. Let the Western Region barbarians taste what true divine weapons are. The moment the words refined steel were uttered, the eyes of the generals in the hall lit up. They had long heard that the Academy of Material Science, under the personal guidance of their lord, had made breakthroughs in smelting technology, capable of forging refined steel with toughness and hardness far exceeding ordinary wrought iron. The steel, used to forge weapons and armor, would greatly enhance their power. However, production had always been limited, preventing large-scale deployment. Now, it was to be used in this battle? Fourth, divide and conquer, and win hearts and minds are paramount, Lu Shua said to Qin Gong. Gong Tai, you must immediately draft a proclamation in my name, and send envoys familiar with the situation in the western regions to deliver it to the various camps of the allied forces, especially those of Xianxia and Xianxia, which may not be acting willingly. The proclamation must clearly state, the ringleaders will be punished, and those coerced will be spared. Only the chief culprits, namely the rear chaser and Shul, will be executed. If the other countries revolt in time or remain neutral, Liangzhou will forgive their past transgressions and trade will continue. If they remain obstinate, we will perish together. At the same time, we can offer them substantial rewards to secretly contact those within their countries who oppose this military expedition. Chen Gong accepted the order. Your subject understands. We will ensure that their allied forces are thrown into chaos before the battle even begins. Fifth, secure the rear and prevent unforeseen events. Lu Shua concluded by surveying everyone. The newly pacified southern desert to the north requires reliable troops to guard it and prevent any unrest from the remaining barbarians. The southern Izhou and eastern Guangzhou also need strengthened defenses at key passes, with more scouts deployed for close surveillance. Jincheng and the heartland of Liangzhou will be placed under wartime control to ensure the smooth flow of supplies and communication. The compensation for fallen soldiers should be handled immediately according to regulations to stabilize morale. Clear and specific instructions poured out of Lu Shua's mouth, quickly transforming the initial shock and anger into a meticulous and ruthless war plan. Those in the hall felt a sudden sense of clarity, their previous anxiety and restlessness replaced by overwhelming confidence. This battle is not only to recapture Dunhuang and avenge General Zhao Ong. Lu Shua's voice was resolute, echoing in the hall, but also to secure 30 years of peace for Liangzhou, to let the prestige of Liangzhou's iron cavalry completely intimidate the western regions and even further territories, to let them know that those who offend our mighty Han, no matter how far away, will be punished, and their roots will be eradicated, extinguishing any thought of future offenses. Gentlemen, are you willing to follow me and accomplish this unparalleled feat? We are willing to follow our Lord, to conquer the western regions, to establish unparalleled achievements. The civil and military officials in the hall were filled with fervor, roaring in unison, their voices shaking the roof tiles, their killing intent soaring to the sky. A strategic decisive battle aimed at completely annihilating the main force of the Western region's coalition and reshaping the order in the northwest was thus decided in the Jincheng Prince's mansion. The war machine of Liangzhou began to roar into operation at maximum efficiency. The marriage alliance in the east was temporarily forgotten, and all eyes were turned to the land to the west where the flames of war had been ignited. Lu Shua stared coldly at the location of Zhouchuan on the map. Western region's allied forces, you want the Hushi corridor? Then use the corpses of your 300,000 soldiers to pave an even more solid foundation for this corridor. In the 4th year of the Zhongping era, at the end of winter the emperor's army was equipped with cotton-padded clothing, so they were not afraid of fighting in winter. Hushi corridor, Zhouchuan city. Once a shining pearl on the western region's trade routes, this place is now shrouded in the shadow of war and despair. Several breaches in the city walls have been blasted by crude catapults and hastily filled with sandbags and door panels. The crenellations on the city walls are broken, and dark red bloodstains have congealed into gruesome patches on the rammed earth surfaces. Outside the city, tents and makeshift fortifications swarm like locusts, and flags of various colors crisscross: the black wolf flag representing the rear of the Chaisher tribe, the white camel flag of Shul, the red deer flag of Kucha, the blue horse flag of Yanqi, and many other indistinguishable tribal totems. The shouts of men and the neighing of horses never cease, and the air is thick with the stench of animal dung, burning debris and blood. The western region's allied forces, boasting 300,000 men, likely numbered over 100,000 in actual combat, including auxiliary troops and slaves, the sheer number of soldiers created a massive, oppressive force that placed immense psychological pressure on the defenders. 10 days of relentless attacks, though failing to breach the city, had exhausted the defenders. Arrows and logs were being used intensively, and casualties were mounting daily. Prefect Su Heng of Zhouchuan hadn't slept for days. His eyes were sunken, and his lips were cracked and blistered. Yet, he still ran along the city walls, sword in hand, shouting to boost morale. He knew that reinforcements from Jincheng would take time. He had to hold on. Inside the Allied Forces Central Command tent, the atmosphere was quite different from the bustling activity outside the city. It was tinged with restlessness and a subtle unease. After several days of back and forth between the kings of Chaisher and Shul, command of the main attack finally fell into the hands of the Shul king, renowned for his bravery. This stout king was drinking with a captured Han woman in his arms, listening to his subordinates report on the progress of the siege. Your Majesty, the breach at the East Gate has been breached again. The Han people are putting up a very strong resistance. The troops that launched the feint attack from the north suffered heavy casualties, and the people of Kucha have already begun to complain. 2 more of our battering rams have been destroyed by fire. Useless. All useless. The king of Shul smashed his wine cup on the ground, splashing it all over the woman beside him, making her tremble with fear. Hundreds of thousands of men have been besieging a small place like Zhouchuan for so many days and still haven't been able to take it. Tomorrow, I will personally oversee the battle. Send all the troops up. No distinction between primary and secondary forces. Attack from all sides. Anyone who dares to retreat will be executed on the spot. Tell those cowards in Kucha and Yanqi that if they don't fight with all their might, they won't get a share of the spoils if the city falls. He arrogantly declared. The main force of Liangzhou is still thousands of miles away. By the time they arrive, Zhouchuan will have long become our pasture. After we take Zhouchuan, We will go to Xianxia and Wuwei to let the Han people know that the warriors of the western regions have returned. Some generals in the tent echoed these sentiments, but the generals from Kucha and Yanqi looked grim, their eyes darting around. Days of siege had taken a toll on their main forces, yet they saw no hope of breaching the city. Instead, they felt the Liangzhou defenders were like stubborn rocks, growing harder with each bite. The morale of the allied forces had quietly shrunk amidst setbacks in their assault and internal distrust. However, neither Su Heng, who was holding the city wall, nor the arrogant yet anxious king of Shul in his tent, realized that a deadly arrow was tearing through the winter wind and Gobi Desert at a speed beyond their imagination, rushing towards Zhouchuan. 50,000 elite cavalrymen from Liangzhou, each with 3 horses, under the command of Guan Yu and Zhang Liao, abandoned all unnecessary baggage, carrying only weapons, 10 days' rations, and essential winter gear. Like a silent black storm, they marched day and night along the inner road of the Great Wall. The sound of hooves thundered across the barren plains, stirring up dust and stones. Soldiers sucked on ginger slices to ward off the bitter cold, and when exhausted, they took turns resting on their horses. With astonishing willpower and discipline, they pushed their marching speed to the limit. The day after the king of Shul issued the order for a general attack at dawn, when it was still dark and people were at their most exhausted. Beneath the walls of Zhouchuan, smoke was just rising from the allied camp, most soldiers still asleep or preparing breakfast. The king of Shul, to demonstrate his might, was already fully armed and, surrounded by his personal guards, arrived at the front camp, ready to beat the drums to rally his troops and launch what he called his final, decisive attack. Sudden, a deep, continuous, and rapidly amplifying rumble came from the eastern horizon. It wasn't thunder, but more like the earth trembling. What's that sound? A coalition sentry looked eastward in confusion. Did the earth shake? No, it's the sound of horses' hooves. Lots of horses. Before they could react, a moving black mountain range suddenly broke through the morning mist and appeared on the horizon. There were no flags leading the way, no horns warning the way, only an endless torrent of cavalry covered in black iron armor, and the Guan character banner and the Liang character king banner fluttering wildly as they galloped at high speed. Liangzhou cavalry. It's Liangzhou cavalry. How did they move so fast? The allied camp erupted in chaos. Shouts, screams, and the chaotic blaring of horns filled the air. Many soldiers didn't even have time to put on their armor, frantically searching for weapons and horses. Don't panique. Form ranks. Form ranks to meet the enemy. The king of Shul roared hoarsely, both shocked and furious, trying to organize a resistance. He couldn't understand how the main force of Liangzhou could be here. Shouldn't they still be on their way? Unfortunately, it was too late. Guan Yu led the charge, his red hair belading like a burning meteor. In his hand, the green dragon crescent blade gleamed with a cold, deep bluish-black luster in the morning light, a glint of cold light flowing from its blade, as if capable of cutting through the air. Behind him stood the Liangzhou heavy cavalry, arrayed in a sharp wedge formation. Both men and horses were clad in new style, 100 refined steel fish-scale armor, the plates reflecting a dark, hard luster in the dim light, lighter and more resilient than previous armor. The knights wielded extended 100 refined steel lances, their blades narrow and sharp. Liangzhou iron cavalry. Follow me pierce through the enemy lines. Head straight for the central army. Guan Yu's roar, like the howl of a tiger and the cry of a dragon, drowned out all the noise. He completely ignored the panicked soldiers on the periphery, his gaze fixed on the central army position where the king of Shul's conspicuous golden royal banner and great flag were located. Break through! Break through! 50,000 iron cavalry roared in unison, their sound waves crashing into the chaotic allied camp like a tsunami. Absolute crushing. Utter crushing. The wedge-shaped formation of Liangzhou heavy cavalry, like a red-hot, tempered steel blade, pierced the soft butter, the allied infantry and cavalry blocking their path. Whether the Shul king's personal guards attempting to form ranks or the hastily mounted Kucha cavalry were as fragile as paper before the Liangzhou iron cavalry's ferocious charge and superior equipment. Clang! Click! A fierce general from Shul brandished his scimitar, attempting to slash at the charging Liangzhou cavalry. The scimitar struck the enemy's steel breastplate, sending only a trail of sparks flying and leaving a shallow white scratch. But the Liangzhou cavalryman's lance easily pierced through his leather armor, sending him flying. Elsewhere, arrows fired by several Kucha cavalrymen were deflected by the armor of Liangzhou cavalrymen, failing to cause any damage. Meanwhile, the powerful crossbows in the hands of the Liangzhou cavalrymen fired deadly bolts at close range, accurately reaping lives. Even more terrifying was the clash of weapons. The scimitars and spears in the hands of the allied soldiers often shattered upon impact with the steel swords and spears of the Liangzhou army. Fragments of broken weapons flew everywhere, and the allied soldiers, clutching their broken weapons, stared in disbelief before being trampled into mincemeat by the iron hooves that followed. Their armor is impenetrable. My knife is broken. They're devils, they're made of iron. Fearful screams echoed through the allied forces. Guan Yu was like a war god descended to earth, his red hair unstoppable, his green dragon crescent blade transforming into a dark, deathly storm. Several trusted generals sent by the king of Shul to block his path were instantly cut down. Where the 100 teams forged steel green dragon crescent blade passed, enemy weapons, armor, and limbs were easily sliced apart like rotten wood, none surviving a single blow. Blood and severed limbs splattered a horrifying trail before Guan Yu's horse. Pointing directly at the king of Shul, Zhang Liao led another light cavalry force, moving like agile silver wolves along the flanks, constantly using powerful bows and crossbows to kill allied officers who tried to organize a counterattack, cutting off the fleeing troops and further expanding the chaos. As the king of Shul watched the approaching banner bearing the character Guangun, witnessed the utter devastation of his elite troops under the enemy's iron cavalry, and saw the heads and broken blades flying everywhere beneath the green dragon crescent blade, his heart trembled with fear. All his valor and ambition were overwhelmed by boundless terror. Stop him! Stop him! He screamed, but he involuntarily backed away. However, what can stop it? Guan Yu's gaze, sharp as lightning, had already locked onto the obese king. Red hair suddenly accelerated, covering the final few dozen steps. The green dragon crescent blade sliced through the air with a mournful whistle. A simple yet extremely domineering slash descending upon him. The king of Shul barely managed to raise his ornately decorated golden sword to parry. Clanked! The golden blade snapped in two. The golden helmet on the head of the king of Shul, his enormous head, and his chest were all cleaved open by the azure dragon blade. Blood and internal organs gushed out, and his obese body crashed to the ground, his death a gruesome sight. The king of Shul is dead. The king has been killed. The central army banner was easily severed by Guan Yu with a single stroke. The royal flag fell to the ground. With their commander-in-chief dead, the central army collapsed. The already disorganized allied forces completely lost their last shred of structure. Run! The Liangzhou cavalry are invincible. Run! Back to the western regions. The army collapsed like a house of cards. Seeing the situation was dire, the king of Xianxia had already secretly retreated with his confidants when Guan Yu charged into the enemy lines, and now he fled westward without looking back. The armies of Kucha, Yanqi, and other kingdoms, who were unwilling to fight to the death, were now scrambling to escape, trampling each other, abandoning their armor and weapons, wishing they had more legs. Under the command of Guan Yu and Zhang Liao, the 50,000 Liangzhou cavalry did not rush to pursue all the fleeing soldiers. Instead, they drove the main force of the fleeing allied forces westward in a predetermined direction, just like herding sheep. At the same time, they sent out their elite troops to relentlessly pursue the tail of the core forces such as the king of Xianxia in the rear. As the sun rose fully, illuminating the fields outside Zhochuan city, Su Hong and the soldiers defending the city witnessed a scene they would never forget. The hundreds of thousands of Western region allied troops who had been besieging the city with such ferocity yesterday have vanished without a trace, leaving only a desolate camp, abandoned weapons and flags, countless dead bodies, and wailing wounded soldiers. A formidable Liangzhou cavalry, clad in black armor and bearing impeccable banners, stands solemnly outside the city. Under the banner bearing the character Guan, a general in green robes and golden armor gazes westward, his green dragon crescent blade still stained with blood, exuding a chilling aura. Reinforcements! It's Governor Guan's reinforcements! A deafening cheer erupted from the city wall, and countless soldiers wept with joy, their exhaustion overwhelmed by the ecstasy of surviving a calamity. Su Hong staggered down the city wall, opened the city gate, and personally went out to greet him. Guan Yu did not enter the city, but said to Su Hong in a deep voice, "Prefect Su, you have done a good job in defending the city. However, the war is not over. General Zipping's main force will arrive soon. I need to continue westward to pursue and annihilate the remaining enemy and recover Dunhuang. The defense of Zhochuan and the clearing out of the remaining enemy are entrusted to you." After saying this, without waiting for Su Hong to say more, he and Zhang Liao reorganized their troops, replenished their arrows and water, left some cavalry to assist in defending the city and clearing out the enemy, and the main force set off again, like a black iron torrent, continuing to sweep towards Dunhuang and towards the core of the fleeing allied forces. The siege of Zhochuan was lifted in a single day. The sharpness of the Liangzhou cavalry, The superiority of their armor and weapons, the bravery of their generals, and especially Guan Yi's invincible prowess under the green dragon crescent blade, would spread like a terrifying nightmare throughout the western regions as the fleeing soldiers scattered. News of the great victory at Zhouchuan spread like wildfire, instantly igniting morale throughout Liangzhou and utterly shattering the remaining organization and fighting spirit of the western region's allied forces. The king of the later Chaisher and the remnants of the defeated armies from Yanqi and Kecha, who had managed to escape, had no will to fight anymore. Their only thought was to flee back to the western regions, far from the brunt of the Liangzhou cavalry. Like a frightened herd of beasts, they fled westward along the ancient Silk Road in a desperate panic. However, their return journey had already been locked onto by a pair of cold and wise eyes. Lu Shua personally led the main force of 80,000 infantry and cavalry under Gao Shun and Ma Teng. After Guan Yu and Zhang Liao's vanguard cavalry routed the main force of the allied army, he did not rush to pursue the fleeing troops. Instead, he advanced westward at a steady pace, while sending out a large number of scouts like a spread net to closely monitor the allied army's escape route and possible regrouping points. The spies of the Liangzhou Military Intelligence Bureau had also been infiltrating the caravans, continuously sending back information about the panic and divisions within the allied army, as well as the general movements of the various fleeing groups. When intelligence indicated that the largest group of fleeing soldiers of the allied forces, numbering about 50,000, was mainly composed of the rear of Chaisher, some loyalists from Shul and remnants of Yanqi, and was fleeing westward along the relatively convenient northern route with water supplies, passing through Shiguan Gorge Yushishang. A plan to take advantage of the natural barrier and completely annihilate this core force quickly took shape in Lu Shua's mind. Standing before the massive sand table, Lu Shua traced the two clearly marked strategic passes of the Xianxia Taolai River Gorge with his finger, a cold glint in his eyes. What a place! Truly a divinely ordained burial ground. He immediately summoned Gao Shun, Ma Teng, and senior military officers and issued detailed combat orders. He ordered Guan Yu and Zhang Liao's main cavalry force to split into several groups and continuously harass and drive away the fleeing allied forces from the rear and flanks, but without launching a decisive attack. Instead, he intentionally pressured them towards Shiguan Gorge. At the same time, he sent small elite units disguised as fleeing allied soldiers to infiltrate them and spread rumors such as Shiguan Gorge is the fastest and safest route back to the western regions, and the main force of the Liangzhou army is pursuing them from the south, further strengthening the allied forces' determination to take the Shiguan Gorge route. Lu Shua personally led Gao Shun and his elite mountain warfare and ambush troops, including a portion of the trapped camp, crossbowmen, and some infantry, carrying large quantities of fire oil, fierce fire oil, firewood, pounding stones, and specially made thunderclap bombs, primitive explosives improved by the Institute of Geology based on gunpowder. After all, Lu Shua was just a liberal art student who didn't know how to make saltpeter, so it was just homemade saltpeter and had limited power. It was just a large firecracker, only loud enough to interfere with cavalry. They marched overnight and secretly arrived at Shiguan Gorge ahead of everyone else. Shiguan Gorge truly lives up to its name. It is flanked by two towering mountains, with sheer cliffs that stretch for thousands of feet. The gorge is deep and winding, and at its narrowest point only a few horsemen can ride abreast. A babbling brook flows through the middle, making it a perfect place for an army to rest, but it is also a deadly trap for ambushes. After personally surveying the terrain, Lu Shua divided the ambush force into three parts. One part, led by Gao Shun, carried a large amount of boulders, firewood, and oil, and ambushed on the relatively flat and easy-to-climb cliffs on both sides of the middle section of the canyon. Another part, led by Ma Teng, had crossbowmen occupy the high points on both sides of the canyon entrance to block the retreat route. Lu Shua himself led a part of the elite troops and all the thunderbolts, and ambushed in the narrower throat section near the canyon exit, preparing to cut off the way. The order was strict. Once the majority of the allied forces had entered the canyon and the vanguard was nearing the exit, the signal cannon would fire simultaneously. Meanwhile, Lu Shua secretly ordered Zhang Liao to lead 5,000 of his most elite light cavalry, carrying ropes, shovels, and other tools, to detour south and head straight for the Taolai River Gorge and Tianxing Bridge, about 30 li west of Shiguan Gorge. Their mission was threefold. First, to control Tianxing Bridge, the only passage. Second, to temporarily build a dam using sandbags and stones at a suitable location upstream of the gorge to store river water. And third, when the fire broke out in Shiguan Gorge and the remnants of the allied forces might flee towards Tianxing Bridge, to either breach the dam to flood the gorge passage or to hold the bridgehead and cooperate with the pursuing troops to completely block the allied forces' last escape route. With the arrangements finalized, the Liangzhou army, this sophisticated war machine, began operating efficiently once again. Early spring of the 5th year of Zhongping, Shiguan Gorge, the routed allied troops, still reeling from days of fleeing and terrified, were indeed lured into Shiguan Gorge by the looming Liangzhou cavalry and the promise of a quick return home. The rear guard of Chaser on horseback looked at the towering cliffs on either side, so steep even monkeys couldn't climb them, and a flicker of unease crossed his heart. But glancing back at the trail of smoke and dust, he gritted his teeth and urged his troops to hurry through. Inside the canyon, the Allied forces stretched out in a long, winding line, a chaotic mix of shouts and neighing horses. After days of defeat and retreat, discipline had long since crumbled. Many were so focused on their journey that they either rushed to their destination or drank deeply from the streams, completely unaware of the impending doom. When the thousands of vanguard soldiers finally caught a glimpse of the first rays of light at the canyon's exit. Bang! 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 3 deafening firecracker-like explosions resounded over the canyon. Immediately afterwards, as if a volcano had erupted, countless enormous boulders rolled down from the cliffs on both sides of the canyon. The deafening roar echoed through the valley. The boulders crashed into the marching troops, instantly causing men and horses to fall, blood and flesh to fly everywhere, and screams filled the air. That's not all. Launch rockets. Gao Shun's icy voice rang out from the cliff top. Countless ignited rockets, mixed with bundles of firewood soaked in flaming oil, poured down like a torrential rain into the canyon. Dry bushes, abandoned luggage, and even the corpses of men and horses were instantly ignited. Fueled by the wind, the fire spread rapidly. Even more deadly, the flaming oil canisters that the Liangzhou army had placed in a concealed spot in the middle of the canyon were ignited by the rockets, bursting into towering flames and billowing smoke, turning the canyon into a giant furnace. Meanwhile, at the canyon entrance, Ma Tong's crossbowmen unleashed a volley of arrows, effectively blocking any retreat. At the exit, Lu Shua personally commanded his ambush troops to appear, their powerful bows and crossbows aimed at the panicked vanguard of the Allied forces. The thunderbolt was lit and thrown into the dense enemy ranks. Although the direct damage was limited, the sudden loud noise and flash of fire made the already chaotic Allied forces even more panicked, thinking that they had been struck by divine punishment. We've been ambushed. Run. Fire. A huge fire. We can't get out. We're surrounded. Flames engulfed them. Boulders crashed down on them. Arrows rained down like locusts, and the combined assault from both sides, coupled with the terrifying roar, utterly shattered the Allied forces. Countless men and horses trampled each other in the narrow canyon, desperately trying to escape, but there was nowhere to run. Thick smoke choked them, flames devoured lives, and the canyon became a veritable slaughterhouse and crematorium. Under the desperate protection of his personal guards, the king of the rear of Chaser narrowly escaped being hit by boulders or engulfed by flames. In a disheveled state, he led a few loyal followers and fled for their lives along a small path they remembered might exist in the southwest leading to the natural bridge in the Taolai River Gorge. Accompanying him out of the inferno were approximately 10,000 disorganized and dejected soldiers, their armor and weapons scattered. However, what awaited them was even deeper despair. When they stumbled and fell to the edge of the Taolai River Canyon, and saw the sheer drop of water dozens of meters deep, with rushing currents and sheer cliffs on both sides, their hearts sank. Their only hope, the natural bridge spanning the canyon, came into view. The bridge was still there, but on the other side stood a banner bearing the character Zhang. Zhang Liao, leading 5,000 elite troops from Liangzhou, was already in full battle array, ready for battle. Crossbows were aimed at the bridge, and swords and spears gleamed coldly. Behind them, Guanye's cavalry had caught up. Ahead lay a dead end and enemy troops. Beneath their feet was a deep abyss and raging torrents. Surrender. We surrender. Some Allied soldiers threw down their weapons in despair, knelt down and cried out. Looking at the imposing army formation on the opposite bank and the approaching dust cloud behind him, the last trace of color drained from his face. He knew it was all over, utterly over. Release the water, Zhang Liao ordered expressionlessly. The temporary dam upstream was breached, and the accumulated river water rushed down with a roar. The already turbulent Taolai River swelled, and the waves surged, completely extinguishing any faint hope of wading or escaping along the riverbed. There was no way forward, pursuers behind, no way to heaven, and no way to hell. Amidst the shouts of those who surrender will not yield, from the Liangzhou army, the vast majority of the surviving Allied soldiers chose to kneel and surrender. The king of Chaser attempted to resist, but Zhang Liao personally charged across the Tianxing bridge, stabbed him off his horse with a spear, and beheaded him as a warning. The Battle of Xianxia Taolai River Gorge ended in a complete victory for the Liangzhou army. The last core force of the Allied forces, numbering approximately 50,000, was completely annihilated here. Among them, over 30,000 were burned to death, crushed to death, or trampled to death in the Shirguang Gorge. Over 10,000 surrendered or were killed in the Taolai River Gorge, and dozens of princes, nobles, and tribal leaders, including the king of Chaisher and the king of Shul who had already died in Zhochuan, perished. The Liangzhou army itself suffered negligible casualties. After the great battle, the battlefield was cleared and prisoners were taken into custody. Lu Shua stood on horseback on a high, open Gobi desert outside Shirguang Gorge, where the soil was hard and the site of an ancient beacon tower, which the locals called Hamburg Terrace. He looked down at the nearly 10,000 allied prisoners of war kneeling and trembling below, and then gazed westward at the vast western regions, his eyes as cold as ancient ice. "My lord, what should we do with these prisoners?" Gao Shun asked. According to the Liangzhou army's custom, ordinary soldiers could be punished with hard labor. But this time there were many prisoners, most of whom were young men from various western regions countries. Lu Shuo remained silent for a moment, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching the ears of the surrounding generals. "The western regions are fearful of our power but not of our virtue. This time they have gathered hundreds of thousands of troops, violated our borders, and killed our soldiers. Their intentions are despicable and their actions deserve punishment. If we let them go easily, it will not be enough to deter these villains, and I fear that trouble will resurface in a few years." He paused, then issued an order that sent chills down everyone's spines. "Order. Dig a deep pit beside this rammed earth platform. Identify all captured allied officers of the rank of centurion or above, noble sons of various countries, and those diehards who stubbornly resist, and bury them on the spot." The remaining ordinary soldiers were punished by being enslaved and assigned to various mines and road construction teams to work until they died. The order was given, and although the generals found it cruel, they had no objections because of the blood feud of the 3,000 defenders of Dunhuang and the greed and brutality of the Western region's allied forces. Only with such thunderous and bloody methods could the backbone of the Western region's kingdoms be completely broken, so that for decades or even centuries to come, the mere thought of Liangzhou would terrify them. The work began swiftly. Under the supervision of Liangzhou soldiers, the prisoners were forced to dig their own, some of them, graves. Cries, pleas, and curses echoed across the Gobi Desert, but to no avail. Several days later, a huge pit was completed next to the rammed earth platform. About 2,000 allied officers, nobles, and diehards who had been identified were escorted to the edge of the pit in batches. Under the indifferent gaze of the Liangzhou army and the despairing watch of the other prisoners, they were pushed or herded into the pit. Dust billowed, cries echoed, and then gradually subsided into silence. The huge crater was quickly filled and compacted. Standing atop the newly constructed earthen platform, which was higher and wider than the original rammed earth platform, Lu Shua looked down at the remaining prisoners who were now silent with fear and towards the vast western region, and ordered the erection of a monument. The inscription is simple yet cruel. "Those who offend the Han shall be buried here." Erected by Lu Shua, king of Liang, in the spring of the 5th year of Zhongping. There were no superfluous words, only the most direct warnings and deterrents. From then on, this reinforced and compacted earthen platform was fearfully called Jingguantai or Liangwang Tomb by the surviving merchants and tribes of the western regions. Its existence, along with the scorched earth of Shirguan Gorge and the sobbing of the Taolai River, became a bloody nightmare that loomed over the kingdoms of the western regions for decades, silently telling the terrible price of challenging the hegemony of Liangzhou. After this battle, the main force of the western region's allied forces was annihilated, and its core leadership was wiped out. The threat to Liangzhou's western frontier was eliminated in the most brutal and thorough way. Lu Shua could finally shift his gaze slightly from the northwest to the ever-changing central plains further east. As for the western regions, for a long time to come, they would only be able to tremble in the shadow of this newly erected Jingguan Terrace, awaiting the moment when the king of Liang would decide their fate. The towering flames of Xianxia and the brutal rammed earth of Jingguantai are like two of the bloodiest branding marks, deeply etched into the souls of all the surviving people of the western regions. The invincible reputation of the Liangzhou army, the sharpness of its battle-hardened soldiers, and especially the ruthless methods of King Lu Shua of Liang to eradicate any threat and establish his authority, spread like wildfire throughout the north and south of the Darim Basin, accompanied by the terrified accounts of the scattered fleeing soldiers and passing merchants. When Lu Shua personally led his victorious army, riding high on the momentum of their great victory, to Dunhuang, this once fiercely defended border fortress, which had ultimately fallen, encountered almost no resistance. The small number of Western region allied troops left behind were mostly old, weak, and wounded soldiers who had long been terrified at the mere mention of the city's name. They abandoned the city and fled before the vanguard of the Liangzhou army even arrived. Some, in order to save their lives, even opened the city gates and brought a few symbolic heads to surrender. Dunhuang, a vital town on the Silk Road, now an important cotton-growing base for Lu Shua, fell to Liangzhou without bloodshed a month later. The sword marks and arrow holes on the city walls remain, and the bloodstains in the streets and alleys are still faintly discernible, silently recounting the fierce battle. Lu Shua's first act upon entering the city was to personally preside over a grand funeral for Zhao Ong and 3,000 fallen soldiers. The remains of some were indistinguishable from the others. A monument was erected to commemorate their achievements, and their families were generously compensated. The soldiers and civilians within the city were all moved to tears. However, the recapture of Dunhuang was only the beginning. Lu Shua's gaze turned to the vast regions further west and south. Although the Western region's coalition had been defeated, many countries had participated in the rebellion, especially the southern states. While they might not have contributed many troops, it was hard to guarantee that they hadn't been coerced or secretly supported the uprising. If this great victory wasn't used to punish them and restore order, it was difficult to guarantee that they wouldn't harbor rebellious intentions in the future. Issue the order. Use Dunhuang as a base and divide the army into 2 routes. Lu Shua convened a military conference at the Dunhuang Prefectural Governor's office, which has since been cleaned and renovated. One route, led by Gao Shun and Ma Tang, will consist of 30,000 infantry and cavalry, sweeping along the northern foothills of the Kunlun Mountains and the direction of the Sherqin River, present-day Sherqin River, to conquer the southern route. The primary targets are Xianxia, Lulan, Qianma, Shaowan, and Jingjue. These 4 kingdoms are located at crucial points on the southern route, near the Altan Mountains and the desert. Jingjuanaya is a major oasis town on the southern route. Make sure they clearly understand that following the rebels and crossing our borders will come at a price. The other route, led by Guan Yu and Zhang Liao, consists of 20,000 elite cavalry. They will leave Yumen Pass and patrol northwestward to deter the remaining forces in the northern route, such as Weishu and Weili, and to investigate the movements of Yanqi and other states in the former Chaisha region, maintaining a high-pressure stance to prevent them from making any moves. Lu Shua emphasized, this southern expedition is intended to punish, establish authority, and explore routes, not to conquer and occupy territory. Our army's logistics lines are already long, and the transportation of grain and fodder from the newly recaptured Dunhuang is not easy. Moreover, the desert will soon be hot and scorching in summer, so it is not advisable to engage in prolonged warfare deep into enemy territory. Therefore, the primary objective is to achieve a swift victory, destroy their military resistance capabilities, and force them to submit and pay tribute. If we encounter strong resistance, we should break their army, burn their supplies, and capture their nobles. There is no need to linger in battle and attack cities. Furthermore, send out the proclamation first. Lu Shua said to Qin Gong, who was accompanying the army. Gong Tai, immediately draft a royal proclamation in the name of the Han dynasty's legitimacy and the Liang king's authority, and send envoys to the southern kingdoms. The proclamation must severely condemn their crimes of collusion with the rebels, list the defeat at Sherguan Gorge and the intimidation at Jingguan Terrace, and clearly state, those who obey can send envoys to Dunhuang to plead guilty, renegotiate the tribute quota, and send hostages to trade. Those who rebel will be immediately punished by heavenly troops, their kingdoms will be wiped out, and their sacrifices will be extinguished, just like Chaisher and Shul. Qian Gong accepted the order and quickly drafted a proclamation that was both sharp and forceful, stamped with the seal of the King of Liang, and carried to the southern route by a capable envoy. Gao Shun and Ma Tang's armies advanced westward along the southern route of the ancient Silk Road, also known as the Shanshan Road. The route passed through mostly small oasis kingdoms on the edge of the desert, already weak and poorly populated. After hearing of the annihilation of the 300,000-strong allied army from the north, the devastation at Sherguan Gorge, and the terror of Jingguantai, they were already terrified. The arrival of the Liangzhou army's proclamation before their own troops completely shattered their will to resist. The ancient kingdom of Shanshan Lulan, which had prospered due to its strategic location at Lopner but declined due to environmental changes and the struggle between the Han and Xiongnu, offered almost no significant resistance to the Liangzhou army besieging its capital. The elderly and frail king of Shanshan led his courtiers 10 miles outside the city, bearing his chest and leading a sheep, presenting a household register, a list of overdue tributes, and a prince as a hostage. He tearfully declared that he had been coerced by the later Chaisher tribe and now wished to remain a vassal state of Liangzhou forever, with no other intentions. Gao Shun obeyed without causing much trouble, only confiscating a symbolic portion of the weapons from its armory. He left a contingent of troops to garrison key locations near the capital to oversee the fulfillment of its promise before continuing westward. The situations in Qianma and Shaowan were similar. Small and impoverished, with only 1,000 or so soldiers, they readily surrendered under the strict discipline and clear demands of the Liangzhou army, offering tribute, hostages, and promising to guard trade routes and provide guides and supplies. Gao Shun accepted their surrenders one by one, registered them, and established temporary military-controlled post stations. The kingdom of Jingzhuanaya, a city-state nestled deep in an oasis at the end of the Naya River, renowned for its exquisite woolen textiles and unique wood-carving culture, hesitated for a moment. Its king, confident in the oasis' remote location, relatively concealed terrain, and some fortifications, ultimately abandoned any hope of escape after the Liangzhou army displayed powerful crossbows and forged steel weapons, and ordered the city to open within half a day. Ma Teng led his army into the city, inspected its treasury, and found irrefutable evidence of its involvement in the allied forces. He then, as ordered, captured the king and all major nobles, transported them to Dunhuang, burned their armory, and appointed a pro-Liangzhou noble to temporarily assume the reins of government. The remnants of Jingzhu's Naya civilization were thus preserved, but its military and political independence was completely stripped away. Gao Shun and Ma Teng's southern expeditionary force, like a precise surgical operation, rapidly advanced along the southern route, eliminating the military rebellion capabilities of several key states, forcing them to reaffirm their allegiance to Liangzhou in fear, and establishing a preliminary monitoring mechanism. The entire process took less than 2 months, with minimal casualties for the Liangzhou army. The main losses were in logistics and adapting to the desert environment. Meanwhile, the armed patrols conducted by Guan Yu and Zhang Liao in the northern route were equally effective. The northern kingdoms, still reeling from the shock of the allied forces' defeat, saw the Liangzhou cavalry displaying their might and all closed their city gates, sending envoys to reward the troops and swearing oaths of unwavering loyalty. The former Chaisher kingdom and Yanqi kingdom even sent large quantities of cattle, sheep, and treasures in exchange for leniency. Early summer of the 5th year of Zhongping, Dunhuang. Lu Shua compiled the battle reports from both armies. The 4 kingdoms in the southern route had submitted, the kingdoms in the northern route were terrified, and Dunhuang, the gateway to the western regions, had been firmly controlled, with trade routes initially restored. More importantly, through this battle, the Liangzhou army's combat effectiveness, especially its long-range deployment and rapid strike capabilities, was validated, and its understanding of the geography, hydrology, and national conditions of the western regions was greatly deepened. My lord, the southern route has been pacified, and the northern route has been deterred. Should we continue our advance to completely pacify the former Chaisher, Yanqi, Kucha, and other major northern states? Or should we advance westward into the Pamir Mountains to intimidate the remnants of Dayuan and Shul? A general requested permission to fight. Looking at the vast western regions on the sand table, Lu Shua shook his head. No. Our army's expedition this time was originally to deal with a sudden invasion, and our preparations were really insufficient. After months of fighting, the soldiers are exhausted, and the logistics line has reached its limit. Dunhuang has been recovered and needs time to consolidate. Moreover, the complete pacification of the vast western regions is not something that can be accomplished overnight. We need to proceed step by step, establish stable strongholds, settle immigrants to the border, and cultivate land and store grain. He traced his finger across the Tianshan Mountains. After this battle, the western regions have suffered heavy losses, with their young and able-bodied men losing their lives, and their nobles and princes trembling with fear. There is absolutely no possibility of them organizing a large-scale coalition to invade our borders again in the next 1 or 2 decades. Right now, they are fish on our chopping block. However, the time is not yet ripe to swallow the entire western regions. Lu Shua's gaze was calm. The situation in the Central Plains is constantly changing. There are undercurrents in Guangzhou and Luoyang. Although Liangzhou has a solid foundation and is willing to do great things, its focus still needs to be on the east. As for the western regions, the strategy for the future should be to control the key roads, keep the various countries in check, and gradually integrate them by stationing troops and cultivating land. He issued a series of follow-up orders. The Dunhuang Zhenqi General's office was established. Gao Shun was temporarily appointed as the Zhenqi General, with Ma Teng as his deputy, commanding 30,000 troops, stationed permanently in Dunhuang, responsible for the defense of the western section of the Hushi Corridor and the eastern part of the western regions, supervising the surrendered states of the southern route, and continuing to penetrate and expand its influence into the western regions. Reconstruct Yumen Yangguan, fortify the pass and increase the garrison, making it a solid forward base for advancing into the western regions. Military and civilian settlements were established in suitable areas west of Dunhuang and Jiuquan to recruit refugees from the interior, settle some surrendered soldiers, develop agriculture, and alleviate logistical pressure, monopolizing trade routes and imposing heavy taxes. strictly controlling trade along the Silk Road, levying tariffs on passing caravans, acquiring enormous wealth, and using trade as leverage to influence the countries of the western regions. Dispatch permanent envoys and trading posts. Establish Liangzhou government offices or send permanent representatives to key locations such as Xianxia and Jingjue to supervise various countries, collect intelligence, and spread Han culture Liangzhou version. The western regions will eventually become the western regions of Liangzhou, Lu Shuo concluded. But not today. Today's victory has already crippled their claws and chilled their hearts. It will not be too late to completely wipe them out when the dust settles in the central plains and Liangzhou has sufficient troops and provisions. For now, let these terrified kings savor the taste of fear and submission under the shadow of the Jingguantai. In the autumn of the 5th year of the Zhongping era, Lu Shuo returned to the capital in triumph, traveling from Dunhuang back to Jincheng. Wherever the royal carriage passed, the people of Heshi welcomed him with food and drink, lining the roads and cheering for the king of Liang's victory. News of the great victory in the western regions and the display of human might had already spread throughout Liangzhou, bringing Lu Shuo's prestige to an unprecedented peak. Jincheng was decorated with lanterns and streamers, holding a grand triumphant ceremony to reward the troops, compensate the wounded and the injured, and the entire city was filled with jubilation. However, beneath the surface of celebration, Lu Shuo's thoughts had already quietly drifted across the Longshan Mountains, heading towards Luoyang thousands of miles away and the entire Guangdong region. With the threat to the western border of Liangzhou temporarily eliminated and his rear basically secured, it was time to devote more energy and resources to that chessboard that would soon determine the fate of the world. A thick stack of the latest intelligence reports from Guangdong, delivered by Chang Yu and Qin Gong, lay on his desk. Lu Shuo carefully flipped through it, his brows furrowing and relaxing at times, reflecting the complex picture of his hazy historical memories from his past life intertwined with the present reality. Abolish the inspectorate and establish the governor. Emperor Ling adopted the suggestion of Lu Yan, a member of the imperial clan who had been quick to jump on the bandits, changing the title of inspector to governor and granting them real power over the military and political affairs of a province. Ostensibly, this was to more effectively suppress the remnants of the Yellow Turban Rebellion and local bandits, and to strengthen local control. But in Lu Shuo's view, this was undoubtedly handing over a legitimate knife to the already restless local powerful clans and aristocratic families, allowing them to establish their own independent regimes. The decline of the Han dynasty begins from this point, he sighed inwardly. Yet he also knew that this was the inevitable trend of history, unstoppable, and perhaps even a way to gain greater benefits from Liangzhou. Liangzhou was already under his actual control. Should he actively request the title of governor from the court? Or should he simply wait for the court to bestow it upon him? The 8 colonels of the Western Garden. Emperor Ling established a new imperial guard directly under his command, with the eunuch Jian Shuo as the commander-in-chief of the upper army. Members of powerful families like Yuan Shao and Cao Cao, or rising military officers, led various colonels. It was clear to everyone that Emperor Ling was attempting to balance or even weaken the military power of General He Jin, creating a new battleground for the power struggle between the emperor, his relatives, and the eunuchs.
Jiang Shuo, Yuan Shao, Cao Cao.
Lu Shuo's fingers lightly tapped on these names. Especially Cao Cao, the cavalry captain he had met briefly in Guangzhou, was indeed beginning to show his talent. The Western Garden Army might become one of the key forces in the future upheavals in Luoyang. Although the Zhang brothers were dead, the flames of the Yellow Turban Rebellion were not completely extinguished. In the Central Plains, Qingzhou and Shuzhou, numerous peasant groups using the Yellow Turban banner rose up again. Though not as large as before, they still caused widespread unrest. Local governors, newly appointed prefects, and even powerful clans recruited followers and expanded their private armies, ostensibly to suppress the rebels, but in reality to expand their own armed forces. The soil of this chaotic world was becoming increasingly fertile. Most of this news was within Lu Shuo's expectations, and even something he hoped for to some extent. The more chaotic the Central Plains became, and the more the court's prestige declined, the greater the room for development and future opportunities would be for him, a powerful prince residing in the remote northwest. However, the next 2 pieces of information were slightly unexpected, causing his gaze to freeze for a moment. Firstly, it concerns Yizhou. After Lu Yan assumed the post of governor of Yizhou, he did not immediately take up his post but instead remained in Jingzhou, secretly contacting powerful clans there. Simultaneously, he dispatched his subordinates, including Zhang Lu, to Han territory to disrupt the plank roads and kill Han envoys, displaying a clear intention to seize control of Bashu and covet Jingzhou and Yizhou. Lu Yan is also someone who can't stand being idle, Lu Shuo sneered. Yizhou, a land of plenty, is easy to defend and difficult to attack. If Lu Yan consolidates his power, it will inevitably become a separatist force in the future. This reminded him that his strategy towards the south also needed to be considered as soon as possible. Secondly, it concerns Dong Zhuo, a figure he believed had been severely affected by his own butterfly effect and might not even be able to recover. Intelligence indicates that after Dong Zhuo's unsuccessful campaign at Guangdong in Ji Province in the second year of the Zhongping era, he did not remain inactive as Lu Shuo had anticipated. Instead, he retreated to Hudong Commandery, thus inadvertently avoiding the most intense battles of the Yellow Turban Rebellion in the Central Plains and preserving his strength. Subsequently, taking advantage of the court's continued military needs against the Chong and Hu tribes, and He Jin's intention to support other border generals to counterbalance Lu Shuo in Liang Province, he frequently operated in Luoyang, bribing eunuchs and cultivating a relationship with He Jin. Though they were mutually wary, they were temporarily using each other. He even gained the opportunity to quell the Western Chong rebellion, but there was no rebellion. It was already dealt with by the protagonist. From the 4th to the 5th year of the Zhongping era, Dong Zhuo led his old troops and newly recruited soldiers gathered in Hudong to fight against the Chong rebels in southeastern Liangzhou and western Guangdong on several occasions again, against a few scattered minority tribes, but overall he reported many victories. In particular, in a battle where he defeated a certain Xianling Chong tribe, the battle report was exaggerated. He was considered by the court to have rendered meritorious service to the country. During the 6 months that Lu Shuo was busy pacifying the western regions, an imperial edict came from Luoyang. Dong Zhuo was rewarded for his meritorious service in suppressing the Chong and stabilizing the western frontier, and was granted the title of Marquis of Taixiang with a fief of 1,000 households. He was also ordered to oversee the military affairs of Longyu and was permitted to establish his own government and recruit troops to pacify Guangdong. Lu Shuo narrowed his eyes as he looked at the words Marquis of Taixiang, Governor of Longyu. The inertia of history, or rather, the combination of the corrupt bureaucratic system of the late Eastern Han dynasty and the survival logic of border generals, had allowed Dong Zhuo to climb to a considerable height once again in a different way. According to a more detailed secret report from the Liangzhou Military Intelligence Bureau, after being granted his title, Dong Zhuo quickly used his authority as a marquis and governor to recruit soldiers extensively in the southern part of Yufufeng and Anding counties, bordering Liangzhou. He annexed small local armed forces and recruited refugees and Chong and Hu mercenaries. His direct forces had rapidly expanded to tens of thousands, most of whom were seasoned border warriors. His main base was located in Mei County, Yufufeng, present-day Mei County, Xianxia, where the Mei fortress was already taking shape, and he was stockpiling provisions, clearly rising to become the hegemon of western Guangdong. His sphere of influence extended east to Chang'an, west to the Longxi and Anding counties of Liangzhou, north to Beidi County, and south to Hanzhong, making his geographical location extremely important. What caught Lu Shuo's attention even more was the subtle hostility and wariness towards Liangzhou within Dong Zhuo's army. Perhaps it was because Lu Shuo, the king of Liang, was too dazzling, overshadowing all the generals from Shiliang. Perhaps it was because Dong Zhuo felt threatened by Lu Shuo's expanding power. Or perhaps it was simply a thorn planted by He Jin or certain forces in the court on the border with Liangzhou. In any case, Dong Zhuo's troops frequently redeployed and fortified passes in the area bordering Liangzhou, intensified their scouting activities, and there were even rumors of small-scale skirmishes. Dong Zhongying is certainly resilient. Lu Shuo put down the intelligence report, walked to the map, his gaze falling on the location of Mei County in Yufufeng, then sweeping over Longxi and Anding counties under his jurisdiction. Lord of Taixiang, do you want to rule Guangdong? Or do you think you've grown too powerful and want to mess with my Liangzhou? Guan Yu, Zhang Liao, and other generals who were in the hall reviewing the intelligence all showed disdain and anger upon hearing this. Guan Yu raised an eyebrow and said coldly, Dong Zhuo is a scoundrel, nothing more than an arrogant border general who has gained power by chance. How dare he be a neighbor of my Liangzhou? My lord, why don't you let me lead a detachment east out of the Longshan Mountains, wipe out his camp, capture this barbarian, and bring him to us? Zhang Liao also said, although Dong Zhuo's army is said to number in the tens of thousands, most of them are newly recruited and their orders are inconsistent. How can they compare to our battle-hardened elite troops? Their position at Mei Fort seems fortified, but in reality, it is isolated. If our army attacks with lightning speed, we will surely break through. Lu Shuo waved his hand, his face showing little worry, but rather a playful smile. Yun Chong, Wen Yuan, calm down. Dong Zhuo is merely a minor ailment. His sudden rise, seemingly glorious, is actually based on shallow foundations, relying entirely on the court's temporary needs and the checks and balances imposed by He Jin and his ilk. He occupies western Guangdong, a region surrounded by enemies. To the east, the court in Luoyang is suspicious of He Jin. To the south, Lu Yan and Zhang Lu are eyeing Hanzhong. To the north, there are remnants of the Hu tribes, and to the west lies my Liangzhou. His situation is like a pile of eggs, preoccupied with his own survival. How dare he take the initiative to attack me? He paused, his tone turning cold. However, if he is ignorant of the times and truly believes that being appointed as the Marquis of Taixiang and Governor of Long, you makes him an equal to me, or even dares to covet Liangzhou. A cold glint flashed in Lu Shua's eyes. Then I don't mind letting the story of Jingguantai be repeated in Guanzhong. It's a good opportunity to use this newly assembled army to test the skills of my Liangzhou soldiers and let those incompetent officials in Luoyang realize more clearly who is the true master of the Northwest. Right now, Lu Shua said, suppressing his murderous intent and regaining his composure. The Central Plains are in a turbulent time, with undercurrents surging within the court. Dong Zhuo is merely a pawn that may be useful or an obstacle. We need not concern ourselves with him for now. We only need to order the garrison in Longxi and Anding to strengthen their defenses and send out more scouts to closely monitor his movements. Our attention should still be focused on the overall situation in Guangdong and the impending storm in Luoyang. He turned to Chen Gong. Gongtai, intensify intelligence gathering efforts in the various prefectures east of Luoyang, especially regarding the movements of the He Jin eunuch clique of the Western Garden Army and the governors of each prefecture. At the same time, submit a memorial to the court in my name reporting the great victory in the western regions, and incidentally mention that Liangzhou, newly pacified in the western frontier, is vast. Request the appointment of a governor for Liangzhou to coordinate military and political affairs and protect the borders and people. Since the court has opened the door to the governorship, why not take it? Zhongde, he then looked at Changyu within Liangzhou, continue to implement the new policies, stockpile grain and supplies, and train the troops. In particular, we must accelerate the training of the new batch of students at the military academy. In the next few years, we will need more military and political talents who can stand on their own. Yes, sir. The crowd accepted the order. In the early winter of the 5th year of Zhongping, the chill of Jinsheng had deepened, but the council chamber within the prince's residence was warm and inviting, fueled by the glow of charcoal and a more fervent atmosphere. The smoke of war in the western regions was gradually dissipating, and various post-war arrangements and domestic affairs were returning to normal. On this day, Cheng Yu and Chen Gong jointly requested an audience, but their discussion was not of military or national importance. Rather, it concerned a long-delayed private matter. Lu Shua's marriage. Chang Yu held a scroll of silk, his face as serious as ever, but his eyes revealed a rare, elder-like concern and insistence. Last year, due to the urgent war in the western regions, the Lord's marriage had to be temporarily postponed. Now that the western frontier is pacified, although the Guangdong Regi On is in turmoil, the fact that Liangzhou's internal affairs are stable can no longer be delayed. He paused, emphasizing his words, the Lord is now 17, and according to custom, he should have already undergone the Kamingafage ceremony. Ordinary scholars should marry into royal families upon reaching adulthood, setting an example for others. Remaining single in the royal palace for a long time is not a good strategy for maintaining social order, ensuring public stability, or planning for the future. Chen Gong nodded in agreement, his tone gentler than Cheng Yes, yet equally earnest. What Zhongde Gong says is absolutely right. We all admire your Majesty's ambition to govern the world and your tireless efforts. However, establishing a family and building a career have always been intertwined. Only when there is a prospect of an heir within the inner palace can the hearts of your subjects be truly stabilized and the foundation of your empire be solidified. Moreover, we had preliminary contact with Mr. Kai Boji last year. Although he did not explicitly agree, he did not outright refuse, saying that he needed to consider it. Now, nearly a year later, with the great victory in Liangzhou, your Majesty's prestige in the Northwest is at its zenith. This is the perfect time to bring up this matter again. Sitting in the main seat, Lu Shua listened to his two trusted ministers' back-and-forth conversation, a strange feeling rising in his heart. Subconsciously, some lingering ideas from his past life remained, believing that marrying in one's 20s was early, let alone 17. However, in this era, especially in his position, Chang Yu and Qin Gong's words were undeniably reasonable. He was not only Lu Shua himself, but also the ruler of Liangzhou. His marriage and offspring were already part of the political structure, concerning the interests and expectations of countless people. Last year, when his mother wrote to urge him to leave, he was able to use the war as an excuse. Now that the external threats have subsided and domestic affairs are in order, further delay would indeed be unreasonable. Moreover, Chang Yu, Qin Gong, and Guan Yu, among others who were among his earliest followers and watched him rise from an abandoned prince in the palace to his current position, have, to some extent, indeed played the role of elders or brothers, and their concern is genuine. Lu Shua let out a soft breath, a helpless yet relieved smile on his face. Very well, I understand your intentions. Last year was indeed due to the war, not because I intentionally delayed. Since you both believe the time is right, then I will leave this matter to you to handle. However, we must still follow the proper etiquette, so as not to lose face, nor should we force anyone. Mr. Kai Boji is a renowned scholar in the country, and I also respect him. Whether the marriage can be successful or not still requires the consent of both parties. Seeing that Lu Shua had finally relented, Chang Yu and Chen Gong exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with relief, as if a major worry had been lifted from their hearts. They truly regarded Lu Shua as their own nephew or junior, and seeing this promising young man they had assisted and watched grow up finally taking a step in a major life event, the sense of responsibility and joy in their hearts far exceeded the respect that ordinary subjects showed to their lord. Rest assured, my lord. Chang Yu immediately straightened his back, and the serious expression on his face became more lively. This matter concerns your life and the future of Liangzhou. Your servants and Gong Tai will do our utmost to ensure a successful outcome. We will certainly follow the ancient rites to demonstrate the majesty and sincerity of the Liangwang mansion and make the Kai family feel fully respected. Chen Gong smiled and said, Your Majesty's ability to treat him with such composure and respect for Lord Kai's wishes demonstrates your benevolence. We will certainly plan carefully. The betrothal gifts, matchmakers, and ceremony must all be carefully considered. Lord Kai is poor but values propriety. The betrothal gifts should mainly consist of classics. An ancient zither Kai Yong was skilled at playing the zither, scholars' objects, and practical items, supplemented with an appropriate amount of gold and silk to show sincerity without being vulgar. As for the matchmakers, Zhong De Gong and I have thought it over repeatedly, and perhaps we can ask Lu Kong Gong of Lujiang and Huan Dian Gong of Peigua. Both of them are highly respected and have a history with Lord Kai, so it would be most appropriate for them to act as matchmakers. Lu Shua nodded. You two have thought things through thoroughly, so let's proceed accordingly. All necessary items will be drawn from the prince's treasury, so there's no need to be stingy. If there's anything I need, he'll personally write a letter to you, and you can come and get it any time. We obey. Chang Yu and Qin Gong responded in unison, their spirits high, as if they had received a mission more important than planning a major battle. The news spread like wildfire, and soon, military generals such as Jian Wei, Guan Yu, Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and Ma Tang, as well as other high-ranking civil officials in Liangzhou Prefecture, all knew that their lord was finally going to put the wedding on the agenda and had entrusted the entire process to the two senior ministers, Chang Yu and Qin Gong. The reaction from everyone was remarkably consistent. They all breathed a sigh of relief, and then revealed expressions of joy as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Guan Yu stroked his long beard and said to Zhang Liao, My lord has finally agreed to discuss marriage. A true man should establish a family before building a career. My lord has lofty ambitions and needs a virtuous wife to stabilize the rear. I trust Chang Gong and Qin Gong to handle things. Zhang Liao laughed and said, General Guan is right. It's strange, but I usually only see our lord strategizing and making decisive moves so imposing and awe-inspiring. But when I think about our lord getting married, I feel like it's our own brother's wedding, and I have to join in the fun and help with the arrangements. Although Gao Shun was a man of few words, he nodded and said, That is indeed the case. The royal palace needs a female ruler. Ma Tang patted his chest and said, My lord's wedding is the most joyous occasion in Liangzhou. If there is anything I can do to help, just let me know. The Chang region has fine horses and beautiful jade, which can add to the betrothal gifts. Not only military officers, but also some mid-level officials and even the common people of Jincheng were all talking about it with smiles on their faces. Lu Shua enjoyed extremely high prestige in Liangzhou, and the people regarded him as their protector and wise ruler, so naturally they were concerned about his marriage. In many people's minds, the king of Liang should have already married a virtuous queen. So, in the days that followed, Chang Yu and Qin Gong devoted most of their energy to preparing for Lu Shua's wedding. They had a clear division of labor. Chang Yu was mainly responsible for raising the betrothal gifts, coordinating the imperial treasury, and planning the overall budget, while Chen Gong was responsible for contacting matchmakers, drafting documents, and designing the details of the ceremony. They frequently gathered to discuss everything, big or small, striving for perfection. Their dedication surpassed even their efforts when handling political and military affairs. Chang Yu even personally went to the Imperial Academy to discuss with the craftsmen and meticulously crafted a guqin with superior tone, modeled after ancient records. He also commissioned the best calligrapher in the royal court to transcribe some of Kai Yong's own works and rare classics as a special betrothal gift. Chen Gong, on the other hand, constantly sent envoys between Jincheng and Qinlu, Lujiang, and Peigua to communicate with potential matchmakers such as Lu Kong and Huan Dian, conveying the Liang royal court's sincerity and Lu Shua's personal letter of greeting. The entire Liangzhou leadership seemed to be infused with a warm and positive energy because of Lu Shua's marriage. Everyone felt that this was not only a happy occasion for their lord, but also a symbol of the Liangzhou regime's growing maturity and stability. Chang Yu, Qin Gong, and others, filled with a sense of pride and responsibility, devoted all their efforts to finding Lu Shua a good marriage and holding a grand and dignified wedding. Lu Shua himself, ironically, became the most relaxed one. He only needed to occasionally listen to the progress and nod in agreement. Watching Chang Yu, Qin Gong, and others working tirelessly and wholeheartedly on this matter, he couldn't help but feel a warmth and emotion in his heart. In this world where he had no relatives except for his mother, but his mother's clan was weak and the royal family's kinship was weak, and he had to rely entirely on his own efforts, having such a group of people who were his ministers, friends, and family thinking of him so much was perhaps a rare stroke of luck and comfort since his transmigration. As for Kai Yan, the talented woman whose fate was fraught with hardship and history, Lu Shua looked eastward, his eyes less calculating and more filled with complex expectation. If he could change her destiny and spare her from those sufferings, perhaps this marriage, which began with political considerations, could have a good start. While the people of Liangzhou were actively preparing for the Lord's wedding, an undercurrent of malice and conspiracy quietly spread from the eastern capital of Luoyang, quickly permeating the discussions among scholars and the streets of the various prefectures and counties in Guangdong. The intelligence was first relayed by the spies of the Liangzhou Military Intelligence Bureau, who had infiltrated Luoyang and the surrounding counties. The contents of the intelligence report made Qin Gong, who was in charge of compiling the reports, frown deeply. Immediately afterward, he and Chang Yu, with solemn expressions, requested an audience with Lu Shua. In Luoyang, my lord, there have been many rumors that are detrimental to you recently. Chang Gong presented several secret reports, his tone filled with suppressed anger. Their content focuses on last year's war in the western regions, especially exaggerating our army's handling of prisoners at Jingguantai. The secret report detailed several core versions of the rumor. It is said that Lu Shua, the king of Liang, was inherently bloodthirsty. After defeating the western region's coalition, he not only massacred surrendered soldiers but also slaughtered the elderly, women, and children. Along the roads of the western regions, bones lay exposed in the fields, and for miles, not a sound could be heard from chickens or dogs. Some say he was cruel and tyrannical, violating the laws of nature, and that he skinned prisoners and stuffed them with straw to build a mound of corpses. His behavior was comparable to that of Jie and Zhou, making him unworthy of being a member of the Han imperial family, let alone possessing the benevolence expected of a prince of the Celestial Empire. Even more insidious methods were employed, dredging up old stories such as Lu Shua's early departure from the capital to take up his fiefdom and the suppression of powerful clans under the new policies of Liangzhou, stringing them together to create a negative image of him as eccentric, hostile to the gentry, and contemptuous of etiquette and law, while subtly implying that he was hoarding military power and harboring ambitions of illegitimate gain. These rumors were not baseless. Rather, they cleverly grafted, exaggerated, and even distorted certain facts, such as the massacre of some allied officers and nobles, and were further fueled by highly inflammatory moral judgments. They spread rapidly through the mouths of certain upright scholars, storytellers in the streets, and even deliberately fabricated nursery rhymes and folk songs. The breadth of their spread, the intensity of their targeting, and the despicable methods employed clearly indicate that they were not spontaneous but rather an organized and premeditated propaganda offensive. These despicable tactics again. Chang Ye's beard bristled, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. Our Lord's great victory in the western regions has displayed the might of the Han dynasty in this remote land. Relieving the border troubles from imminent danger, this is an unparalleled achievement. Instead of praising him, they are making a big fuss about the details of dealing with mere rebel prisoners, distorting the truth and slandering a meritorious official. Their hearts are despicable. It must be He Jin's faction who, seeing our Lord's growing prestige and unparalleled achievements, have seriously threatened their position as maternal relatives and Liu Bian's path to the throne. Therefore, they have resorted to such underhanded tricks to tarnish our Lord's reputation, extinguish the hopes of the people, and completely eliminate our Lord's future possibility of succeeding to the throne. Chun Gong added his analysis, his tone calm yet sharp. I'm afraid it's not just He Jin. Many powerful families in Guangdong, especially those who disagree with the Lord's new policies or whose interests have been harmed by the Lord's favoritism towards those from humble backgrounds, are also happy to see the Lord's reputation damaged. They are either openly or covertly fueling the flames, trying to define the Lord as a brutal and unorthodox warrior, causing him to lose support among the literati who value benevolence and propriety, and forever exclude him from the core of orthodoxy. In this way, even if the world changes in the future and the Lord's army becomes strong, he will still lack virtue and prestige and will find it difficult to gain widespread recognition, adding countless obstacles to his path to hegemony. Upon hearing the news, Guan Yu, Zhang Liao, and other generals rushed to the palace, and were even more furious. Guan Yu's phoenix eyes widened, his killing intent surging. Shameless villains. When you can't win on the battlefield, you resort to gossiping behind people's backs. My lord, why don't you let me lead an elite force east out of Tongguan, straight to Luoyang, and capture all those troublemaking eunuchs and relatives of the empress? Let's see if they still dare to spout nonsense. Zhang Liao also said indignantly, our soldiers fought bloody battles in the western regions to protect the borders and the people, and yet they are called criminals in their mouths? This is outrageous. Such remarks have chilled the hearts of loyal ministers and generals. Even the usually composed Gao Shun wore a frosty expression. This plan is extremely vicious. It kills the person and destroys their spirit. Faced with the indignation of his senior officials, Lu Shua's reaction was surprisingly calm. He slowly put down the secret report in his hand, his face showing little anger, only a very faint, sarcastic and knowing smile at the corner of his mouth. Why are you all so angry? Lu Shua's voice was calm and even, as if discussing a trivial matter unrelated to himself. I anticipated such a tactic. Since I took control of Liangzhou, what I have done has ever met the expectations of those high-ranking officials and literati in Luoyang. From killing powerful clans and implementing new policies to supporting the poor and establishing official schools, to the brutal methods used in this campaign in the western regions, I am seen as an anomaly and a troublemaker. Now that I have achieved such great merit in isolation, my prestige in the northwest has soared. How can they not be afraid? He Jin and his sister fear that I will threaten Lu Bian, and the aristocratic families fear that I will settle scores with them once I gain power. Lu Shua paused, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. It wasn't sadness, but a chilling coldness. The emperor has always only felt disgust and fear towards me. He has never shown any fatherly affection. He would love for someone to smear and weaken me, so why would he defend me? Perhaps, behind these rumors, there is his hand pushing things along. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the bleak winter scene of Jin City outside. His tone was detached and indifferent. As for inheriting the throne, do you all really think that my father, the emperor, will one day make me the crown prince? Based on my humble origins as a palace maid? Based on my status as a powerful vassal king with his own army? Based on his deep-seated hatred for my mother and me? Lu Shua turned around, his gaze sweeping over the faces of Chengyu, Qingong, Guanyu, and others, each displaying either anger or worry. He said frankly, I have never harbored any illusions about this. From the moment I stepped out of Luoyang, I knew that there was an insurmountable chasm between me and that palace, a chasm that blood ties could not bridge. Lu Hong treats me like a thief, regarding me as a major threat. This is the reality. So Lu Shua shrugged, his expression relaxed to the point of being somewhat mocking. Let them curse me however they want. A murderous maniac? A bloodthirsty monster? Let them do what they want. What kind of image do I have in Liangzhou, in the army, and in the hearts of millions of people? Can a few rumors sway me? Are the opinions of the scholars of Guangdong really that important to my struggle for supremacy? When Emperor Gaozu rose from humble beginnings, even when Xianxia cooked his father, he still shared a cup of soup. Did he ever care about any empty reputation for benevolence? Emperor Guangwu's restoration was also achieved through military force, not empty talk. He walked back to his desk and tapped the secret reports with his fingers. What they want is nothing more than to completely exclude me from the legitimate candidates, cut off my potential support among the Guangdong gentry, and make me forever a frontier prince or a warlord. Little do they know, what I seek has never been to play games with them in the corrupt rules of Luoyang, such as establishing the eldest son as heir or virtue matching the position. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Shua's eyes, and his tone was resolute. My path was paved with the iron cavalry of Liangzhou. It was forged with the solid achievements of the new policies. It was won with real wealth and a strong army. The hearts of the people are in Liangzhou, the hearts of the army are in Liangzhou, and the future is in Liangzhou. The petty and despicable discussions in Guangdong are nothing more than a gentle breeze on a mountain to me. Not worth mentioning. He looked at Chen Gong. Gong Tai, you can order the Military Intelligence Bureau to continue monitoring. But there's no need to overreact, much less waste energy on refuting rumors and engaging in mutual insults. The innocent will remain innocent, and the guilty will remain guilty. Liangzhou's strength is the best response. However, you can keep track of who is jumping the gun the most and which channels are spreading the rumors the widest. Write them down, they might be useful in the future. He then said to Chengyu and the others, gentlemen, there is no need to worry about this. Those who need to prepare for the wedding should continue to do so, those who need to train the troops should continue to train them, and those who need to develop internal affairs should continue to develop them. The people of Liangzhou only need to do their own things well, and treat the noise from the outside world as nothing more than the barking of dogs. Lu Shua's composure and insight acted like a stabilizing force, quickly calming the anger and anxiety in everyone's hearts. Upon careful consideration, what their lord said was indeed true. Given their lord's relationship with the imperial family and his conflicts with the Guangdong gentry, it was inherently difficult for him to follow the legitimate path to the throne. Those rumors, while disgusting, could not truly damage the foundation of Liangzhou. Your Majesty is wise. We have been naive and have failed you, Chang Yu said with a sigh of relief and shame. Guan Yu also suppressed his anger, clasped his hands and said, My lord's magnanimity is beyond the reach of ordinary people. This humble general has learned a great deal. Qin Gong seemed to be deep in thought. My lord's intention is to remain unchanged in the face of all changes and to use strength to refute empty words. It is indeed a brilliant idea. However, this matter can perhaps be used to further unite the people of Liangzhou and make the military and civilians more aware that Liangzhou and Guangdong are now on completely different paths. Lu Shua smiled and nodded. Gongtai's words are very good. You and Zhongde can discuss the specifics of how to proceed. A potential public opinion crisis that could have triggered internal turmoil was easily averted by Lu Shua's insightful and calm analysis and detached attitude. The massive machine of Liangzhou continued its rumbling progress along its established track, unperturbed by the few wisps of slanderous remarks drifting in from the east. In Lu Shua's heart, the last remaining ties and expectations of blood ties or social norms towards that distant Luoyang, to that nominal father, and to those forces vying for power vanished completely at this moment, along with these malicious rumors. Just as the entire city of Liangzhou was busily preparing for Lu Shua's marriage, Chang Yu, Chen Gong, and others were exchanging letters more and more frequently with potential matchmakers Lu Kong and Huan Dian. All the betrothal gifts had been carefully prepared, and they were just waiting for an auspicious day to formally send envoys to present the betrothal gifts. At that moment, a wave of slander originating from Luoyang, which had been embellished by countless mouths and was no longer recognizable, finally reached Yu County of Chunlu Prefecture, thousands of miles away on the banks of the Ying River. Chunlu, located in the heart of the Central Plains, was a place of flourishing culture and facilitating the flow of information. The horrifying rumors about Lu Shua, the king of Liang, committing atrocities in the western regions spread rapidly across the land through the mouths of scholars, merchants, and refugees from the north and south, reaching a level of horror and exaggeration that surpassed those circulating in Luoyang. Initially, the accounts were relatively well documented, such as the massacre of surrendered prisoners and the construction of mounds of corpses. Soon, absurd and terrifying tales emerged, including that the king of Liang personally ate human hearts in every battle to increase his strength, that he needed to bathe in the blood of virgins to sleep soundly at night, and that his generals competed to see who could cut off the most ears of the enemy. Even more outrageous were descriptions of Lu Shua's appearance. A man 10 feet tall, with a blue face and fangs, eyes like copper bells, a voice like an old ox, and a foul stench accompanying his walk. Children who saw him would cry incessantly at night, as if he were not a Han Dynasty prince, but a demon crawling out of the underworld. These bizarre rumors, filled with folk curiosity and malicious speculation, inevitably reached the Kai family residence on the outskirts of Yu County, a place known for its poverty, simplicity, and scholarly atmosphere. Although Kai Yong devoted himself to scholarship and writing behind closed doors, he was not ignorant of worldly affairs. His disciples and old friends would often visit him, and they would inevitably discuss the news from the outside world. When he first heard the discussions about the Liang King's war in the western regions, he was able to maintain the calmness of a scholar and believed that the brutality of border wars might be due to the circumstances, and not necessarily as the rumors suggested. Last year, the Prince of Liang's residence even sent a letter of greeting, along with some ancient books and musical scores. The words were sincere and the manners were impeccable, although it was not explicitly stated. How could a discerning person like Kai Yong not know their intention to recruit or arrange a marriage alliance? At the time, he neither agreed nor disagreed, only feeling that the Prince of Liang was far away on the frontier and his reputation was not well known among the scholars of the Central Plains. However, judging from the content of the letter, he did not seem to be a completely crude and vulgar warrior. Moreover, he thought of catering to his tastes by giving him books and musical scores, which showed his thoughtfulness. He was not without worry about his daughter Kai Yan's marriage, but he was too picky. He looked down on ordinary families, while powerful clans disliked his poverty and lack of influence, as well as his past offenses against eunuchs. This sudden marriage to the Prince of Liang, though abrupt, seemed unexpected upon closer examination. If the other party was indeed a capable and courteous prince, it might not be a bad way out. At least it could guarantee his daughter's lifelong honor and provide a place for his lifelong learning. Therefore, he remained cautious at the time. However, as the rumors grew increasingly outrageous, Cai Yong's brow furrowed. He was well-read and understood the power of public opinion to destroy even the most powerful families. If the king of Liang was truly so cruel and tyrannical, even with his extraordinary talent and territorial achievements, he would be an unsuitable match, jeopardizing his family's reputation and his daughter's lifelong happiness. He began to waver, instructing his servants to gather more accurate information and politely declining several visitors who clearly intended to probe or persuade him. At the tender age of 16, Cai Yan was a young woman full of youthful dreams and aspirations for the future. From a young age, she was taught by her father, becoming proficient not only in classical literature, poetry, music, and calligraphy, but also cultivating intelligence, understanding, and a noble character. While her vision of marriage was inevitably limited by the times, she secretly hoped to find a husband who shared her interests, was of upright character, and even if not a literary genius, at least a gentleman of integrity. Her father had vaguely mentioned his intentions regarding Liang Zhou, though he hadn't stated it explicitly. But being astute as she was, how could she not guess? Initially, she was surprised, even harboring a faint curiosity and longing for the distant frontier and a young prince. She had read some frontier poems and imagined the magnificent sight of iron horses galloping in the autumn wind, and secretly speculated about the heroic appearance of the prince who, at such a young age, had pacified Liang Zhou and repeatedly achieved military merits. But now, all that reaches my ears are chilling descriptions. Miss, have you heard? Everyone outside is saying that the Prince of Liang looks terrifying, like a ghost king from a temple. That's not all. I heard from Zhang the peddler on the main street that he heard from a caravan returning from Liangzhou that the king of Liang specifically captures children when he goes to war. Shoo, don't say that. It's terrifying. The maid's apprehensive whispers, the neighbor's secretive expressions when talking about the Prince of Liang, as if mentioning some taboo, and her father's increasingly solemn expression and the occasional sighs coming from the study all pierced Cai Yan's originally hazy expectations like fine needles. She couldn't reconcile these bloody, terrifying, almost demonized images with the well-written letter from the Prince of Liang in her father's study, which conveyed a hint of seeking advice. Nor could she connect them with the vague, yearning for a hero deep within her heart. She began to suffer from insomnia. In the quiet of the night, those terrifying fragments of rumors would involuntarily creep into her mind, making her heart pound. One day, she finally couldn't help herself and, while tidying up her father's books, asked softly, "Father, is the story about the king of Liang that's being told outside true?" Cai Yong put down his pen, looking at the undisguised worry and fear on his daughter's beautiful face, and felt a pang of pain in his heart. He was silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. The rumors about Zhao Ji are rampant, mostly exaggerated and untrue, even absurd. The king of Liang is far away in the western border, and there are many who are hostile to him in Luoyang. There may be some slander and framing involved. Cai Yan raised her head, her eyes flashing with a struggle between reason and emotion. I understand that gossip can be terrifying, and 3 men can make a tiger, but there's no smoke without fire. It's a fact that the king of Liang used ruthless methods in his campaigns in the western regions. Father often taught me that a gentleman's virtue of loving others is greater than his power to do so. Even if the king of Liang has the great power to expand his territory, if he is truly bloodthirsty, violent, and without a benevolent heart, then, she bit her lip and didn't finish her sentence. But her meaning was clear. Cai Yong was well aware of his daughter's thoughts. He himself was conflicted. On one hand, he rationally doubted the extremism of the rumors, believing that smear campaigns in political struggles would stop at nothing. On the other hand, he couldn't completely rule out the possibility that the king of Liang truly possessed a cruel temperament. More importantly, as a father, he couldn't gamble his daughter's life's happiness on a possibility. The king of Liang's reputation was already damaged. If his daughter married him, she would bear the stigma of marrying a tyrant for the rest of her life, living in fear and the shadow of rumors. Something he absolutely did not want to see. Although the Liang prince's mansion had previously expressed a desire to make peace, they had not formally sent a matchmaker to present the betrothal gifts, and the 6 rites had not been completed. Cai Yong said slowly, as if convincing himself and comforting his daughter. There may still be room for maneuver in this matter. I need to consider it carefully and also seek more reliable information. My daughter, you don't need to worry too much. I'm here for you. Even so, Cai Yong knew in his heart that the king of Liang was powerful and had already shown initial interest. If he refused outright, would he anger the other party? The reputation of the Liangzhou Iron Cavalry was earned through real battles. But if he agreed ambiguously, He would be letting down his daughter and would also violate the moral principles he had upheld throughout his life. Just as the Kai family father and daughter were unsettled by the surging rumors and were seriously wavering and resisting the marriage that had already been considered, the Liangzhou delegation dispatched by Chang Yu and Qin Gong, carrying a formal marriage proposal and generous betrothal gifts, was already on its way to Qinlu. They were full of confidence, believing that with their lord's current prestige in the northwest, the carefully prepared betrothal gifts, and the intervention of renowned figures such as Lu Kong and Huan Dian, the marriage was practically a sure thing. However, they were unaware that what awaited them at their destination was no longer the Kai father and daughter, who were curiously observing the Liang king, but the Kai family, frightened by the terrible rumors and filled with doubt and resistance. The time difference in information transmission and the terrifying speed at which the rumors spread brought the first and most significant variable to this marriage that had already been a foregone conclusion. Inside the Jincheng prince's mansion, Lu Shuo was unaware of the subtle changes taking place in his small courtyard in Qinlu, 1,000 miles away. He was listening to the latest report on Dongzhu's movements in Guangzhou and contemplating how to use the opportunity of deposing the official and establishing a governor to further solidify his legitimate rule over Liangzhou. As for the marriage, he had entrusted it entirely to his trusted ministers, believing they would handle it properly. Between Liangzhou Jincheng and Qinlu Yu County, the journey between the two places was long and time-consuming for messengers. Just as the Liangzhou marriage proposal delegation carefully selected by Chang Yu and Qin Gong, carrying a convoy of betrothal gifts full of sincerity and prestige, was still trekking through the mountains and rivers, another marriage proposal team arrived outside Yu County first, at a faster speed and in a closer distance. This team came from Hudong County, from the Wei clan of Ani. The Wei clan of Hudong, since the time of Wei Qing and Huizubing, who was Wei Qing's nephew and related by blood, has been a prominent family in the north. Although not as powerful as the Hongnongyang clan and Runan Yuan clan of the Eastern Han dynasty, they have been a family of scholars and officials for centuries, with their tradition of poetry and propriety spreading throughout the prefectures and counties. They enjoy a high reputation in the Bing, Ji, and Sili regions, making them a veritable local power and a model of integrity. Especially in the cultural field, the Wei clan has been studying the classics for generations, and many of their members have literary fame, making them well-matched and like-minded with scholars like Kai Yong. The suitor who came to propose marriage was a direct descendant of the Wei family. Named Wei Ning, his real name is unknown and fabricated, courtesy name Zhongdao. This young man was about 18 years old, with an elegant appearance and gentle demeanor. He had been well-versed in literature since childhood, especially excelling in classical texts. By his early 20s, he had already gained some fame in the literary circles of Hudong and Hanoi, earning the title of Jade Gentleman of the Wei family. Even more remarkable was that although he was somewhat frail, a hint of early death, though not yet apparent, he lacked the airs of a spoiled brat and treated people with the demeanor of an ancient gentleman. In the marriage market of the late Eastern Han dynasty, where family background and personal talent were highly valued, he was considered an excellent choice. The Wei family's marriage proposal was meticulously planned. Not only were the dowry generous yet tasteful, showcasing their illustrious family background with ancient books, jade artifacts, silk scrolls, and local specialties from Hudong, but they also enlisted the help of Xianxia, a retired official and former Guanglu Sun, a high-ranking official in the imperial court, who had been a classmate of Kai Yong, to act as matchmaker. The protocol was impeccable. While the marriage procession wasn't as imposing as an army, it was orderly and the servants were well-mannered. They clearly displayed the banners of the Wei family of Ani and Xianxia as matchmaker, attracting the attention of scholars and commoners along the way, who admired the Wei family's refined manners and respect for Kai Yong. When the procession arrived at the Kai residence, Kai Yong personally came out to greet them. He had actually had a premonition about the Wei family's marriage proposal. He had heard of Wei Zongdao's name and knew him as a virtuous and learned young man from a distinguished family. Compared to the distant and uncertain marriage to Lu Shuo, the Prince of Liang, which was shrouded in terrifying rumors, the Wei family's marriage proposal clearly met the prevailing standards of the gentry for choosing a son-in-law. A good background, equal social standing, and the prospective son-in-law himself being of excellent character, with convenient access to each other due to the geographical proximity. Most importantly, the recent rumors about the Liang king's cruelty and bloodthirstiness have instilled great fear and resistance in Kai Yong and his daughter. The Liang king may wield greater power, but that power seems to be tainted with bloodshed. The Wei family, on the other hand, is familiar, safe, and within their comprehension of their own. With the signs of impending chaos already emerging, should their daughter marry into a notorious and potentially bloodthirsty princely family, or into a respectable, stable, and traditionally virtuous family with a long-standing friendship? For the currently unsettled Kai Yong and Kai Yen, the answer to this choice seems self-evident. Kai Yan secretly glimpsed the gentle and refined young master of the Wei family, who bowed deeply to her father, through the screen. Compared to the monstrous Liang king she had imagined or the rumors had portrayed, the Wei Zhongdao before her was a gentle and reassuring gem. Although she might still feel a faint pang of regret for the Liang king, whom she had never met but who had stirred a spark of curiosity within her, this regret was insignificant in the face of fear and a yearning for stability. When her father privately asked for her opinion, she lowered her head in silence for a moment before finally nodding gently. 2 days before the arrival of the Liangzhou delegation, a harmonious atmosphere prevailed in the Kai residence. Kai Yong, Xianxia, and the Wei family envoy chatted amiably, and Kai Yong grew increasingly satisfied with Wei Zhongdao. The betrothal and name-asking rites, 2 of the 6 rites, proceeded exceptionally smoothly, and the 2 sides quickly exchanged betrothal gifts, thus establishing a preliminary engagement. Only the subsequent auspicious date selection and betrothal ceremony remained to be completed. The Liangzhou delegation, still en route, was completely unaware of all this. The delegation, led by Sun Bin, a cousin of Sun Qian, known for his eloquence and knowledge of etiquette, a senior official of the Liangzhou prefectural governor's office, and a deputy official surnamed Chan representing Chengyu, arrived at the gate of the Kai residence in Yu County that afternoon, escorted by 100 elite guards and more than a dozen carts carrying betrothal gifts. Although Sun Bin and his companions had heard some rumors about their lord along the way, they paid no attention to them and even found them laughable. In their hearts, their lord Lu Shua was a wise and powerful ruler who loved his people like his own children and was fair in rewarding and punishing them. They believed those rumors were nothing but slanders from jealous and envious people from Guangdong. Filled with excitement and a sense of responsibility for completing their mission and finding a good match for their lord, they looked at the somewhat poor but elegant gate of the Kai residence, straightened their clothes, and prepared to propose marriage to this great scholar of the land on behalf of the King of Liang with the most solemn ceremony. However, as they handed over their business cards and waited at the gatehouse for their turn to be announced, they sensed something amiss. The gatekeeper's eyes flickered, and he went inside after taking the cards, remaining there for a considerable time. The faint sounds of music and revelry could be heard from within the mansion, but no one immediately came out to greet them. After waiting for about half an hour, an old servant slowly came out. His attitude was not cold, but it was not enthusiastic either. He said, "The master is entertaining guests. Please wait in the side hall." Sun Bin and the others felt a slight chill, but thinking that Lord Kai might indeed have important guests, they followed him into the mansion as instructed. While waiting in the side hall, they could clearly hear lively conversation coming from the main hall, even faintly hearing words like young Master Wei, Hadong, and a match made in heaven. The deputy envoy's subordinate, surnamed Chun, looked rather grim and whispered, "Brother Sun, something seems amiss. Could someone have gotten there first?" Sun Bin forced himself to remain calm. Perhaps they are just ordinary visitors. Lord Kai is renowned throughout the land, and it is common for him to have many visitors. We have come on the king's orders, and Lord Kai will not neglect us if we are courteous. Nearly an hour passed, and the tea had gone cold by then. The banquet in the main hall seemed to be just beginning to end. Finally, Kai Yong, accompanied by an old servant, arrived at the side hall. The old gentleman looked somewhat tired, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He cupped his hands and said, "I apologize for keeping you all waiting. May I ask what brings His Highness the Prince of Liang to send an envoy from afar?" His tone was polite, yet carried a clear sense of distance. Sun Bin quickly led everyone to rise and bow solemnly, then said loudly, "Lord Kai, please accept my report. His Highness the King of Liang has long admired Lord Kai, a great scholar whose virtue and literary talent are unparalleled in our time. He has also heard that your daughter is intelligent, virtuous, and talented, and he greatly admires her. Therefore, he has specially dispatched his officials to prepare betrothal gifts and, at the beginning of the 6 rites, to request that Miss Zhaoji be made the King of Liang's principal wife, thus establishing a harmonious marriage. This is the letter of proposal and the list of gifts personally written by His Highness. Please take a look, Lord Kai." As he spoke, he presented the beautifully bound letter and list of gifts with both hands. Kai Yong did not immediately accept the gift. A hint of embarrassment and apology, along with a barely perceptible sense of relief, flashed across his face. He remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking, his voice dry. "Your Excellencies have traveled a long way, and I deeply appreciate His Highness Prince Liang's kindness. Your Highness is a valiant and awe-inspiring figure in the western borderlands. I, a mere scholar, dare not presume upon such an honor. However," he paused, seemingly finding it difficult to speak, but finally said, "however, My daughter is unfortunate and has already been betrothed to the young master of the Wei family of Ani in Hudong the day before yesterday. The 6 betrothal rites have been completed, and half of the betrothal gifts have been exchanged. Marriage is a serious matter, not a game. Once a promise has been made, how can it be changed? Therefore, Your Highness, we, Yong and my daughter, must take our leave of your kind intentions. Please take all the betrothal gifts back unopened. I am deeply ashamed that you have made such a wasted trip. After saying this, he bowed deeply. What? Sun Bin was struck dumb, his hand holding the letters and gift list freezing in midair, his smile instantly turning into disbelief, shock, and indignation. Behind him, Vice Envoy Chan and the other attendants also paled, some widening their eyes, others clenching their fists. A surge of anger at being slighted and humiliated, mixed with a profound sense of injustice felt towards their lord, instantly rising to their heads. They came from afar with lavish gifts, representing the mighty king of Liang who commands respect in the northwest. What kind of person is our lord? He swept through the Chong and Hu tribes, pacified the western regions, and established unparalleled achievements. And now, a mere scion of an inland noble family has beaten us to it? Moreover, judging from the situation, the Kai family clearly had already made their decision. Yet they left them waiting in the side hall until the Wei family had finished their meal and left before informing them. This is not just a rejection. It's downright neglect and humiliation. Lord Kai! Sun Bin's voice trembled with excitement. He suppressed his anger and tried to maintain proper decorum. My lord's sincerity is evident to heaven and earth. The generous betrothal gifts and elaborate ceremony demonstrate his sincerity. Moreover, my lord has exchanged letters with Lord Kai, exchanging greetings, and his intentions are clear. Although the Wei family is a prestigious clan, my lord is a prince of the Han dynasty, ruling over Liangzhou. He is wise and powerful, far superior to ordinary noble families. Lord Kai, why don't you reconsider? The marriage may be possible even without a formal ceremony. Kai Yong shook his head, his attitude resolute, but his eyes also held a hint of helplessness and apology. How could I not know what Envoy Sun said? I have long heard of His Highness, the Prince of Liang's great talent and ambition. However, in the way of marriage, trust and commitment are paramount. The Wei family has arrived first, the 6 rites have been performed, and the status has been established. How could my Kai family, a family of scholars for generations, do something like breaking off an engagement and making a different promise, betraying our trust? This matter is absolutely irreversible. I understand your good intentions, but I cannot comply. Please inform His Highness, the Prince of Liang, to forgive my rudeness. There's no going back now. Looking at Kai Yong's polite yet unwavering expression, Sun Bin and the others felt a surge of righteous indignation rush to their heads, which they forcefully suppressed with their sense of duty and reason. They represented the face of the Liang prince's mansion, and even if they were humiliated, they could not lose their composure in this situation. Sun Bin took a deep breath, his face ashen, and slowly withdrew the letter and gift list from his hand. He almost gritted his teeth as he squeezed out the words. In that case, we will not bother you any longer. We will certainly report Lord Kai's wishes to my lord in full. Farewell. Having said that, he turned and left without another word. Vice Envoy Chen and the others also glared at Kai Yong with grim faces, then followed Sun Bin and strode out of the side hall of the Kai residence. They didn't even touch the boxes of betrothal gifts they had brought. Since the offer had been rejected, keeping the gifts would only bring further humiliation. As the Liangzhou delegation exited the Kai residence, they mounted their horses. The coachman turned the carriage around. They had come full of anticipation, but left as if defeated, their morale low, their faces etched with resentment and unwillingness. Sun Bin glanced back at the elegant mansion, his eyes filled with chilling intent. Return to Jincheng immediately. Report to our lord, Lord Chang, and Lord Chun. Sun Bin spat out the order through gritted teeth. That old bastard Kai Yong is going too far. And that Wei family of Hudong, humph. The convoy sped away from Yu County, kicking up dust. The marriage proposal team, which had arrived representing the majesty and sincerity of the Liang king, now resembled a defeated army, carrying the shame of rejection and deep resentment towards the Wei and Kai families as they embarked on their journey home. The news they brought back would undoubtedly be like another heavy hammer blow, crashing down on the festive atmosphere of Jincheng, which had just been filled with joy due to the great victory in the western regions and the preparations for the wedding. Meanwhile, inside the Kai residence, Kai Yong gazed silently in the direction the Liangzhou delegation had departed, finally letting out a long sigh. He knew that today's events had likely thoroughly offended the young prince far away in western Liang. However, for his daughter's sake, he had no other choice. He could only hope that the Prince of Liang would be as magnanimous as his achievements and not hold a grudge. Hearing the Liangzhou envoy's angry departure from behind the screen, Kai Yan gently stroked the newly replaced marriage contract with the Wei family on the table. The slight unease she felt from refusing a prince was finally replaced by anticipation for the stable life of a noble marriage she was about to enjoy. However, the name of the Liang prince in the far northwest, along with those terrible rumors, might become an unspeakable, faint shadow deep in her heart. Sun Bin's Liangzhou marriage proposal delegation, filled with resentment and anger at being humiliated, returned to Jincheng day and night at an even faster pace than they had gone there. Instead of going directly to the palace to settle down, they escorted the untouched, now particularly conspicuous, betrothal gift convoy straight to the gates of the prince's palace. When Chengyu and Qingong rushed over upon hearing the news, their hearts sank when they saw Sun Bin and the others' ashen faces and eyes that seemed to spit fire, as well as the unopened gift boxes behind them. Sun Bin, barely containing his anger, recounted in a slightly trembling voice how they had been neglected in the side hall of the Kai residence, how they had overheard the Wei family's banquet, how Kai Yong had resolutely rejected them on the grounds that their daughter was already betrothed to Wei Luiyue. More than half the betrothal gifts had been given, especially mentioning Kai Yong's polite yet distant, subtly relieved attitude, and the vaguely strange looks from the Kai family servants as they left. He embellished the story, adding fuel to the fire in his anger, and the temperature in the entire front hall of the prince's mansion seemed to instantly drop to freezing. Outrageous! This is outrageous! A thunderous roar erupted as Guan Ye's beard and hair bristled, his eyes flashing with cold light. He took a step forward, and the hard stone slab cracked beneath his feet. He was already furious because his lord had been slandered by rumors, and now, hearing his lord's sincere request for marriage, he was met with such disrespect and rejection, and by some scion of the Wei family of Hedong who had beaten him to it. How could he swallow this insult? In his heart, his lord was a peerless and brilliant ruler, whose achievements surpassed all others. For him to condescend to ask for the daughter of a mere scholar was already an immense favor and a great honor. Kai Yan should be grateful beyond measure, and Kai Yong should be welcoming her with open arms. Yet now, they dared to refuse and leave his lord's messenger aside to receive some Wei family brat first? This was utter contempt for royal authority and an insult to a meritorious official. Kai Yong, you old scoundrel! How dare you be so disrespectful? And what are those Wei family members from Hedong? How dare they compete with my lord for a marriage? My lord, I am willing to lead a light cavalry force eastward out of Hedong to surround the Wei family's residence, capture Wei Zhongdao, and see who the Kai family's daughter will marry. He had followed Lu Shua the longest and knew how difficult his lord's journey had been. Now that his lord had suffered such a great humiliation, he felt as if he were his own and wished he could immediately raise an army to avenge him. Gao Shun's face was ashen, but his clenched fists revealed the turmoil within him. The Kai family's actions not only refuse the marriage but also damage our lord's reputation. If we do not respond, will the world think that Liangzhou is easily bullied? Even Ma Tang, who was usually quite tactful, had a grim expression at this moment. That Kai Yong is so ungrateful. What kind of status does our lord have? Even if the Wei family is a prestigious family, they are only influential in one prefecture. How can they compare to our lord who commands 10 prefectures and hundreds of thousands of armored soldiers? Has the Kai family been blinded by greed or scared out of their wits by those rumors? On the civil official's side, Cheng Ye's face was already so dark it could drip water. This matter was orchestrated by him and Qingong, who had thought it a sure Tina win-win situation, securing a good match for their lord and enhancing Liang's house reputation. Who would have thought it would end like this? Kai Yong's refusal not only slapped their lord in the face, but also dealt a heavy blow to him and Qingong. How could he explain this to their lord? What angered him even more was the Kai family's almost dismissive attitude. They had clearly already made arrangements with the Wei family, yet the Liangzhou envoy had waited in vain, only to be dismissed with a casual promise to another, without even glancing at the carefully prepared betrothal gifts. This wasn't a refusal. It was blatant disdain. Chen Gong's face was also frosty, but he possessed a calmer analytical and regretful air than Chengyu. We miscalculated. We only considered that the lord's prestige and Kai Yong's reputation might be attracted to each other. But we didn't expect the rumors in Guangdong to spread so quickly and have such a profound impact. We also didn't expect the Wei family to act so swiftly and precisely at this juncture. Kai Yong and his daughter must have been frightened by those rumors that demonized the lord, preferring to choose the seemingly safe and well-known Wei family rather than risk associating with the lord. How hateful! How pathetic! He looked at Lu Shua and bowed to plead guilty. My lord, This matter was caused by Gong and Zong's poor planning and lack of understanding of the situation, which led to your humiliation. We are guilty even if we die 10,000 times. Chang Yu also hurriedly pleaded guilty. The hall was filled with turmoil, a cacophony of voices demanding battle, cursing, and pleading for forgiveness. Everyone felt immensely wronged and angry at their lord. In their eyes, since leaving the capital, their lord had overcome countless hardships to build this empire. How could outsiders know the extent of his suffering? Now, having achieved fame and fortune and shaken the world, he was subjected to such humiliation simply for seeking to marry a woman. This was not merely a thwarted marriage, but a serious provocation against the dignity of the Liangzhou group. Especially the thought that their lord might become a laughingstock in the eyes of the world because of this made them feel as if their hearts were being torn apart and their lungs were on fire. All eyes were finally focused on Lu Shua, who had remained silent ever since Sun Bin's report, sitting upright on the throne. To everyone's surprise, Lu Shua's face did not show the expected rage or sinister look. His expression was calm, almost excessively so. Only in his deep eyes did a cold, chilling glint occasionally flash, revealing that his heart was far from unmoved. He slowly raised his hand, and the noise in the hall instantly ceased to a level where a pin drop could be heard. Sun Bin, this matter is my fault for humiliating you all. The betrothal gifts are to be put into storage and sealed. I will definitely seek justice for you afterward. Lu Shua's voice was calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. My lord. Sun Bin was unwilling and wanted to say something more. Get down. Lu Shua's tone left no room for argument. Sun Bin and the others had no choice but to grit their teeth, bow, and retreat. Lu Shua's gaze slowly swept over Chang Yu, Chen Gong, and Guan Yu, Zhang Liao, and other generals with angry expressions. Gentlemen, he began, his voice still steady yet carrying an invisible pressure. I am already aware of Kai Yong's refusal of the marriage proposal and the Wei family's preemptive move. He paused, a faint, almost self-deprecating smile curving his lips. Gossip is a fearsome thing. It's not hard to understand why Kai Yong, a mere scholar, would be frightened by those absurd rumors and choose the seemingly stable Wei family. As for his disrespect towards the envoy, perhaps he already harbored fear and distance towards me, and this was just a way of expressing his attitude. My lord, are we just going to let this go like this? Guan Yu said anxiously. I cannot swallow this insult, nor can the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of Liangzhou. Just let it go? Lu Shua's eyes flashed with a cold light, his tone turning icy. Of course we can't just let it go like that. He stood up and walked into the hall, his figure as upright as a pine tree, yet exuding a chilling aura. Kai Yong's refusal of the marriage was his personal choice, and although I am displeased, I can reluctantly accept it as a matter of differing principles. However, his disrespect for my envoy and his disregard for my sincerity are disrespectful to me and to Liangzhou. As for the Wei family of Hadong, Lu Shua's voice suddenly turned sharp, like the clang of metal on metal. Knowing that I have my eye on the Kai family, you still dare to propose marriage first, and with such timing. Are you thinking that I am far away in Liangzhou and can't do anything to those powerful families in Guangdong? Or do you think that the Wei family's status is more important than my reputation as a prince of the Han dynasty? This trend must not be allowed to continue. Lu Shua declared resolutely. If I remain silent on this matter, won't the world truly believe I'm easily deceived? In the future, even the most insignificant people will dare to provoke me and trample on my Liangzhou. However, he changed his tone, his gaze sweeping over the generals who had volunteered for battle. Yun Chang's desire to lead troops eastward to wipe out the Wei family and capture Wei Zhongdao, while satisfying, is not the best strategy. The Wei family is a prestigious clan entrenched in Hudong, with deeply entrenched connections. If we raise an unjust army to attack Han counties and slaughter the gentry, it will give those hypocrites in Guangdong ammunition to solidify my reputation for cruelty and inhumanity, and may even trigger a chain reaction, placing Liangzhou in opposition to the gentry of the entire world. Right now, with the Central Plains still unsettled, it is not the time to completely break ties with the entire Guangdong aristocratic family. Upon hearing this, the generals felt that it made sense, but they still couldn't calm down their anger. Chen Gong, now calm, replied, My lord is wise. While military retaliation may be satisfying in the short term, it will leave endless troubles. This matter should be handled primarily through political means and deterrence. We must make the Kai and Wei families pay the price and understand the serious consequences of angering Liangzhou. We must also show the world that Liangzhou is not only inviolable but also capable of precise and ruthless retaliation, leaving them with no way to complain. Chang Yu also said coldly, that's right.
Kai Yong reputino.
The Wei family's prestige, Since they value these empty reputations, then let's start from these areas. It may not be easy to ruin their reputation, but it's not difficult to make them anxious and damage their real interests. Lu Shua nodded, his eyes flashing with a cold, calculating light. Gong Tai Zhongda, this matter is entirely yours to handle. Decide how to proceed. Don't leave any obvious evidence. Especially don't directly implicate me. As for methods, they can use rumors, and so can we. Doesn't the Wei family of Hedong have any enemies? No evidence? Wei Zhongdao doesn't look like hell live a long life, does he? Can't we bring up Kai Yong's past offense against the eunuchs to remind certain people? And are the Wei family's estates and trade routes in Hedong completely secure? He paused, his tone chilling. Also, write a reply to Kai Yong in my name. No need for reprimands. Just congratulate him on finding a good son-in-law and casually remark that the refined opinions of the scholars of Guangdong are indeed different from those of the western borderlands. I've certainly broadened my horizons this time. The letter should appear magnanimous, but in reality, it should be subtly barbed, making Kai Yong feel uneasy every time he reads it. As for Wei Zhongdao and Kai Yen, Lu Shua's eyes flashed with indifference. Since they are engaged, I wish them a long and happy life together. However, in the future, I'd like to see if this handsome young man from the Wei family can truly protect his talented wife. As a modern man, Lu Shua wasn't particularly angry about being rejected in his marriage proposal. He sighed. I was just thinking of changing the fate of this tragic talented woman, but I didn't expect her to pull this stunt. Well, let's respect her fate. His gaze swept eastward past the hall door, his voice low yet filled with undeniable power. This matter is settled. Gentlemen, cast aside your anger and channel it into strengthening our military and governing with diligence. When I lead you eastward, the humiliation you have suffered today, along with all that has happened in the past, will be settled. At that time, let's see who in this world will dare to look down on Liangzhou. Yes, sir. Everyone in the hall, both civil and military, felt a slight relief from their frustration and responded in unison, their eyes once again blazing with fighting spirit. Although their lord did not immediately seek revenge with weapons, his calm yet ruthless determination to retaliate made them feel more at ease and convinced. A controversy sparked by a refusal to marry stirred up a storm of anger within the Liangzhou leadership, but it also further united the people and ignited the deep-seated hostility towards the hypocritical etiquette and arrogance of the powerful families of Guangdong. The seeds of revenge had been sown, waiting only for the right moment to sprout and declare Liangzhao's will in a more forceful manner. As for Lu Shua himself, after the initial surprise and slight displeasure at being offended, his heart was no longer greatly stirred. To him, Kai Yan's choice was merely a pawn on the chessboard that had not yet fallen into his hands. There might be some regret, but certainly not enough to cause heartbreak. His gaze had long since transcended these matters of personal affection and family entanglements, turning instead to the far-reaching grand scheme of the world. The Wei clan of Hedong and the Kai clan of Qianlu were nothing more than two slightly obtrusive yet insignificant pawns in this grand game. If necessary in the future, he could simply eliminate them. News of Lady Kai's refusal to marry Lu Shua spread like wildfire, eventually reaching the Liuli Pavilion deep within the northern palace of Luoyang, a place where Lu Shua received treatment comparable to that of an empress but never received a formal title. Although Lady Yuan, Lu Shua's birth mother, did not currently hold a title, she was treated with the respect due to an empress by everyone in the palace, so her access to information was far greater than that of ordinary palace servants. Upon hearing the rumors that her son's marriage proposal had been rejected, and that the other party would rather choose a son from a prominent family in Hedong than marry a prince, Madame Yuan was first shocked, then overwhelmed with uncontrollable anger and heartache. In her eyes, her son Shuor was the best man in the world. Heroic, accomplished, benevolent, and loving of course. She only heard the positive news after filtering it. She dismissed the rumors about her son's cruelty as slander from jealous people. The Kai family's ungratefulness in rejecting her excellent son was a double insult to both her and her son. She immediately picked up her pen and wrote a long letter to Lu Shua. In the letter, she first comforted her son as a mother, telling him not to get upset and hurt himself over such a blind person. Her words were full of boundless pride and trust in her son. My son is a man of outstanding talent and ambition. How could he be a match for an ordinary young lady? Since that Kai girl is not fortunate enough, let her go. There are so many virtuous women in the world, and one day a virtuous and beautiful, discerning man will surely come to my son on his own initiative. Then, her writing revealed an undisguised resentment and dissatisfaction with the Kai family. Kai Yong is a mere pedantic scholar with a hollow reputation, yet his actions are so pedantic and rude. Having accepted my son's letters and gifts, knowing full well his intentions, he then promised them to another family. Moreover, He treated my son's messenger with disrespect and indifference, which is tantamount to being untrustworthy and lacking the demeanor of an elder. The Wei family of Hudong is even more opportunistic and disrespectful, which shows the extent of their family's poor upbringing. My son, this matter must not be easily let go. We must make them know the price they pay for disrespecting my Liang prince's mansion and humiliating my son. At the end of the letter, she returned to her maternal tenderness, repeatedly urging Lu Shua to take care of his health and not to worry about trivial matters. She said that Liang's house political and military affairs were already heavy, and he should not waste his energy on such petty people and trivial matters. The letter was delivered to Jincheng as quickly as possible through a secret channel arranged by Lu Shua in the palace. As Lu Shua read the letter, he saw the undisguised anger, heartache, and disdain for the Kai and Wei families revealed in his mother's familiar handwriting. A warm feeling welled up in his heart, yet he also found it somewhat amusing. It was as if his mother, not him, had been the one insulted. This unreserved protection and shared hatred made him feel a pure sense of familial affection in this cold world. It seems I'm the only one who's truly calm about this, Lu Shua said, shaking his head and chuckling as he put down the letter. Guan Yu, Zhang Liao, and the others were furious. Chang Yu and Qin Gong were blaming themselves, and even his mother in the palace was enraged. In contrast, he, the person directly involved, aside from the initial displeasure and slighted feeling of being looked down upon by the first to arrive and the neglected envoy, didn't actually have much of an obsession with whether Kai Yan would marry him. It was just a political marriage. If it didn't work out, so be it. There were other options, or even not choosing at all was fine. He saw this more as a signal, a microcosm of the deep-seated prejudice, fear, and rejection that the scholars of Guangdong held towards his Liangzhou regime. However, his mother's letter also reminded him of something more important and urgent. He got up and walked to the window, gazing at the remaining snow in the courtyard that had not yet completely melted, silently calculating the time in his mind. It's early spring in the 6th year of Zhongbing, he murmured to himself. According to vague historical recollections, his adoptive father, Emperor Ling of Han, Lu Hong, died in April of the 6th year of the Zhongbing era, May 1, 89 AD. Now it is January of the 6th year of the Zhongbing era, and Lu Hong's lifespan is probably only 3 or 4 months left. This point in time felt like a clear warning line in Lu Shua's mind. With Lu Hong's death, Luoyang will inevitably descend into a massive power vacuum and chaos. The infighting between General He Jin and the eunuch faction, along with the entry of Dong Zhuo and other border generals into the capital, will mark the beginning of a complete collapse of order and the rampant spread of ambition and swords. At that time, Luoyang will become the eye of the storm, and the fates of countless people will be caught in a meat grinder-like chaos. His mother, Lady Yuan, currently enjoys a privileged position in the palace due to his influence. But this is all predicated on Lu Hong's continued reign and the formidable military power of Liangzhou. Once Lu Hong dies, Lu Bian is likely to ascend the throne, and Empress he will likely be in power under the Empress Dowager. With the growing influence of He Jin's maternal relatives, who can guarantee his mother's safety and treatment? Empress Dowager he already harbors a deep-seated jealousy and hatred towards her, but previously dared not act against her out of fear of Lu Shua. If the political situation changes drastically, it's possible she might seek revenge later, or even use her as a hostage or a tool for venting her anger. We must get my mother out of Luoyang and to the safety of Liangzhou before the chaos begins. We can't wait any longer. Lu Shua's eyes sharpened and hardened. Previously, due to the war in the western region's internal affairs, and even this marriage proposal controversy, the plan to bring his mother out of the palace had been repeatedly postponed or considered a long-term goal. But now, time no longer allowed for delay. He immediately turned back to his desk and sent someone to invite Qin Gong and Cheng Yu. A moment later, the two rushed over, their faces still bearing the lingering gloom from the setback in their marriage. Without exchanging pleasantries, Lu Shua cut straight to the point in a serious tone. Let's put aside the matter of Gong Taizong's marriage proposal for now. I have a more urgent matter that I need to address immediately. He handed his mother's letter to the two of them, then said in a deep voice, as far as I know, my father's health is deteriorating and he may not have much time left. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yu and Qin Gong both tensed up. They were both extremely intelligent and immediately understood Lu Shua's unspoken meaning and the enormous risks and opportunities it contained. What does my lord mean? Qin Gong asked tentatively. We must safely bring my mother out of the palace and to Liangzhou before anything happens in Luoyang, Lu Shua said resolutely. This matter concerns my mother's safety and also my resolve. It cannot be compromised. Cheng Yu frowned deeply. My lord, this matter is extremely difficult. The Dowager Lady is in the deep palace, heavily guarded. Even if we have some inside agents in the palace, It is extremely risky to bring a living person out of the palace undetected, cross the Sili region, and send her to Liangzhou. The route is fraught with danger and passes. If the matter is exposed, not only will the princess consort's life be in danger, but it will also give the court a pretext and may even trigger a large-scale military campaign. Chen Gong added, moreover, the timing must be just right. Too early and it might alert the enemy. Too late and Luoyang might be in chaos, the palace might be out of control, and there would be even more variables. We need a foolproof plan and sufficient support. Lu Shua nodded. I know this matter is not easy, and it requires your two wisdoms. As for the inside agents, the people we've planted over the years, as well as the connections we've cultivated with money, should be put to use now. Route selection, identity disguise, backup plan, and contingency plans, every aspect needs meticulous design. We can consider multiple plans running in parallel. Either feigning serious illness to leave the palace for medical treatment, or taking advantage of the chaos during the palace's sacrificial rites to impersonate someone else, or even, if necessary, using force to forcibly break out of the palace. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. As for the court's reaction, it would be best if things were kept secret. If, unfortunately, it were to leak out, as long as my mother arrives safely in Liangzhou, what can the court do to me even if they are furious? By then, His Majesty will have just ascended the throne and will be beset by internal and external troubles, and will probably be unable to look westward. Even if they send troops, what is there to fear about Liangzhou? Chen Gong and Cheng Yu exchanged a glance, both seeing the gravity and determination in each other's eyes. They knew the importance of this matter to their lord, and they understood the risks involved. But since their lord had made up his mind, they had no choice but to do everything in their power and risk their lives to complete it. We obey. The two replied in unison. This matter concerns the safety of the Dowager Lady and the Lord's filial piety. We will do our utmost to devise a detailed plan to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Very well. Lu Shua stood up, his eyes blazing. This matter is entirely entrusted to you two. You may use any manpower, funds, and supplies you need without asking for permission. I have only one request: safety, secrecy, and speed. I must see my mother safe and sound in Jincheng before the summer solstice. Promise. With this order issued, the massive machine of Liangzhou shifted some of its attention from the internal affairs of the Western region's war and even the thwarted marriage to a more secretive, high-risk, yet significant mission: rescuing Lady Yuan from the palace. A silent contest, both within the depths of Luoyang's palace and across 1,000 miles, was about to unfold. The last ripple in Lu Shua's heart caused by the marriage's setbacks completely subsided, replaced by concern for his mother's safety and a calm reflection on the impending chaos of the new era. The spring of the 6th year of the Zhongping era was still chilly. Inside the imperial bedchamber behind the Diang Hall in the northern palace of Luoyang, a heavy, pungent smell of medicine filled the air, clashing sharply with the budding life outside. Lu Hong, the once indulging in sensual pleasures, selling official positions, and believing he could manipulate the world at will, now lay frail and sickly on his dragon bed behind layers of brocade curtains, his face ashen, his eyes sunken, and even breathing difficult and labored. With all medicines ineffective, the imperial physicians were long since helpless, only able to barely keep the empire afloat with the most precious herbs. The empire's power was irreversibly slipping away from this rapidly decaying body, attracting countless greedy and anxious gazes. The most crucial point of contention is the struggle over who will become the heir apparent. The atmosphere around the bedchamber was oppressive and eerie. The powerful clique of relatives, led by General He Jin, and the eunuch faction, centered around Colonel Jian Shua, outwardly maintained respect for the emperor, but inwardly they were at loggerheads, their eyes gleaming with tension. Their gazes frequently swept over the two young men standing beside the bed. The eldest son, Lu Bian, the protagonist, was ignored, and the second son, Lu Xia. Lu Bian, around 14 years old, was the legitimate son of Empress He. He inherited some of his mother's looks, but due to being pampered from a young age, he appeared somewhat timid and restless. Standing before the imperial bedchamber, his shifting gaze suggested unease about his father's grave illness and the somber atmosphere of the palace. He frequently stole glances at his uncle, He Jin, seeking reassurance. He Jin, a burly man with a rugged face, though trying to feign grief, harbored a burning desire for supreme power deep within his eyes. Lu Bian was his nephew, a crucial bargaining chip for the He family to maintain their control of the court, and perhaps even further. He would not allow any mishap to occur. Lu Xia was only 9 years old, born to the late Consort Wang. Consort Wang, renowned for her beauty and intelligence, had once been favored by Emperor Ling, but this also incurred the jealousy of Empress He, who poisoned her shortly after giving birth to Lu Xia. Lu Xie was raised from a young age by Empress Dowager Dong, Emperor Ling's mother, and was intelligent, precocious, and sensible. At this moment, he stood quietly by the bedside, his small hand gently holding his father's withered fingers, his eyes filled with genuine tears but without panic. Behind him stood Jian Shuo, the pale and effeminate-looking but with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Jian Shuo was one of Emperor Ling's most trusted eunuchs in his later years, commanding the 8 colonels of the Western Garden and wielding considerable power over the imperial guards. He knew that He Jin and the Empress held great power, and if Liu Bian ascended the throne, he and the entire eunuch group would surely be purged. Therefore, he strongly supported Lu Xie, who was easier to control and whom Emperor Ling himself favored, attempting to secure a glimmer of hope for the eunuch group during the transition of power. Lying on his bed, Lu Hong's mind oscillated between lucidity and delirium, tormented by illness. Whenever he was lucid, his clouded gaze would fall upon his youngest son, Lu Xie, revealing a rare tenderness mixed with resentment. His chosen successor was indeed this intelligent and composed second son, more like himself, or rather, more like his ideal heir. Liu Bian's mediocrity and the He family's arrogance filled him with deep anxiety and fear that after his death, the Liu family's empire would utterly become a plaything for the maternal relatives. Bianer is impetuous and unfit to be the ruler of the state. In a moment of relative clarity, Lu Hong whispered intermittently to Jian Shuo, "Xie is someone I can entrust with my duties." However, he also knew that although He Jin held considerable military power, the Western Garden Army had divided his authority, but He Jin still retained the title of Grand General and a portion of the Northern Army. The Empress had cultivated her influence in the palace for many years, and her power was deeply entrenched. Rashly deposing the eldest son in favor of the younger one would inevitably cause violent turmoil, and might even lead to a palace tragedy. Conflict broke out before his death. Therefore, the matter of choosing an heir was dragged on and tormented everyone in this delicate balance of the emperor's ambiguous intentions and the stalemate between the two factions. He Jin constantly pressured the emperor with the principles of primogeniture and ancestral law, and rallied the court officials to create momentum. Jian Shuo, taking advantage of his position as a close attendant, constantly whispered in Emperor Ling's ear, emphasizing Lu Xie's virtue and He Jin's threat, and secretly contacted other forces dissatisfied with He Jin, such as some aristocratic families, and even Lu Shuo, who was far away in Liangzhou. Jian Shuo may have had a fleeting thought, but the king of Liang was too powerful and difficult to control, and was not an ideal ally. This covert struggle surrounding the future ruler of the empire, like an undercurrent beneath the ice, is growing increasingly turbulent under the shadow of Emperor Ling's serious illness. Inside and outside the Deyang Palace, eyes and ears are everywhere. Every whispered conversation, every exchange of glances, could trigger a chain reaction. Beneath the shadow of this high-level power struggle, another, more hidden undercurrent is quietly brewing. The Lioli Pavilion, where Lady Yuan resided, had recently felt an oppressive atmosphere, as if a storm was brewing. Although her treatment remained the same, with no one daring to deprive her of anything, the expressions on the faces of the palace servants were now more anxious and cautious, their conversations revealing a greater focus on Empress He's movements. Although Lady Yuan did not directly participate in the political struggles, her keen intuition, honed by long experience within the palace, also sensed the unusual atmosphere. She worried about her son far away in Liangzhou, and even more so about her own precarious situation. Once the emperor died and the new emperor ascended the throne, would Empress He, as the Empress Dowager, still tolerate her, a former palace servant with a powerful vassal son, and continue to enjoy her privileged status? Unbeknownst to her, her son Lu Shuo in Jincheng had already made rescuing her from the palace his top priority. Chang Yu and Qin Gong were mobilizing all the hidden forces of Liangzhou and Luoyang and along the route, devising various schemes, some clever, some forceful. An invisible net was quietly being cast towards the Luoyang palace. Meanwhile, another figure, far from the power center of Luoyang but equally feared, was also closely watching Luoyang's movements. Dong Zhuo, the Marquis of Taixiang and military governor of Longyu. Dong Zhuo was stationed in Mei County, Yufufeng, and his spies were also spread throughout Sili. He probably knew about Emperor Ling's serious illness and the struggle for the crown prince position faster and in more detail than Lu Shuo. His fat face and narrow eyes gleamed with greed and ambition. His army had swelled to tens of thousands, all skilled and valiant border soldiers. The chaos in Luoyang was not a crisis for him, but a golden opportunity. The emperor is dying, and He Jin and the eunuchs are like oil and water. Dong Zhuo stroked his thick beard and said to his son-in-law and strategist Li Ru with a smile, Do you think Luoyang will ask us to uphold justice? Li Ru said sinisterly, Father-in-law, you command a powerful army and dominate Guangzhou. making you a pillar of the court. Whether it's the Grand General or Xianxia, if they want to overpower the other, they might need to bring in external troops for support. At that time, it will be time for father-in-law to lead his army eastward to purge the court of corrupt officials and establish the dynasty. Ha ha ha. Dong Zhuo laughed loudly, his voice shaking the roof tiles. Well said. Pass down the order to have the men train hard and prepare enough provisions. Well, wait for good news from Luoyang. With the emperor's weak breaths on his sickbed, the empire's core was sliding towards utter chaos. The struggle for the crown prince was like a powder keg constantly expanding, just waiting for the final spark. Meanwhile, on the periphery, Lu Shua of Liangzhou was sharpening his sword, preparing to snatch his mother back from the flames. Dong Zhuo of Guanzhong was eyeing the chaos with predatory intent, hoping to exploit the situation for his own gain. The spring of the 6th year of the Zhongping era was exceptionally cold. A massive storm, capable of sweeping across the land and utterly burying the 400-year-old Han dynasty, was quietly brewing at the sickbed of the emperor in the Luoyang palace. Everyone was waiting for the final fall of that imperial star, waiting for the death knell of the old era to toll, waiting for the blood-red dawn of a new era to arrive. Jincheng, Liangzhou. In the early summer of the Hushi corridor, the days were scorching, but the nights were already chilly. Inside the governor's mansion, candlelight illuminated a massive map of Yongliang on the wall. The map was densely marked with mountains, passes, counties, and fortresses, and 2 striking vermilion arrows extended from Jincheng and Wuwei, like the claws of a ferocious beast, pressing heavily towards the 2 northern prefectures of Tianshui to the southeast. Eyeing silly and gazing towards Guanzhong, Lu Shua stood with his hands behind his back before the painting, his figure completely shedding the frailty of youth. At 18, the years of frontier life and military and political toil had sculpted a profile as steady as a mountain. Only in the flickering candlelight did a deep, icy coldness occasionally flash in his eyes, a primal instinct born from 10 years of surviving in the deep palace, and a maturity born from wielding immense power and holding the reins of life and death. He was dressed in the magnificent robes of a prince. Father, His Majesty, that man, far away in the deep palace of Luoyang, had never shown him a shred of fatherly warmth. He had even deliberately forgotten such an important event as coming of age and receiving a courtesy name. Dislike and fear were all the favors Lu Hong had left for his eldest son. My lord, Chen Gong's voice rang out from behind, steady yet tinged with solemnity. The garrison in Beatty Commandery has increased to 8,000, and the Tianshui camp is well stocked with provisions and weapons, ready to support 20,000 elite troops for 3 months. Elite cavalry have been dispatched to patrol the old roads of Kuei-Shao, Jieding, and the old fortress. Any disturbance in Guanzhong or even Luoyang can be reached by our army within 10 days. Chang Yu stroked his beard, his gaze sharp as an eagle. The salt, ironware, and grain trade has already tightened, and wealth is being transferred to Jincheng. The channels through which the major clans of Guanzhong secretly communicate with us have also fallen silent. However, with such a high-profile operation, it's unlikely that we can keep it a secret from Luoyang for long. Why hide it any longer? Lu Shua's voice was not loud, but resolute. My father, the emperor, probably doesn't have many days left to pay attention to his rebellious son. Although He Jin controls the imperial physician's office, the news that His Majesty's health is deteriorating day by day cannot be concealed in the end. He turned around, the candlelight casting a resolute shadow on his profile. What I worry about is not his attitude, but that once he collapses, Luoyang will instantly become a battlefield of wolves and beasts. My mother is still in that cannibalistic palace. In his last sentence, a hint of emotion finally surfaced in his voice. The woman of lowly status, who had shared his despise and endured countless cold nights with him in the deep palace, was the softest and most untouchable sore spot in his heart. Dian Wei stood like an iron tower by the door. Upon hearing this, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He said in a muffled voice, My lord, when the time comes, just give the order and I, Dian Wei, will lead the brothers of the trapped camp to be the first to rush into Luoyang and bring the old lady out safely. Let's see which filthy bastard dares to stop us. Looking at his 3 core subordinates, the farsighted Qin Gong, the shrewd and meticulous Chang Yu, and the brave and loyal Dian Wei, Lu Shua felt somewhat reassured. 10 years of painstaking management had resulted in immense wealth from salt and iron, armor and weapons forged from refined steel that armed tens of thousands of fierce warriors in Qinghai's salt-producing region, grain supplies for the salt-producing Liangzhou, and the 5 million people living from Huangzhong to Dunhuang. This was the foundation upon which he dared to prepare for the worst. Gong Tai Zhongde, act according to plan. What I want is that no matter how chaotic Luoyang becomes, We have the ability to bring my mother back safely from any possible danger. Lu Shua pressed his finger heavily on the 2 characters for Luoyang on the map. For this, I don't mind letting the world see what the true colors of the men of Liangzhou are. The 3 men solemnly accepted the order. Just as the massive war machine of Liangzhou began to rumble and point eastward due to a son's deepest concern for his mother, hundreds of miles away to the west of Longshan, another person was so startled by this sudden shift in military power that he could neither eat nor sleep. Meiyang, Dongzhua's camp. The former general who destroyed the enemy, now the prefect of Hadong, Dongzhua, has been adept at maneuvering between the Chang rebellion in Liangzhou and the central government, and his power has expanded rapidly over the years. His body has become increasingly obese, and sitting on the tiger skin cushion, he resembles an uneasy giant bear, with cold sweat beading on his forehead. Is the news confirmed? He snatched the secret report handed to him by the scout, his copper bell-like eyes fixed on it. That brat Lu Shua has reinforced his troops in the north by 8,000? The entire Tianshui camp has been mobilized? The heavy cavalry has already advanced to Xiaoguan? It is absolutely true, my lord. Li Ru, dressed in a scholar's robe, also had a solemn expression. Scouts report that on the official road from Guzhong to the north, carts and horses are transporting grain, fodder, and heavy weapons. Their military might and the quality of their weapons far surpass those of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Dongzhua pushed aside the wine and meat before him, stood up irritably, and paced heavily in the tent, his heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble slightly. He recalled the army belonging to Prince Shua that he had glimpsed from afar in Ji province many years ago. Even then, he had sensed their formidable strength, but their size was still relatively small. Now, armored cavalry, men and horses, Dongzhua muttered to himself, his voice filled with disbelief, and a barely perceptible tremor and jealousy. Did Lu Shua dig up some treasures from the former Qin or empty the armory? Even ordinary military commanders and magistrates might not be able to afford a decent set of lamellar armor, yet he can equip an entire unit of cavalry with full heavy armor? That's iron, that's money, that's a gold mine that can run on horseback. Dongzhua, who styled himself a hero of Shiliang, commanded many valiant warriors, but his army's equipment primarily consisted of leather armor inlaid with iron plates. True heavy iron armor was reserved for his trusted generals and personal guards. The idea that even ordinary cavalrymen like Lu Shua were clad in heavy armor was unheard of. This wasn't just an elite force. It was a monster, forged with mountains of gold and silver and top-tier craftsmanship, a truly terrifyingly powerful and defensive heavy cavalry unit. A veritable iron pagoda. When Dongzhua suddenly stopped and looked at Li Ru with a look of surprise and uncertainty. Do you think he's coming for me? Back in Hebei, although I didn't have any major conflicts with him, we weren't exactly on good terms either. Now he's stationed his troops on my flank, his spearhead aimed directly at the 3 auxiliary regions. Could it be that he thinks I've occupied his former territory of Liangzhou? Dongzhua is currently stationed in Meiyang, Yufufeng, which is right next to Liangzhou, and he wants to use me as a scapegoat to preserve his title as the Lord of Liangzhou? The generals in the tent, including Guisi and Li Ju, all looked alarmed upon hearing this. Lu Shua's reputation and strength were already legendary in Liangzhou. He had suppressed powerful clans, quelled the Chang rebellion, developed salt and iron mines, and constructed irrigation systems, transforming a once desolate land into an impregnable stronghold with a thriving population and powerful army. If a war were to break out, Li Ru pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head. In my opinion, my lord, Lu Shua's current large-scale military campaign is probably not aimed at our army. Oh, how do you know? Timing and direction, Li Ru analyzed. If he wanted to annex Guanzhong or eliminate you, my lord, as a potential rival, the best time would have been 2 years ago when we were entangled in battles with the Hu and Chang, or at least he shouldn't have made such a big show of it and aroused suspicion. Now he's putting on a show of a full-scale eastward advance, with his focus on Tianshui in the north. It seems like he's intimidating the 3 auxiliary regions, but in reality, his military might is subtly pointing towards Tong and Luoyang. Moreover, the contraction of salt and iron production within his territory and the westward shift of wealth are not signs of an attack, but rather a sign of preparing for war and defending the region, or a sign of dealing with a major change. Dongzhua frowned. A major change? Luoyang? Li Ru lowered his voice. His Majesty's serious illness is no secret. There are undercurrents in the court, and He Jin and the eunuchs are like oil and water. At this critical moment when the throne is about to fall, what does Lu Shua, who holds such a powerful army and a certain title, want to do? Perhaps, he just wants to ensure that he has enough power to do something he must do in the upcoming chaos. Dongzhua paced even faster. He wasn't unaware that Luoyang might descend into chaos, even secretly hoping for it to create an opportunity. But he had never seriously considered Lu Shua, the prince banished to the frontier by the emperor, as a significant opponent in the game. Only now, with the silent yet heavy mobilization of the Liangzhou army, did he suddenly realize that in the northwest corner far from Luoyang, a long-neglected young dragon had already quietly grown sharp claws and covered itself with indestructible scales. This gaze might never have been confined to Liangzhou. The dragon turned its neck slightly, and Dong Zhongying felt a chill on the back of his neck and a tightness in his anus. Send orders to all departments. Dong Zhuo finally stopped, his eyes flashing with a mixture of ferocity and caution. Strengthen defenses. No one is allowed to start any border conflicts without my orders, especially the defenses near Tianshui in the north. Keep your eyes wide open. No one is allowed to provoke even a single soldier of the Liangzhou army. He paused, looking eastward towards Luoyang, his fleshy face twitching. Also, triple the number of spies heading to Luoyang. I need to know exactly when the situation in that city will change. And also find out carefully what is happening to the prince's birth mother, Lady Yuan, in the palace. Dong Zhuo vaguely felt that he had grasped the pulse of Lu Shua's unusual behavior. If Li Ru's prediction was correct, then this game of chess would be even more dangerous and interesting. Jiada Hall, Nangong Palace, Luoyang. The heavy smell of medicine and incense mingled, yet could not mask the decay emanating from the deepest recesses of life. Behind layers of brocade curtains, Emperor Ling of Han, Lu Hong, lay on his bed, his face sallow and his eyes sunken. The eyes that had once been adept at pleasure and calculation were now only clouded and listless. He could feel that what was called life, like sand in a glass of water, was irretrievably slipping away. The shadow of death was so clear that it forced him to think about the question he had been avoiding but would eventually have to face. What would become of this vast empire? His fingers unconsciously caressed the cold jade pillow, his thoughts torn between his two sons. Xier, born to consort Wang, was intelligent and quick-witted, which made him even more beloved. His birth mother, Empress Dowager Dong, also cherished him dearly. The eunuchs Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong openly and secretly supported Xier. What were they plotting? Lu Hong knew perfectly well. They were simply taking advantage of Xier's youth to maintain their power as the 10 attendants. If Xier ascended the throne, it would likely be another cycle of eunuch dominance, perhaps even more severe. Empress Dowager Dong, his mother, was no ordinary woman. Her interference in politics was almost inevitable. At that time, could the person sitting on the dragon throne still be considered an emperor? He would merely be another puppet, perhaps even repeating the tragedy of Emperor Huan. The empire could not afford another eunuch-dominated era.
So, Ljubljana?
Born to Empress he was the legitimate eldest son. But Lu Hong's mind conjured up Lu Bian's face, always bearing a hint of timidity, easily influenced by He Jin and Empress He, weak-willed and indecisive. If he ascended the throne, could he suppress his ambitious butcher-turned-uncle He Jin? Could he suppress the increasingly arrogant He clan? It seemed likely that the Grand General's mansion would become the true center of power, and the old drama of powerful relatives dominating the country would be repeated. Although He Jin harbored the ambition to eliminate the eunuchs, he was ambitious but incompetent, stubborn and self-willed. Could he truly restore the Han dynasty? He might only be inviting trouble, making the country even more chaotic. A violent cough interrupted his thoughts, and his chest burned with pain. Eunuchs and palace servants rushed forward to attend to him, but he weakly waved them away. Despair, like a cold tide, slowly engulfed him. Was the 400-year-old foundation of my Han dynasty destined to be destroyed in my hands, Lu Hong? Was it destined to decline irreversibly because one of my two sons might be manipulated by eunuchs, and the other was destined to be controlled by the empress relatives? He closed his eyes in anguish. If only any one of them possessed powerful military authority, a decisive and ruthless character, and the unyielding strength to suppress all dissent, how wonderful that would be. The empire needed a strong monarch, someone who could uphold the state and command respect in chaotic times. Just like a figure he had almost deliberately forgotten, buried deep in the corner of his heart, suddenly crashed into his mind with unparalleled clarity. Lu Shua, his eldest son, the son born to that palace maid, whom he considered a disgrace and despised from childhood, was sent far away to the harsh and cold Liangzhou at the age of 10. Decisive and ruthless. In 10 years, Liangzhou rose from nothing to quell rebellions by defeating the Chong and Hu tribes, establishing its power in the western regions, gathering millions of refugees, and transforming this frontier region into a unified force that instilled fear in the Chong and made Dong Zhuo wary. Such courage and ability were far beyond the reach of Bian and Xie, raised by women in the inner palace. Strong-willed, in the desperate situation of being disliked by his father and having no help, he carved out a place for himself in Liangzhou, surrounded by tigers and wolves, and built a heavily armored army that even Dongzhuo feared. Who among the officials in the court could match his determination and ruthlessness? Commanding a powerful army? The Liangzhou army. That heavily armored and intimidating cavalry, isn't that the perfect force to sweep away the rebellious and establish a new dynasty? Lu Shua. Emperor Ling's cracked lips moved, silently uttering the name. An extremely complex emotion welled up in his heart. Was it regret? Was it fear? Was it a faint glimmer of hope that even he himself was unwilling to admit? A hope he saw in despair? If it were his own exiled son who were to sit in this position, would those eunuchs still dare to seize power? Would He Jin still dare to be so domineering? Would those ambitious warlords and border generals still dare to look down on the Lu family's empire? Once this thought took root, it grew wildly like weeds. Perhaps only he could truly suppress this crumbling court and quell the turbulent undercurrents of the world. However, the cold reality, like a hammer, shattered this fleeting illusion the next second. King of Liangzhou. Yes, he had long ago, out of disgust and fear, bestowed upon him the title of king, banishing him far from the line of succession. The patriarchal clan system, the consensus of the court and the public, had completely severed any possibility of him inheriting the throne. Unless a cataclysmic upheaval occurs that overturns the very foundation of the nation, there is absolutely no chance. Moreover, over the years, when had he ever shown him even a shred of fatherly affection? From the neglect at birth, to the cold treatment in the palace, to the exile at the age of 10, even the deliberate forgetting of his comingafage ceremony and the adoption of his courtesy name. All he felt for him was endless disgust, distrust, and suppression. In his heart, he probably harbored only years of resentment towards his father, the emperor. His hatred must stem from his hatred for me, Emperor Ling murmured to himself, his voice hoarse and weak, filled with endless bitterness. To hand over the empire to a son who hated him to the core? The thought sent chills down his spine. Yet, compared to handing the empire over to a puppet destined to be controlled by a powerful eunuch or a maternal relative, leading to the collapse of the dynasty and the extinction of the ancestral temples, this seemed like a deadly poison. But perhaps the only effective antidote. A fierce battle raged within the spirit emperor's heart, a mix of conflicting emotions. Regret, fear, and a strange sense of anticipation. He knew his body wouldn't last much longer. He had to make a decision, or at least plant some seeds of future conflict. He raised his hand with difficulty to signal to his attendant. Your Majesty? A young eunuch knelt tremblingly before the bed. Emperor Ling, panting, his eyes flickering, finally seemed to have made up his mind. His voice, though weak, carried an undeniable authority. Transmit my oral and secret edicts. He paused for a moment, as if gathering his last bit of strength, or perhaps weighing the weight of each word. The Ministry of Personnel at this time, the 3 departments and 6 ministries did not yet exist, was ordered to draft an edict to appoint Wang Shuo of Liangzhou as general of the cavalry, granting him the authority to oversee military affairs in Liangzhou and the Sili Commandery, and authorizing him to act as he saw fit. The young eunuch trembled, almost thinking he had misheard. The general of the flying cavalry, a rank far surpassing the 3 dukes, granted the authority to act on behalf of the emperor and oversee military affairs in 3 provinces, and bestowed with unprecedented military power. What was His Majesty doing? Giving such immense power to that prince, with whom he had a strained relationship, so far away in Liangzhou? Ignoring the eunuch's astonishment, Emperor Ling continued with difficulty. Furthermore, bestow upon the palace a bushel of pearls from the East China Sea and 100 bolts of shoe brocade. Give these to Lady Yuan, saying that I remember her merit in raising the prince. The following sentence is less a reward and more an extremely subtle, almost humble gesture of goodwill and a test. He is gambling on that tiny, possibly non-existent, father-son bond, or at least Lu Shua's filial piety towards his birth mother. Having said all this, Emperor Ling seemed to have exhausted all his energy and collapsed onto the couch, his chest heaving violently. His cloudy eyes stared at the magnificent coffered ceiling of the palace, his heart filled with coldness and bewilderment. Is this decree compensation, support, checks and balances? Or a rope, a lifeline, or a noose, extended in despair to the now sharp-clawed young dragon of the northwest, which it had personally banished? He didn't know. He only knew that the empire was collapsing and he had to do something, even if it seemed so crazy and illogical. By stirring things up further, he might have given the least likely person the most unpredictable opportunity. Go quickly, he hissed. The young eunuch scrambled back, his heart filled with turmoil. What a huge shock this secret edict would be to Luoyang, already rife with undercurrents. If it were to be released, The air inside Jiada Hall was thick with the deathly scent of medicine. Outside, the oppressive atmosphere of an impending downpour already loomed over the fate of the entire Han Palace and indeed, the entire world. In Luoyang, in the North Palace, there is a secluded and quiet palace courtyard. This place doesn't even have a formal name. The palace servants privately refer to it simply as the former Lady Yuan's residence. The walls are mottled, and the flowers and plants in the courtyard are neglected, revealing a desolate scene that clashes sharply with the opulent splendor of the imperial palace. The mistress of this place, Lady Yuan, the birth mother of Prince Lu Shuo, has long been accustomed to being forgotten. So when a group of eunuchs, carrying gift boxes covered with yellow silk and led by a junior eunuch, filed into the deserted courtyard, not only were the two old palace maids in the courtyard terrified, but even Madame Yuan herself looked up in astonishment from behind the simple embroidery frame, her face drained of color, leaving only bewilderment and disbelief. "Madam, His Majesty has bestowed a reward," the head eunuch cried in a high-pitched voice. The brilliance of the pearl of the East China Sea flowed through the slightly dim room, and the dazzling colors of the shoe brocade stung Yuan Shi's eyes. She stared blankly at these sudden favors, so different from the cold treatment she had received over the past 10 years, her mind a complete blank. "Your Majesty? A reward? To her?" This was more unreal than a dream. Ever since giving birth to Shuor, due to her lowly birth and lack of favor with the emperor, she and her son had become the most awkward existence in this deep palace. Emperor Ling's dislike was undisguised, and all the palace servants and eunuchs avoided them like the plague. When Shuor was 10 years old, he was banished to the harsh and dangerous Liangzhou. While she remained in this cold courtyard like a silent weed, left to fend for herself, her only hope being the occasional news of her son's safety that he managed to send from afar. Now, Emperor Ling is seriously ill, and everyone in the court and the country knows that His Majesty's days are numbered. At this critical juncture, this unexpected favor has come down upon us. Why? Lady Yuan was no foolish woman. Her ability to survive in the deep palace until now demonstrated her sensitivity and caution. After the initial shock, endless doubts and unease surged forth like a tide. To show goodwill, to reassure Shuor by comforting her, to prevent Shuor from having any inappropriate thoughts because of her father's critical illness? The moment the thought crossed her mind, Yuan Shi dismissed it. As his mother, she knew Shuor's character best. The child's will was as firm as iron. He had long since given up any illusions about his cold and ruthless father, let alone any hope for the unattainable throne. All of Shuor's efforts were focused on securing a livelihood and a foundation for himself and his followers in Liangzhou. If he were to make any moves, why wait until now? Emperor Ling's dislike had likely already chilled Shuor's heart completely. A test? To see if Shuor would react to this sudden show of concern for her? Or is it about exploitation? Using oneself as a bargaining chip? A weakness that could potentially affect Shuor, and placing oneself on the chessboard of the impending chaos? Yuan's heart sank lower and lower, her hands and feet turning cold. Neither possibility was good. This favor brought no warmth whatsoever. Instead, it felt like a silent shackle, a poison wrapped in honey, filling her with unprecedented fear. She would rather remain forgotten in this desolate corner of the palace than become a tool used by others to scheme against and control her son. "Your Majesty, I thank you for your grace." She rose with difficulty and bowed respectfully, her voice hoarse. After rising, she looked at the dazzling rewards as if they were burning hot coals, and whispered, "I am confined to the cold palace, and my needs are very simple. I dare not accept such a generous reward. May I tell your Majesty that although I am grateful for your kindness, it would be better if the valuables were put into the treasury?" She wanted to refuse, even if only a little, to show that she had no intention of getting involved in any trouble. Upon hearing this, the young eunuch twitched his lips, revealing an almost ingratiating smile. "Madam, how can I refuse His Majesty's gift? Please accept it with peace of mind. His Majesty is a man who cherishes old friendships." He spoke the last sentence with a profound meaning, his gaze sweeping over Madame Yuan's pale face before he said no more, turning and leaving with his men, leaving behind a room filled with glittering jewels and an even deeper chill. Yuan stood frozen in place, staring at the rewards. She felt a sudden, perilous chill creep into this familiar, quiet courtyard. She gripped her sleeve tightly, her fingertips turning white. "Zhou, my son," she thought, "you are in Liangzhou. Do you know that in Luoyang, the storm has arrived, and even I, a forgotten person, have been dragged into its vortex?" Meanwhile, within the southern palace, the struggle had reached a fever pitch. Emperor Ling was seriously ill and unable to rise, and his control over the court situation rapidly declined. like a sandcastle collapsing quickly before the tide. The antagonism between the eunuch group led by Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong and the court officials led by the powerful general He Jin, who was related to the empress, had gradually surfaced from its undercurrents. Outside the Jiada Hall, He Jin, dressed in court attire with a gloomy expression, led Yuan Xiao, Chao Chao, and a group of his subordinates and officers, facing off against Jian Shuo and his imperial guards who were blocking the hall's entrance. General, His Majesty is resting and will not see any officials. Jian Shuo gripped the hilt of his sword, his voice sharp yet forceful. He was a captain of the Imperial Guard, promoted by Emperor Ling in recent years, commanding a portion of the Western Garden Imperial Guards. He had long been at odds with He Jin and was a core military force supporting Prince Lucia. I have important matters to report to His Majesty, matters concerning the safety of the nation. How dare you eunuchs obstruct me? He Jin's hair and beard bristled as he glared angrily. Armored soldiers stood in a circle behind him, exuding a murderous aura. Since Emperor Ling fell seriously ill, He Jin had frequently mobilized troops from the capital, making his intention to eliminate the eunuchs blatantly obvious. His Majesty has decreed that no one is to be disturbed. Jian Shuo refused to back down, and the two sides confronted each other at the palace gate, the atmosphere tense and on the verge of exploding. Inside and outside the palace walls, countless eyes were secretly watching and relaying messages. Inside the palace, when Emperor Ling was occasionally lucid, he could faintly hear the sounds of arguing and shouting coming from outside. He wanted to be angry, to reprimand, to punish all those ministers and eunuchs who disregarded the emperor's authority. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was met with violent coughing and panting, unable to utter a complete sentence. He could only stare helplessly into his cloudy eyes, letting the feeling of powerlessness and anger gnaw at his heart. Zhang Rang, Zhao Zhong, and others outwardly remained respectful and attentive to the ailing emperor, but their glances betrayed their scheming. While intensifying their communication with Empress Dowager Dong, they secretly plotted to launch a final attack, supporting Lucia's ascension to the throne and completely eliminating the powerful maternal relatives led by He Jin. Empress, he wept day and night at Emperor Ling's bedside, recounting Biener's filial piety and grievances, pleading with His Majesty to clarify the succession, and constantly urging her brother He Jin to expedite the process. The entire city of Luoyang was like a giant powder keg, the fuse already hissing and burning. Emperor Ling, lying on his bed in the Jiada Palace, the man who was still nominally the supreme ruler of the empire, could only watch helplessly as this unfolded. The balance of power he had once maintained was completely out of control, and the various forces he had once feared were now revealing their claws without restraint as his life was drawing to a close. His decrees were even difficult to convey beyond the palace. The earth-shattering secret edict regarding Lu Shua's promotion encountered invisible resistance at the Ministry of Personnel, and was intentionally or unintentionally delayed and shelved. However, his insignificant yet complex reward to the Yuan family was like a pebble thrown into a stagnant pond, the ripples spreading in ways no one could have predicted. The deathly silence and the smell of medicine in the Jiada Hall seemed to have gained weight, pressing heavily on every inch of the air. Whether it was a cruel joke of fate or a last act of defiance before the candle of life was extinguished, Emperor Ling Luhong, who had been in a daze, suddenly awoke that afternoon. This clarity was not the usual chaotic intermittent moments, but a kind of almost cruel, crystal-clear lucidity. He could clearly feel his life force rapidly draining from his limbs and bones, and at the same time, he was acutely aware that the time had come. He had to make final arrangements for this crumbling empire before he succumbed to complete darkness. However, the moment this thought arose, endless weariness and despair gripped him first. His gaze swept across the empty, silent palace, yet subtly conveying the oppressive tension of the outside world. He knew that his final decree would likely not even escape the gates of this bedchamber. Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong, his former trusted advisors, their figures now appearing and disappearing behind the curtains, their exchanged glances revealing little reverence for the monarch, only anxiety and calculation regarding the survival of their own power. He Jin's men had probably already surrounded the place like an iron fortress. His withered fingers twitched nervously as he thought about the future of the empire. Biener? Xier? These two names swirled in his mind, bringing only a deeper chill and a sense of powerlessness. Whichever of them ascended the throne, the outcome was almost predictable. Either a power grab by the maternal relatives, led by He Jin and Empress He, or a reign of terror orchestrated by eunuchs like Zhang Rang holding the young emperor hostage and Empress Dowager Dong interfering in politics behind the scenes. A cycle, a terrifying cycle. The old nightmare of Emperor Huan's time seemed poised to repeat itself with these two children. And whether it was the maternal relatives or the eunuchs, Which of them could truly uphold the state and deter the restless, powerful border generals? Was the future of the empire truly destined to be lost in the hands of Lu Hong, and in the hands of these two princes, destined to be controlled by powerful ministers? No, I can't. His cracked lips moved silently, and a final glimmer of unwillingness shot through his cloudy eyes. What is needed is an iron-fisted ruler, a powerful leader who can truly control the army, act decisively, and make all demons and monsters tremble. This thought, like lightning, cleaved through the last vestiges of self-deception in his mind. A figure he had deliberately suppressed and banished to the edge of his memory, crashed into his mind with unparalleled clarity and overwhelming force. Lu Shua, his eldest son, the one he had banished to the harsh and cold land of Liangzhou. Yes, only him. He possessed the ironclad cavalry, a formidable force even Dongzhuo feared like tigers and wolves. He carved out an impregnable territory in Liangzhou, surrounded by Chong and Hu tribes and rife with powerful local warlords, gathering millions of refugees. His ruthless methods and unwavering resolve made those power-hungry, boastful officials in the court unworthy to even carry his shoes. If Lu Shua were to govern Luoyang, would those eunuchs dare to be so arrogant? Would that butcher He Jin dare to be so domineering? Which ambitious man in the land wouldn't have to consider the might of the Liangzhou cavalry? For a moment, the spirit emperor was almost ignited with his last hope by this idea. But the next second, the cold reality dragged him back to hell. An imperial edict? He needs help to even turn over now. How could his edict possibly reach Liangzhou unimpeded? Would Zhang Tang allow an imperial edict that could completely overturn their plans and summon back a powerful tiger to leave Luoyang? Head probably be dealt with the moment he opened his mouth, and his personal safety would be immediately threatened. A deeper pain, like poisonous insects gnawing at his heart, spread through Lu Shua. Would his son care? Would he care whether the empire left by his father, who had never given him a shred of warmth, could be passed down? Why do I hate him so much? This self-examination is like opening Pandora's box, unleashing countless fragments of emotions and memories that have been obscured by power, face, and suspicion. Was it because his mother's lowly status made him feel ashamed? Was it because of the ominous celestial signs at the time of his birth? Or was it because his young eyes had prematurely lost the innocence of childhood and become tainted with the caution and aloofness necessary for survival in the deep palace, making his father, the emperor, feel uncomfortable and even a little threatened? But in the end, he's still his own child, his own flesh and blood. What had she given him? From birth, he had been ignored and neglected. Other princes had numerous wet nurses, tutors, and occasional tests and rewards from their fathers. What did Lu Shua have? Only his equally fearful and uncertain mother, and a palace as cold as an icebox. 10 years old, just 10 years old. Because of his growing composure beyond his years now, in retrospect, it was nothing more than a child's precocious maturity for self-preservation. Xia had abandoned him like trash in Liangzhou, that war-torn and precarious frontier region, because of some unfounded suspicion and dislike. How did he manage all these years? A 10-year-old child, all alone, in that land of tigers and wolves, facing the iron hooves of the Chong people, the cold arrows of the powerful, and the harsh environment. How much hardship and how many life-or-death dangers must he have endured to get to where he is today? Not only did I not offer him any help, but I have been holding him back, being wary of him and suppressing him. Regret, like the most potent poison, instantly seeped into his very being. If only he had shown even a fraction of the care he had for Biener and Sierra back then, even just occasionally asking if they were all right, or providing them with decent protection and resources when he left the palace, would things be different now? A weak but sharp fantasy surged into his mind. If Lu Shua were in Luoyang, right beside him, with his powerful army that dominated the northwest, with his iron-fisted and ruthless methods, would those eunuchs Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong still dare to outwardly obey him and control the palace? Would that scoundrel He Jin still dare to lead his armored soldiers to flaunt their power outside the palace gates and coerce the emperor's will? They would probably have long since groveled on the ground, as obedient as lambs. How could he have fallen to such a state, where he even had to watch the faces of his servants when he spoke? Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. A wave of guilt washed over him, almost overwhelming him. He recalled more details, more information about his eldest son that he had overlooked. Oh, right, he doesn't have a courtesy name yet. Most sons of ordinary noble families would have one by his age, wouldn't they? A courtesy name is given to honor their given name. Shuor is already 18. In ordinary families, many sons are already married and established by 18, bearing the weight of their family's legacy. But Lu Hong, as the Emperor of Han, as Lu Shua's biological father, has never even considered giving him a comingafage ceremony or a courtesy name. He has thus left his eldest son without a courtesy name. In an era of strict etiquette, this is almost a silent humiliation and exile. Marriage, right? There's still marriage. He vaguely remembered hearing that Liang Zhou had tried to find Lu Shua a marriage partner, but it seemed they'd been rebuffed, politely refused, and perhaps even humiliated. At the time, Head felt a twisted sense of satisfaction upon hearing it. Now, thinking back, how absurd and cruel that was. His son, a prince of the Han dynasty, was being treated with disrespect in his marriage because he wasn't recognized by his father and lacked a powerful backer. And he, the father, not only didn't stand up for him, but coldly watched, even secretly rejoicing that this would dampen his rebellious son's arrogance. A complete and utter failure. As an emperor, he failed to protect the legacy of his ancestors, allowing the empire to crumble. As a father, he was utterly absurd, showing the utmost cruelty and indifference towards his own flesh and blood. Shuor, he uttered a hoarse sound, and 2 streams of turbid tears, never before so real and filled with burning remorse, slid from his sunken eyes and disappeared into his graying temples. He seemed to see that child, cautiously surviving in a corner of the palace. That lonely figure growing up amidst the winds and sands of Liangzhou. All he had given this child was endless coldness, abandonment, and hostility. Now he is dying. The estrangement and resentment he created are like an insurmountable chasm. He has no face, no chance, to say sorry to his son who is far away in the northwest. It's all too late. His last moments of lucidity slipped away swiftly amidst overwhelming regret and utterly hopeless despair. Outside, the sounds of the eunuch and the general arguing seemed to drift back, but he could no longer make them out clearly. His vision blurred, and his consciousness began to sink further into the abyss. Before losing consciousness completely, his last clear thought was not about the succession to the throne, but a father's most humble wish, that Shuor could safely take his mother away, that this cold palace, this calculating Luoyang, would no longer harm the only person he still cared about in the world. As for the fate of the Han dynasty, perhaps only the sound of iron hooves from Liangzhou in the northwest can provide the final answer. Emperor Ling's life was like a candle in the wind, flickering uncertainly. After that brief moment of lucidity filled with regret, he sank into an even deeper stupor. Everyone thought that the emperor would no longer have the strength to make any arrangements and could only numbly await his end. However, in the dead of night, as the candlelight flickered and the eunuch on duty, exhausted from days of tension, became somewhat dazed, a very faint yet remarkably clear voice came from the imperial bed. The legend of Wang Yu, the tiger-like general of the Central Army. Though the voice was weak, it carried an undeniable, lingering authority. The attending eunuch shuddered, not daring to delay, and immediately went to summon him. Wang Yu's swordsmanship was superb. He had served as an instructor in the Tiger Guard and a general of the household. Although his position wasn't the highest, his martial prowess and relatively independent status, not clearly that of a eunuch or a member of the imperial family, meant that Emperor Ling sometimes used him for special protection duties. Being summoned at this sensitive moment caused a flicker of doubt in the hearts of the eunuchs on duty, but they didn't dwell on it, simply assuming that His Majesty might have extra concerns for their safety. Wang Yu arrived quickly. He was lean and strong, with a steady and sharp gaze. Even in the face of the oppressive court atmosphere, his steps remained firm. He knelt before the dragon bed according to etiquette. Your subject Wang Yu pays his respects to your majesty. Emperor Ling waved his hand laboriously, signaling his attendants to leave. Zhang Rang's trusted eunuch hesitated, wanting to stay and eavesdrop, but Emperor Ling's cloudy eyes suddenly glared at him. The last vestige of imperial authority in those eyes sent a chill down the eunuch's spine. He dared not disobey, and with his head bowed, he retreated to the outer hall with the other palace servants, but still kept his ears perked up, listening to the movements inside. Emperor Ling's voice was almost inaudible as he said, "Wang Qing, come forward." Wang Yu got up, walked to the edge of the bed, knelt down on one knee, and brought his ear close. Emperor Ling's right hand trembled as he moved extremely slowly and laboriously to the pillow, groping around. After a moment, a very faint clicking sound was heard, and he actually took something out from a very hidden compartment beside the pillow. When the object was partially revealed in the dim candlelight, even Wang Yu, with his resolute will and experience of countless trials, had his pupils suddenly contract and his breath catch in his throat. That was an imperial seal. It was 4 inches in diameter, with 5 dragons intertwined on the top and one corner inlaid with gold. Despite the dim candlelight, the warm luster of the jade and the majestic aura of destiny it carried, enough to crush mountains and rivers, instantly confirmed to Wang Yu that this was indeed the legendary imperial seal of the state. The 8 characters in seal script, by the mandate of heaven, may its longevity be everlasting, seemed to carry an invisible weight, causing his heart to tremble violently. The imperial seal of the state is a national treasure and a symbol of legitimacy. What is your majesty's intention in taking it out at this time? Emperor Ling's gaze met Wang Yu's shocked eyes. A final, complex clarity flashed in his eyes, the resolute determination of a dying man making a desperate gamble, and a hint of earnest entrustment. He pointed with his other hand to the side of the imperial seal, where a secret edict, already written and sealed with wax, lay. With his last ounce of strength, Emperor Ling placed the imperial seal and the secret edict into a plain, unassuming wooden box that had been prepared beforehand, and closed the lid. Then, with his cold, trembling hands, he pushed this seemingly ordinary yet incredibly heavy box toward Wang Yu. Emperor Ling uttered each word with extraordinary difficulty, yet each word was clear, like a brand. Wear this and protect yourself. From this moment on, you are no longer the Tiger General. You have been demoted to the head guard of Lady Yuan. Wang Yu was shocked and instantly understood Emperor Ling's intention. This was a covert operation. Under the guise of demoting the guards, Emperor Ling was using Wang Yu, a man with superb martial arts skills and a relatively independent identity, to carry the most important symbol of the empire and the secret edict that could determine the future, away from Luoyang. A powder keg about to explode, and to get close to one of the most crucial figures, Lady Yuan, the birth mother of Lu Shua, the king of Liangzhou. When the opportunity arises, go with the Yuan clan to find Lu Shua and personally deliver this box to him. Emperor Ling stared intently into Wang Yu's eyes, as if trying to etch his final will and entrustment into the other's soul. Remember, you must personally deliver it to Lu Shua and not through any other person. Wang Yu felt as if the wooden box in his hands weighed a ton, but even heavier was the weight of this trust and entrustment concerning the fate of the nation. He took a deep breath and kowtowed to the ground, his voice low and firm, like a drawn sword. Your subject, Wang Yu, swears by his life and in the name of his ancestors that he will do everything in his power to protect this box and personally deliver it to His Highness the King of Liangzhou. If he breaks this oath, may he be condemned by heaven and earth and abandoned by gods and men. Emperor Ling seemed utterly exhausted. Hearing this oath, the last glimmer of light in his eyes dimmed, leaving only a desolate sense of relief. He waved his hand weakly and said in an almost inaudible whisper, "Go. Tell them that I rewarded the Yuan family with some worthless old items, and you were demoted to guarding the Yuan family for your incompetence. Go quickly." Without further hesitation, Wang Yu carefully concealed the wooden box in a specially made inner pocket of his robes. He glanced deeply at the dying emperor on the dragon bed, then turned and strode out. Upon reaching the outer hall, facing the probing gazes of the eunuchs, his expression remained calm, even carrying a perfectly measured hint of resentment and bitterness. He declared loudly, "His Majesty has decreed that a number of Lady Yuan's personal belongings be bestowed upon her. Furthermore, I am reprimanded for failing in my duties as a guard and demoted to the position of head guard for Lady Yuan. Take up your post immediately." Having said that, he ignored the various expressions of the eunuchs, gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist, and left with his head held high. His demeanor perfectly embodied that of a disillusioned military general who had been demoted to guard the cold palace for a trivial matter and had been punished by the emperor. Zhang Rang's trusted eunuch frowned and entered the inner palace to check. He found Emperor Ling seemingly asleep again, with nothing unusual beside his pillow and the hidden compartment closed. He noticed a few inconspicuous old jade artifacts and silk paintings on a nearby table, clearly a pre-prepared decoy by Emperor Ling, and felt relieved. It seemed His Majesty, in his final moments, had finally remembered to appease Lady Yuan, who had a formidable son, and conveniently dismissed a less-than-loyal guard general. Demoting Wang Yu to the cold palace? Perfect. One less potential destabilizing factor. His Majesty is still soft-hearted and clings to old feelings. The eunuch whispered to his companion, his tone tinged with disdain. Indeed, with hundreds of thousands of elite troops stationed in Liangzhou, shouldn't we appease that Lady Yuan and keep Lu Shua in line? That's exactly right, another eunuch chimed in. It's good that Wang Yu, that military man, is gone. He's no longer an eyesore here. Everyone was misled by Emperor Ling's seemingly logical act of appeasement and denigration. No one expected that right under their noses, the imperial seal, the supreme symbol representing the mandate of heaven and capable of triggering countless bloody storms, had been sent out of the Jiada Palace in the most inconspicuous way, detached from Luoyang, the power center that was about to spiral out of control, and quietly moved towards the direction of its destined new master. It's truly a case of the darkest place being under the lamp. Before Emperor Ling fell into a coma, the corner of his mouth seemed to twitch very slightly. It was an expression that mixed endless regret, a trace of relief after a desperate gamble, and a faint, almost non-existent expectation for the distant northwest. In the late summer of the 6th year of Zhongping, the scorching heat had not yet completely subsided over Luoyang, but inside the Jiada Hall of the Southern Palace, a bone-chilling cold had already set in. After a long period of unconsciousness and several brief moments of lucidity, Emperor Lu Hong of the Han Dynasty finally breathed his last in the dead of night. This emperor, who ascended the throne at the age of 12, reigned for 21 years, changed his reign title multiple times Jianing, Shiping, Guanghe, Zhongping, and was posthumously named Emperor Ling, ended his short and controversial 33-year life amidst endless regret, helplessness, and intricate calculations. The heavy wheels of the empire, the moment he let go, suddenly lost their last vestige of nominal control, accelerating their descent into an unknown abyss. A country cannot be without a ruler for a day. However, Emperor Ling passed away without leaving any public or explicit edict. The crucial secret edict and the imperial seal are currently lying quietly in a wooden box carried by the head guard, Wang Yu, next to the Yuan family's residence in the cold courtyard of the northern palace. Wang Yu knows that taking it out now will not only fail to legitimize the emperor but will also immediately trigger a bloody struggle and even endanger the lives of the Yuan family. Therefore, he can only keep this earth-shattering secret under control and wait for the right opportunity. The vacuum of supreme power instantly ignited the fuse that was already sparking. The eunuch clique led by Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong, along with the court officials led by the powerful General He Jin, who were supported by upright scholars such as Yuan Shao and Chao Chao, as well as some imperial guards, immediately engaged in a fierce competition, even a naked confrontation over the selection of the new emperor. The imperial palace, the heart of the empire, was instantly transformed into a battlefield of intrigue and swords. Inside and outside the Jiada Hall, the standoff between the eunuchs and He Jin's armored soldiers had reached a fever pitch. The tension was palpable. The slightest disturbance could escalate into a bloody battle. Palace maids and servants lived in constant fear, heads bowed and eyes lowered, walking as close to the walls as possible, lest they be caught in a sudden purge. On the once solemn palace paths, frantic eunuchs or low-ranking officials were frequently led away by one side, then vanished without a trace. An eerie atmosphere, a mixture of fear and the stench of blood, permeated the air. After Emperor Ling's death, Empress He immediately attempted to control the palace in her capacity as empress, urging her brother He Jin to quickly enthrone Prince Liu Bian. Meanwhile, Zhang Rang and others, relying on Empress Dowager Dong, Emperor Ling's mother, claimed that His Majesty had always loved Prince Liu Xie and intended to fulfill his dying wish, thus supporting Liu Xie's ascension to the throne. Both sides courted portions of the imperial guards, such as Jian Shuo, who leaned towards the eunuchs, while He Jin controlled the 5 northern army schools and part of the Western Garden Army, resulting in a silent yet extremely dangerous tug-of-war within and outside the palace. The entire city of Luoyang was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. The mansions of high-ranking officials were tightly shut, and rumors were rampant in the streets. Everyone sensed that a huge political storm or even war was about to break out. However, on this map of the imperial palace, where people are filled with fear and danger, there exists a strangely peaceful spot, the secluded and desolate courtyard of the northern palace, belonging to Lady Yuan. It was as if a spell had been cast upon this place, isolating it from the raging waves outside the palace walls. The daily food supply, far from being reduced or delayed due to Emperor Ling's death and the chaos in the palace, became exceptionally punctual, and even the quality of the dishes and the amount of food were significantly improved compared to when Emperor Ling was alive. The fabrics and charcoal scent were not yet in season, but they were already prepared, and the daily necessities were all of the highest quality, without any skimping or neglect. At first, Yuan was also terrified, wondering what sinister intentions lay behind this unusual preferential treatment. But soon, she and Wang Yu, who was silently guarding her side, understood the reason. The eunuch faction dared not touch her. Zhang Rang and others knew that Lu Shua held considerable military power, dominated Liangzhou, and harbored no goodwill towards Emperor Ling or the court. Offending his birth mother at this time would be tantamount to pushing Lu Shua completely to He Jin's side, and might even trigger the Liangzhou cavalry to march east prematurely, which would be a catastrophic disaster for them. They even secretly hoped that the Yuan family would remain safe and sound, and ideally, exert some mild influence on Lu Shua to at least keep him neutral. The powerful maternal relatives also dared not touch her. Although He Jin and Empress He were arrogant, they were by no means brainless. Lu Shua's military strength was a sword hanging over everyone's heads. At this crucial juncture in the struggle for the throne, stabilizing Lu Shua and preventing trouble in the rear was their consensus. If they could indirectly curry favor with Lu Shua by treating Yuan Shi well, so that he would not interfere in the affairs of Luoyang, or even tacitly approve Liu Bian's ascension to the throne, that would be the best outcome. Therefore, He Jin also strictly ordered his subordinates not to disturb Yuan Shi's residence and to provide her with the best possible supplies. Thus, under the delicate balance of mutual restraint and wariness between these two major forces, the residence of Yuan, a previously insignificant and neglected palace made of the late emperor, unexpectedly became the only undisturbed haven in the eye of the storm. Whether it was the henchmen of the eunuchs or the soldiers of He Jin, when passing by this palace, they would subconsciously slow their pace and take a detour, as if some awe-inspiring and terrifying presence resided there. Wang Yu, carrying a top-secret mission, guarded this place, maintaining this tranquility flawlessly. He strictly controlled the few old palace servants, forbidding them from inquiring about outside information or contacting any suspicious individuals. He himself, like a lurking cheetah, remained vigilant day and night, the wooden box never leaving his side. He knew this tranquility was fragile, built upon the deterrent effect of his son's immense power. He also knew his mission was to utilize this rare piece to protect the Yuan family, awaiting the opportunity that might allow him to safely deliver the contents of the box. Sitting in her courtyard, which had been quietly improved, Madame Yuan gazed at the oppressive sky over Luoyang beyond the high walls. Unconsciously, she twirled a rough but warm amulet that her son had sent from Liangzhou years ago. She felt little relief at surviving such a calamity, only a deeper worry for her son far away, and a strange unease about the greater storm lurking beneath this eerie calm. Emperor Ling's funeral was hastily held amidst a tense atmosphere. On the day of Xianxia in June, Lu Hong, who was posthumously honored as Emperor Shaoling, was buried at Wenling. The funeral may have maintained the same scale, but the sorrow and solemnity of the empire bidding farewell to its monarch had long been diluted by the smoke of power struggles. The funeral procession returned, but the tensions within the palace had not eased. On the contrary, they had intensified due to the uncertainty surrounding the officials' titles. Everyone sensed the impending final battle. In that small, tranquil space of the North Palace, Wang Yu stroked the cold surface of the wooden box in his arms, his gaze seemingly piercing through the palace walls and directed towards the northwest. He knew that when the battle in Luoyang was decided, or when it descended into uncontrollable chaos, that would be the moment he, with his wife and the box in his arms, would embark on the road to Liangzhou. Emperor Ling's funeral was hastily held amidst a tense atmosphere. On the day of Xianxia in June, Lu Hong, posthumously honored as Emperor Shaoling, was buried at Wenling. The funeral scale may have remained the same, but the solemnity and grief of an empire bidding farewell to its monarch had been almost entirely diluted by the smoke of power struggles. Both Zhang Rang's and He Jin's factions tacitly blocked the rapid transmission of news to the northwest. They knew that the Prince of Liangzhou, who held considerable military power, had a poor relationship with Emperor Ling, but his birth mother was still in the palace, and her attitude was ambiguous. At this critical juncture, any uncontrollable reaction from Lu Shua could shatter the fragile balance between them, or even trigger disastrous consequences. Therefore, news of Emperor Ling's death and even his burial was deliberately delayed and obscured, and the official post roads and certain key routes to Liangzhou were also subject to covert control. Liangzhou, Jincheng. Several days had quietly slipped by. When Lu Shua finally pieced together the definite news that the emperor died in Jiada Palace and has been buried in Wenling through his own specially established intelligence channels, including caravans, wandering knights, and border scouts, nearly 10 days had passed since Emperor Ling's actual death. Inside the governor's study, the candlelight flickered suddenly. The secret report slipped silently from Lu Shua's hand. He stood there, stunned, his face devoid of the expected relief or triumphant satisfaction, instead displaying a complex blankness. His father, who had given him life but also inflicted the most coldness, disgust, and harm upon him. The emperor, with whom he was nominally related by blood but in reality a stranger, even harboring hidden hostility. Was he really dead? So sudden yet so quiet. He just died like that. Lu Shua muttered to himself, his voice devoid of much emotion, only conveying a sense of sluggishness from the fact that things had spiraled out of his control. My cheap old man. Immediately, a strong sense of regret welled up inside him. He slammed his fist heavily on the solid sandalwood table, making a dull thud. It's all my fault. I was so focused on managing Liangzhou that I failed to carefully calculate and remember the exact time of his death. Historical records don't mention the exact time either. The transmigrator's foresight, amidst the trivial and complex management of reality and his deliberate alienation from Luoyang, had resulted in such a crucial ambiguity and delay. We've missed the best opportunity to bring Mother out of the palace, he thought, his brow furrowed. With Emperor Ling dead and a power vacuum in Luoyang, the early, chaotic period of transition between the old and new emperors could have been the perfect window to exploit the situation, to use undercover forces or elite squads to infiltrate and retrieve her. While the risks remained immense, the chances of success were undoubtedly much greater now that the two major factions had largely consolidated their power. Their attention was highly focused, and the palace was undoubtedly even more heavily guarded. To proceed now would be far more difficult. Lu Shua walked to the massive map, his gaze fixed intently on the location of Luoyang. Neither the eunuchs nor the imperial relatives would allow him, as a variable, to intervene before a decisive victory or a new, terrifying balance was reached. They fear me. They fear the hundreds of thousands of elite troops from Liangzhou under my command. Whoever is in power will not be happy to see me lead my army towards Luoyang, even if it's just to fetch my mother. He was acutely aware of his delicate and dangerous situation. My mother's continued presence in the palace is their biggest bargaining chip against me, and also my Achilles heel that forces me to act cautiously. He Jin might want to use this to win him over, while Zhang Rang might want to use it to threaten him into remaining neutral. In any case, his mother's safety was temporarily assured. Intelligence suggested that both sides were courting the Yuan family, but getting her out safely, especially without triggering a full-scale conflict, had become an almost impossible task. A profound sense of powerlessness and anxiety lingered. Historically, Luoyang was about to face a series of calamities. The death of He Jin, the extermination of the eunuchs, and Dongzhu's entry into the Capitala, true hell on earth. My mother was caught in the middle, and even though she was temporarily protected by both sides, she was walking on thin ice, constantly at risk of being swallowed up by a new round of violence. No! Lu Shua's eyes suddenly sharpened, his frustration fading, replaced by an iron will. No matter how difficult it is, we must find a way. Luoyang will be the eye of the storm in the next few years, a vortex that will devour everything. Mother cannot stay there. He turned, his gaze sweeping across the map along the routes leading from Liangzhou to Guangzhou. The pressure of deploying troops cannot stop. In fact, we must further strengthen our deterrence in the north and Tianshui, making those people in Luoyang clearly feel my resolve and power. At the same time, he pondered, all the shadowy figures lurking in Luoyang must be activated, at any cost, to ascertain the latest deployment of the palace. The patterns of personnel movement, especially the area around Lady Beigong's former residence. Was Wang Yu's demotion to guard his mother Emperor Ling's final arrangement? Or a coincidence? We need to find out. Perhaps we can take a two-pronged approach. Chen Gong's voice rang out at the door. He had obviously already heard the news and walked in with a solemn expression. On the surface, my lord can formally send an envoy, claiming that upon hearing of His Majesty's passing, the prince is deeply missing his mother and earnestly requests that his birth mother be brought to Liangzhou to be cared for in order to fulfill his filial duty. He can then present a letter of state. Although this move is a test and may not succeed, it can occupy the position of filial piety and demonstrate my lord's public stance of bringing his mother back, making the other side more wary of easily harming Lady Yuan. Chang Yu followed up, adding, secretly, contact our friends in the Sili and Sanfu regions, bribe them with large sums of money to create chaos, or find special, hidden passages that don't pass through the main passes. If necessary, we might need a carefully planned accident or misunderstanding to cover the rescue team's operation. But this plan is extremely risky and requires thorough preparation. Lu Shua listened to the advice of his two trusted advisors and slowly nodded. He knew this would be a difficult operation, a race against time and a battle of wits against various forces in Luoyang. Force was the last resort but not necessarily the best solution. He needed patience, strategy, and a bit of luck. Start preparations immediately. Lu Shua's voice regained its usual calmness and authority, but those who knew him well could hear the suppressed, deep anxiety for his mother's safety beneath it. I need to know every change in Luoyang every day. I must bring my mother back no matter the cost. He looked eastward again, as if he could see through thousands of mountains and rivers to the capital city that was about to be stained red with blood and fire, and his anxious mother in the desolate palace. While eunuchs and imperial relatives were locked in a tense standoff over Lu Bian and Lu Xia, focusing all their energy and spies on the struggle for power, other corners of the vast harem were plunged into a near-forgotten chaos and disorder. The once strict palace rules loosened with the death of Emperor Ling and the power struggle between Empress He and Empress Dowager Dong, leaving lower-ranking palace servants bewildered and causing delays or chaos in the allocation of supplies in many non-core areas. Against this backdrop of somber mood and bewilderment, a small, thin figure timidly made its way through the shadows of the palace alley. She was the only daughter of Emperor Ling of the Lu family, and was granted the title of Princess Wanyan in the 3rd year of the Guanghe era. At this time, she was only a girl of about 9 years old. It is assumed here that she was born in 180 AD. The Book of the Later Han only records a princess of the emperor, granted the title of Princess Wanyan in the 3rd year of the Guanghe era. The only daughter of Emperor Ling, so her birth age is an inference. Her birth mother died early or was insignificant, and she might have received some care because of her status as a princess while her father was alive. But now the world had collapsed. All eyes were on the two princes. Who would care about the hunger and cold of a young princess? For several days, the meals delivered were coarse, cold, and often insufficient. Some of the wet nurses and palace maids around her were transferred, while others, preoccupied with their own needs, secretly took valuables to find other work, leaving her alone in the increasingly desolate palace. Fear and hunger tormented the young child. She finally mustered the courage to seek help from a concubine she remembered as somewhat amiable, but got lost in the intricate palace alleys. Exhausted and frightened, she huddled under a secluded corridor, sobbing softly. This faint, suppressed sob was overheard by Mr. Hara, who happened to be nearby checking on the situation. Originally, Lady Yuan was feeling uneasy and, with Wang Yu's tacit permission to ensure her safety, Wang Yu allowed her to move around in a limited area, wanted to check the situation outside her own sanctuary. Hearing the crying, her heart tightened, and she followed the sound, finding a little girl in thin clothes, her face dirty, her eyes brimming with tears and fear. Although Lady Yuan had lived in the cold palace for a long time, she vaguely recognized the princess attire. Is this Princess Wanyan? Yuan Shi squatted down, her voice soft, afraid of startling her. The little girl raised her tearful eyes, nodded timidly, and looked at the simply dressed woman with a gentle yet concerned expression. For some reason, she felt a long-lost sense of warmth. I am hungry. I can't find my way back, and there's no one around. Before she could finish speaking, tears streamed down her face again. Lady Yuan's heart clenched instantly. Having experienced the harsh realities of life within the palace, she knew all too well the bitterness of it all. Seeing this orphaned royal girl, stripped of her father's protection and utterly neglected amidst the power struggles, was like seeing herself shivering in the cold palace, ignored and forgotten, and the shadow of her most cherished son, Lu Shuo, in his childhood. Maternal instinct and a shared sense of pity instantly overwhelmed any consideration of the potential risks. Your Highness, don't be afraid, Yuan Shi said softly, gently wiping away the girl's tears and grime with her sleeve. Come with me, I have some food. She took the prince's cold little hand and led the child back to her own small courtyard, which, though remote, was now relatively well-stocked. She instructed the old palace servants to quickly prepare hot soup and soft food, and then found some clean old clothes from her youth that she had never worn, and dressed the princess in them. Watching the princess wolf down her hot meal, her little face gradually regaining some color, Yuan Shi's eyes were filled with pity. In this palace fraught with danger and where everyone lived in fear, this child was innocent, a speck of dust mercilessly crushed by the wheel of power. Wang Yu watched this scene from the shadows, his brow furrowed slightly. His primary task was to protect Yuan Shi and the secret box in his arms. Any additional variables could bring risks. Taking in a princess, even a neglected one, could also attract unnecessary attention. But seeing the pure love and compassion in Yuan Shi's eyes, and the child's dependent expression, he ultimately did not speak up to stop it. He simply scanned the surroundings more vigilantly, ensuring that this small haven would not be exposed to dangerous scrutiny because of this act of kindness. Thus, in this palace haven unexpectedly formed due to Lu Shuo's military might, besides the original mistress, Lady Yuan, and Wang Yu, who was carrying out a hidden mission, a new member joined, the 9-year-old Princess Wanyan. This was perhaps the only place in the entire Luoyang Palace that could still maintain basic dignity, provide for basic needs, and even exude a faint trace of human warmth. The princess' arrival did not immediately attract the attention of the eunuchs or the empress relatives. Their entire focus was on the succession to the throne and eliminating each other. The temporary whereabouts of an insignificant little princess was simply not on their list of concerns. Perhaps some knew that the princess had gone to the Yuan family, but they would only think that it was another forgotten woman taking care of a forgotten child, harmless in these chaotic times, and might even think it was better this way, saving them from future trouble should something happen to the princess. Lady Yuan took meticulous care of the princess, telling her simple stories, teaching her to read and embroider, and doing her best to provide the child with some stability in this turbulent environment. The princess quickly grew dependent on this gentle and kind Lady Yuan, regarding her as a source of comfort in the darkness. Wang Yu then briefly included the situation in the information that might need to be reported to Liangzhou through special channels. He knew how Lu Shuo would react when he received the news that his mother had taken in his half-sister. This might be a trivial matter, or it might become an unexpected turning point in the future. The fragile balance in Luoyang after Emperor Ling's death did not last long. After a brief period of undercurrents and standoffs, the struggle for the empire's highest power quickly escalated into an open and bloody purge. The first to break the deadlock was Jian Shuo, one of the commanders of the Western Garden Imperial Guards and a military officer appointed by Emperor Ling before his death to counterbalance He Jin. As a key figure in the eunuch faction who held military power, and also a staunch supporter of Prince Liu Xia, Jian Shuo was unwilling to sit idly by and watch He Jin support Liu Bian's ascension to the throne. Taking advantage of his continued influence over the court, he took a risk and summoned General He Jin to the Jiada Hall for a meeting under the pretext of Emperor Ling's will. This was undoubtedly a meticulously planned trap. Jian Shuo had ambushed axemen in the palace, intending to kill He Jin when he was off guard, thus removing the biggest obstacle to supporting Liu Bian. Then, he could take the opportunity to join forces with Zhang Rang and others to quickly install Liu Xia on the throne under the pretext that He Jin had been executed for treason. However, despite his meticulous planning, Jian Shuo overlooked the fact that his subordinate Sima Panyin was actually a confidant of He Jin. Panyin was terrified upon learning of the conspiracy, knowing that if He Jin died, he too would likely face a purge. Therefore, he risked everything and, before He Jin received the imperial edict and prepared to enter the palace, cleverly used coded language to warn him. Upon hearing the news, He Jin was filled with shock and rage. He was already wary of eunuchs, and now his murderous intent surged. He immediately abandoned his plan to enter the palace and instead led his personal guards and a portion of the Northern Army's 5 schools loyal to him to the South Palace Gate, fully armed and ready for battle. He refused to obey the imperial edict and publicly declared that there were traitors in the palace who had forged the edict, intending to murder ministers and undermine the foundation of the state. Jian Shuo waited for He Jin in the palace for a long time without success. Hearing the armored soldiers gathering outside the palace gates with a murderous aura, he knew his plan had been leaked. His forces were inferior to He Jin's, and he had no legitimate reason to attack the general outside the palace at this time. The assassination plan had completely failed, and instead alerted He Jin, exposing himself to He Jin's kill list. The eunuch faction also split due to Jian Shuo's unauthorized actions. Zhang Rang and others were more cautious, unwilling to completely break with He Jin at this time, leaving Jian Shuo temporarily isolated. The next 3 days were crucial in determining the fate of the empire. Having regained some of his composure, He Jin decisively abandoned his last shred of hesitation. He knew that without thoroughly eliminating the eunuch military force led by Jian Shuo, his own life would be in danger, and his grand plan to enthrone his nephew Liu Bian would be thwarted. He had to seize upon Jian Shuo's failed rebellion as leverage to launch a swift and decisive attack. He Jin acted swiftly, leveraging his legitimate status as Grand General and the righteous cause of eliminating corrupt officials and eunuchs, to extensively network and gain the full support of powerful clans represented by the Yuan brothers, Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu. The Yuan family's protégés and former officials were widespread, wielding immense influence both in and out of court. Their allegiance provided He Jin with crucial public opinion and talent support. Simultaneously, through years of strategic maneuvering, He Jin mobilized even more troops from the capital region, the area directly under his jurisdiction within a 1,000-mile radius of the capital, including some previously ambiguous imperial guards, creating a tighter encirclement of the palace and further solidifying his military advantage. The crucial shift occurred within the inner palace. He Jin's sister, Empress Dowager He, the mother of Prince Liu Bian, was now a strong contender for the position of Empress Dowager. After weighing the pros and cons, she completely sided with her brother. As the emperor's widow and the mother of a prince, she issued an edict explicitly supporting He Jin, accusing Jian Shuo of forging an imperial edict, plotting rebellion, and harming ministers, a crime deserving of unforgivable punishment. This provided crucial court legitimacy for He Jin's military actions. He Jin's defection thwarted the eunuch faction's attempt to influence the Empress Dowager and suppress He Jin in the name of the court. Without further hesitation, He Jin, under the pretext of acting on the Empress Dowager's orders and punishing a rebellious minister, led his army to open the palace gates and storm the southern palace. His clear objective was to kill Jian Shuo and seize control of the Western Garden Imperial Guards. The battle may not have been long, but it was bloody enough. Jian Shuo, who stubbornly resisted, and a few of his cronies were killed. Part of his Western Garden Imperial Guards were routed, and others surrendered when all hope was lost. He Jin quickly took command of the Western Garden, completely disarming the eunuchs of their most powerful armed force. The 10 attendants, led by Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong, knew they were powerless to directly confront He Jin, who held considerable military power and was supported by the Empress Dowager and powerful families, after Jian Shuo's death and the loss of his military authority. To save their lives, they temporarily chose to lie low, collectively apologizing to He Jin and the Empress Dowager, expressing their submission and agreeing to temporarily cease openly opposing the support of Liu Bian. Although He Jin was determined to completely eliminate the eunuchs, He was also well aware of their deep-rooted influence and feared that pushing them too hard might lead to unforeseen events. His immediate priority was to establish a new emperor, so he temporarily accepted the eunuch's superficial submission, but his determination to eliminate them remained undiminished. With the obstacles removed, He then, in the name of the eldest son inheriting the ancestral laws, joined forces with the 3 dukes and 9 ministers to petition for the enthronement of the 14-year-old Prince Liu Bian. In the 6th year of the Zhongping era, under the protection of He's army and with the support of court officials, Liu Bian ascended the throne before the Chongde Hall of the Southern Palace, changing the era name to Guangxi and granting a general amnesty. He honored his birth mother, Lady He, as Empress Dowager, who ruled as regent. He as Grand General and concurrently Minister of the Imperial Secretariat, held supreme power, while his brother He Miao was appointed General of Chariots and Cavalry, in charge of a portion of the Imperial Guards. The power of the He family, as relatives of the Empress, reached its zenith, firmly controlling the military and political power of Luoyang. To appease the other side that had lost power after Liu Bian's ascension to the throne, and to demonstrate the new dynasty's benevolence and stability of the imperial clan, He petitioned the new emperor to infect his son Liu Xie as the Prince of Qinlu. This move temporarily quelled the discontent of some of the remaining eunuch forces and members of the imperial clan who supported Liu Xie, and appeased potential internal conflicts. Thus, the first round of power reshuffling after Emperor Ling's death ended in a complete victory for the alliance of maternal relatives and powerful families, represented by He. Liu Bian's imperial throne was initially secured, and He's influence shone throughout the court and the country. However, beneath the surface calm, undercurrents were even more turbulent. Although the eunuch clique had suffered a heavy blow, its core remained intact. Zhang Rang and others remained low-key, secretly waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. The powerful clans, represented by Yuan Shao, had played a significant role in supporting the emperor, and their political ambitions had swelled accordingly. Their cooperation with He was not monolithic. Meanwhile, the eldest prince, Liu Shuo, who held considerable military power in Liangzhou and whose attitude was ambiguous, had his mother still in the palace. His very existence was a Damocles sword hanging over He's head. Liangzhou, Jincheng. The news that Liu Bian had ascended the throne and changed the era name to Guangxi, and that He had taken control of the government, finally reached Liu Shuo in its entirety through official gazettes and unofficial channels. In the governor's study, Liu Shuo gently placed down the silk scroll containing the new emperor's enthronement edict. His face showed little surprise, only a calm acceptance. Liu Bian's ascension to the throne and He's rise to power are exactly as history dictates. He murmured to himself, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the table. He had long anticipated the outcome of the life-or-death power struggle in Luoyang. As a time traveler, the turbulent, heroic history of the late Han dynasty was etched into his mind. The struggle between He and the eunuchs, Liu Bian's brief ascension to the throne, and even the subsequent cataclysmic upheaval of Dongzhuo's entry into the capital, were all part of a predetermined trajectory. Therefore, from the very beginning, his attention was never truly focused on who would win between Liu Bian and Liu Xie. In his eyes, that struggle was nothing more than the last ugly infighting among the corrupt forces within the empire before its complete collapse. Whoever sat on that throne would only be the prelude to an even greater chaos, and would not be able to change the inevitable trend of the Han dynasty's authority crumbling and the empire about to disintegrate. His only real concern, from beginning to end, was his mother's safety and how to get her out of the Luoyang palace, which was about to become a battlefield. "My lord," Chen Gong said carefully, observing Liu Shuo's calm reaction. "Now that the new emperor has ascended the throne and He is in power, the situation in Luoyang is temporarily stable. Perhaps we can formally submit our previous letter requesting the return of Lady Yuan on the grounds of filial piety. At this time, the newly established dynasty places the greatest emphasis on filial piety and stability. Although He is wary of you, my lord, he still needs to put on a show. Perhaps we can use this opportunity to put pressure on him and force him to agree. At least we can further confirm Lady Yuan's safety and test his bottom line." Chang Yu added, however, He is outwardly fierce but inwardly weak, suspicious, and indecisive. Although he has temporarily suppressed the eunuchs, he is uneasy as Zhang Rang and others have not been eliminated. At this moment, his greatest concerns, besides the eunuchs' counterattack, are the intervention of powerful external forces. The Liangzhou army of our lord is the external force he fears most. He will never easily let Lady Yuan leave, thus depriving her of her greatest bargaining chip to check our lord. The move of sending a letter from the state may not be effective and may even alert the enemy, causing them to strengthen the defenses of the northern palace. Liu Shuo nodded slowly, his gaze once again falling on the huge map on the wall. The dot representing Luoyang seemed to be shrouded in layers of blood and conspiracy in his eyes. What Gong Tai and Zhongde said makes sense. Sending the official letter is a righteous move to gain the public's approval and let the world know that I want to take my mother back to fulfill my filial duty. It will also make He Jin think twice and not dare to openly mistreat my mother. But to expect him to agree to release her is like asking a tiger for its skin. Lu Shua sneered. He turned around, his eyes sharp as knives. Our main focus must be on scheming in the shadows. The conflict between He Jin and the eunuchs has not been resolved, and Zhang Rang and his men will not sit idly by. The peace in Luoyang is temporary. The next outbreak may be our opportunity. He walked to the sand table and pointed to the complex terrain leading from Liangzhou to the 3 auxiliary regions and then to Luoyang. Yuying reports that Wang Yu is protecting mother very carefully and she is safe for the time being. Has mother also taken in Princess Wanyan? Mentioning his half-sister, Lu Shua paused slightly, a complex emotion flashing across his face, but it was quickly replaced by decisiveness. Let's leave that aside for now. Wang Yu is a highly skilled swordsman and should be a reliable and usable asset. We need to find a way to establish a closer relationship with him and pass messages to him so that he can be prepared to respond to any situation and provide support. Does the Lord intend to wait for Luoyang to descend into chaos again? Chen Gong asked thoughtfully. That's right, Lu Shua affirmed. He Jin's attempt to exterminate all the eunuchs will inevitably backfire. The eunuchs, like cornered beasts, will fight back fiercely. When the palace is in chaos and the palace is out of control, that will be the perfect window for our action. What we need to do is to infiltrate our elite forces into the Sili region, especially around Luoyang, under various identities. At the same time, the Liangzhou army must maintain a high-pressure posture, stationing troops on the border, appearing ready to advance eastward at any moment. This is both to deter He Jin from acting rashly and harming my mother, and also to ensure that when the time is right, we can quickly launch a substantial military support or cover operation under the pretext of difficulties, the emperor's arrival, or the evacuation of my mother. His fingers traced heavily along the path from Liangzhou to Luoyang on the sand table. The route, rendezvous points, backup plans, and potential obstacles along the way must be repeatedly simulated to ensure absolute safety. The rendezvous team must be highly skilled, well-equipped, and swift in action. Once chaos breaks out in Luoyang and the signal is sent, we must be able to break into Beigong as quickly as possible, find Mother and Wang Yu, and then retreat along the predetermined route. A glint flashed in Xianxia's eyes. We can also spread rumors that the eunuchs might kidnap the princes, the empress dowager, or even the late emperor's concubines to enhance their own power, or that there will be war in Luoyang and people will be in a state of panic. In this way, even if we take any action in the future, we can confuse the public or make He Jin and others misjudge our primary objective. Agreed, Lu Shua nodded. A combination of the real and the unreal, alternating between the overt and the covert. The official letter is the unreal, a gesture of courtesy. The preparation for war is the real, concealing our strength. Infiltration is covert, like a shadow. The military might is overt, like a mountain pressing down. He took a deep breath, looked eastward, his gaze seemingly piercing through thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, landing on that familiar yet perilous palace. Mother, please be patient a little longer. Your son will not let you remain in danger for long. The brighter the fire in Luoyang burns, the clearer the path to bring you out will become. Pass down the order. Lu Shua's voice regained its commander-in-chief's coldness and decisiveness. As discussed earlier, all departments should intensify preparations. The imperial edict should be drafted immediately and sent to the Ministry of Personnel in Luoyang through the most formal channels. Within Liangzhou, all armies should enter Level 2 combat readiness. This was a fabrication to deepen the sense of urgency. The concept of Level 2 combat readiness did not exist at the time. The Beatty and Tianshui camps should maintain high alert, and the scouts can extend their reach another 30 li. Activate all shadow units, focusing resources on Sili and Luoyang. I need to know every subtle change in Luoyang every day, especially the rotation of palace guards and any signs of friction between He Jin and the eunuchs. Yes, sir. Chen Gong and Chang Yu solemnly accepted the order. The peace of the first year of the Guangxi era was shorter than anyone had anticipated. Although He Jin held absolute power, he was always troubled by the powerful eunuch clique that entrenched themselves in the palace. Under the constant encouragement of Yuan Shao and others, He Jin finally made the disastrous decision. He secretly summoned powerful generals from all directions and led troops into the capital to coerce Empress Dowager He into agreeing to the complete extermination of the eunuchs. This order was like opening Pandora's box. General Dong Zhuo, the warlord of Xiliang who had long coveted the central government, did not hesitate to lead his battle-hardened and fierce army towards Luoyang after receiving He Jin's secret order. However, the upheaval had already occurred before Dongzhuo's army even reached Luoyang. He Jin hesitated and wavered, only to be lured into the palace and murdered by eunuchs like Zhang Rang. Upon hearing of the commotion, the brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu led their troops into the palace, massacring all the eunuchs, regardless of age. Blood flowed like a river in the palace. Zhang Rang, Duan Gui, and others kidnapped the young Emperor Lu Bian and Prince Lu Xie of Qinlu and fled. In the chaos, Zhang Rang and others were forced to commit suicide by drowning. The young emperor and Prince Lu Xie wandered to the Baiman Mountains, where they were found by Dongzhuo's forces who had led the advance into the capital. When Dongzhuo led several thousand elite cavalrymen into Luoyang under the pretext of protecting the emperor, he was met with a chaotic mess. A young emperor, a suspicious court, a paralyzed central government, a depleted imperial guard, and widespread panic. This was precisely the stage he had long dreamed of. Dongzhuo knew full well that power grows out of the barrel of a gun. When he entered the capital, his army numbered only a few thousand. To bolster his forces, he ordered his troops to secretly leave the city at night and then re-enter in a grand display the next day, repeating this tactic day after day to create a continuous illusion of force and intimidate all sides in Luoyang. He quickly absorbed the leaderless forces left by the deaths of He Jin and He Miao, and then lured Lu Bu, a general under Ding Yuan, the commander of the imperial guards, to kill Ding Yuan and surrender, thus incorporating several of the most powerful military forces in the Luoyang region. From then on, Dongzhuo commanded the elite troops of Bingzhou and Sili, making his army extremely powerful, and no other armed force in Luoyang could rival him. He appointed himself Minister of Works and General of Chariots and Cavalry, rightfully seizing control of the nation's military command. Having gained absolute military power, Dongzhuo's ambition swelled rapidly. He looked down on the young Emperor Lu Bian, who had only recently ascended the throne at the age of 14 and was weak-willed, believing him to be unfit to rule. He preferred the 9-year-old Prince Lu Xie of Qinlu, who seemed more composed. Dongzhuo considered himself related to Empress Dowager Dong, and believed that Lu Xie, raised by her, would be easier to control. Therefore, ignoring court discussions, on the day of Jiashu in the 9th month, he convened a grand assembly of officials in the Chengde Hall, swords and armor gleaming, and forced Empress Dowager He to issue an edict deposing Emperor Lu Bian and installing Prince Lu Xie of Qinlu as Emperor Xian of Han. The deposition and installation of emperors is a major upheaval in any dynasty, and Dongzhuo's brazen act completely trampled on the sanctity of imperial power, demonstrating his supreme authority to the world. He then poisoned Empress Dowager He, strangled Prince Lu Bian of Hongnong and his mother, Consort Tang, eliminating the core of the previous dynasty with cruel and heinous methods. After deposing and installing the emperor, Dongzhuo wielded immense power. He appointed himself Grand Commandant, commanding the vanguard, and further advanced to the position of Chancellor, where he was granted unceremonial access to the court, including the privilege of entering the palace without bowing or walking with his sword and shoes. His ceremonial status far surpassed that of previous powerful ministers like Xiao He and Hu Guang. All matters of state, large and small, were decided by the Chancellor's office, and Emperor Xian was merely a puppet with a seal of office. He lavishly rewarded his cronies, appointing his brother Dong Min as Left General, his nephew Dong Huang as Commandant of the Central Army, and other members of his clan in high positions, controlling key roles. Dongzhuo was ruthless towards court officials who disobeyed him or might threaten his rule. He forced out opponents like Yuan Shao and Cao Cao, killed ministers like Zhou Bai and Wu Qiong who had recommended him but later disagreed, and dismissed the 3 dukes including Yang Biao, the Minister of Works, and Huang Wan, the Grand Commandant, replacing them with obedient puppets. He enacted harsh laws, and anyone who disobeyed was accused of treason, their family property confiscated, and their clan exterminated. Everyone in the court lived in fear and remained silent. Dongzhuo and his Liangzhou army were inherently cruel and greedy. He allowed his soldiers to plunder and rape women in Luoyang and its surrounding areas, desecrate imperial tombs and the graves of nobles, and loot treasures, turning the once prosperous capital into a living hell. He himself was extremely extravagant, building the Wanshui Fortress in Mei County, 7 zhang high and thick, capable of storing enough grain to last 30 years, and keeping countless beauties and treasures. Even more appalling, he frequently slept in the imperial bedchamber, raping palace maids, princesses, and even the former emperor's concubines, treating the solemn Han imperial harem as his own private brothel, utterly trampling on the last vestiges of imperial dignity. However, in this harem that was thoroughly polluted by Dongzhuo's tyranny and desires, there was one place that unexpectedly maintained its transcendent purity and special privileges. That was the residence of Lady Yuan. Dongzhuo was not unaware of Lady Yuan's existence. When he controlled the palace, inventoried the palace women, and selected his playthings, someone naturally informed him of this former emperor's concubine and the mother of Lu Shua, the prince of Liangzhou. There may even have been eunuchs or disgruntled court officials who attempted to curry favor with this tyrannical new ruler by presenting Lady Yuan to him. But each time, such suggestions or hints were met with Dongzhu's unwavering, even fearful rejection. "You bastards, do you intend to kill me?" During a banquet, a drunken general mentioned that there was still a beautiful widow of the late emperor in the northern palace. Dongzhu smashed his wine cup on the spot. His hair and beard stood on end, and his eyes widened in anger. The general was so frightened that he sobered up and prostrated himself on the ground, begging for forgiveness. Dongzhu's fear stemmed from a profound understanding. Others might only have a vague concept of Lu Shua, who was far away in Liangzhou as a powerful vassal, but Dongzhu had personally seen him, indirectly clashed with him, and had been closely monitoring the eldest prince. He had witnessed the discipline of Lu Shua's army during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, when it first showed its prowess. He had heard how Lu Shua had ruthlessly quelled the Chong Rebellion and subdued powerful clans in Liangzhou, and through his intelligence network, he knew all too well how terrifying Lu Shua's heavily armored cavalry, the Iron Pagoda, truly was, and how Liangzhou had become a well-equipped and populous region under Lu Shua's rule over the years. It was an independent kingdom built entirely of steel, blood, and strict laws. And Dongzhu knew that even now, with his control of the elite troops in Luoyang, he had absolutely no chance of winning against its war potential and military strength. Lu Shua harbored only hatred for his father, the emperor, and felt no affection whatsoever. Dongzhu had no doubt that if he dared to harm a single hair on Lu Shua's mother's head, the ruthless and vindictive king of Liangzhou would immediately mobilize the entire army of his kingdom, marching eastward under the banner of punishing the traitor and rescuing his mother. At that time, could his small base in Luoyang withstand the enraged Liangzhou cavalry? Dongzhu had absolutely no confidence. "Lu Shua is a man we must not provoke," Dongzhu said privately to his confidant Li Ru, his tone unusually solemn and wary. "His mother in the palace is like a precious treasure, or a volcano. If we treat her well, we can temporarily appease her and make her hesitant to act against us, so that she won't immediately become our enemy. If we treat her poorly, especially if she does something reckless, she will only bring about her own destruction and disaster." Therefore, Dongzhu not only dared not have any intention of overstepping his bounds regarding Lady Yuan, but also ordered that her residence be given the highest level of protection and the most generous provisions. Her food and drink were comparable to, or even surpassed, those of high-ranking imperial concubines, and her clothing, utensils, charcoal, and ice were all exquisite and plentiful. Although the guards were ostensibly the same troops commanded by Wang Yu, Dongzhu secretly instructed the patrolling troops to keep a close watch on the area around the North Palace. In reality, this was a combination of surveillance and protection, strictly preventing anyone, including his own arrogant and fierce generals, from causing trouble there. He even personally reviewed the Yuan family's expense list and saw that it included food and toys suitable for children for Princess Wanyan. He specially ordered that the allowance be increased and bestowed some brocade toys as a sign of his care. Thus, within the hellish Luoyang Palace under Dongzhu's rule, the small courtyard in the North Palace where Lady Yuan resided became a peculiar island. Outside, there was the clamor of Xiliang soldiers, the cries of looting, and the weeping of violated palace maids, while inside the courtyard, an unusual tranquility and abundance prevailed. Wang Yu's vigilance was at its peak. He knew the current peace was even more eerie, and the danger even more imminent. Lady Yuan, meanwhile, remained even more secluded, meticulously caring for Princess Wanyan. Her worries about her son grew daily, but she understood that this special treatment was entirely due to the awe-inspiring power of her son. Dongzhu's brutality and shrewdness stand in stark contrast here. He could trample on the dignity of the imperial family at will, manipulating the highest power and desires in the world, yet he maintained the deepest awe for the invisible force from the northwest. He was wicked, but not stupid. He knew who he could provoke and who he absolutely could not touch. News of Dongzhu's entry into the capital, his deposition and installation of emperors, his control of the government, his debauchery in the palace, and his wreaking havoc in Luoyang, came like a series of heavy blows, reaching Liangzhou in detail and swiftly through Lu Shua's intelligence network, which he had cultivated for many years. Inside the governor's mansion, the atmosphere was heavy, but Lu Shua, seated in the main seat, did not show much unexpected anger on his face. Instead, he had a calm that said, "It's finally here." He carefully read through each secret report, especially the part about his mother, Lady Yuan, who, under Dongzhu's control, was not only safe but also received preferential treatment. Dongzhu is a tyrannical and greedy man with the nature of a wolf. Lu Shua put down the last silk report and analyzed calmly, but he is not a fool. On the contrary, he was able to rise to power in the border areas and maneuver between the Chong and Hu tribes and the court. His ability to assess the situation and bully the weak while fearing the strong far surpasses that of people like He Jin. Chen Gong nodded. What you say is absolutely right, my lord. Dong Zhuo knows our army's strength well, and he also knows that you have no kinship with the late emperor or the court. His preferential treatment of Lady Yuan is not out of kindness but out of fear. This is a plan to hold your lord hostage and coerce him, intending to keep you calm and prevent you from making any rash moves, thus buying him time to consolidate Luoyang and eliminate his rivals. Chang Yu sneered. He certainly has a good plan. On one hand, he wantonly tramples on the dignity of the Han dynasty, slaughters nobles, and indulges in debauchery in the palace, displaying his tyranny. On the other hand, he treats the Lord's birth mother with great respect and provides for her without lack, showing that he knows etiquette and is cautious. This is the typical behavior of a ruthless hero, using both kindness and power. However, his power is used on those who can be bullied, while his kindness is shown to the Lord who cannot help but fear him. Lu Shua stood up and walked to the increasingly heavy map of Yongliang Sili, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, landing on Luoyang. He fears my Liangzhou cavalry, that's a fact. So my mother's temporary safety is as I expected. He changed the subject, his tone laced with a cold sarcasm. But does he think that with such petty favors and a hostage-taking tactic, Lu Shua, can stand idly by and watch him wreak havoc on the world and seize the divine artifact? He turned to his two trusted advisors, his eyes gleaming with a profound insight into the course of history. Dong Zhuo's tyrannical actions have aroused the wrath of both gods and men. His atrocities have spread throughout the land. How can the governors and prefects of the eastern provinces, and even the heroes of the land, stand idly by? Soon, heroes will surely rise up and unite to overthrow Dong Zhuo. Chen Gong and Chang Ye's spirits lifted. Although they weren't as prescient as Lu Shua, their assessment of the general trend of the world and the hearts of the people gave them a sense that a huge storm was brewing against Dong Zhuo. Chen Gong said, "Does our lord mean to wait until the righteous army in Guangdong rises up, and Dong Zhuo is overwhelmed and has no time to spare, before we make our move?" Exactly. Lu Shua tapped his finger heavily on the location of Luoyang. With the warlords rising up, Dong Zhuo will inevitably focus his main forces and attention on dealing with the Guangdong coalition. Although Luoyang is a heavily fortified location, its internal defenses will inevitably falter due to external pressure, and the people will be filled with fear and chaos. At that time, it will be the best opportunity for us to secretly escort Mother out of the capital. Dong Zhuo's entry into the capital has fueled public resentment with his atrocities. It will take time for the Guangdong prefectures and counties to reorganize their troops, communicate with each other, and elect a leader of the alliance. It is expected that the Guangdong coalition will launch a major westward advance next spring, the first year of Chuping, 190 AD. We must complete all infiltration and support preparations before then, and wait for Luoyang to loosen its internal tensions due to external military pressure. Lu Shua pointed to several routes westward from Luoyang on the map. The traditional official road, the Tongguan Hangu Pass line, is heavily guarded by Dong Zhuo, and the passes are difficult to pass through. We need to find another way. One is to go through Hongnong County along the Yellow River Valley using mountain paths, but we need a guide familiar with the local terrain, and we must avoid Dong Zhuo's garrisons in places like Xianxia. The second is to go north, cross the Yellow River into Hadong County, then turn west, crossing the river again at Longmen Ferry or Puban Ferry to enter Zhuofangi. This route is circuitous, but it might catch Dong Zhuo off guard. For the specific route, Yuying needs to provide the latest intelligence on the garrisons, passes, and ferry crossings along the way, repeatedly simulate and deduce the routes, and prepare multiple backup routes and emergency assembly points. The team must be absolutely elite, not exceeding 100 people. Personnel must be proficient in martial arts, infiltration, reconnaissance, and rapid marching. Some must be skilled in boat handling. They may travel along the Yellow River, where small boats can navigate upstream. All must be equipped with the best lightweight leather armor, powerful crossbows, short weapons, and climbing tools from Liangzhou. They will infiltrate the area around Luoyang in batches under various disguises, including merchant caravans, refugees, and defeated soldiers. The entire operation will be commanded by a single, most capable and alert general. An inside agent is essential. Wang Yu is key. We must establish contact with him, agreeing on the code words, timing, and rendezvous point. The Liangzhou army cannot be directly deployed to Luoyang, as that would prematurely trigger a decisive battle with Dong Zhuo and alert him. However, the deterrent must be maintained and strengthened. Order the Beatty and Tianshui camps to raise their combat readiness level and conduct frequent, small-scale cavalry reconnaissance and drills across the border, making it appear as if they might launch a major eastward offensive at any time, thus firmly drawing the attention of Dongzhuo's forces deployed in western Guangdong. At the same time, sends spies widely to spread rumors in the Sili region that the king of Liangzhou is enraged by his mother's coercion and intends to raise an army to punish him, thus exacerbating the tension within Dongzhuo's group and causing them to make confused judgments. We must establish reliable one-way or two-way contact with Wang Yu as soon as possible, at all costs. We need to confirm the current situation of my mother and Princess Wanyan, and whether Wang Yu has any other bargaining chips or secrets. Lu Shua always felt that Emperor Ling's private meeting with Wang Yu on his deathbed must have had a deeper meaning. We need to convey our preliminary plan and the code for our rendezvous, so that he can prepare in advance and keep an eye out for opportunities in the palace, especially when Dongzhuo's main force is transferred away from Luoyang or when there is turmoil in the palace due to external wars. Once the rendezvous is successful, the team must evacuate rapidly along the predetermined route, utilizing our familiarity with the border terrain and the prearranged rendezvous points to shake off any potential pursuers. After receiving Mother, escort her directly back to Jincheng. As for Princess Wanyan, Lu Shua pondered for a moment. Since Mother has already taken her in, bring her along as well. She is still young and of royal blood. Leaving her in Luoyang would surely lead to her demise. It is best to take her back to Liangzhou for resettlement. Lu Shua's plan was clear and logical, demonstrating both a precise grasp of the historical trend and full consideration of the practical conditions of the time, such as transportation, communication, and military deployment. It was meticulous and proceeded step by step. Upon hearing this, Chen Gong and Chang Yu were deeply impressed by their lord's profound planning. Chang Yu added, "We can also secretly contact generals in the Guangdong rebel army who may have a past relationship with our lord or who share the same deep hatred for Dongzhuo. We don't need to explicitly mention the matter of bringing his mother back. We can simply exchange information and express our shared indignation towards Dongzhuo. This might indirectly restrain Dongzhuo's forces or allow us to obtain real-time military intelligence around Luoyang." Lu Shua nodded. "It can be done at your discretion, but you must be extremely careful and not reveal my true intentions. Especially not let outsiders know that I want to take my mother away from the capital." He finally looked eastward, his gaze resolute. "Dongzhuo thinks that by holding my mother hostage, he can rest easy and focus on dealing with the warlords of Guangdong. Little does he know that the warlords' campaign against Dongzhuo is the perfect opportunity for me to bring my mother back. Let him fight with the warlords of Guangdong. When he is overwhelmed with troubles and Luoyang is in chaos, that will be the time for me to draw my sharp blade from Liangzhou and bring my beloved back. Issue orders to all parties to follow this plan and begin comprehensive and meticulous preparations immediately. I want all aspects to be ready before next spring, just waiting for the right opportunity." Time flows eastward like the Wei River, ceaselessly rushing on. In the first year of the Chuping era, war broke out suddenly in the Guangdong region. With Yuan Shao, the governor of Bohai, as the leader of the alliance, more than 10 warlords, including Yuan Shu, the general of the rear, Han Fu, the governor of Ji province, Kong Zhou, the governor of Yu province, Lu Dai, the governor of Yan province, Wang Kuang, the governor of Heniai, Zhang Miao, the governor of Qinlu, Chao Mao, the governor of Dongjun, Yuan Yi, the governor of Shanyang, Bao Xian, the chancellor of Jibei, Chao Chao, the valiant cavalry commander, and Sun Jian, the governor of Xianxia, raised their troops and issued proclamations throughout the land to jointly punish the traitor Dongzhuo. The world was shaken, and people longed for the Han dynasty. Although Dongzhuo had seized control of the court with ruthless methods, this open military campaign to purge the court of corrupt officials was the greatest challenge he had faced since entering the capital. Liangzhou, Jincheng. When detailed intelligence about the Guangdong army's oath to attack Dongzhuo arrived, Lu Shua knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for was finally ripening. "My lord, the warlords of Guangdong have already made their move." Chen Gong held the latest intelligence report, his tone filled with suppressed excitement. "Yuan Shao is the leader of the alliance, Chao Chao has issued a proclamation, and Sun Jian is the vanguard. Dongzhuo will definitely mobilize a large force to the east for defense, and Luoyang will soon be vulnerable." Chang Yu, however, remained more composed. But Dongzhuo is an expert in military affairs and will not send out his entire force. He has been building up his base in Guangdong for a long time, and Mei Wu is already established. His former subordinates from Xiliang, such as Niu Fu, Dong Yu, and Duan Wei, are stationed in key locations. Even if the Eastern Front is under pressure, there will likely still be elite troops stationed at key passes such as Shaoguan and Longguan. Lu Shua stood before a huge sand table, on which mountains and passes were clearly defined, and Luoyang, Chang'an, and Guzhong formed a dangerous triangle. His finger slowly moved eastward from Guzhong. Zhongda is absolutely right. Dongzhuo will not relax his defenses on the Western Front, especially against me. Lu Shua's eyes were sharp. So we not only have to wait, but we also have to give him a push. He turned around, his tone resolute. Issue the order. The entire Liangzhou army will advance in 3 routes, deploy troops in Guangzhong and Longxi, and pay their respects to Dong Zhuo. The first route, led by Zhang Liao, 20,000 troops will march east from Wuwei Commandery, passing through Zuli present-day Huaining, Gansu, along the valley of the Zuli River-Jing River tributary, and directly to a point 30 li west of Shaoguan southeast of present-day Guan, Ningxia, where they will set up camp. They will make a grand display, establishing numerous camps and conducting drills day and night, raising dust and creating the impression that they may launch a strong attack on Shaoguan at any moment. They will send scouts to constantly approach the pass to scout and provoke, but will not cross the border to engage in battle. They will spread rumors. The king of Liangzhou, hearing of the righteous uprising in Guangdong, also wants to raise an army to purge the court of corrupt officials, but he is hesitant because his mother is in Luoyang. If Prime Minister Dong is willing to release her, the Western Front can be secured. This route directly faces the defense line from Shaoguan to Anding Commandery. With such a large force pressing in, it will force Dong Zhuo to keep a significant portion of his elite troops tied up on the northern front, preventing him from easily deploying reinforcements to the east. The second route, led by Guan Yu as the main general and Chen Gong as the accompanying strategist, it consisted of 15,000 troops, mainly light cavalry and mountain infantry. They assembled in Longxi Commandery and Nanning Commandery, and advanced eastward to the area west of Longguan northwest of present-day Longxian County, Xianxia province and the upper reaches of the Wei River. One force threatened Shanggui present-day Tianshui to the south, controlling the northern entrance to the Qishan Road and cutting off Dong Zhuo's possibility of receiving reinforcements from Wudu. They widely displayed flags, made noise during the day, and lit fires at night to create the illusion of a large army gathering. They frequently harassed the outer outposts and supply lines of Longguan, damaging the morale of the defending troops. Together with the northern army, they formed a pincer movement, making it difficult for Dong Zhuo to determine the main direction of the Liangzhou army's attack. This would threaten another major gateway to western Guangzhong and guard the strategic point of Tianshui, preventing Dong Zhuo from obtaining resources from the south or launching a flanking attack. The existence of the central route would force Dong Zhuo to divide his forces along the long Longshan defense line, further dispersing his military strength. The third route, led by Chang Yu and Gao Shun, ostensibly consists of 5,000 soldiers, but in reality, it includes nearly 1,000 elite Shadow Special Forces warriors and support personnel. Starting from Wudu County, they will outwardly appear to be moving towards Qishan Shanggui, thus drawing the attention of Dong Zhuo's garrison in Wudu and Hanyang County. Several hidden supply points and safe houses were established in remote areas on the southern slopes of the Longshan Mountains and the upper reaches of the Wei River, or further north near the Lingzhou Gaoping Trail. These were used to stockpile dry rations, medicine, light armor, crossbows, gold, silver, valuables, and camouflage clothing. We are offering substantial sums to recruit hunters, herb gatherers, and smugglers familiar with the Longshan Mountains, Ziwu Ridge, and the Yellow River Basin as guides. They conducted on-site reconnaissance of the trail from Lingzhou to Gaoping, the Longshan Hunters Trail, hidden ferry crossings, on the Yellow River, and sections of the river suitable for nighttime navigation. They also attempted to contact and bribe mid to lower-ranking officers or officials at passes such as Shaoguan, Longguan, and Chinsong to establish potential inside connections or channels for passage. 120 absolutely loyal, highly skilled warriors, adept at disguise, infiltration, rapid movement, boating, and mountain operations, were selected from the shadows to form the return to the nest operation team. Dispersed into smaller groups, they infiltrated the Sili region months in advance, posing as merchants, refugees, famine victims, and wandering monks and Taoists. They eventually established positions west of Luoyang, in Hongnong County, the Huashan Mountains, and southern Hedong County, ready to receive orders from Chang Yes forward bases. Chang Yu needed to find a way to safely transmit a complex set of codes, secret phrases, a meeting schedule, and emergency contact methods to Wang Yu through his informants already planted in Luoyang. At the same time, he needed to ascertain as much as possible the real-time situation of Lady Yuan and Princess Wanyan, their exact residence, daily routines, and details of the guards arranged by Dong Zhuo. Lu Shua's strategy was clear and layered. The northern and central routes were the open moves, made a big show of force to achieve a decisive victory. The southern route was the covert move, operating silently to achieve a surprise win. The open moves attracted attention, tied down the main force, and created pressure. The covert move was to carry out the decisive blow to bring back the mother. The order was given, and the massive war machine of Liangzhou began to operate efficiently. Outside Jincheng, armor clashed, war horses neighed, and supplies and provisions flowed along the roads. The northern army, led by Dian Wei, surged eastward like a black iron torrent. The central army also quietly set off, disappearing into the vast expanse of the Longshan Mountains. Chang Yu, along with his caravan and refugees, vanished on the road leading south. Luoyang, the prime minister's residence. News of the uprising by the warlords of Guangdong and the alarm about the unusual movements of the Liangzhou army arrived almost simultaneously. Dong Zhuo was furious, yet he also felt a chill run down his spine. These rats from Guangdong are a rabble. Not worth mentioning. Dong Zhuo roared, tearing a proclamation to shreds. I will personally lead my army to raze Xuanzhou to the ground. But Li Ru's calm voice interrupted his rage. Prime Minister, although the Guangdong coalition is large, they each have their own agendas, and defeating them is not difficult. However, the alarm on the Western Front must not be ignored. Dong Zhuo stared at the urgent report about the movements of the Liangzhou army in 3 routes, his fat cheek muscles twitching. That brat Lu Shua is indeed restless. 20,000 in the north, 15,000 in the center, and the movements of the south are unknown. What is he planning? Does he really want to start a war with us? Li Ru pondered and said, judging from their deployment, the heavy troops on the northern route are pressing Xiaoguan, while the central route is using feints to harass Longguan. These are all measures to deter and restrain, and there seems to be no indication that they will break through the pass and fight a decisive battle immediately. Their movements on the southern route are mysterious and need to be paid close attention to. Lu Shua is a man who uses both orthodox and unorthodox tactics in his military campaigns. His true intentions may still be with Madame Yuan. Dong Zhuo, the Yuan clan leader, had a fierce glint in his eyes, which he quickly suppressed. He knew that with enemies on both the east and west, he absolutely could not allow Lu Shua to be forced into a complete rebellion. Order. Niu Fu reinforces Xiaoguan and holds it firmly for us. Duan Wei strengthens the defenses of Longguan and Qinsong, and sends out more scouts to ascertain the strength of the Liangzhou army's central route. As for the southern route, order Dong Yu to pay attention to the Wudu and Hanyang directions. Report any unusual activity immediately. He paused, his tone chilling. Double the supplies to Liuli Pavilion, and add another team of guards, no more, 2 teams. All of you, be on your guard. No outsiders are allowed to approach, and the Yuan family is not allowed to report any mishaps to the guards. If Madame Yuan loses even a single hair, they'll skin him alive. Dong Zhuo's deployment was undeniably meticulous, with capable generals and heavy troops stationed on both the eastern and western fronts. However, a growing anxiety was brewing within him. The allied forces of Guangdong were pressing in from the east. Lu Shua was watching with predatory eyes from the west, and his rear was not entirely secure either. To make matters worse, Lu Shua's mother was in his hands, which served as both a safeguard and a death sentence. Dong Zhuo dismissed his attendants and asked Li Ru in a low voice, if the Guangdong army is too powerful, can Luoyang still be defended? Li Ru's eyes flashed and he slowly said, Luoyang is a strategically important location, and although its city walls are fortified, if the Guangdong allied forces launch a desperate attack, coupled with the instability of the Western Front, a prolonged defense would be difficult. Moreover, our army's base is largely in Guangzhou. For the sake of the long term, a ruthless glint and decisiveness flashed in Dong Zhuo's eyes. I understand. A terrible thought began to take shape in his mind. News of the Liangzhou army's simultaneous 3-pronged attack, and Dong Zhuo's tense response, naturally did not escape Yuing's notice. Intelligence reports flooded back to Jincheng like snowflakes. Lu Shua carefully analyzed each report. Dong Zhuo's reaction was expected. Niu Fu, Duan Wei, and Dong Yu are all his loyal followers, and their combat strength is not weak. They are holding the pass and defending it to the death. Our army will indeed find it difficult to break through in the short term. Lu Shua said to Chen Gong, our goal has been achieved. At least 50,000 to 60,000 of Dong Zhuo's elite troops on the Western Front are firmly tied down and dare not make any moves. More importantly, Chen Gong pointed to the area east of Luoyang on the map. The Guangdong coalition has already engaged Dong Zhuo in battle and is approaching Luoyang. The pressure on Dong Zhuo is increasing. Lu Shua nodded, his gaze falling on the road between Luoyang and Chang'an on the sand table. Dong Zhuo is tyrannical and fearful of death. Decisive yet suspicious. If Luoyang cannot be defended, he will surely consider a way out. And the best way out? Their eyes met, and they simultaneously uttered 2 words. Chang'an. Relocate the capital. Chen Gong's eyes gleamed. The only way is to move the capital back to Guangzhou, where their power base is located, and rely on the natural barrier of Tongguan to defend against the forces from the east, while then slowly working to resolve the threat from our army on the Western Front. And this move will surely plunge the world into chaos. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Exactly. Lu Shua lightly tapped the table with his fist. Hundreds of thousands of people, including officials, palace ladies, soldiers, civilians, wealth and books, marched westward in a mighty procession from Luoyang to Chang'an. A journey of nearly 400 li, with winding mountain roads and great rivers as obstacles. Even if Dong Zhuo had extraordinary abilities, he could not possibly oversee and strictly control every carriage and every person. He stood up, walked to the window and looked southeast. Our return team should be in position by now. Hopefully, Chang Ye's message will reach Wang Yu. Now, we just wait for Dong Zhuo to make that decision. Just wait for that sweeping westward migration. Lu Shua's voice was deep and firm. In the midst of the torrent, that will be the time for us to bring our mother home. Chen Gong added. We should also instruct the generals of the northern and central routes that, once they learn of the confirmed news of Dong Zhuo's relocation of the capital, they should, as appropriate, strengthen their feigned attacks and even create small-scale skirmishes to further restrain the Guangzhou garrison and prevent them from having time to divide their forces to eliminate any unusual activity among the relocation team. Accurate, Lu Shua said. Also, order the spies in the Hudong commandery to prepare. Once the rendezvous is successful, Mother will cross the Yellow River to the north and enter Hudong. She will need reliable support and cover to return to Liangzhou via a detour. This route may be safer than returning directly west. Everything was arranged like precise gears, tightly meshed, waiting only for the crucial spring to be turned and Dong Zhuo's order to relocate the capital would be issued. The historical trajectory of the early summer of the first year of the Chuping era perfectly matches the image in Lu Shua's memory. The allied forces of the Guangdong warlords, seemingly formidable, were in reality divided by their own ulterior motives. The alliance leader, Yuan Shao, was indecisive. Han Fu, the governor of Ji province, embezzled supplies, and Lu Dai, the governor of Yan province, and Xiao Mao, the prefect of Dong commandery, were engaged in internal strife. Apart from Sun Jian, the prefect of Xianxia, who marched north and successively defeated Dong Zhuo's armies under Hu Zhen and Lu Bu at Yangren and Daegu, his forces once approaching Luoyang, prompting Dong Zhuo to personally lead his army to intercept him. Most of the other warlords were stationed at Suanzhou, holding daily banquets and hesitant to advance. Enraged, Cao Cao led his troops westward, only to be ambushed by Su Rong, a general under Dong Zhuo, at Bian River near Xingyang. His army was almost completely annihilated, but was saved by his cousin Cao Hong, who sacrificed his horse to save them, allowing them to escape back to Suanzhou in a sorry state. This greatly dampened the morale of the allied forces, and their internal conflicts became completely public. Just as the Guangdong coalition was deadlocked and filled with mutual distrust, Dong Zhuo made a decision in Luoyang that was destined to be infamous for eternity, but which also changed the course of the world. The atmosphere in the Prime Minister's residence was tense. Dong Zhuo listened with a grim expression to the battle reports from the eastern and western fronts. On the eastern front, although Sun Jian had temporarily retreated, the main force of the allied forces remained, and the threat was not eliminated. On the western front, the Liangzhou army on the northern route was conducting daily drills outside Shaoguan. The central cavalry was constantly harassing the Longguan supply route, and there were also signs of unrest on the southern route. What unsettled him even more was that resentment and fear against his deposition and slaughter were quietly brewing both inside and outside the court, and several assassination plots had already been foiled. Li Ru advised again. Prime Minister, Luoyang is a battleground on all sides. Although the scoundrels in Guangdong are not particularly capable, even ants can kill an elephant. Moreover, Lu Shua is eyeing us from the west, and his intentions are unpredictable. The best course of action now is to move the capital to Chang'an, relying on the natural defenses of Tongguan and the strategic pass of Hangu. This way, we can advance and dominate Shandong, or retreat and secure Qinchuan. Chang'an is the place where Emperor Gaozu rose to power, with complete palaces and the Mei Fortress as our stronghold. After moving the capital, Prime Minister, you can sit in Guangzhou and observe the warlords in Guangdong devouring each other. Once they are exhausted, you can then lead your army eastward, and the world can be pacified. Dong Zhuo surveyed the generals below, including Niu Fu, Lu Bu, Li Ju, and Guisi, all of whom remained silent. Most of them were from Liang and Bing, and had no attachment to Luoyang, finding it more reassuring to return to Guangzhou, closer to their hometown. Fine. Dong Zhuo slammed his hand on the table, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. These rats from Guangdong want Luoyang? I'll give them an empty city to send my orders. Effect this day, move the capital to Chang'an. With the order to relocate the capital, Luoyang instantly became a hellish place. Dong Zhuo's methods were brutal yet efficient. He forced millions of people from Luoyang and the surrounding areas to travel west. Wealthy households had their homes ransacked, and their grain and valuables were used as military supplies. The poor were driven by the army, forced to carry the old and young, their cries echoing through the heavens. Countless people collapsed and died along the way, their corpses piled up like heaps. Dong Zhuo ordered the burning of the north and south palaces, ancestral temples, government treasuries, and residences in Luoyang. The imperial capital, which had stood for hundreds of years, was reduced to ashes. He dispatched Lu Bu to lead troops to excavate the imperial tombs and the graves of high-ranking officials of the Eastern Han dynasty, and to search for treasures. Under the pretext of treason, they hunted down and killed wealthy families in Luoyang, confiscated their property, and exterminated their entire clans if they resisted even slightly. The court officials, civil and military officials, and their families were escorted westward by the army. Anyone who dared to delay or complain would be executed on the spot. The entire Sili region, from Luoyang to Hongnong and then to Jingzhou, became a westward migration route stretching hundreds of miles, filled with death and despair. Along the road, imperial processions and looting soldiers ran side by side, official carriages mingled with refugees, and precious jewels and silks were intertwined with the filth of starving corpses. Order was utterly destroyed, and the discipline of Dong Zhuo's army rapidly crumbled in this frenzied march. Looting, rape, and murder were commonplace. Amidst this unprecedented chaos, a highly skilled squad, like ghosts, stealthily infiltrated eastward against the surging tide of people. The Return to Home Task Force consists of 120 elite members of Liangzhou Shadow. Upon receiving Chang Ye's final instructions from the forward base in Longshan, to quickly receive them, they immediately gathered from the Huashan Mountains, Hongnong Hills, and Hudong Valley, where they had been lying in wait. They disguised themselves as scattered servants of minor officials in Luoyang, guards of lost merchant caravans, and even wounded soldiers who had fallen behind in Dong Zhuo's army. Taking advantage of the chaos of the westward moving procession and the distraction of the garrison, they cleverly passed through layers of loose checks and quickly approached Luoyang. Their objective was exceptionally clear: to find Lady Yuan and Wang Yu at the front or middle of the relocation team. Thanks to information obtained by Chang Yu through highly secretive channels, including bribed low-level clerks in Dong Zhuo's army and disillusioned former officials who had contact with Wang Yu, the action team knew that Yuan Shi and Wang Yu were likely to be in the relatively early ranks. Dong Zhuo, having treated Yuan Shi well to appease Lu Shua, would naturally not let her fall behind and suffer the ravages of the chaotic soldiers and famine, but he also wouldn't let her be at the forefront to directly face possible attacks. As the head of the guards, Wang Yu would inevitably follow closely behind. The real challenge lies in accurately locating a carriage and a few people amidst a massive, complex flow of hundreds of thousands of wriggling people and animals. The team leader, codenamed Xianxia, was an orphan whom Lu Shua had adopted and trained in his early years, and whose loyalty to Lu Shua was ingrained in his bones. Based on intelligence analysis, he focused on the convoys guarded by some of Dong Zhuo's loyal Xiliang soldiers, whose treatment was significantly better than that of refugees but less than that of the core nobles. These convoys usually consisted of several carriages with about one escort team and traveled in the middle or front of the capital relocation procession. After 2 days and 2 nights of tireless reconnaissance, screening, elimination, and even risking capture for interrogation, Xianxia finally pinpointed a target convoy about 1/3 of the way ahead of their main force. This convoy consisted of 3 carriages, escorted by over 20 cavalry and 30 infantrymen. Their clothing and equipment were in the style of Xiliang soldiers, but their discipline was relatively better, and their attitude towards the middle carriage was noticeably one of deliberate respect and distance. More importantly, one of Xianxia's men had glimpsed a lean, middle-aged man standing with his hand on his sword during a brief rest in the convoy. His demeanor was completely different from the surrounding soldiers, and his features closely matched Chang Ye's description of Wang Yu. Target confirmed. Xianxia signaled to the scattered team members using a coded message. On the 7th day of the relocation of the capital, the procession reached a relatively narrow valley west of Xianxia County. In Hongnong Prefecture, Xianxia County should have always been called by this name, so it was not changed. As evening approached and darkness fell, the entire army was exhausted from days of travel. Dong Zhuo's main force was mostly leading the way and bringing up the rear, leaving the central area with minimal control. Many units found their own places to rest, start fires, and cook, creating a chaotic scene. Xianxia's waiting time had arrived. He had previously sent someone to tamper with a water source upstream, a harmless herbal powder that would cause mild diarrhea. The effect was minimal, but enough to cause some of the guards and drivers of the target convoy to frequently leave the group to relieve themselves. Action. Dozens of shadow team members emerged silently from the mountains, rocks, and even from other groups of resting refugees. They were divided into groups. One group created a small disturbance, deliberately stirring up trouble not far from the convoy to draw the attention of the remaining guards. A team quickly and silently eliminated several lone guards and coachmen. Xianxia personally led 10 of his most elite men straight towards the carriage in the middle. Wang Yu sensed the abnormality almost immediately. He was already on high alert, his hand resting on his sword hilt. When the unusual commotion outside came, his eyes sharpened, and he hissed, "Madam, do not move." He then lifted the carriage curtain. Outside the car, several figures dressed in multicolored clothes, yet moving with the speed of leopards, were already close by. The one in the lead made a complex hand gesture to him, one of the coded signals agreed upon in Xianxia's secret letter. Wang Yu's pupils contracted slightly, instantly realizing it was time for their own people to act. Without the slightest hesitation, he whispered, "Who goes there?" Xianxia lowered his voice and uttered the second half of the coded message. An old friend from Longxi. The code matched perfectly, and Wang Yu felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders. He spoke rapidly, "It's just me, my wife, and a young girl," referring to Princess Wanyan. "There are still about 20 guards nearby. We need to act quickly." Xianxia nodded and waved his hand. Several team members pounced like ghosts on the Xiliang soldiers who had been briefly distracted, but then realized something was wrong and tried to return to defend. Crossbow bolts rang out softly, and short swords drew blood. Their movements were clean and swift, eliminating the nearest threat before a greater commotion could arise. Wang Yu turned to the carriage and said urgently, "Madam, His Highness has sent people to pick us up. Please get out of the carriage with me quickly. Do not make a sound, and do not turn around." Inside the carriage, Madame Yuan tightly held the trembling Princess Wanyan. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in her eyes, not from fear, but from the overwhelming joy of escaping a desperate situation and her longing for her son. She nodded vigorously, covered the prince's mouth, and quickly followed Wang Yu out of the carriage. Xianxia and the others had already prepared change clothes. Ordinary coarse cloth women's dresses and girls' clothes. Yuan Shi and the princess quickly changed in the shadow of the carriage. Wang Yu also took off his conspicuous guard uniform and put on a set of tattered leather armor, disguising himself as a defeated soldier. "Go!" Xianxia shouted in a low voice. The team members quickly surrounded the three, protecting them in the middle. Taking advantage of the twilight and the terrain, they broke away from the main road and hurried towards the northern mountains. Several team members brought up the rear, responsible for clearing away traces and setting up illusions to mislead the pursuers. The entire process, from start to finish, took no more than a quarter of an hour. When the other Xiliang soldiers realized something was wrong and rushed over, they only saw empty carriages and the corpses of a few comrades. Surrounded by thousands of bewildered and exhausted migrants and the deepening darkness of night, how could they possibly tell where the missing men had gone? The junior officer in charge of escorting them was terrified. Knowing the enormity of losing the Yuan family, he panicked and dared not report it immediately. Instead, he tried to search for them himself, which was naturally in vain and only delayed their progress. After rescuing the person, the homing team did not stop and sped north along the predetermined safest route. They avoided all major roads that might have checkpoints, opting instead for mountain trails led by guides familiar with the terrain. 3 days later, the group arrived at a secluded ferry crossing on the south bank of the Yellow River. Chang Yu had already arranged reliable boatmen and several small boats to meet them there through his spies in Hedong County. Under the cover of night, the group quickly crossed the river and entered the territory of Hedong County. Once across the Yellow River, the threat diminished significantly. Dongzhuo's power in Hedong was not monolithic, and was intertwined with forces from Bingzhou. Chang Ye's support network began to function, providing food, carriages, and guides. The group continued northwest, passing Pishi Longmen, bypassing the important town of Linjin in Zuofengyi, crossing the Yellow River again near Shaiyang, entering northern Zuofengyi, and then turning northwest into Beatty Commandery. When the group finally set foot on the land actually controlled by Liangzhou, it had been nearly 20 days since they left the capital relocation team given the transportation conditions at the time and the fact that the journey from Hunan to what is now western Shaanxi should have been roughly the same. Liangzhou cavalry were already there to meet them and escort them to the Shaoguan front to rejoin the main force. 30 li west of Shaoguan Pass lies the northern camp of the Liangzhou army. When Lu Shuo received the news that the return mission had been successful and his mother had safely entered Anding County, even with his resolute will, he abruptly stood up, his fingers trembling slightly. Overwhelmed by immense joy and a sense of relief, he was even momentarily bewildered that things had gone so smoothly. While meticulous planning is important, the chaos caused by Dongzhuo's relocation of the capital, Wang Yu's decisive cooperation, the precision of the action team's execution, the seamless coordination of the support along the way, and even a bit of luck all seemed to be on his side. Without encountering a large-scale pursuer, without a thrilling, desperate battle, and without the sacrifice of key team members, the mother and the unexpectedly appearing younger sister Princess Wanyan were quietly led out of the huge, bloody vortex. Quickly, prepare the carriage. No, prepare the horses. They'll go to greet you personally. Lu Shua's voice was hoarse, and he was impatient. Chun Gong, smiling, advised, "My lord, Lady Yuan has had a long journey. It would be best if she went to Anding County to settle down and rest properly. It would be safer for you to ride lightly to the county to greet her." Lu Shua took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to rush off immediately, and nodded. Gong Tai is right. Quickly order Lin Jing to prepare the best accommodations, physicians, and maids. All necessities must be meticulously prepared. I will depart immediately. Anding Prefecture, Linjing City. When Lu Shua finally saw his mother, Lady Yuan, who was travel-worn but still in good spirits, and the little princess who was clinging tightly to his mother's clothes, curiously and timidly looking at him, in the backyard of the prefect's residence, all the worries of the past years, the hardships of planning, and even the loneliness of his past and present lives seemed to find solace in that moment. He hurried forward, lifted his robe and knelt down. "Mother, your unfilial son Lu Shua has arrived late to greet you, causing you to suffer." Lady Yuan wept uncontrollably, her hands trembling as she helped her son up, stroking his now sharply defined face. 1,000 words choked in her throat, finally condensing into just one. "Sure, my son is safe. That's all that matters." Princess Wanyan seemed to sense the excitement of this reunion after the ordeal and began to sob softly along with her. After a heartfelt exchange, Lu Shua settled his mother and sister into a comfortable courtyard that had been prepared beforehand, instructing people to take good care of them. He noticed that his mother was extremely exhausted, so he told her to rest well first and they could talk in detail another day. Just as Lu Shua was about to leave, Wang Yu, who had been silently guarding him, stepped forward, clasped his hands in a fist and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, I have something important to report to you privately." Lu Shua's heart stirred, and he looked at Wang Yu. This renowned swordsman, though showing signs of fatigue, still possessed clear and sharp eyes, revealing a solemn weight of having fulfilled a great responsibility. Lu Shua nodded. "General Wang, you must be tired from your journey. Please come with me to the study." Inside the study, candlelight shone brightly, and only Lu Shua and Wang Yu were present. Wang Yu first took out a small bronze talisman from his bosom and presented it with both hands. "Your Highness, this is a travel token bestowed upon me by His Majesty the Ling Emperor before his death, and he also issued an oral decree to demote me to the position of former Lattice bodyguard captain." Lu Shua took the bronze talisman. It was icy cold to the touch and engraved with intricate palace patterns. He nodded. This matched his previous deductions. But Wang Yu's next action made his gaze suddenly freeze. Wang Yu unfastened his outer robe, revealing a flat, unremarkable, old wooden box tightly bound to his chest and abdomen. The box was undecorated, even with some wear on the edges, a stark contrast to Wang Yu's solemn attitude. Wang Yu carefully untied the wooden box, held it up with both hands above his head, and spoke in a low, solemn voice, as if each word weighed a ton. "Your Highness, this box was given to you personally by the late emperor on his deathbed, after he dismissed his attendants. His Majesty strictly ordered that it be protected at all times and delivered to your Highness by him and his wife when the time was right. He also instructed that your Highness must open it personally." Wang Yu raised his head, met Lu Shua's gaze, and added that earth-shattering statement. When His Majesty handed over this box, he said that it was something that concerned the continuation of the Han dynasty. Lu Shua's heart skipped a beat at that moment. Emperor Ling's relics? Concerning the fate of the Han dynasty? Must they be handed over personally? This connects to Emperor Ling's unusually generous treatment of his mother before his death, his demotion of Wang Yu's guards, and the historical mystery surrounding the whereabouts of the imperial seal after the Dongzhuo rebellion. A startling guess flashed through Lu Shua's mind like a thunderbolt. He reached out, his fingertips touching the cold, rough surface of the wooden box, and felt a slight burning sensation. What was inside? Could it truly be the imperial seal of the state, inscribed with "By the mandate of heaven, may your reign be everlasting"? Or was there some other secret edict or token? What message did the cheapskate father want to convey to his eldest son, whom he had despised all his life, through this box in his final moments? Was it repentance, a request for help, or some other, more complex political calculation? Wang Yu maintained his supporting posture, like the most faithful stone statue. The study was silent, save for the crackling of the candlelight, which cast dappled light and shadow on the ancient wooden box, as if it bore the weight of endless secrets and history. Lu Shua stared at the wooden box for a long time before slowly taking it. It was heavier than he had expected. He didn't open it immediately. The timing, the place, and his state of mind all seemed to require some preparation. This gift from his deceased father, full of contradictions and unknowns, required him to face it with the utmost composure. General Wang, Lu Shua gently placed the wooden box on the desk, his voice regaining its usual composure. You have made great contributions by protecting us through a perilous journey. Apart from you, me, and His Majesty Emperor Ling, is there anyone else who knows about this? Wang Yu stated unequivocally. No fourth person knows the existence of this box or its contents. I guarantee it with my life. Lu Shua nodded. General, please go and rest for now. Do not mention this matter to anyone. Yes, sir. Wang Yu bowed, turned and left the study, carefully closing the door behind him. Inside the study, only Lu Shua remained, along with the old wooden box lying quietly on the desk. The wooden box, so close at hand, seemed like a black hole, drawing all his attention and foreshadowing a new, perhaps even more magnificent, chapter that was about to unfold with the opening of the lid. In the stillness of the night, the candlelight in the study of the prefect of Anding Prefecture was almost gone. Lu Shua sat alone behind his large desk, which was empty except for the old, unadorned wooden box that Wang Yu had given him. It lay there quietly, its worn edges and wood grain clearly visible in the flickering, dim light, like a silent, aging man burdened with a great secret. He didn't open it immediately. His fingers unconsciously traced the cold, rough surface of the wooden box, Lu Shua's gaze drifting. The excitement and relief he felt upon seeing his mother during the day gradually subsided, replaced by deeper, more complex thoughts. Emperor Ling Lu Hong was his father. This title had been etched in his mind for 18 years, mostly accompanied by cold indifference, open rejection, and even heartless banishment. Between them, had there ever been even a trace of the warmth of an ordinary father and son? Even the seemingly preferential treatment of his mother and the dispatch of Wang Yu, in Lu Shua's view, were nothing more than helpless, even calculated compromises under political considerations. But ironically, it was this very father, who had almost only negative feelings towards him, who, at the last moment of his life, secretly handed over such a box and left behind a weighty entrustment concerning the great Han. What is inside? For the first time, Lu Shua felt a strong curiosity towards his adoptive father, rather than mere resentment or indifference. The imperial seal? This thought was the most direct and shocking. That seal, symbolizing divine mandate and eternal prosperity, was the supreme symbol of imperial power. Whoever possessed it held an unparalleled advantage, at least legally. Had Emperor Ling secretly sent it out of Luoyang to him, a man with whom he had always been at odds in Liangzhou, to prevent it from falling into the hands of Dongzhua or the warlords of Guangdong? Or was it some kind of desperate, almost absurd hope for the continuation of his bloodline? Or perhaps a secret edict of succession? Given the confusing situation of publicly acknowledging Lu Bian as the heir apparent while secretly favoring Lu Xie, a secret edict designating Lu Shua as his successor seems even more bizarre. Not only has the patriarchal system and its associated rituals excluded him, but Emperor Ling's own attitude towards him over the years certainly doesn't suggest such an intention. But if not, why would it concern the Han dynasty? Or perhaps it was just some kind of keepsake, or a suicide note filled with contradictions and regret. An attempt to explain, to make amends, to leave a less bad impression in the eyes of history and his son? He couldn't fathom it. The thoughts of his father at the end of his life, whom he had never tried to understand, were far more complex and unfathomable than he had imagined. My thoughts drifted from this small wooden box to the vast empire it represented. The great Han dynasty, a glorious empire that lasted for 400 years. Since Emperor Gao's uprising after slaying the White Snake, and Emperor Guangwu's restoration of the Han dynasty, the dynasties established on this land once made the resounding cry of those who offend the mighty Han, though far away, shall be punished echo throughout the world, and once connected east and west with the sound of camel bells along the Silk Road. But what of now? Since the reigns of Emperors Huan and Ling, eunuchs and imperial relatives have successively caused chaos, the partisan strife has crushed the morale of the people, and natural disasters and man-made calamities have made life unbearable for the people. Although the Yellow Turban Rebellion has temporarily subsided, it has already tolled the death knell for the empire's crumbling foundations. And what did Emperor Ling, the emperor who was just buried in the Wunling Mausoleum, leave for this dynasty in his 33 years of life and 21 years of imperial reign? Was it the stench of money-selling official positions in the Western Garden? Was it the arrogance of the 10 attendants? Was it the debauchery in the palace? Was it the flames of war between the Chong and Hu tribes? Or was it the mess that is now Luoyang burned down? Officials moved west, feudal lords rose up, and the world was in turmoil? After you, the Han dynasty will likely exist in name only, Lu Shua whispered to the void, as if addressing a departed soul. This wasn't a curse, but rather a cold, historical judgment. Even without his time-traveling butterfly, the original historical trajectory was already clear. Dongzhi was tyranny, the fragmentation of the land by warlords, Emperor Xian of Han becoming a puppet ruler wandering from place to place, until Cao Pai usurped the throne, establishing the Three Kingdoms. That once fluttering red banner of the Han dynasty would gradually fade and crumble over the next 90 years, ultimately being swallowed by the flames of war during the Wei and Jin dynasties and the tumultuous chaos of the 5 barbarian invasions. 90 years. Not just a few lines of text in history books, but a real, nearly century-long period of devastation and suffering. Involuntarily, those horrific scenes he knew well, yet which had not yet occurred, surfaced in his mind. The mountains of corpses and seas of blood before Hulao Pass, the massacre of Shuzhou and the widespread lamentation, the bloodshed of the Battle of Guandu, and the raging river reddened by the fire at Chibuthis was all just the chaos of warring states. And then came the even darker years. The iron hooves of the northern nomadic cavalry would eventually sweep south, plunging the land into chaos, the central plains into turmoil, and the elite fleeing south. The Yongjia Rebellion and the 16 Kingdoms period were far more brutal acts of genocide and cultural catastrophe than the Three Kingdoms period. White bones exposed in the wilderness, 1,000 miles without a rooster's crow was no longer just a poem, but a recurring reality throughout the long years. For nearly 3 centuries, the sons and daughters of Han would suffer the ravages of war, division, and foreign rule. Their population dwindling, their civilization withering, until the Sui and Tang dynasties finally reunified. Thema Price paid in unimaginable agony. A surge of scorching heat rushed up Lu Shua's chest, and his clenched fists turned white at the knuckles. He came to this era initially only to survive, to escape the suffocating fate of the inner palace. Later, he managed Liangzhou, accumulating power, his primary goal still being to protect his mother, to secure a place in this chaotic world, and to avoid becoming a silent speck of dust in the torrent of history. But at this moment, thinking of the profound suffering that was about to befall this land for nearly 3 centuries, an unprecedented and heavy sense of responsibility, mixed with surging passion and ambition, struck his heart hard. I am coming. Can I change this? During his 10 years in Liangzhou, he amassed a top-tier army for the era, a relatively stable base, a population of over 5 million with nascent technological advancements, and a group of capable individuals such as Chen Gong, Chang Yu, Dianwei, Guan Yu, Gao Shun, and Zhang Liao. More importantly, he possessed a historical vision and insight that transcended 1,000 years. Are they merely content with carving out their own territory and barely surviving the impending chaos? Or are they repeating the mistakes of some warlord in history, joining the all-consuming war and becoming another Cao Cao, Liu Bei, or Sun Quan? No, since fate has brought him to this crucial juncture, since he has already gained a certain amount of power and initiative, and since he is well aware of the profound suffering that lies ahead for the nation, there has to be something left behind. He murmured to himself, his gaze shifting from the wooden box to the deep night sky outside the window, as if trying to pierce through time and space to look at the unpredictable future. Not for my cheap old man, not for that already corrupt Lu Han dynasty. It is so that the millions of people in this world may suffer less from the pain of war and displacement. It is so that the Chinese clothing and civilization will not be interrupted and forgotten, and remain obscured for 100 years. It is to prove that I, Lu Shua, have lived this life to the fullest and have lived up to this magnificent yet blood-stained era. End the chaos and reunify the land. This thought had never been so clear and so intense in his mind. It wasn't simply about replacing the old regime, but about sweeping away the rival warlords, intimidating the barbarians, and laying a more lasting foundation for peace, so that the tragedy of barbarian invasion of China would, at least in his hands, be nipped in the bud. The pent-up emotions in his heart transformed into soaring ambitions. The gloom and caution that had once haunted him because of his background and experiences were now being washed away and covered by a grander and more ardent emotion. His gaze returned to the wooden box on the desk. This box, whatever it contains, has become a symbol, a relic of the old era. Handed to him, a man determined to usher in a new era. Emperor Ling's intentions were no longer important, nor was it important whether the fate of the Han dynasty depended on this box. What mattered was how Lu Shua would use everything he could to realize the grand ambition he had just made. Curiosity remains, but more than that, there is a calm and decisive sense of control over one's destiny. He reached out his hand without hesitation, his fingertips firmly pressing on the brass clasp of the wooden box. A soft click sounded, unusually clear in the quiet study. The brass clasp snapped open. Lu Shua held his breath and slowly lifted the heavy box lid. The candlelight leaped into the box, illuminating the contents inside. The moment the box was fully opened, the candlelight seemed to freeze for a moment, then reflected by the contents of the box, giving it a warm yet unsettling glow. Lu Shua's pupils suddenly contracted, and he held his breath. The jade seal lying quietly on the bright yellow brocade cushion. Its shape and bearing instantly overlapped with fragments of his memory and descriptions he had heard in his previous life. For inches in diameter, the jade ornament features 5 intertwined dragons and coiled tigers, their postures imposing and fierce. In the dim light, the jade gleams with a smooth, creamy luster. A corner is inlaid with red gold. The repair marks, far from being jarring, add to its weathered appearance an unmistakable identity, suggesting it has endured countless calamities. Even without close inspection, its invisible weight is if capable of crushing mountains and rivers, bearing witness to 400 years of the Han dynasty is already palpable. Imperial Seal. By the mandate of heaven, may your reign be long and prosperous. These 8 seal characters seem to resound in his mind. Throughout history, countless heroes, emperors, and generals have fought and struggled for this object, coveting it and regarding it as the supreme symbol of divine mandate. It witnessed the Qin dynasty's unification of the 6 kingdoms and accompanied the rise and fall of the Han dynasty. Each change of hands meant a transformation of the land and a change of dynasty. Lu Shua never expected that the thing his father, Emperor Ling, who despised him so much, secretly sent out at the last moment of his life was this. Shock crashed over him like a tsunami, and for several breaths he remained frozen, his gaze fixed on the jade seal. Even with his iron will and 2 lifetimes of experience, he could not remain completely calm in the face of this object, which was arguably the most precious treasure of China, that had suddenly appeared before him. However, this shock came fiercely but also subsided quickly. After all, the essence of his soul came from an era that did not believe in fate but only in strength and the laws of nature. After a brief moment of disorientation, reason quickly regained its footing. In the end, it's just a stone of special quality, exquisite craftsmanship, and significant historical value, he thought to himself with an almost cold-blooded clarity. The so-called destiny bestowed upon him was more of a myth and psychological construct woven by the owner and his supporters. In Liangzhou, he relied not on destiny, but on solid armor, grain, salt, and the law. This jade seal itself couldn't make his army sharper, nor could it make his people more well-fed. Its value lies in its unparalleled symbolic significance and political capital. Possessing it grants him an almost overwhelming high ground in terms of legal principles and public opinion. Especially at a time when the Han dynasty is in decline and various warlords are rising. The orthodox aura and appeal that this jade seal can bring are unmatched by anything else, regardless of Emperor Ling's initial intentions. Giving him this item is objectively tantamount to placing a giant banner that could potentially unite the hearts and minds of the people into his hands. As his emotions gradually calmed, Lu Shua's gaze finally shifted from the imperial seal to the neatly folded silk scroll beside it. The silk was slightly yellowed with slightly worn edges, indicating that it had been there for some time. This is what my cheap old man really wanted to say, isn't it? Lu Shua murmured to himself, reaching out to pick up the silk scroll. It felt soft to the touch, yet it seemed as heavy as 1,000 pounds, for it carried the most private, complex, and possibly contradictory thoughts of a father, an emperor, before his death. He slowly unfurled the silk scroll. The moment the handwriting came into view, Lu Shua felt as if an invisible hand had plucked a string in his heart. It wasn't the robust script of the emperor's edicts that he had imagined. He had never seen his father's handwriting, nor was it the neat and orderly official script. The characters on the silk scroll were crooked and twisted, the strokes sometimes weak and feeble, sometimes trembling and hesitant, varying in size and ink density. In some places, there were even inappropriate pauses and drags, clearly indicating that the writer was extremely weak at the time and could hardly control the brush steadily. This is a letter written with the last of his strength and mind as the candle of his life flickered and was about to go out. Lu Shua focused his mind and read it word by word.
Shuo, Maison.
When you see this book, your father will likely already be in his tomb. The pen weighs 1,000 pounds, but my heart weighs even heavier. I know you hate me, deeply hate me. I have no words to defend myself. From the moment you were born, I took my anger out on your mother over trivial matters, which affected you. I treated you like a worn-out shoe, abandoning you in the deep palace and then banishing you to the harsh, desolate borderlands. For 19 years, as father and son, all I gave you was coldness, harshness, and fear. I am not a father, but your true enemy. Every time I think of this, My heart burns with remorse and shame, but it is too late. You were in theft in Liangzhou. At first, I thought it was just an exile out of sight, out of mind. But your deeds gradually came to the attention of the palace. Pacifying the Chong and Hu tribes, developing water conservancy, encouraging agriculture and sericulture, training strong troops, and gathering refugees to build a foundation in a desolate place. When I heard this, I was not pleased, but rather greatly fearful. I feared that you would grow powerful, harbor resentment, and return with a vengeance. I used the mind of an emperor to judge my own son, and used the art of power to suppress my own flesh and blood. How foolish and cold-hearted I was. Now, thinking back, if I had shown you even a fraction of kindness back then, if I had accepted your talents and strategies openly and relied on you as an assistant, how could the court have become unbalanced? How could I be surrounded by wolves and jackals today, with no one to truly care for me as I lie ill in bed? I have reaped what I sowed. I have reigned for 21 years, yet I have failed to secure the ancestral temples above and to comfort the common people below. I have favored treacherous officials and sold official titles, leading to the collapse of the social order and the rise of bandits. I am a sinner against the Han dynasty and a sinner against the people of the world. As I approach my death, I feel utterly repulsive and have no face to meet Emperor Gaozu in the afterlife. However, the nation must not be overthrown, and the ancestral legacy must not be lost in my hands. My son, Bian, is weak and inexperienced. Even if he ascends the throne, he will either be controlled by powerful eunuchs or bound by the maternal relatives, and the light of the Han dynasty will ultimately be extinguished. Looking across the land, only you, my son, possess the steely resolve to turn the tide. Though you hate me, I know that the blood flowing in your veins is that of Emperor Gaozu and Emperor Guangwu. The forces you command represent the protection of the nation and its people. This seal, a vital national treasure, a symbol of the mandate of heaven, is entrusted to you not merely out of personal fatherly affection. I have no right to speak of paternal love but for the sake of the realm and the Lu family's ancestral temple. I hope you will use it wisely. I know you do not believe in destiny, but this seal bears the will of the people and the name of righteousness. With it, you can gather loyalty and quell rebellion. But remember, treasures and weapons are either righteous or evil. I hope you will use it as a mirror, always be in awe, never forget the chaos and suffering of the people today, and never let the power in your hands become a tool to harm the people again. Furthermore, I am unworthy to bestow a name upon you. I have failed in the slightest responsibility in bringing you to adulthood. You may choose a respected elder of high moral character and profound learning from across the land, at a time you deem appropriate, to conduct the Comingafage ceremony and bestow upon you a name. May your name serve as a reminder to strive forward, and to live up to the talents you possess in this life. Please remember these final words. Beware of powerful families. They are deeply entrenched with disciples and former officials all over the world. What they seek is their own family gain, not the longevity of the nation. They can be used, but not indulged, and certainly not allowed to rise above the law. Be wary of maternal relatives. The disaster that befell He Jin is imminent. Marriage alliances must be entered into with utmost care, lest the empress family interfere in politics and the maternal relatives grow too powerful. Eliminate the eunuchs. These people are physically disabled, cunning, and dependent on imperial power. They are adept at spreading rumors and corrupting the court. The way to eradicate them lies in the system, in clear laws, and in cutting off their path to political interference. Treat the people well. I lost the hearts of the people because I lost their hearts. When granaries are full, etiquette flourishes. When people are well-fed and clothed, they know honor and shame. This is the foundation of governing a country, and it must not be violated. I am weary, my hands tremble, and I cannot continue. I owe you and your mother too much in this life, and there is no way to make up for it. I only wish that, in the next life, I will not be born into an imperial family, but that we can be an ordinary father and son, living a simple life with coarse tea and plain rice. Do not worry about me. Lu Hong's last words. The silk scroll is short, yet every word carries immense weight. Lu Shua's gaze slowly swept over the crooked, trembling handwriting, again and again. At first, he approached it with a calm, almost scrutinizing attitude. But as he read on, the regret, guilt, despair, and entrustment that pierced through the paper, despite the weakening of his pen, along with that last shred of humble hope for ordinary family affection, seeped into his heart, which he thought had long been frozen, like an invisible trickle. He could imagine how the dying emperor, lying on his bed, struggled to dismiss his attendants, and how, in excruciating pain and dizziness, with trembling, unresponsive hands, he grasped a pen that might have been heavier than a sword to him, writing down, word by word, these words he could never have uttered in his lifetime. Every crooked stroke, every pause, was a trace of both the passing of life and the outburst of emotion. Do I hate it? Of course I hate it. Those cold stares from the inner palace, those days of walking on thin ice, the fear and loneliness of being exiled to the frontier at the age of 10, these are real traumas. But at this moment, in addition to hatred, some more complex emotions are quietly emerging. There was a sudden realization. It turned out that even that high and mighty, cold and ruthless emperor had such a vulnerable, regretful, and even desperate side. He wasn't a born devil, but simply a pitiful person corrupted by power, blinded by suspicion, and ultimately devoured by the bitter fruit of his own making. There is a touch of pity. Not forgiveness, but pity for a failed father. A foolish and incompetent ruler on the verge of losing his country, looking down from his superior position. Watching him soberly count his sins, watching him desperately place his last hope of saving his family's empire on the son he despises most. The irony and sorrow in this scene are so intense that they cannot be dissolved. There was also a subtle sense of relief and melancholy, one that even he himself might not have been willing to admit. This silk letter was like a key, unlocking a corner of his heart that had always been tightly locked. The childhood shadow of being rejected by his father seemed to be somewhat dispelled by this dying confession and belated recognition, albeit in the form of entrusting him with a heavy responsibility. However, what followed was not intimacy, but a hollow melancholy. They had ultimately missed any possibility of establishing a normal father-son relationship. Whether it was love or hate at this moment with the writer's passing, it became an unchangeable past. Lu Hong father, he silently murmured the two titles, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Finally, he gently folded the silk scroll back along the original creases, his movements carrying an unusual seriousness. His gaze returned to the imperial seal of the state. Now, the feeling was different. It was no longer merely a political tool or a historical artifact. It seemed to still retain the complex warmth and instructions of the dying emperor, carrying the last and most important legacy of a dying dynasty, and a heavy, almost suffocating expectation. Live life to the fullest. Create my own era. Lu Shuo repeated the words from the silk scroll in a low voice. The last trace of emotion in his eyes subsided, replaced by an incomparably clear and unwavering light. Personal grudges and grievances seemed insignificant at this moment. Whether Emperor Ling was genuinely repentant or reluctantly entrusted with this task, whether the Jade Seal brought opportunity or greater challenges, the pointer of history had already turned, and the tide of the times was surging forward. He gently closed the lid of the wooden box, locking the Jade Seal that captivated the hearts of the people and the silk scroll imbued with complex emotions inside. Then he looked up and gazed out the window. A faint sliver of white was beginning to appear on the eastern horizon. A new day is about to begin, and the path that belongs to Lu Shuo is from now on endowed with a completely new, grander, and more arduous meaning. He not only wanted to bring his mother back, but also wanted to establish a regional power. He wanted to end this impending period of chaos that would last for nearly a century. He wanted to reduce bloodshed in China and ensure the continuation of civilization. This, perhaps, is the most important mission he had to travel through 1,000 years to reach this place. All the burdens in his heart vanished, leaving only clarity and determination. Lu Shuo got up, pushed open the door to his study, and a cool morning breeze rushed in, carrying the scent of grass and trees. The road ahead is long and arduous. However, he already held the imperial seal in his hand and made his will clear in his heart. The next morning, before the thin mist had completely dissipated over Linjing, the capital of Anding County, a group of carriages and horses quietly drove out of the city gate. Lu Shuo arranged the finest travel accommodations for his mother and sister within Liangzhou. 2 modified four-wheeled carriages, their wheels covered in thick, tan cowhide and iron hoops, with multi-layered steel plates and leather for shock absorption, maintained stability even on slightly bumpy roads. The 4 horses pulling the carriages were all superior offspring of Liangzhou steeds, tall and strong with glossy coats, and selected from crossbreeds of some western region breeds, possessing excellent endurance and speed. The carriages were spacious, lined with brocade, and equipped with fixed small tables and soft couches. Although the windows, inlaid with adjustable glass panes, were of the original, somewhat murky quality, they still provided adequate protection from the wind and light. The curtains were thick and provided warmth. Lu Shuo, Wang Yu, and their close guards each rode 2 horses, all swift war horses from the Hushi region, their saddles and bridles gleaming. After leaving Linjing, the group turned onto the wide road leading to Jincheng. This imperial road was a vital transportation artery in Liangzhou, built by Lu Shuo over many years using war prisoners and hired refugees. and with a significant investment of resources. The roadbed was constructed by layering loess, gravel, and lime, and was wide enough to allow for horse-drawn carriages to travel abreast. Drainage ditches ran along both sides, and key sections were even paved with smooth stone slabs. A post station was set up every 30 li, approximately 15 kilometers, for changing horses, resting, and relaying messages. Its specifications and quality surpassed, if not surpassed, those of the imperial roads of the Qin dynasty. In the present day, perhaps only a few official roads around Luoyang can compare. The sound of horses' hooves pounded the solid road with a light, rhythmic beat. Inside the carriage, Madame Yuan lifted a corner of the window, gazing at the rapidly receding scenery. Smooth roads, distant, faintly visible settlements, orderly irrigation canals, and the gleaming armor and silent, solemn cavalrymen in the escort. All of this was completely different from the desolate, chaotic, and dangerous frontier scenes she remembered. Everything exuded order, strength, and vitality. Her eyes held both amazement and a deep sense of pride in her son's achievements. Princess Lu, from Wanyan, also lay beside her. Her small face pressed against the window, her large eyes filled with curiosity about the unfamiliar environment and a hint of timid dependence. With fine horses, good carriages, and a smooth road, coupled with Lu Shua's eagerness to return home, the entourage moved extremely quickly. They only made brief stops at 2 post stations along the way to change horses and replenish food and water. In just 3 days, the outline of Jincheng's tall and sturdy city walls came into view in the distance. Jincheng, as the core of Lu Shua's rule over Liangzhou, had undergone several expansions and fortifications. Its walls were high and its moat deep, complete with barbicans, corner towers, and ramparts, creating an imposing atmosphere. At the city gates, carriages and pedestrians moved about in an orderly fashion. Although the guards conducted strict checks, they did not disturb the people. When Lu Shua's carriage arrived, the gatekeeper, having already been informed, bowed respectfully, and the people quickly made way, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. The convoy drove straight into the Liangzhou prince's mansion in the city center, actually a royal palace, but Lu Shua always referred to it as a mansion. The mansion covered a vast area, and although it did not pursue the luxurious and complicated style of the Luoyang palace, the buildings were magnificent and grand, the layout was rigorous, and the gardens were spacious, exuding practicality and majesty in every aspect. Hundreds of stewards, maids, and servants, who had already received the messenger's message, were lined up outside the main courtyard of the inner mansion to wait for them. Lu Shua personally helped his mother out of the carriage, and then carefully carried his somewhat timid younger sister down. Madame Yuan looked up at the imposing gates of the mansion before her, then at the respectfully bowing crowd around her, and was overwhelmed with emotion. From the cold palace in Luoyang to the Liangzhou prince's mansion, from precarious existence to absolute peace, the difference between heaven and earth was all because of her son. Mother, sister, were home. Lu Shua's voice was gentle yet firm. Madame Yuan nodded vigorously, her eyes slightly red, tightly holding her son's hand and leading the princess with her other hand. Led by Lu Shua and surrounded by others, they entered the mansion that would become their new home. The mansion had already been prepared to the highest standards, with the most spacious, comfortable, and scenic courtyard for Madame Yuan to live in, while the adjacent exquisite courtyard was arranged for Princess Wanyan. All the maids, servants, and guards were carefully selected and reliable. After settling his mother and sister in for a short rest and to familiarize them with their surroundings, Lu Shua did not rest. He knew that his mother's safe return, accompanied by Princess Wanyan, was of great significance to his entire group. He had to have his core team formally pay their respects as soon as possible. This was both a matter of etiquette and a necessary step to stabilize morale and clarify the future. Half an hour later, inside the main hall of the prince's mansion, Changyun Hall, Lu Shua sat in the main seat, with 2 seats slightly to the side. Lady Yuan and Princess Wanyan sat there in their finest attire. Although the journey had been long, returning to a safe environment and being carefully tended by her maids had greatly improved Lady Yuan's complexion. Her dignified and gentle demeanor possessed a serene composure born of hardship. Princess Wanyan had also changed into well-fitting new clothes. Although still somewhat nervous, she tried her best to maintain the proper princessly bearing beside Lady Yuan. Your Highness, led by Qin Gong and Changyu, along with civil and military officials such as Jianwei, Guanyu, Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and Ma Teng, as well as several loyal and capable local and outside talents from Liangzhou who were later promoted by Lu Shua, such as Yang Hui, who governed civil affairs, and Mo Yen, who was in charge of the artisan camp, all dressed in formal attire, stood solemnly in line. Lu Shua's gaze swept over the familiar or dignified faces of those in the hall, the very foundation upon which he had built his power in Liangzhou and his ambition to dominate the world. He spoke in a loud voice that echoed throughout the hall. Gentlemen, the first thing I have summoned you all here today is to pay our respects to my mother. He turned slightly to the side, gesturing towards his mother. His Highness and his entourage already knew that Lady Yuan had been successfully brought back. Now, as they formally paid their respects, their expressions were solemn. Following the order of rank, they stepped forward and bowed deeply. We, your humble servants, pay our respects to Lady Yuan. Congratulations on your safe return. May you enjoy good health and longevity. Their voices were unified, conveying heartfelt respect and congratulations. For these subjects, the return of their mistress meant the removal of their lord's last worry, a more stable core for the group, and a symbol of a kind of fulfillment. At Lu Shua's prompting, Lady Yuan rose slightly, offered a gesture of support, and said gently, "Please rise, everyone. I was stranded in a dangerous place, and it was only thanks to the tireless efforts of Shua and all of you that I was able to return safely. Over the years, Shuor's achievements in Liangzhou have all been due to your strong support. I am here to thank you all on Shuor's behalf." As she spoke, she actually bowed slightly to everyone. This action caused the prince and his entourage to quickly step aside, repeatedly saying they dared not. Chun Gong and Cheng Yu exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with emotion. They were among the earliest followers of Lu Shua, witnessing their lord grow from a child in the inner palace into a powerful ruler on the frontier. The hardships they endured were beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Seeing their lord's birth mother so understanding and humble now filled them with even greater relief. Feeling that the suffering their lord had endured in his early years was finally finding solace in his family. Lu Shua then introduced Princess Wanyan. This is the daughter of the late Emperor Princess Wanyan. During the chaos in Luoyang, my mother took pity on her and brought her home. From now on, she will live in the mansion and be treated as family. The crowd bowed to the princess again. The princess seemed somewhat flustered, but encouraged by Yuan Shi's gaze, she softly imitated Yuan Shi and said, "No need for formalities." Her childish voice softened the eyes of some of the older officials, such as Ma Teng. After a simple audience ceremony, Lu Shua ordered most of his officials to leave, leaving only a few of his core members, Chen Gong, Chang Yu, Dian Wei, and Guan Yu. Looking at the trusted advisors of her sons, Madame Yuan's gaze lingered on Qin Gong, Chang Yu, and Dian Wei, a genuine emotional turmoil welling up in her eyes. She beckoned and said softly, "Mr. Chun, Mr. Chang, General Dian, and General Guan, please come closer." The four of them did as instructed and took a few steps forward. Madame Yuan's gaze swept over them one by one, her voice slightly choked with emotion. "Mr. Chun, Mr. Chang, when Shuor left the capital, he was just a 10-year-old child. Only you two gentlemen never abandoned him, protecting him along the way, teaching him both literature and martial arts, and devising strategies for him. Although I was in the Deep Palace, I occasionally heard about you. Shuor always mentioned you two gentlemen in his letters, treating you with the utmost respect. Without your two gentlemen's painstaking efforts, how could Shuor be where he is today? I am eternally grateful." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Chun Gong and Chang Yu were also deeply moved upon hearing this. While they served Lu Shua out of their own ambitions and loyalty, receiving such sincere gratitude from their mistress brought a different kind of sense of accomplishment and belonging. Chun Gong cupped his hands in a respectful gesture, his tone sincere. "Madam, you flatter us. We, Gong Yu, are fortunate to have met such a wise ruler, allowing us to fully utilize our talents. Our lord is a man of exceptional talent, benevolent yet resolute. Our achievements today are due to your brilliance and the valiant efforts of our soldiers. Serving our lord is our duty, and a great fortune indeed." Chang Yu also said in a deep voice, "With the latest safe return, our lord has no more worries. We are also delighted for our lord. We will continue to serve him wholeheartedly in the future to repay our lord's kindness and to live up to the latest trust today." Madame Yuan nodded, then looked at Dian Wei, who stood like an iron tower, her eyes filled with affection. "General Dian, I remember that Shuor often mentioned in his letters that you are unparalleled in loyalty and bravery. You treat Shuor not only as a servant but also like an elder brother. It is truly a blessing for Shuor to have you by his side." "I thank you very much, General." As she spoke, she was about to bow again. Dian Wei, this rough and unrefined man who remained unfazed even when facing thousands of troops on the battlefield, was now moved to tears by Yuan Shi's sincere words. He was at a loss for words and immediately knelt on one knee, his voice loud yet choked with emotion. "Madam, you've made me, Dian, feel terrible. Protecting our lord is my duty. Our lord's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. My life belongs to him. I'm so glad you're back safe and sound, madam." From now on I, Dian, will protect you and the princess. Anyone who tries to harm you or the princess will have to step over my dead body first." His simple words were more sincere than any grand oath. Lu Shua listened from the side, feeling a warmth in his heart. He knew that Dian Wei's words were absolutely from the bottom of his heart. Finally, Lady Yuan looked at Guan Yu. Although Guan Yu joined later, his fame and ability had already been demonstrated, and he was utterly loyal to Lu Shua. Lady Yuan said gently, "General Guan's prestige shakes the land, and his loyalty is unparalleled. It is Shuor's good fortune to be able to follow him. In the future, I hope that the general will continue to help Shuor to uphold justice and save the people." Guan Yu slightly opened his phoenix eyes, clasped his hands in a fist and solemnly said, "Rest assured, madam. Now that I have acknowledged you as my lord, I will dedicate my life to serving you and assisting you in achieving great things. I will never have any other intentions." Seeing his mother interacting so harmoniously with his core team, Lu Shua finally felt a sense of relief. With his family at peace and his loyalty secured, the next step was to fully focus on facing the turbulent times outside. He gestured for everyone to sit down again, and the warmth on his face was gradually replaced by his usual calmness and authority. "My mother has returned safely, and my heart is at peace." Lu Shua spoke slowly, his gaze sharp as he swept over Chen Gong and the others. However, the situation in the world is constantly changing. Dong Zhuo burned Luoyang and moved the capital to Chang'an. The Guangdong coalition is divided and on the verge of collapse. And my Liangzhou, he paused, not immediately mentioning the imperial seal of the state, which was a trump card that needed to be announced at a more careful time. It's time to take action. Yuan Shi led Princess Wanyin away from Changyun Hall and returned to the inner courtyard to rest. Inside the main hall, only Lu Shua and his core confidants remained. Chen Gong, Chang Yu, Dian Wei and Guan Yu. The atmosphere shifted from the previous warmth to a quiet and solemn stillness. Lu Shua did not speak immediately, but rose, walked to an inconspicuous hidden compartment on the side of the hall, activated the mechanism, and took out an ancient wooden box. He carried the wooden box back to the main seat and solemnly placed it on the table in front of him. Dian Wei and Guan Yu looked on with curiosity, while Chen Gong and Chang Yu seemed to have a premonition of something, their expressions becoming increasingly serious. There are no outsiders in the hall. Lu Shua's gaze slowly swept over the four people. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. "To me, Lu Shua, the people here have long transcended the simple duties between ruler and subject. Gong Tai and Zhongda are like teachers and fathers to me. Dian Wei and Yunchang are like brothers and arms to me. The words I speak here, which will enter your ears, concern the future lifeline of Liangzhou and even the fate of the world." He paused, his hand gently stroking the surface of the wooden box. "This item was secretly entrusted to Wang Yu by my late father, Emperor Ling, before his death, who was instructed to deliver it to me. Wang Yu has fulfilled his mission and handed it over to me yesterday." Upon hearing this, Dian Wei and Guan Yu both trembled slightly, their eyes filled with surprise and doubt. Although Chen Gong and Chang Yu had already guessed, hearing Lu Shua personally confirm that this item came from Emperor Ling and was a secret entrustment before his death, their breathing involuntarily quickened slightly. Lu Shua said no more and opened the box. The hall was brightly lit with candles, and when the jade seal was fully revealed to everyone, it seemed as if even the air itself froze for a moment. Its unique shape, majestic five-dragon knob, and dazzling gold-inlaid corner, even those who had never seen it in person, who among them hadn't heard the legend of the imperial seal of the state. This is... Dian Wei's eyes widened like copper bells, and he subconsciously lowered his voice, as if afraid of disturbing something. Guan Yu's phoenix eyes flashed with a sharp light as he spoke of the imperial seal of the state. His hand, which was stroking his beard, froze in midair, and his tone was filled with disbelief and shock. He was well versed in the spring and autumn annals and knew the weight this object carried in the hearts of the people. Although Chen Gong and Chang Yu were somewhat prepared, when they actually saw the supreme token symbolizing their mandate from heaven, they still felt dizzy and their hearts pounded like drums. They assisted Lu Shua because they recognized his great talent and ambition, but deep down they were also worried about the obstacles their lord might encounter in the future struggle for the right to rule the world, given his long exile. Now, it seems that the greatest obstacle has been removed by Emperor Ling himself. No, not only removed, but the ladder to the highest position of law has been handed directly to Lu Shua's feet. For a moment, only the heavy breathing of a few people remained in the hall. Excitement, exhilaration, and a strong premonition of destiny surged through everyone's hearts. Especially for warriors like Dian Wei and Guan Yu, they felt that if their lord, whom they had followed with boundless passion, received the mandate of heaven. Their contributions would be legendary, and their names would be etched in history. Lu Shua took in everyone's reactions and knew that such excitement was only natural. He didn't interrupt, letting the tide of emotion surge for a moment. It wasn't until Chen Gong finally managed to calm himself down from the immense shock, took a deep breath, and asked with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice, "My lord, your majesty, do you have any last words?" Lu Shua nodded and took out the silk scroll from the box, but did not unfold it. He said in a deep voice, "My father left behind a silk scroll in his own handwriting, which contains many words of regret and remorse. He also entrusted this seal to me, saying that it concerns the Han dynasty and he hopes that I will use it well to support the country and save the people. Your Majesty." Finally, Chang Yu sighed deeply, unsure whether he was lamenting Emperor Ling's repentance or the weight of this belated entrustment. He quickly composed himself, his gaze sharpening once more, like the most composed strategist, as he began to scrutinize everything behind this heaven-sent gift. After the initial excitement, practical problems arose. Lu Shua spoke up at the opportune moment, breaking the turbulent atmosphere in the hall. "The imperial seal is here, the silk manuscript is here. You are all my trusted advisors. Let us discuss whether the appearance of these items in the world is beneficial or detrimental to Liangzhou, and how we should use them." This question was like a bucket of ice water, bringing Dian Wei and Guan Yu back to their senses from their euphoria. Indeed, obtaining the imperial seal did not guarantee their rule over the world. Chen Gong frowned, pondered for a long time, and then slowly spoke, his voice regaining its usual calm and meticulousness. "My lord, gentlemen, this seal is both an unparalleled treasure and an unparalleled weapon of destruction." He stood up and walked to the center of the hall, as if analyzing the invisible situation of the world. "There are 3 benefits. First, it legitimizes the emperor. Although you are the eldest son of the emperor, you have long been on the frontier, estranged from the central government, and had special experiences in your early years. With this seal, you will be the legitimate heir secretly designated by Emperor Ling, legally overriding all usurpers, including Emperor Xianxia in Chang'an. Loyal and righteous people throughout the world who are devoted to the Han dynasty will flock to you like rivers flowing into the sea. Wherever the seal goes, the mandate of heaven will be bestowed, which can greatly damage the morale of the enemy, make them suspicious, and make them afraid before the battle even begins. However, there are 3 drawbacks, and they are even more dangerous," Qin Gong said, his tone becoming serious. "First, possessing such a treasure is a crime. Once the seal is revealed, our lord will instantly transform from a powerful regional king who controls a border town into the biggest target in the world, possessing the imperial seal and claiming legitimacy. The warlords of Guangdong, the remnants of Dongzhou, and even members of the imperial clan such as Lu Yan of Yizhou and Lu Biao of Jingzhou would all see their lord as the greatest threat and might join forces to attack him. Secondly, the time is not yet ripe. Although Emperor Xian is currently in the hands of Cao Cao and his ilk, he is still nominally the ruler of the world. If our lord were to raise the imperial seal now and establish a separate central government, it would be an open act of secession, giving others grounds for criticism, potentially losing our righteous cause, and instead being accused of usurpation. Thirdly, our foundation is not yet stable. Although Liangzhou is strong, we are not confident of victory against a potential coalition of all the warlords in the land. To reveal the imperial seal now would be like a child carrying gold in the marketplace. Not only would it bring no benefit, but it would also invite death." Chang Yu wholeheartedly agreed, and then added, "Gong Tai is absolutely right. This seal is both a crown and a shackle. Before our lord has truly swept across the land and become the most powerful in the world, to rashly reveal it would do far more harm than good. Currently, the Guangdong coalition is attacking Dongzhou, seemingly united against a common enemy, but in reality, each has its own ulterior motives. Dongzhou's relocation of the capital has weakened his power, but his foundation remains. The chaos in the world has only just begun. At this moment, the best strategy is to quietly amass wealth, build high walls, stockpile grain, and delay declaring oneself king. The imperial seal should be a trump card, a last resort, not a card to be played now." Guan Yu stroked his beard and nodded. "What you 2 gentlemen say is very true. I also feel that revealing the imperial seal at this time is like lighting a torch among wolves. Bright but dangerous. It would be better to keep it hidden until my Liangzhou cavalry has crushed the unruly and shaken the world. Then we can use this seal to offer sacrifices to heaven and earth, and rightfully claim the great treasure. Then everything will fall into place, and no one will dare to object." Although Dian Wei didn't quite understand the intricacies of the conversation, he grasped the gist of it and said in a deep voice, "So you're saying we can't show off this treasure now? We have to wait until our strength is enough before revealing it and making the world admire us. right? He'll listen to my lord and the gentleman. Lu Shua listened to everyone's analysis with great satisfaction. His core team had not been blinded by this sudden destiny. Instead, they immediately considered the most realistic risks and strategies, which coincided with his judgment. What you all say is exactly what I think. Lu Shua slowly closed the wooden box, as if temporarily sealing away the restless destiny. The Imperial Seal and the Silk Scroll are top secrets. Apart from the 5 people in the hall today and Wang Yu, no 7th person shall know of their existence or contents. Keep them under strict guard, and no one may approach them without my personal order. The 4 men solemnly obeyed. Chun Gong concluded, My lord, for now, the Imperial Seal must be kept hidden. Externally, you remain Emperor Ling's eldest son, Governor of Liangzhou, and King of Liangzhou of the Great Han. You can use the return of your mother and the prince's protection to promote filial piety and win over the hearts of the people. Internally, continue to consolidate Liangzhou, accumulate strength, train troops for war, and pay close attention to changes in the world situation. When the time is ripe, such as when Emperor Xian has become a complete puppet, the world is in chaos, the warlords are exhausted from fighting, or when Liangzhou has gained a decisive advantage, then we can use the pretext of following Emperor Ling's secret edict, inheriting the Imperial Seal, and restoring order to right the wrongs, to rightfully challenge for the throne. This is the only foolproof plan. Excellent. Lu Shua slammed his hand on the table and made the decision. The matter of the Imperial Seal is settled here and to be handled with top secret. Our focus should be on the western regions and the northern desert. Our army is young and elite, and our cavalry is not yet well suited for the kind of siege warfare that is common in the Central Plains. Taking over the western regions and the northern desert first will allow us to make the most of our strengths. Moreover, I predict that Guangzhou will be in chaos in the next year or 2. At that time, we can simply sit back and reap the benefits and easily take over Guangzhou. The secret meeting in the Chengyun Hall, after determining the strategy for dealing with the Imperial Seal of the state, did not immediately end. Lu Shua's next words surprised Chen Gong, Chang Yu, and the others once again. Now that the matter of the Imperial Seal is settled, it is not advisable to make a fuss about it in the short term. Lu Shua tapped his fingers lightly on the table, but his gaze fell on another huge map hanging on the side of the hall. The map depicted a wider area, not only Guangzhou and the Central Plains, but also extending westward, encompassing the general outlines of the former territory of the Western regions Protectorate north and south of the Tian Shan Mountains, Kangju, and Dayuan probably in the Fergana Basin. To the north, it crossed the Gobi Desert, marking the former territory of the Xiongnu Northern Gobi, Dingling, Zhenkuan, and other names. In the next year or 2 or even longer, Lu Shua's voice was clear and firm, the focus of Liangzhou. In addition to closely monitoring the situation in the Central Plains, continuing to improve its internal governance and consolidate its foundation, should be to devote all its efforts to developing the western regions and deterring the northern deserts. Upon hearing this, Chen Gong and Cheng Yu were both taken aback, their faces showing confusion. Dian Wei and Guan Yu also frowned slightly. In their understanding, and indeed in the understanding of most Han people of this era, the western regions, while a passage on the Silk Road and rich in jade and fine horses, were ultimately remote and desolate lands far from the core of Chinese civilization, covered in deserts and Gobi, sparsely populated and difficult to govern. Their value lay primarily in trade. As for the northern grasslands, they were even more barren and cold, frequented by nomadic tribes, making conquest extremely costly with seemingly limited actual gains. The idea of investing precious troops and resources in these wild lands, instead of focusing all efforts eastward to contend for the heartland of the Central Plains, was truly incomprehensible to them. My lord, Chen Gong said, carefully choosing his words before speaking first, the Central Plains is the heart of the world, a battleground on all sides, and also the place where a dragon rises. Dongzhuo's tyranny and the disunity in Guangdong present us with an opportune moment to intervene. Even if we do not reveal the Imperial Seal for the time being, we can still station troops on the border, seize the 3 auxiliary regions and Luoyang. Is it a miscalculation to focus our efforts on the western regions and the northern deserts? Although Chang Yu did not directly object, his eyes revealed the same doubt. Lu Shua was not surprised by their reaction. The limitations of their time made it difficult for them to see the true strategic value of the western regions and the northern deserts. He stood up, walked to the vast map, and first pointed to the location of the western regions. Gongtai Zhongde, gentlemen, listen to me. Lu Shua's tone carried an undeniable insight. In your eyes, the western regions may just be desert sands. However, its wealth and importance far exceed your imagination. His finger traced the oasis belt along the southern route of the Tian Shan Mountains Darim Basin. Look here, Uni City near present-day Ruoqiang, Chiema, Jingjue Yuqian Hotan, Shul Kashgar, Shache, Kucha, Yenchi, Cheshire Turpan. These oasis cities, nourished by the Darim River, the Peacock River, and the Sherchin River, are not barren lands. They are rich in fine jade, Hotan jade, gold and copper, grapes, alfalfa, sesame, pomegranates, and walnuts. Moreover, they have skilled craftsmen who can weave brocade and brew fine wine. Lop Nur is still a vast expanse of water, teeming with fish and birds, and surrounded by lush vegetation. How could it be desolate? He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. More importantly, the horses. This word invigorated Dian Wei, Guan Yu, and other generals. Dayuan has the heavenly horses Ekeltik horses, and Wusan the Ili River Basin has the western extreme horses Ili horses, both the finest steeds in the land, capable of carrying heavy loads over long distances and enduring arduous battles. They are the cornerstone of an invincible cavalry. In the past, Emperor Wu sought these heavenly horses but could not obtain them, leading to his conquests. Now, the western regions are in turmoil and the states are weak. This is a golden opportunity for Liangzhou to acquire superior breeds and establish its own high-quality horse farms. How can we ignore such strategic resources? Chen Gong seemed to be deep in thought, and Cheng Yu nodded slightly. For the Liangzhou army, whose core was cavalry, high-quality warhorses were indeed vital. Lu Shua continued, furthermore, the western regions are not the end. He pointed westward, beyond the Pamir Mountains, towards a wider, unknown territory. According to traveling merchants, further west lie powerful states such as Kangju, Bactria, Parthia, and Tiaoji, with fertile lands, abundant resources, and flourishing civilizations. Controlling the western regions would choke the throat of east-west trade, not only multiplying commercial profits, but also providing the most solid springboard for our Han people to continue westward exploration, spread our power and virtue, and acquire more resources. This is a feat that benefits the present and future generations. These words paint a blueprint far grander than the current vision of the warlords in the Central Plains. The allure of expanding territory and restoring or even surpassing the glory of Emperor Wu of Han is irresistible to ambitious ministers. Then Lu Shua's finger moved to the northern desert. Look at this place again. Generals, he looked at Dianwei, Guan Yu, and even Ma Tang who was listening in. Hua Fei sealed the Wolf Mountain and Dou Qi inscribed the Yanran Mountain. What passionate man wouldn't yearn for such achievements? A fierce light flashed in Dianwei's eyes, and Guan Ye's hand stroking his beard stopped, his phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Clearly his ambition had been stirred. Veteran generals from Liangzhou like Ma Tang also had a natural interest in the grasslands. The northern grasslands are indeed bitterly cold, but they are not without use. Lu Shua said solemnly. Firstly, they can eliminate future threats. Although the Xiongnu have declined, the Xianbei, Wuhuan, and Dingling tribes rise and fall on the grasslands, and their southward raids will always be a major threat to the northern frontier. Only by truly pushing our military force north of the Yanran and Zhuoxia mountains, establishing a stable system of deterrence and control, and even migrating people to populate the border, can we fundamentally guarantee the peace of Liangzhou and even the future northern border of the Central Plains. This is what we mean by plundering the court and sweeping away the enemy's lair. Secondly, resources. The grasslands are rich in fine horses, Mongolian horses, cattle, sheep, and furs, and their riders are a natural source of light cavalry. With training and reorganization, our army's mobility and logistical capabilities can be greatly enhanced. Thirdly, it trains elite troops. Fighting against nomadic peoples is an excellent test of the limits of our Liangzhou army's field combat, mobility, and logistics. What a terrifying force an army that can roam freely in the northern deserts and overcome extreme environments will be when it returns to the Central Plains battlefield. Lu Shua concluded, conquering the western regions will bring tangible benefits, expand our territory, and pave the way for the future. Intimidating the northern deserts will quell border troubles, strengthen our army, and establish unparalleled achievements. As for the Central Plains, he looked eastward. It's currently in chaos. Dong Zhuo, the warlords of Guangdong, and other forces are tearing each other apart, exhausting their strength. If we rush in now, we will not only face their combined forces but may also get bogged down. It's better to seize this opportunity to stabilize our rear, acquire real benefits and strategic advantages from the surrounding areas, and accumulate even greater power. Once those people in the Central Plains are exhausted and weakened, we can then lead our strongest army, along with the elite troops of Liangzhou, eastward. At that time, who can stop us? This long and eloquent speech, with its clear logic and broad perspective, completely convinced everyone in the hall. Chun Gong's eyes gleamed with admiration. He rose and bowed deeply. My lord's ambition and strategic thinking are beyond our comprehension. His strategy of conquering the western regions and the northern deserts is a brilliant move to avoid the enemy's strength, solidify our foundation, and secure long-term gains. It will not only prevent us from becoming the target of the Central Plains chaos too early, but also allow us to acquire much-needed strategic resources, forge an invincible cavalry, and establish unparalleled achievements on the frontier, winning the hearts of brave warriors across the land. I have no further objections and am willing to dedicate my wisdom to assisting you in this endeavor. Chang Yu clapped his hands in praise. My lord is wise. This strategy is truly a win-win situation. The western regions and the northern deserts are indeed the direction where Liangzhou can best leverage its advantages and obtain the greatest benefits. I second that proposal. The generals were even more excited. Dian Wei grinned and said, My lord, just give the order. Conquer the western regions, seize the heavenly horses, sweep across the northern desert, achieve great merit. We old Dian and our brothers have been itching for action for a long time. Guan Yu also nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Expanding territory is a warrior's duty. Yun Chong is willing to be the vanguard. Seeing that the core opinions were unified, Lu Shua felt reassured. He knew that managing the western regions and the northern deserts was not simply a matter of military conquest. It also required meticulous political, economic, and immigration strategies. But with the support of his team, the first step had been successfully taken. Good. Lu Shuo returned to his seat, his eyes gleaming. In that case, let's establish a general strategy. Defend the east, attack the west, stabilize the south, and deter the north. In the east, strengthen the defenses of Shaoguan and Longguan, closely monitor the movements in Guangzhong and the Central Plains, but refrain from large-scale intervention for the time being. In the west, in the name of the King of Liang, dispatch elite troops to first pacify nearby areas such as Chaisher and Xianxia, open up trade routes, and then gradually exert influence on Khotan, Shul, Kucha, and even Wusun and Daiyuan, either through suppression or appeasement, ensuring control of high-quality horse farms and key passages. In the north, send scouts deep into the southern Gobi Desert to scout, contact, and win over some grassland tribes. Strike down the unruly ones, and at the same time begin to strengthen land reclamation in the Yinshan Mountains, establishing forward bases to prepare for a future large-scale northward advance. He paused, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. By the way, the western regions are not only rich in resources, but their women are also often high-nosed and deep-satide, skilled in singing and dancing, and possess a unique charm. If some of them were to become naturalized, they could enrich the border regions and promote integration. These words lightened the serious atmosphere of the meeting slightly, but also described the benefits of the western regions in more detail. When Lu Shua said this, Chang Yu and Chen Gong exchanged a knowing smile. The specific strategy shall be drafted in detail by Gong Tai and Zhongde, together with relevant generals and subordinates, and then submitted to me for approval before implementation. Lu Shua issued the final instruction. Remember, proceed steadily and cautiously step by step. What we want is not temporary plunder, but long-term control and development. Yes, sir. The crowd answered in unison, their voices filled with high spirits and determination for the future. A strategic shift that could potentially reshape the landscape of Eastern Eurasia was initially set in motion right here in the main hall of the Liangzhou Prince's Palace. Lu Shua's gaze once again fell upon the vast map, his heart surging with pride. The chessboard in the Central Plains is important, but the world stage is much broader. Now that we're here, why not let the banner of the Han people fly even further? As the saying goes, wherever the sun and moon shine, wherever rivers flow, all is Han territory. Under Lu Shua's strategic policy of defending the east and attacking the west, stabilizing the south and deterring the north, the massive war machine of Liangzhou began to operate efficiently and systematically. Orders were issued from the Jincheng Prince's mansion, mobilizing troops, allocating provisions, reorganizing weapons, and contacting border counties. The entire Liangzhou was filled with a vigorous atmosphere of outward expansion. However, just as these important military and national affairs were being carried out in full swing, the two core strategists, Chen Gong and Chang Yu, came together to the Jingong courtyard, deep within the prince's mansion, where Lady Yuan resided, to request an audience. Upon hearing that it was her son's two most trusted tutors visiting, Madame Yuan dared not be negligent and hurriedly received them in the main hall. Seeing that although the two men's expressions were respectful, they seemed to contain a certain solemnity, so she asked gently, Mr. Chun and Mr. Chang have come together. Is there something important on Shuor's side? Or is there anything I can do to help? Although she was new to the area, she knew that these two men were of special status and would not come to see her at the same time unless it was urgent. Chen Gong and Chang Yu exchanged a glance. Chen Gong bowed first and said, Greetings, madam. I apologize for disturbing your peace. There is a matter concerning the future of our lord and the very foundation of Liangzhou. After much thought, I believe it is most appropriate for you to handle this matter. Upon hearing this, Yuan became even more focused. Please speak, sir. Chang Yu took over the conversation, speaking sincerely. Madam, our lord is a man of both literary and military prowess, wise and brave, and diligent in governing the state. Liangzhou is now well governed, with a strong and powerful army, and its prestige shakes the western frontier. However, there is one matter concerning our lord that causes us, his subjects, and even all the wise men in Liangzhou, to constantly feel a sense of unease. Oh? What could possibly cause you to such concern? Yuan asked with concern. Chun Gong sighed softly. This concerns the lord's family affairs. He looked at Yuan Shi with clear eyes. The lord is nearing 20 this year. In an ordinary family, he would have already married, had children, established a family, and supported the household. However, to this day, the lord's household affairs are still in vain, and the inner palace is empty. This is not a long-term solution. Lady Yuan was taken aback, then fell silent. As a mother, how could she not worry about her son's marriage? It was just that in the years of wandering and hardship, she had barely been able to protect herself, and later, with her son far away in Liangzhou and her confined to the deep palace, she had no way to bring up the matter. Now that two important officials had brought it up to her face, she suddenly realized that this was indeed a big problem. Seeing that Madame Yuan was moved, Chang Yu continued, Madam, it is not that we are being nosy. In fact, this matter is of great importance. Firstly, there is the importance of succession. Our lord is the eldest son of Emperor Ling, of noble status, and now he controls Liangzhou with lofty ambitions. If he has no heir, the foundation will be unstable, and if he does have an heir, there may be unrest among the people. This is the foundation of the state, and we cannot ignore it. Secondly, there are the needs of the inner palace, Chun Gong interjected. The prince's residence, and even the broader foundation to come, requires a virtuous and capable lady to manage the household affairs, stabilize the inner sanctum, and ensure that the prince has no worries so that he can focus on external matters. Moreover, when the prince was discussing the strategy for the western regions today, he paused slightly, carefully choosing his words, the charm of the women of the western regions. Although it was a joke, it shows that the prince is not heartless. How can a grown man be without thoughts of family for long? Long-term suppression is not a way to maintain health. When Madame Yuan heard her son mention women from the western regions during the discussion, her face flushed slightly, but her heart was filled with mixed emotions. There was a subtle relief that her son was finally talking about women like a normal young man, but also a bittersweet feeling that her son had grown up while she had been absent for too long. Thirdly, there is the political alliance. Chang Yu lowered his voice, but it sounded even more solemn. Given our lord's current status, marriage is by no means a private matter. If we can find a woman of equal social standing, virtuous and capable, who can also contribute to our lord's great cause, it would be a good strategy to consolidate our foundation and expand our network, whether it is to connect with the powerful local families of Liangzhou or to befriend foreign forces. This is the proper course of action of parents and matchmakers, and as a mother, it is the perfect time for you to do so. Chun Gong concluded earnestly, Madam, our lord has always been very decisive, making firm decisions on matters of state and readily accepting good advice. However, regarding this matter of marriage and family, perhaps due to his early experiences, or perhaps because he is so focused on his career, he has never brought it up. As his subjects, we are deeply worried, but we cannot directly urge him on. The only solution now is for you, Madam, to use your role as a mother to persuade our lord for the sake of our lord and Liangzhou. This matter truly cannot be delayed any longer. After listening to the two advisors' sincere and well-reasoned explanations, Lady Yuan understood. This was not merely about urging marriage. It was a crucial matter of state concerning the stability of her son's dynasty, the availability of a successor, and internal and external peace. She recalled how she had witnessed too many disasters caused by infertility and instability within the cold palace. Now that Shuor's career was beginning to take shape, she absolutely could not allow any potential problems to arise in this regard. She took a deep breath, her eyes filled with determination, and rose to give a slight bow to Qin Gong and Cheng Yu. I thank you both for your guidance. What you said is all reasonable, stemming from your loyalty to Shuor and your profound concern for the future of Liangzhou. This matter is indeed my responsibility. Now that I have returned, I should naturally take care of it for Shuor. However, she hesitated. Shuor is resolute and very decisive. I wonder what his opinion is on this matter. Cheng Yu hurriedly said, Madam, please rest assured. My lord is extremely filial and deeply respects you. Moreover, in terms of both reason and sentiment, my lord should be able to understand your good intentions and our concerns. As long as you are willing to speak up and gently persuade him, my lord will surely consider it carefully. As for the specific candidate, he exchanged a glance with Chen Gong. We will certainly keep an eye out in secret and collect information on the family background and appearance of suitable women for your consideration, and we would never dare to overstep our bounds. Chen Gong also said, that's right. Ultimately, this matter needs to be decided by the lady and the lord. We are merely fulfilling our duty as subjects and urging the lady to pay attention to this important matter. Madame Yuan nodded, having made up her mind. I understand. I will find a suitable time to have a good talk with Shuor about this matter. Thank you both. After seeing Chen Gong and Cheng Yu off, Madame Yuan sat alone in the hall, her heart filled with turmoil. She gazed at the flowers her son had specially transplanted for her from various parts of Liangzhou in the courtyard, her eyes filled with love and determination. Shuor, my child, you have endured so much hardship, single-handedly building this foundation. Now your mother has returned. I may not be able to help you with other things, but I will do everything I can to help you settle down, find a virtuous wife, provide for you, and ensure a warm and supportive home. This is not only your mother's expectation, but also the hope of your loyal subjects, and the solid foundation needed for your ever-growing cause. She gently stroked an old jade bracelet on her wrist, the only thing she had taken with her when she left the Palacia, worthless but cherished item that had accompanied her for many years. Now she wanted to choose a more precious gift for her son, one that would accompany him throughout his life and help him in his future endeavors. However, this gift was a person, a woman who would spend her life with her son, a mother to the country and perhaps even the world. She had to be extremely careful. Madame Yuan began to ponder in her heart where to begin and how to bring it up with her son. Inside the cardinal's hall of the Jincheng prince's mansion, a massive sand table meticulously depicted the mountains, oases, and deserts of the western regions. Lu Shuo, along with several generals Jian Wei, Guan Yu, Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and Ma Teng and a few captains familiar with border affairs, were working on possible marching routes and tactics. He noticed that Qin Gong and Cheng Yu were late in arriving and, finding this strange, was about to send someone to invite them when a report came from outside the hall, and the two arrived together. Lu Shuo looked up and saw Chen Gong and Cheng Yu enter the hall, both with a rather unusual, even somewhat ambiguous, smile on their faces. Especially Cheng Yu, who usually had a serious and composed demeanor. The faint curve at the corner of his mouth at this moment really puzzled Lu Shuo. Gongtai, Zhongda, what makes you so happy? Lu Shuo asked, raising an eyebrow. Chen Gong coughed lightly, suppressing his smile slightly, and cupped his hands, saying, I'm sorry for making you laugh, my lord. Zhongda and I just visited the old lady and discussed some matters concerning the well-being of the household. Seeing that the old lady was in good health, we were relieved. Hence the happy expression on our faces. This was half true and half false. It was true that Madame Yuan was in good health, but what pleased them was clearly more than that. Cheng Yu added earnestly, exactly. The old lady is kind and benevolent, and her concern for us is truly admirable. He made no mention of the actual content of their trip to persuade the couple to marry. Although Lu Shuo found the explanation somewhat far-fetched, his mother's well-being was indeed a cause for celebration, so he didn't delve into it further, assuming the two advisors were simply in a good mood after seeing his mother. Little did he know that these two loyal ministers had just received a secret mission from his mother to urge him to marry, and were currently pondering which lady from Liangzhou or even the surrounding areas could be worthy of their lord. Their ambiguous smiles were clearly those of an old father worrying about his future. I see. I am at ease knowing that my mother is well. Lu Shuo nodded, no longer dwelling on the matter, and turned his attention back to the sand table. You two have come at the right time. We are discussing the strategy for the western expedition to the southern route of the western regions. Chen Gong and Cheng Yu immediately regained their usual focused demeanor during discussions and walked to the sand table. After some discussion, everyone reached a consensus. The first target should be the kingdoms of the southern western regions. Chen Gong pointed to a string of oasis markers on the southern edge of the Darim Basin on the sand table and analyzed. My lord, generals, the southern kingdoms such as Xianxia, Chema, Jingjue, Khotan, and Shache are relatively weak. Their cities are mostly built of adobe or rammed earth, with low and thin walls, and their defensive fortifications are far inferior to those of the strong cities in the central plains. Their armies are mainly composed of light cavalry and infantry, and they are poorly equipped with iron weapons, mainly leather armor, and some even use bone and stone as weapons. Cheng Yu interjected, on the other hand, our army's planned deployment of 10,000 heavily armored cavalry is impenetrable to ordinary bows, arrows, swords, and spears, making their impact unparalleled. Although the Gobi Desert provides some protection in the western regions, the passages between oases are relatively open and flat, without the dangers of high mountains and deep valleys, which is ideal for our heavy cavalry to charge. With our heavy armored cavalry, we can easily overwhelm their weak city defenses and lightly armed troops, and we can expect to defeat these countries quickly with minimal losses. This analysis made the eyes of the generals present light up. Dian Wei rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Sir, you're right. Those earthen walls, Dian Wei, can lead my men to carry battering rams and punch a hole in them in no time. Those barbarian soldiers don't even have armor. If our iron cavalry charges over, won't it be like cutting melons and vegetables? Guan Yu stroked his beard and nodded, his phoenix eyes gleaming. The southern kingdoms are scattered, which is perfect for dividing our forces to attack them, preventing them from coming to our aid. If we defeat one or two powerful kingdoms with overwhelming force, the rest will surely be terrified, and we may be able to surrender without a fight. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun nodded in agreement. Having been through many battles, they could naturally see the enormous advantage in this disparity of strength. Just as everyone was eagerly anticipating the battle, discussing who would lead the army and how many routes to divide the troops, Lu Shua stepped forward, pointed heavily on the sand table representing Xianxia, and said in a steady and firm voice, "In this battle, I will personally lead the troops." A slight silence fell over the hall upon hearing this. The generals were somewhat surprised. Although they knew their lord was exceptional in both martial arts and strategy, personally leading an expedition to the western regions was, after all, different from fighting within Liangzhou. Chen Gong pondered, with our lord personally leading the expedition, morale will surely soar. However, the journey to the western regions is long and the environment is vast. It's easy to lose one's way in the Gobi Desert, and the supply lines are long, posing considerable risks. In the past, Li Guang was trapped by getting lost and the environment was harsh. Our lord is responsible for the foundation of Liangzhou, perhaps. Lu Shuo raised his hand to stop Chen Gong from speaking, a confident and profound smile appearing on his face. Gong Tai's concerns are quite valid. The western regions are vast, with endless deserts, and finding one's way is indeed the most difficult task of an expedition. However, he paused, his gaze seemingly transcending time and space. Have you all forgotten that I, Lu Shua, was taught by a strange person from a young age, and am particularly skilled in the art of stargazing and geomancy, as well as tracing the terrain? I have also studied the classics of ancient sages who expeditioned to the northern deserts. He didn't directly mention the legacy of Huoqubing, but the words were enough to evoke speculation. Huoqubing's expeditions against the Xiongnu, deep into the Gobi Desert and direct assaults on the royal court, were renowned for their unparalleled strategic positioning and rapid-fire attacks, qualities that have been praised by military strategists throughout history. Lu Shua's military campaigns over the years, especially his battles against the Chong, Hu, and grassland tribes, have also frequently demonstrated a precise grasp of terrain and direction, leading to widespread rumors within the Liangzhou army that their lord had inherited the legacy of this ancient general. Although the geography of the western regions differs from that of the northern desert, the principles of astronomical navigation, finding paths by following water and pasture, and discerning wind direction from sand dunes are the same, Lu Shua continued, his tone filled with unwavering certainty. My personal leadership of the army will minimize the risk of getting lost and ensure the best timing and route for our advance. Furthermore, he looked at his generals, his gaze intense. This battle is not only for conquest, but also for demonstrating our power, assessing their strength, and establishing our credibility. My personal presence allows me to make decisions on the spot, whether to suppress or appease, which will demonstrate our sincerity and determination and be beneficial for our long-term rule over the western regions. The 10,000 iron cavalry are the lifeblood of Liangzhou. Only when they are under my personal command can they be used as if they were our own limbs, maximizing their power. As for the foundation of Liangzhou with Gong Tai and Zhongde stationed in Jincheng, and generals like Dian Wei and Yun Chang guarding key locations to secure the rear, we can have no worries about our rear. Lu Shua's reasons were sufficient and compelling, taking into account military risks, political considerations, and demonstrating absolute confidence in his own capabilities. Chang Yu pondered carefully and slowly nodded. What my lord says makes sense. For the first expedition to the western regions, your personal presence will not only ensure military victory but also deter other countries and demonstrate Liangzhou's determination to conquer the western regions. However, my lord is of great importance and must be extremely cautious. The number of personal guards must be doubled, and the accompanying medical officers, guides, and logistics must be well prepared. Seeing that Lu Shua was determined and had a good reason, Chen Gong stopped objecting and began to think about how to improve the plan. In that case, when the army is about to move out, the grain and supplies need to be transported to Dunhuang and Zhochuan several months in advance. We can send an elite squad first, disguised as a caravan, to enter the southern route in advance to gather the latest intelligence, spread the news that our army is coming, and create pressure. This may achieve the effect of coordinating from the inside and outside. Guan Yu clasped his hands and said, "Since my lord is personally leading the expedition, I, Guan Yu, am willing to serve as the vanguard and pave the way for my lord." Zhang Liao and Gao Shun also volunteered for the battle. Seeing that no one had any further objections, Lu Shua felt reassured. He surveyed the civil and military officials in the hall and said in a deep voice, "Very well. The plan to conquer the southern route is hereby settled. I will be the commander-in-chief with Yun Chang as my deputy, leading 10,000 iron cavalry, along with 2,000 light cavalry, 10,000 auxiliary soldiers and artisans, for a total of 22,000 men. When Yuan and Gao Shun will guard the northern regions and Longxi, defending against the Chang and Hu tribes and Guanzhong. Dianwei and Ma Tang will command the central army, assisting in the defense of Jincheng and awaiting the orders of Gongtai and Zhongde. From this day forward, all units shall proceed with preparations according to this strategy. Sufficient provisions, weapons, horses, and medicines must be ensured. 3 months from now, the army will assemble in Dunhuang, hold a flag-raising ceremony, and set off on the expedition." "Yes, sir." The crowd inside the hall responded in unison, their voices shaking the roof tiles. A sharp, warlike aura, accompanied by an ambition to expand territory, rose within the Jincheng prince's mansion. Lu Shua's gaze returned to the sand table model of the western regions, his fingers gently brushing over the marks such as Yutian and Shache. The legacy of Huizubing was subtly heating up in his blood. It was not simply martial arts or memory, but a deep-seated desire and intuition for expeditions and victory. "Western regions, here I come. This time, I will not only recreate the glory of Emperor Wu of Han, but also conquer even more western territories for China." In the autumn of the first year of the Chuping era, in Dunhuang Prefecture, snowmelt from the Chilean mountains nourished this oasis in the Gobi Desert, and also gathered a formidable army. 22,000 soldiers, their helmets gleaming, stood solemnly like a forest. Most striking of all were the 10,000 heavily armored cavalrymen at the head of the column. The war horses were all selected from robust breeds bred through crossbreeding between the Hushi corridor and the western regions, possessing high shoulders, strong bodies, and excellent load-bearing capacity. Both the cavalry and their horses were clad in meticulously crafted cold-forged steel lamellar armor by the Liangzhou artisans' camp. The armor plates gleamed with a dark, chilling metallic luster under the autumn sun, forming a seamless line from head to toe. The horse armor was equally comprehensive, protecting the vitals of the war horses. Their weapons ranged from extended lances to heavy ring-pommel swords and maces. When still, they resembled a forest of steel. Once in motion, they were an unstoppable torrent of destruction. Lu Shua, clad in black armor and a crimson cloak, stood atop a makeshift command platform. Beside him, Guan Yu, in green robes and golden armor, stood with his hand on his sword. His phoenix eyes slightly narrowed as he gazed westward at the boundless Gobi Desert, his heart equally surging with emotion. Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and other generals remained behind to guard the rear, but a new generation of commanders also accompanied the army. The flag was raised, and the oath was taken. Lu Shua did not deliver a lengthy speech, but simply raised his sword high, pointing it westward, his voice echoing across the wilderness. "Soldiers of the Great Han, the western regions have been disloyal, repeatedly invading our borders. In the past, the Allied forces invaded our Liangzhou, and the blood debt remains unpaid. Today, our royal army marches westward, not to plunder, but to proclaim the might and virtue of the Great Han, to restore the Han territory, and to usher in an era of lasting peace. Wherever the sun and moon shine, wherever rivers flow, this is Han land. The time to establish merit and achieve great deeds is now. Victory! Victory! Victory!" The thunderous roar echoed through the Dunhuang oasis, startling countless birds into flight. The army set off. 10,000 ironclad cavalry formed the core of the central force. 2,000 light cavalry served as scouts at the front and rear and provided flank cover, while 10,000 auxiliary soldiers and craftsmen drove camel-drawn carts, transporting massive amounts of grain, arrows, armor, siege equipment parts, and precious clean water. The column, like a giant dragon composed of metal and flesh, slowly swam into the vast Gobi Desert. Lu Shua led the way, carrying a detailed map of the southern route of the western regions, drawn from the memories of merchants, ancient Han dynasty texts, and geographical knowledge passed down through generations. More importantly, he seemed to possess an extraordinary sensitivity to the positions of stars, the orientation of sand dunes, and distant moisture. Under his guidance, the army marched westward along the old course of the Shul River, avoiding the deadly quicksand, searching for traces of the ancient Silk Road. Using the stars for navigation at night and following his directions during the day, they indeed encountered no large-scale disorientation or severe water shortages, astonishing the accompanying civilians and soldiers, who became even more convinced that their lord was truly divinely aided. When the banners of the Liangzhou army appeared on the edge of the oasis outside Uni City, this once prosperous Silk Road town was plunged into panic. The city walls, made of thick rammed earth mixed with reeds, were about 2 zhang high and did not seem particularly formidable to the Liangzhou army. The king of Xianxia was terrified. Several years ago, Xianxia had participated in the invasion of Liangzhou by a coalition of 300,000 troops, sending several thousand soldiers, only to suffer near total annihilation and devastating losses of able-bodied men, never having recovered. Now, seeing the dense ranks of cavalry outside the city, their armor gleaming with a chilling light, especially those heavy cavalry like iron cans, filled him with utter fear. He had considered holding the city walls and waiting for reinforcements, but the nobles within the city were already demoralized. Lu Shua did not immediately order an attack on the city. He first sent an envoy into the city to read a proclamation, listing the crimes of Xianxia in the past when it joined the allied forces in invading the territory, and stating the intention of the Emperor of Han. Although he did not reveal the secret edict of Emperor Ling, he did so in the name of a member of the Han imperial family and the king of Liangzhou to relieve the people's suffering and punish the guilty. He gave an ultimatum. If the city was opened and surrendered, the king and nobles would be spared their lives and the people would not be disturbed. If they resisted stubbornly, the city would be destroyed on the day it fell. The messenger brought back news that the king of Xianxia was still hesitant, with some nobles advocating surrender and others wanting to gamble on the city walls, not believing that the armored cavalry could breach the thick earthen walls. Stubborn fool. Lu Shua sneered, then said to Guan Yu Yunchang, "Let the people of Xianxia see what the power of thunder is." "Yes, sir." Guan Yu accepted the order. The next morning, before the thin mist had fully dissipated, war drums thundered from the Liangzhou army ranks, deep and resounding. The first to unleash their power were not the cavalry, but a contingent of ballistae and catapults accompanying the army. Though few in number, the massive crossbow bolts and stone projectiles they fired, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, slammed heavily against the earthen walls of Uni City. Boom! Crash! Earth and stones flew everywhere, and the rammed earth wall trembled violently under the impact of heavy machinery, cracks and dents appearing. The Xianxia garrison on the top of the wall was so frightened that they fell to the ground, screaming in alarm. After 3 rounds of long-range strikes, Lu Shua waved his command flag. "Go ahead." Boom! 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 The rhythm of the war drums changed, becoming rapid and full of pressure. The front rank of 3,000 troops slowly began to move. The war horses initially moved with small steps, then accelerated, finally forming an unstoppable torrent of steel that swept towards the east gate of Uni City. The horses' hooves pounded the earth with a thunderous roar, and the entire oasis seemed to tremble. Dust filled the air, obscuring the sunlight. Only countless cold, metallic glints flashed within the dust. Like the eyes of death, the Xianxia garrison on the city walls had never seen anything like it. The cavalry, horses, and riders alike were encased in iron armor. Arrows clattered and deflected, and those that occasionally struck gaps were weakened by the heavy armor, failing to inflict fatal wounds. In the blink of an eye, the steel torrent had reached the vicinity of the city gate. The city gates of Xianxia were heavy wooden doors covered with iron sheets. However, they did not hold out for long against the well-prepared battering rams and breaching hammers carried by the Liangzhou army's heavy cavalry. With a deafening roar, the east gate shattered. "Kill!" Guan Yu charged ahead, his green dragon crescent blade drawing a dazzling arc of light, cleaving the Xianxia general, spear and all, in two as he attempted to form a defensive formation inside the city gate. Blood splattered onto the cold iron armor, adding to the ferocity of the attack. The ironclad cavalry surged through the city gates, crushing their way along the streets. The narrow alleys offered no resistance. Their heavy hoofs trampled all obstacles. Lance thrusts and axes slashed, and the leather armor and rudimentary weapons of the Xianxia soldiers were like paper before the overwhelming disparity in defense and strength. Resistance crumbled rapidly, turning into a one-sided massacre and rout. The royal palace was quickly surrounded. The remaining royal guards put up a last stand, but were instantly overwhelmed by the ironclad cavalry's charge. When Lu Shua, surrounded by his personal guards, stepped onto the blood-stained steps and entered the main hall of the Xianxia royal palace, the battle was essentially over. The king of Xianxia, his face ashen, slumped on his faded throne, surrounded by trembling concubines, princes, princesses, and nobles. Lu Shua's gaze swept over the group of deposed kings and their families, finally settling on a girl of about 15 or 16 years old, protected by several maids. She wore a brocade dress typical of noblewomen from Xianxia, adorned with pearls and jade in her hair. Although her face was pale and her eyes filled with terror, her features were still strikingly beautiful, clearly showing Lolantocarian features. A high nose bridge, slightly sunken eyes, and long, curled eyelashes. Unlike the gentle beauty of women from the Central Plains, she possessed a more exotic, fragile, and alluring beauty. Even in her panic, her beauty could not be concealed. She must be the princess of Xianxia. The princess noticed Lu Shua's gaze, her body trembled slightly, and she subconsciously shrank back, but then mustered her courage and secretly looked up at the young, majestic conqueror. Their eyes met, and Lu Shua saw in those light brown eyes a complex mix of emotions, including fear, curiosity, and resignation. Lu Shua shifted his gaze to the limp king, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. "King of Xianxia, do you know your crime?" The king knelt down with a thud and begged to surrender in broken Chinese. Following his earlier statement, Lu Shua spared the king and key nobles, but relocated their entire family and some important nobles to Liangzhou effectively under house arrest. He confiscated the royal palace and treasury, confiscating most of the treasures, gold, jade, spices, carpets, and other valuables as military funds, with a small portion used to reward the soldiers. Simultaneously, he issued a proclamation to reassure the people, promising not to disturb civilians, to restore order, and appointed willing local nobles to assist the civil officials dispatched from Liangzhou in temporary governance. As for the Lulan princess, Lu Shua pondered for a moment, then ordered her to be placed in a separate location and closely guarded, but not neglected. He had no other thoughts, only that this woman's identity was special and might be useful in the future when appeasing the former inhabitants of Xianxia, or even in negotiations with other Western region countries. Uni City, the capital of the ancient kingdom of Xianxia Lulan, changed hands in a single day. The terrifying power of the Liangzhou cavalry, along with Lu Shua's precise march and swift siege tactics, swept across the entire southern western regions like a violent storm. The next target, Jingjue, was now in sight. But what choice would the people of Jingjue make upon hearing the devastating news of Xianxia's fall in a single day? And how would the Jingjue queen, also renowned for her beauty along the Silk Road, face this overwhelming tide of steel? News of the fall of Xianxia spread westward along the southern Silk Road at an alarming speed, like sand scattered by the autumn wind. As the Liangzhou army, carrying captured supplies and escorting some prisoners, left the still restoring Uni City and continued westward, the small settlements and oases along the way almost all surrendered without resistance, offering guides and limited provisions and water, hoping to avoid the ravages of war. Jingjue Kingdom, a small kingdom located on an oasis at the end of the Naya River, was famous along the Silk Road for its exquisite carpets, wood carvings, and legendary beauties. Its capital, Jingjue City Naya Ruins, was smaller than Uni City, but its layout was compact, and its defenses relied on tree fences and adobe walls along the Naya River. Upon receiving the urgent report of the fall of Xianxia, Queen Jingjue was plunged into immense fear and inner conflict. Jingjue was a small kingdom with a sparse population, possessing only a little over 1,000 soldiers capable of fighting, and their equipment was far inferior to that of Xianxia. Several years prior, during the Allied Eastern Expedition, Jingjue had symbolically sent a few hundred men, who too had perished. Now, facing the legendary, invincible Han cavalry, defending the city was undoubtedly a dead end. Some nobles advocated surrender, arguing that the Han army was too powerful to be defeated by force, and that it would be better to offer treasures and beautiful women to preserve the ancestral temples. Other radical young nobles believed that Jingjue City, built along the Naya River and surrounded by poplar forests and marshes, had a slightly complex terrain and might be able to put up some resistance and negotiate slightly better terms of surrender. The Queen of Jingjue, a woman in her early 20s, was undeniably beautiful, possessing typical features of Saka or Tocharian mixed descent: high nose, deep-set eyes, fair skin, and light-colored hair. She was torn with inner conflict. She didn't want her ancestors' legacy to be destroyed, but she also knew the consequences of resistance. Ultimately, she made a compromise. She sent envoys with generous gifts to the Han army camp to surrender. At the same time, she ordered the remaining troops to set up makeshift traps and ambushes in the poplar forests and riverbanks outside the city, preparing for the worst-case scenario. If the Han army refused to surrender or imposed harsh conditions, she would offer some resistance before surrendering, demonstrating that Jingjue was not without power. However, she underestimated Lu Shua's determination, as well as the intelligence capabilities of the Liangzhou army and Lu Shua's insight into the terrain. The Liangzhou army scouts and light cavalry had already thoroughly investigated the situation within dozens of miles of Jingjue City, including the possible ambush locations in the poplar forest and along the riverbank. Lu Shuo received the surrender document and gifts from the Jingjue envoy, but merely smiled faintly. "Tell your queen," Lu Shuo said to the envoy, "that if you truly surrender, you should open the city gates and have your civil and military officials kneel to welcome the royal army. Hiding in secret is hardly a sign of sincere surrender. You have half a day to clear out all the ambush troops and open the city gates. Otherwise, our army will consider you to be feigning surrender and will attack the city immediately. At that time, everything will be destroyed, and it will be too late to regret it." The messenger returned home drenched in cold sweat. When the queen of Jingjue learned that her scheme had been exposed, her last shred of hope vanished. She sighed, knowing that any clever tricks were futile in the face of absolute power and insight. She ordered the ambush to be withdrawn and personally led the nobles and officials of the kingdom, dressed in plain clothes, to kneel by the roadside 5 miles outside the city, presenting the imperial seal, maps, and household registers. When Lu Shuo arrived with his army, he found the Jingjue ruler and his ministers bowing in submission. He accepted their surrender and did not massacre the nobles, but he brought the Jingjue queen and her core relatives under his control, confiscated their treasury, and appointed officials. During the inventory and takeover of the Jingjue palace, Lu Shuo met the legendary queen of Jingjue. She was indeed beautiful. Unlike the slightly childlike exotic charm of the Lulan princess, this queen possessed a more mature and elegant air. Her brows carried a hint of rulerly wisdom and the poignant sorrow of a fallen kingdom. Her emerald eyes were like the deepest pool of the Naya River, captivating and mesmerizing. She forced a composed bow to Lu Shuo, her posture elegant, but her slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her inner fear and resentment. Lu Shuo handled the matter strictly as usual, placing her and her relatives under separate supervision. He harbored no romantic intentions. The conqueror's gaze was more focused on strategic locations and resources. The exquisite carpet workshops, the wood-carving artisans, and the relatively abundant water resources and agricultural potential along the Naya River were his primary concerns. In Jingjue, Lu Shuo made a crucial decision: to divide his forces. He left behind 2,000 auxiliary soldiers and some civil officials to establish the first military outpost of the southern western regions in Jingjue, named Xianxia. This outpost was responsible for maintaining order in Jingjue and the surrounding oases, stockpiling grain and fodder, and beginning to experiment with introducing Liang's house farming techniques and simple irrigation systems to consolidate his rule. The main force, however, continued westward. The journey that followed almost turned into an armed parade. The kingdom of Khotan, also known as Hotan, was renowned for its jade. After learning of the fall of Xianxia and Jingjue and the unstoppable advance of the Han cavalry, the pro-surrender faction within Khotan gained absolute dominance. Although some powerful families controlling jade mines attempted to organize resistance using their wealth, all thoughts of resistance vanished when the Liangzhou army besieged the city, their silent and imposing steel array appearing on the banks of the Urungcash River. The king of Khotan personally presented precious jade as a sign of surrender, and Lu Shuo also accepted the surrender, focusing on controlling the famous jade mines and recruiting local jade craftsmen. Xianxia Kingdom, one of the major powers in the southern region, was slightly stronger, and its city walls were higher and thicker. The king of Xianxia attempted to resist with the fortified city and a relatively large army, but under the repeated assaults of 10,000 cavalry and the bombardment of accompanying engineering equipment, the city walls suffered damage in many places. Guan Yu personally led a suicide squad to the front lines, killing enemy generals and capturing flags. Seeing that all was lost, the king of Xianxia committed suicide just before the city fell. After Lu Shuo entered the city, he severely punished the few nobles who stubbornly resisted, compensated the civilians forced to fight, and quickly stabilized the situation. From then on, the gates of the southern kingdoms were wide open. The smaller city-states further west, such as Shul, Puli, Inai, and Wulei, offered almost no respectable resistance under the intimidation of the Liangzhou cavalry and the continuous stream of terrifying battle reports. They sent envoys to surrender, offering tribute and expressing their submission. When Lu Shuo's vanguard arrived at the foot of the Pamir Mountains and completed the surrender ceremony with the envoys of Wulei and other countries, it was already spring of the second year of Chuping. The emperor's army was equipped with thick cotton clothes, so they were not afraid of fighting in winter. Standing on the eastern edge of the Pamir Plateau, looking back eastward, Lu Shuo's heart surged with emotion. In just a few months, from Dunhuang to the west, the Kunlun Mountains to the north, and the Taklamakan Desert to the south, this narrow oasis stretching for thousands of miles, encompassing dozens of city-states and kingdoms, had all fallen under the iron hooves of the Liangzhou army. The banners of the Han dynasty were once again raised atop the city walls of these vital Silk Road towns. Of course, this conquest was still in its initial stages, and the rule required time to assimilate. The northern kingdoms of Kucha, Xianxia, and Xianxia, as well as the more powerful Wusun and Dayuan, had not yet been touched. However, the road to the west had been opened, and abundant resources such as jade, fine horses, fruits, and artisans began to flow to Liangzhou, while Liangzhou's goods, culture, and institutions also began to be imported in the opposite direction. More importantly, through this devastating western expedition, the Liangzhou army, especially its heavily armored cavalry, demonstrated its terrifying fighting power, shaking the western regions. Legends of Lu Shua's brilliant military strategy and his ability to discern directions began to circulate among merchants and various ethnic groups in the western regions, even taking on a mythical quality. Lu Shua ordered the establishment of military towns in key locations such as Khotan and Shache, stationing troops and appointing officials to begin a systematic policy of indirect rule. At the same time, he dispatched multiple envoys, carrying his orders and gifts, to the northern kingdoms as well as Wusun and Dayuan, to conduct diplomatic contacts and probe their attitudes. The army did not continue westward or northward, and Lu Shua decided to temporarily withdraw. On the one hand, he needed to consolidate his gains and strengthen his rule over the southern region. On the other hand, the situation in the Central Plains was changing rapidly, and he needed to return to Liangzhou to oversee the situation and adjust his strategy accordingly. On the return journey, several special carriages appeared in the procession, carrying important nobles invited from Xianxia, Jingjue, and Yutian, including the Lulan princess and the Jingjue queen. Lu Shua had no other intentions towards them at the moment, but he knew that these women of special status might play an unexpected role in future political maneuvering and ethnic integration. Let me explain why I didn't immediately march east to pacify the Central Plains at that time. The main reason was that both the Kushan Empire and the Roman Empire were declining and unable to concern themselves with Central Asia. Only Parthia had some strength nearby, but it was too far away to be of significant influence. Therefore, I thought I should first take advantage of the situation and conquer the western regions. After all, the western region's city walls were mostly earthen and wooden structures, and with a little siege equipment, heavy cavalry could easily sweep through. The rest could be assimilated and unified. The Central Plains, on the other hand, consisted of fortified cities and high walls, and beyond Guangzhou, the Qinling and Taihang mountains provided strong defenses, making a direct cavalry sweep impractical. Rather than fighting a decisive battle in the Central Plains, it was better to take the easier target first. From the western regions to Mongolia and Novosibirsk, there were vast pastures and grain-producing areas. With the Ural Mountains and the Pamir Plateau providing a safe rear, and with abundant resources, horses, and food, there would be no shortage of what to do. I felt there was no need to rush into the Central Plains and fight our own people. In that case, many would die, and it would be our own people who would suffer the most casualties. Later, the focus would shift back to the Central Plains. In the late spring of the second year of the Chuping era, on the outskirts of Jincheng, banners fluttered and drums resounded. Led by Qinggong and Changyu, the civil and military officials of Liangzhou, along with tens of thousands of spontaneously gathered citizens of Jincheng, lined up early on both sides of the official road outside the city. When the endless, triumphant army, its armor reflecting a dazzling light, appeared on the western horizon, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Victory! 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 The king of Liangzhou is victorious. Lu Shua, clad in his dusty military attire, his cloak stained with the sands of the western regions, yet his imposing presence remained undiminished. He rode a magnificent steed from the hushy corridor, waving to the welcoming crowd. Beside him, Guan Yu, still clad in green robes and golden armor, his face as calm as still water, yet his eyes held the triumphant gleam of victory. Behind them stood the soldiers of the Western expedition, their bearing ever more dignified and imposing, forged in the crucible of war. After a brief triumphant ceremony, the army entered the city in an orderly fashion, receiving a warm welcome from the people lining the streets. The captured treasures, jade, fine horses, and exotic animals from the western regions were displayed in the procession, eliciting gasps of amazement. The nobles and some of their families from Shanshan, Jingjue, and Yutian, who were being escorted back to Liangzhou, were accommodated in pre-prepared goose houses, under strict guard but also given a certain degree of courtesy. Lu Shua didn't linger and returned directly to the prince's residence. After quickly washing up in the Changyun Hall and changing into a formal prince's robe, he immediately summoned his core civil and military officials for a meeting. Inside the hall, Qinggong, Changyu, Dianwei, Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, Ma Tang, and other generals and officials who had recently been promoted or distinguished themselves were gathered together. The atmosphere was lively, and everyone's face was filled with the joy of the great victory in the Western expedition. Our Lord is divinely mighty. The Western expedition has been a resounding success, expanding our territory by thousands of miles and shaking the distant lands. We, your subjects, offer our congratulations. Chen Gong led the congratulations first. Lu Shua waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to sit down. The Western expedition was successful thanks to the bravery of our soldiers and the contributions of Gongtai and Zhongde in securing the rear. This is not my personal honor, but the result of the united efforts of everyone in Liangzhou. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Although the southern route of the western regions has submitted, governing and pacifying them to truly make them work for us will still require time and effort. We will discuss this matter later. Today, let's discuss two things. First, how has the internal administration and military preparedness of Liangzhou fared during my absence? Second, has there been any new development in the situation in the Central Plains in the past month? Chen Gong, in charge of civil affairs, reported first. My lord, within Liangzhou, the government is efficient and the people are harmonious. Last year's harvest from the military farms was bountiful, and the granaries are full enough to last 3 years. The profits from salt and iron and the tea horse trade are flourishing, and the treasury is overflowing. From Qinghai to Dunhuang, 37 new water conservancy projects have been built, and 1 million mu of new cultivated land has been added. The resettlement of displaced people is proceeding in an orderly manner, and the population of all counties has increased. The artisan camp has newly manufactured 500 sets of high-quality steel armor and 3,000 powerful crossbows, and the military equipment reserves are sufficient. Only the occasional small groups of the Chong tribe in Qinghai have raided the border towns, but they have been repelled by General Ma Tang's troops and are no longer a threat. Overall, during your Western expedition, Liangzhou was as stable as a rock, and its strength has increased to a new level. Chang Yu then added to the military and political affairs. In terms of military preparedness, apart from the Western Expeditionary Army, all the garrison troops are training diligently. The Beatty Commandery has added 20,000 troops to its main camp, all of whom are fully armored and armed. The defenses of Longxi, Wuwei, and Xianxia commanderies are solid, and scouts patrol day and night. There have been no unusual movements from Dongzhuo's remnants in Guangzhou or from Bingzhou. The Shadow Guard has reported that the personnel who have infiltrated Sili and Sanfu have initially established an intelligence network. Lu Shua nodded repeatedly, very satisfied with the stability of the rear. This was the source of his confidence to launch a westward expedition. Chen Gong and Chang Yu exchanged a glance, their expressions growing more serious. Chen Gong took out a stack of secret reports and said in a deep voice, "My lord, the situation in the Central Plains has taken a sharp turn for the worse since last winter and into the spring, with chaos emerging everywhere. This is largely in line with your predictions before the Western expedition, and is even more severe. Firstly, the Guangdong coalition completely collapsed. Last winter, due to insufficient supplies and mutual suspicion, the generals of the coalition harbored their own ambitions and led their troops away one after another. Yuan Shao seized Ji province from Han Fu and became the governor of the province himself. Yuan Shu fled south to Nanyang, coveting Yang province. Cao Cao, after his defeat, gathered his remaining troops and, with the support of the gentry of Yan province, his power rose again. Sun Jian crossed the river to attack Lu Biao, but was killed by an arrow. His son Sun Su was young, and his troops were temporarily led by his nephew Sun Ben. The so-called anti-Dongzhuo alliance had long been a mere formality, and the situation of warlord separatism was already a foregone conclusion. Lu Shua was not surprised. This was exactly the trajectory of history. Secondly, Dongzhuo's tyranny has worsened, but internal strife has arisen. Chang Yu interjected. After Dongzhuo moved the capital to Chang'an, he became increasingly arrogant. His Mei fortress was extravagant beyond measure, and he treated his officials like servants. However, his generals were not a monolithic force. Although Lu Bu was brave, he had many disagreements with Dongzhuo's generals Li Ju and Guosi. Yu Ying has discovered that Situ Wang Yun and others seem to be plotting to sow discord between Dongzhuo and Lu Bu, but they have not yet launched their plan. Thirdly, the civil war in the Central Plains is intensifying. Chen Gong continued. The Yellow Turban Rebellion has re-emerged in Yenzhou, gathering hundreds of thousands of followers and attacking and plundering counties. Cao Cao is currently making every effort to suppress and appease them. Yuan Shao and Gong Sunzan are already clashing over the struggle for Hebei. Tao Qian of Xuzhou has a delicate relationship with Cao Cao and Yuan Shu, who are heading south. Lu Biao of Jingzhou is watching the outcome from the sidelines, while Lu Yan of Yizhou is closing himself off to defend the Central Plains. War is raging everywhere, and the people are suffering. Chang Yu concluded solemnly, "My lord, in the Central Plains today, morality has collapsed, and the social order is gone. The banner of righteous cause in the past to overthrow Dongjua has fallen. The various warlords are now fighting each other based on strength, a dog-eat-dog world. The people are displaced, 9 out of 10 houses are empty, and the tragedy of exchanging children to eat is probably not an isolated case. The majesty of the Han dynasty is nothing more than a plaything in Dongjua's hands in Chang'an, and it has completely vanished in Guangdong. The world is in utter chaos." Although the people in the hall were far away in the western frontier, they couldn't help but turn solemn upon hearing these bloody reports from the Central Plains. They could imagine the chaos and tragedy that had unfolded there. Lu Shuo remained silent for a moment, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. The chaos in the Central Plains had arrived faster and more violently than he had anticipated. This was both a crisis and an opportunity. In chaotic times, the strong are respected, and his Liangzhou, after the baptism of the Western expedition and years of accumulation, was undoubtedly one of the strongest. "Keep a close eye on the schemes of Wang Yun and others in Chang'an," Lu Shuo instructed first. "Report immediately if anything changes. Send more spies to Bingzhou, especially the northeastern part of Hebei near Liangzhou. If we can secretly contact some generals and officers who are dissatisfied with Dongjua, there may be something we can do." The yellow turbans in Yenzhou, Lu Shuo pondered. These are refugees who band together to survive. Although their forces are large, they lack a foundation and control. If Cao Cao can quell them, their strength will increase significantly. As for the conflict between Yuan Shao and Gongsun Zan, let them fight it out for now. We should observe Xuzhou and Jingzhou for the time being. His thinking became clearer. The Central Plains are in chaos, with warlords vying for power, and it cannot be quelled in a day. Liangzhou has just pacified the western regions and needs time to digest this. For now, the priority should be to consolidate our foundation, accumulate strength, and observe the situation. But stillness does not mean inaction. He looked sharply at everyone. The Western expedition has come to an end. Next, in addition to consolidating our rule over the southern route of the western regions, we can appropriately shift our focus. The troops in the northern commandery can be given more training, and when the opportunity arises, we can conduct probing armed colonization in the Hetao region to squeeze the living space of the southern Xiongnu and Xianbei tribes, establish forward outposts, and prepare for a future sweep across the northern deserts. At the same time, we must increase intelligence infiltration into the Guangdong region, especially the situation of the garrisons at key passes such as Tongguan and Wuguan, which we must have a thorough understanding of. As for the Central Plains, Lu Shua's lips curled into a cold smile. Let them wreak havoc. We only need to ensure that the Liangzhou cavalry are sharper, have more provisions, and stronger armor. When the time is right, whether we march east out of Tongguan to contend for the Central Plains or sweep north, across the desert to establish unparalleled achievements, the initiative will be in our hands. Our lord is wise. The crowd responded in unison. The victory in the Western expedition boosted the confidence of the Liangzhou group to unprecedented heights. The chaos in the Central Plains did not frighten them. On the contrary, it fueled their ambition to participate in the struggle for power and establish order. Before the meeting ended, Lu Shuo seemed to remember something and said to Chen Gong and Chang Yu, "Take good care of the nobles brought back from the western regions. Do not neglect them or let them cause trouble. Among them, Princess Xianxia and Queen Jingjue have special status and may be of other use. Give me a separate list of their names. Promise." As the crowd dispersed, Lu Shuo remained alone in the hall, gazing at the setting sun outside. The flames of war in the Central Plains reflected in his deep eyes, yet they stirred no emotion, only a calm and calculating stillness. Let things descend into chaos, let them become utterly chaotic. When everyone is exhausted and their strength is severely depleted, that will be the moment when Liangzhou, the tiger lurking in the western frontier, bares its fangs and roars to the heavens. Before that, he needed to build Liangzhou into a truly impregnable foundation, and he also needed to handle some internal affairs. Thinking of his mother's increasingly frequent hints about getting married, and the ambiguous glances occasionally revealed by Chen Gong and Chang Yu, Lu Shuo couldn't help but rub his temples. After the meeting at Changyun Hall, Lu Shuo first went to the Jinggan courtyard in the back residence to greet his mother, Madame Yuan, and briefly recounted his experiences during the Western expedition. He then had some snacks with his mother and the somewhat timid but gradually becoming more lively Princess Wanyan. Seeing that his mother looked tired, he took his leave and prepared to return to his Wuda Hall to deal with the backlog of documents. Unexpectedly, he had only walked a short distance from Jinggan courtyard when he heard hurried yet joyful footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw his mother, Madame Yuan, leading Chen Gong and Chang Yu, smiling as she quickly caught up. Cheng Gong and Cheng Yu also wore expressions that were a mixture of relief, anticipation, and even a hint of relief that this day had finally come. Lu Shua was taken aback and stopped in his tracks. Mother? Gentlemen? Is there something important? He was puzzled. His mother hadn't said much in Jinggan courtyard, so why was she suddenly chasing after him with 2 advisors? Moreover, the expressions of these 3 men were quite strange. Madame Yuan approached and carefully examined Shu'er, her eyes filled with affection. Sure, the Western expedition was arduous, and you've lost some weight. However, your spirits are much higher. She paused, glancing at Qin Gong and Cheng Yu beside her, who were smiling silently. As if encouraged, her smile deepened. There were too many people earlier, and there were some things I couldn't say. Now, with Mr. Gongtai and Mr. Zhongda here, there's an important matter that I've discussed with you two for a long time. We feel we can't delay any longer, and we must settle it with you today. Lu Shua's heart skipped a beat, and he had a vague guess, but he remained calm on the surface. Mother, please speak. What is so important? Madame Yuan held her son's hand, speaking earnestly. Sure, you're 19 this year. A man of ordinary birth would have already married and had children by this age, supporting his family. You, a prince, hold the reins of Liangzhou, control most of the western regions, and Qinghai, yet your inner palace remains empty. What kind of decorum is this? How will the world view you? How will your loyal ministers feel at ease? Her eyes reddened slightly as she spoke. These past years have been hard on you. Now that your mother has returned, I cannot let you remain alone. Your marriage must be arranged immediately. Just as I thought, Lu Shua thought to himself. He glanced at Qin Gong and Cheng Yu, and seeing their expressions of deep agreement that their lord should have done this long ago, he understood even better. It seemed that his previous attempt to persuade them to marry Kai Yen Kai Wenji had failed, not only causing him to lose face, but also making these 2 advisors, who had followed him since they were 10 years old and were in some ways more like elders, resentful. They felt that their failure to assist their lord in his marriage was due to their inadequate assistance, and now they were determined to avenge themselves by arranging a princess for him. Looking at his mother's earnest gaze and the unwavering for your own good look in the eyes of his 2 advisors, Lu Shua felt both warmth and a touch of amusement. In this era, being unmarried at 19 was indeed considered an old bachelor for someone of his status. Moreover, honestly, having spent nearly 40 years as a monk in both his past and present lives, this young body, honed by years of scientific training, ample nutrition, and inheriting good genes, Emperor Ling, though lustful, was certainly not unattractive. Yuan Shi, having entered the palace, was also above average in beauty, couldn't possibly be without some desires. Now, standing over 8 feet tall, approximately 1.92 meters in modern terms, with long arms, a slender waist, and a handsome face, he was comparable to the ancestors in front of the screen and worthy of any beautiful woman. Thinking of this, his initial resistance and embarrassment faded considerably, replaced by a sense of curiosity. Which noble lady could have earned the approval and even enthusiastic recommendation of his mother and these 2 discerning advisors? I am deeply grateful for the good intentions of mother and the 2 gentlemen. Lu Shua's attitude softened, and his tone became gentle. I just don't know which lady mother and the gentlemen prefer. It is too much trouble for mother to come and arrange this match in person. Seeing Lu Shua agree, Madame Yuan's face lit up with a smile, and she eagerly said, speaking of this young lady, she's 1 in 100, no, 1 in 10,000. Her family background, character, appearance, and talent are all top-notch. She paused slightly, then clearly stated a name. She is the daughter of the Jin family of Wuji, Zhongshan, named me, and she is 16 years old this year. Zhenmi? Lu Shua's heart jolted, almost thinking he had misheard. The Zhenmi from the ode to the goddess of the Luo River? The Zhen clan of Wuji in Zongshan, who else could it be but the Zhenmi whose name is known throughout history? But according to his hazy historical memory, Zhenmi's birth year should have been during the reign of Emperor Ling, or even later. Now, in the 2nd year of the Chuping era 191 AD, she should still be a child of a few years old. How could she already be 16? The butterfly effect? A thought flashed through his mind. Was it the variables brought about by his own time travel that caused some people's birth times to change? Or was this timeline inherently slightly different from the original history? He couldn't be sure. But in any case, the combination of the elements Zhongshan, Wuji, Zhenshi, Zhenmi, and age 16 pointed far too strongly to him. After the initial surprise, an indescribable sense of masculine smugness and vanity quietly rose within him. A beauty whose name would be remembered for eternity. Whether through the literary embellishment of Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River or countless later interpretations, the name Zhenmi was practically synonymous with beauty, talent, and legend. If he could have such a woman as his wife, Lu Shua quickly composed himself, silently admonishing himself not to lose his composure. But the corners of his mouth still couldn't help but curl upwards slightly. Mother, is this Jin woman really 28 years old? The Jin family of Zhongshan is a prestigious family. How could she be? Lu Shua asked tentatively, wanting to confirm. Chang Yu took over the conversation and explained. My lord, you may not know this. The Jin family of Zhongshan was indeed a family of officials for generations. But since Zhan Mi's grandfather, Jin Han, the family has declined. Her father, Jin Yi, died young, and although the family is still of noble birth, it is no longer at the top. Jin Mi, this girl, was said to have extraordinary potential even when she was young. Last year, her mother took her home to visit her parents and passed through Ji province. At that time, Yuan Shao was arranging a marriage for his second son, Yuan Shi. Hearing of Zhan Mi's good reputation, he intended to marry her. However, Zhan's mother declined because her daughter was too young. This matter spread, and Zhan Mi's reputation for talent and beauty became even more prominent. Your servant and I have investigated extensively and confirmed that this girl is a virtuous character, exceptionally intelligent, and well-versed in poetry and literature. She is indeed a good match for my lord. Her age is indeed 16, and the household registration there were similar documents at that time and other documents are all available and there is no error. Chen Gong also said, My lord, although the Jin family is not the most prominent family in the world, it has a clean family tradition and a solid foundation. Marrying Jin Mi would not only provide you with a virtuous wife, but also prevent the introduction of powerful maternal relatives too early, which is in line with your current situation. Moreover, this woman's reputation is widespread. If you can marry her, it will be a beautiful story and will show your lord's elegance. Upon hearing this, Lu Shua's doubts lessened, replaced by overwhelming joy. Who cared about the butterfly effect? Why refuse a gift offered to him? Besides, judging from Chen Gong and Chang Ye's analysis, this marriage was indeed very suitable. He coughed lightly to compose himself and said to his mother and the two advisors, The Zhen family of Zhongshan is a family of high moral character. Miss Zhen Mi is renowned for her virtue, and you two gentlemen speak highly of her. She is surely a perfect match. I have no objections, but I leave the decision to you, mother and the gentleman. In reality, his mouth was practically drooping to his ears. Yuan was overjoyed, and Chen Gong and Chang Yu exchanged a smile, clearly relieved. However, Chen Gong's next words stunned Lu Shua once again. My lord, Chen Gong bowed respectfully. The daughter of the Jin family of Zhongshan is worthy to be the queen consort. However, my lord now commands Liangzhou, has recently pacified the western regions, and his power extends across the land. Matters concerning the inner palace must also be considered from all sides. Therefore, we have discussed with the old madam and have decided that this marriage will involve 3 brides entering the household. 3 people? Lu Shua was taken aback. Exactly, Chang Yu replied calmly. Besides Zhen Mi from Zhongshan, the other 2 are also people of noble status who are of great help to our lord's cause. Chen Gong said, Firstly, there is Princess Yutuki Yuazina of Xianxia, whom our lord brought back from his western expedition. Although Xianxia has been destroyed, its royal family still has influence in the southern part of the western regions. Taking in the princess can appease the former people of Xianxia, demonstrate our lord's benevolence towards distant peoples, and also help stabilize the situation in the southern part of the western regions. Chang Yu added, Secondly, there is the queen of Jingjue, Ada Tian. Although Jingjue is a small country, its queen has a special status. Taking her as a bride would not only completely win over the hearts of Jingjue, but also show the western regions that those who submit, even if they are queens, can maintain their honor and receive great favors. The marriage between these 2 women has profound political significance. The faces of the 2 women from the western regions immediately flashed into Lu Shua's mind. Princess Yutuki Yuazina of Xianxia possessed delicate, deep features reminiscent of Lulan, with timid, deer-like eyes. Queen Ada Tian of Jingjue was mature and beautiful, her blue eyes concealing both resentment and intelligence, possessing a unique charm. Their appearances bore a striking resemblance to certain Western region actresses he remembered from his previous life. At the time, he had no romantic intentions, viewing them merely as political pawns. Now, hearing Chen Gong and Chang Ye's words, combining this political marriage with his own marriage seemed indeed quite a good idea. Who wouldn't love a certain Ba or Za? A slightly playful modern thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. But undeniably, for a normal man, it would be hypocritical to say that he had absolutely no feelings for these 2 women, who were both top-tier in appearance and figure and possessed exotic charm. Seeing her son hesitate, Madame Yuan assumed he was unwilling and gently persuaded him. Sure, I know you value relationships. However, your status is different, and your marriage is a matter of national importance. The Jin family's daughter can be the principal wife, managing the inner palace. Those two princesses and queens from the western regions are also noble ladies, and can be concubines. In this way, both the proper order of things are maintained, and the western regions are at peace. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Besides, Madame Yuan lowered her voice. With a mother's unique concern, I have also secretly observed those two young ladies. They are both exceptionally beautiful and have outstanding bearing. They would never disgrace my son. Having said all that, what could Lu Shua say? His mother and two most trusted advisors had considered everything meticulously, taking into account politics, interests, social standing, offspring, and even his personal happiness. If he were to refuse again, he would appear pretentious and lacking in common sense. Lu Shua took a deep breath and bowed deeply to his mother and the two advisors. Mother, Mr. Gongtai and Mr. Zhongda, you have gone to great lengths and made meticulous plans for my affairs. I thank you. Everything will be handled according to your wishes. However, please treat them with courtesy and do not force them. Especially do not wrong Miss Jun. Subconsciously, he still held more respect and expectations for the legendary goddess of the Luo River. When Madame Yuan saw that her son had agreed, she was overjoyed and said repeatedly, "Good, good, good. My son, don't worry, your mother understands. I will definitely make it a grand and respectable affair. I will never let the three brides suffer the slightest grievance." She seemed to already see the lively scene of her children and grandchildren filling the house. Chen Gong and Chang Yu accepted the order with smiles. We will immediately set about sending envoys to offer betrothal gifts and preparing for the wedding. We will ensure that our Lord's wedding becomes a sensation in Liangzhou and a celebrated event throughout the land. A marriage alliance involving prominent families from the Central Plains and royal families from the western regions was thus arranged. Lu Shua stood in the approaching twilight, watching his mother leave happily and his two advisors hurry off to make preparations. His feelings complex and indescribable. There was a slight trepidation about the unknown marriage, curiosity about the three women who would become his wives, and a sense of relief that this major life event was finally settled. Zhanmi, Yu Tu Chi Yu Jina, a de Tian. He murmured the three names, shook his head, and a helpless yet expectant smile appeared on his face. In Liangzhou, the actions of the Prince of Jincheng were extremely swift. Chen Gong and Chang Yu personally oversaw the preparation of the betrothal gifts, allocating funds from the treasury. Having learned from their previous experience of being refused by Kaiyan Kaiwenji when they tried to arrange a marriage between Lu Shua and Kaiyan, and even being humiliated by Kaiyan's father, Kai Yong, who subtly showed disdain for the border princes, the two were determined to make the matter a success this time. They were determined not to let their lord suffer any more grievances, nor to let Liangzhou lose face. They knew that although the Jin family of Wuji Zhongshan was no longer as illustrious as their ancestors Jinhan and Jinyi had been, it was still a distinguished family with generations of officials, a tradition of scholarship and propriety, and discerning taste. Ordinary gold and silver might impress sycophants, but it might not make such a family truly feel respected and valued. Therefore, they put considerable thought into the selection of the betrothal gifts. 100 fine horses from Liangzhou, all carefully selected from excellent steeds captured from the Hushi Corridor and the Western expeditions. Among them were several divine steeds suspected of having the bloodline of the Fergana horses, with high shoulders, strong bodies, and glossy coats, making them priceless. In the late Han Dynasty, when horses, especially top-quality war horses, were highly valued, they were a currency harder than gold, demonstrating Liangzhou's formidable strength in possessing superior horse farms. 10 boxes of Hetian jade. Lu Shua's western expedition to Khotan brought control of the jade mines. This diplomatic mission directly brought top-quality, uncarved Hetian jade pebbles and mountain jade, including rare pieces of mutton fat white jade, yellow jade, and black jade, each piece warm, lustrous, and uniform in size. This was not only wealth, but also a testament to Liangzhou's control over the rare resources of the western regions. Wild medicinal herbs and spices from the Hushi Corridor. These include high-quality cordyceps, cinnamorium, and cistanche, all from the Chilean mountains and the Hushi Corridor, safflower, benzoin, and myrrh. In an era with limited medical resources, these herbs and spices were important for prolonging life and displaying status, especially spices from the western regions, which were rare in the Central Plains. 10 sets of Liangzhou's finest steel armor and 10 precious swords. This was practically a strategic-grade betrothal gift at this point. The central government had largely lost control over the local areas, so who cared who hoarded armor? Fully demonstrating Liangzhou's military-industrial strength and the extreme importance attached to this marriage. The armor was jet black and imposing, the swords gleaming with a chilling aura. All were top-tier works of artisans. The western regions are filled with exotic treasures, such as exquisite carpets from Zhu, jade carvings from Khotan, gold and silver utensils from Xianxia, and even a few rare pieces of fine linen and glassware from the Qin Roman Empire obtained through Silk Road trade. The protagonist isn't as skilled as other time travelers who can't burn paper or glass. The collection is dazzling, brimming with exotic charm and the spirit of the Silk Road. In addition, there were also standard betrothal gifts in accordance with etiquette, such as black and red silk, gold and silver threads, pearls and agates, and the quantity far exceeded the usual amount. The delegation responsible for the betrothal was personally led by Cheng Yu, with Chen Gong overseeing the entire operation from Jincheng. Besides the court officials well-versed in etiquette, the delegation also included 100 elite cavalrymen. They wouldn't trust any other vassal territories, as only the central region had good horse farms. Otherwise, the central plains were short of war horses at the time as a guard of honor. These cavalrymen were tall and strong, their armor gleaming. When standing silently, they resembled steel sculptures. When moving, they exuded an aura of unassailable power, serving not only as guards but also as a silent deterrent and display of authority. This enormous, extravagant, and militarily suggestive dowry procession departed from Jincheng, traversing the Longshan Mountains, passing through northern Guangzhou. By this time, Dongzhuo's control over the eastern routes out of Liangzhou had greatly relaxed, entering Bingzhou, then turning southeast, and finally reaching Wuji County in Zhongshan state of Jizhou. Along the way, it attracted the attention and astonishment of the prefectures and counties, and rumors about Lu Shuo, the king of Liangzhou, being wealthy, powerful, and determined to win the dowry spread. Jizhou, Zhongshan state, Wuji County, Zhen Prefecture. When news of the arrival of the Liangzhou delegation arrived, the Zhen family was filled with mixed feelings of joy and sorrow, creating a complex atmosphere. Zhenmi's father, Zhen Yi, died young, and her mother, Zhang, now manages the household affairs. Zhang also comes from a respectable family, but her husband died early, and the family fell into decline. She single-handedly raises 3 sons and 5 daughters, Zhenmi being the youngest, and supports the family, which is quite difficult. Last year, Yuan Shao asked Zhenmi to marry his second son, Yuan Shi. Although Zhang politely declined because her daughter was too young, she was not without suspicion about Yuan Shao's overstepping his bounds despite his background in the Runan Yuan clan at that time. Yuan Shao had not yet officially acquired Ji province, and she was also worried about her daughter's future situation in the complex environment of the Yuan family. Now, Lu Shuo, the king of Liangzhou, has sent envoys with generous gifts to ask for Zhenmi to be his principal wife. Lu Shuo, the king of Liangzhou. This name is not unfamiliar to the aristocratic families of the Central Plains, yet it is shrouded in a mysterious and complex aura. He was the eldest son of Emperor Ling, but he was rejected and exiled to the frontier from a young age. He controlled Liangzhou, and his army was strong and powerful. Even Dongzhuo was wary of him. He had just swept through the southern part of the western regions with lightning speed, expanding the territory by thousands of miles, and was rumored to be a master strategist. However, at the same time, many unfavorable rumors circulated in the shadows, that he was violent and bloodthirsty, and would massacre entire cities and clans at the drop of a hat, making the kingdoms of the western regions tremble with fear. That he was ugly, perhaps due to the harshness of the frontier or his unusual appearance, which is why he lived a secluded life, and even more, that he might have developed a special fetish for women due to long-term repression. When Zhang and the main male members of the Zhen family received Cheng Yu and examined the astonishing list of betrothal gifts, their hearts were already tipped in their favor. The strength, sincerity, the position of principal wife displayed by the Prince of Liangzhou, and the irresistibly generous betrothal gifts, gave this waning family a tremendous hope for a resurgence. As for the rumors, in the marriage logic of powerful families, interests always come first. The happiness of their daughter? That was a secondary issue to be considered only if it did not harm the family's interests. Moreover, most of those rumors were slanders from hostile forces. How could the Prince of Liangzhou, who had the assistance of renowned figures like Qin Gong and Cheng Yu, be as incompetent as the rumor suggested? Therefore, the Zhen family responded quickly and warmly. However, in the inner quarters of the Zhen family mansion, Zhenmi, the young woman who was about to become the core of this marriage alliance, felt far less joy than her family. She sat alone by the window of her boudoir, unconsciously twisting a plain handkerchief in her hand. Outside the window, the spring sunshine was bright, and the flowers and trees in the courtyard were just beginning to bloom, but it could not penetrate her dark and uneasy heart at this moment. She had naturally heard of Lu Shuo, the king of Liangzhou. In recent months, as news of his great victory in the Western campaign spread, his name had appeared more frequently in the discussions of her father, brothers, and visiting guests, accompanied by amazement, awe, suspicion, and those unsettling whispers she had overheard. Bloodthirsty and brutal, a ruthless killer, whose very name could silence the crying children of the western regions. These words, like cold, poisonous thorns, pierced the imagination of this 16-year-old girl. She would dream of a ferocious figure, its face blurred, its body covered in blood, its eyes cold as a wolf's, walking towards her through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, startling her awake from her dream in a cold sweat. Ugly appearance, eccentric temperament, aversion to women, or strange quirks. These rumors filled her with fear for the future. She had been pampered by her family since childhood, educated in poetry and needlework, and while not exceptionally intelligent, she was well-mannered and had some awareness of her own appearance. She couldn't imagine how she could live with someone so rumored to be so unattractive, and live a respectful and harmonious life together. Xianxia was such a remote and desolate place. She had heard that the climate there was bitterly cold, and that the Chong and Hu peoples lived together there, a world completely different from the prosperous and gentle Central Plains. She was going to leave Wuji, the place where she was born and raised, and her familiar family, to go to that strange land, a land rumored to be full of danger, to marry a husband who was completely unknown and perhaps even extremely terrifying. A political marriage. She had heard her mother and brother mention the term veiledly. She knew that her marriage was never just her own affair. It concerned the revival of the Zhen family's reputation and the family's choices in turbulent times. She had no room to resist and couldn't even show too much dissatisfaction. But she was also human, a 16-year-old girl with hazy hopes and fears for the future. She had read the poem Guan Guan Jujiu in the Book of Songs, and had secretly imagined what her future husband would look like, perhaps a gentle and refined scholar, or a heroic and upright young general, but certainly not a demonized border prince. Outside the window, the procession carrying betrothal gifts seemed to be counting and exchanging items, with faint sounds of commotion drifting in. What represented the sincerity of the king of Liangzhou and the glory of the Zhen family felt like heavy shackles, binding her step by step toward an unknown destiny. Liangzhou King, Lu Shua. She murmured the name, her heart filled with confusion. What kind of person was he? Was he really as terrible as the rumors suggested? Why would he take a liking to her? Was it merely because of the Zhen family's social standing or something else? Fear of the future, worry about the rumors, helplessness in the face of family responsibilities, and a faint curiosity about that mysterious and powerful man that she herself was unaware of, all intertwined in Zhan Mi's heart, turning into a heavy cloud of melancholy. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Shua, far away in Jincheng, Liangzhou, was equally curious and expectant of her, the goddess of the Luo River. She had no idea what a magnificent and challenging path she was about to embark on. Furthermore, it's unknown how much of those terrible rumors about Lu Shua are true, and how much is slander from those with ulterior motives. She was merely passively pushed towards Liangzhou by the tide of the times and the expectations of her family, and pushed towards the man who was about to become her husband. The delegation's betrothal went smoothly, and the wedding date was quickly set. The Zhen family began preparing the dowry and training the servants and maids to accompany the bride. Meanwhile, in the back courtyard of the Zhen family mansion in Wuji County, the young girl Zhenmi spent more and more days gazing northward from a small window. Her fate was now inextricably linked to that distant northwest king, and they could never be separated again. The wedding of Lu Shua, the king of Liangzhou, was scheduled for September of the second year of the Chuping era, when the autumn air was crisp and clear. The first 5 rites as betrothal, name inquiry, auspicious date selection, gift presentation, and wedding date setting have been successfully completed without any mishaps thanks to the meticulous arrangements of Qin Gong and Cheng Yu. Now, the most solemn and anticipated final rite, the wedding ceremony, has arrived. According to Han Dynasty custom, when a prince married his principal wife, he had to follow the 6 rites and personally go to the woman's home to fetch her. This was not only a requirement of etiquette, but also a necessary step to demonstrate the majesty of the imperial clan and show respect for the bride and her family. Although Lu Shua was preoccupied with many affairs, and the journey to Ji province was long and involved passing through some unstable areas, he had to make this trip personally for the sake of courtesy, reason, and the established system. This time, he didn't hesitate at all. Perhaps it was the importance that modern souls place on the sense of ritual in marriage. Perhaps it was a bit of respect and curiosity for the goddess Zhen Mi who was about to become his wife. Or perhaps it was to take this opportunity to show the world the strength and grandeur of Liangzhou. Lu Shua decided to make this welcoming ceremony an unprecedented grand event. Since we're going to bring her back, let's do it in style, Lu Shua said to Qin Gong and Cheng Yu. Let the world see what kind of honor my wife deserves. And let Miss Zhen know that entering my Liangzhou family is by no means a disservice. Thus, an unprecedentedly large and even somewhat presumptuous wedding procession was assembled in Jincheng. Lu Shua himself was dressed in the imperial court robes, over which he wore a dark cloak embroidered with gold. He rode a magnificent western steed, Wuyun Takshu, entirely black except for its 4 snow-white hooves. He was spirited and exceptionally heroic. Behind him were 500 elite cavalrymen. These 500 men were battle-hardened veterans among the heavy cavalry. Not only were their armor polished to a gleaming shine, but their saddles and bridles were also decorated with gold and silver components that shimmered in the sunlight. They stood silently and solemnly, yet exuded a suffocating, iron-blooded aura. They were the core of the guard and ceremonial escort for this army. This was the largest elite cavalry escort that could be deployed after considering the difficulties of supplying supplies during the long journey. The carriage prepared for Jinmi was the true highlight. It was a complete replica of the gold and silver carriages used by empresses of the Eastern Han dynasty, even surpassing them in extravagance. The carriage body was painted vermilion lacquer, with gold patterns and silver cloud and thunder designs inlaid on the shafts, railings, and wheel hubs, displaying extreme luxury. The carriage was spacious, with heavy curtains woven with gold thread and colorful embroidery hanging around it, providing shelter from the wind and dust, and also exuding nobility and mystery. 6 pure white horses from Hushi were pulling the carriage, each adorned with a gold bridle and silver saddle, their steps perfectly synchronized. 100 guards, each carrying feathered canopies, banners, flags, halberds, and shields, stood before and behind the carriage, all dressed in brocade robes, their steps precise and their bearing extraordinary. This protocol far exceeded the usual regulations for the principal wife of a vassal king, approaching that of an empress. But as Lu Shua said, the world was in chaos. The Han dynasty's prestige was in ruins, and the imperial clan was dwindling. Who could accuse him? A powerful vassal king who held considerable military power and dominated the northwest, of overstepping his bounds? Moreover, in the eyes of the soldiers and civilians of Liangzhou, their lord's achievements were unparalleled, and it was only natural for the princess to use such a ceremonial procession. Besides the core group, there was a detachment of nearly 1,000 auxiliary soldiers and servants responsible for transporting Zhenmi's dowry. The Zhen family had also prepared a generous dowry. But compared to Lu Shua's betrothal gifts and this procession, it seemed rather ordinary. Provisions, water, tents, and other supplies needed for the journey, as well as more than 10 auxiliary carriages for Zhenmi's personal maids and nannies. The entire procession stretched for several miles, with banners waving and carriages rumbling. Early September, an auspicious day. The wedding procession emerged from the east gate of Jincheng, a grand and imposing procession, embarking on its eastward journey to welcome the bride. This journey is destined to be anything but peaceful. The troop first entered Guanzhong via the Longguan Pass. The guards at the passes along the way were all terrified when they saw this Liangzhou troop, with its bright armor and imposing presence, especially the intimidating royal procession of the princess. They dared not obstruct them in the slightest and opened the gates to let them pass. Some generals even sent people to offer wine and drinks to the troops, to show that they dared not oppose the king of Liangzhou. After all, no one wanted to have an enemy so powerful that they could not breathe. Upon entering Bingzhou and Jizhou, the situation became even more delicate. By this time, Yuan Shao had essentially taken control of Jizhou, but forces such as the Black Mountain Army remained active in northern Bingzhou and western Jizhou. Lu Shua's wedding procession was like a dazzling yet thorny dragon, navigating the edges of various factions. The people along the way, especially the young women and wives, had never seen such a magnificent and majestic procession. The glittering golden carriage, the tall and magnificent white horse, the cavalrymen in their bright armor who looked like heavenly soldiers and generals, and the handsome, upright, and extraordinary young prince sitting on his horsey, it all seemed like a scene straight out of a legend. Look, that's the wedding procession of the king of Liangzhou. Good heavens! Even the empress carriage couldn't be more magnificent. The king of Liangzhou is so young and handsome? I'm not talking about him. Shoo!
Don't talk nonsense.
Look at those cavalrymen. They exude such a fierce aura. The king of Liangzhou must be an extraordinary hero. That Miss Zhen is truly blessed to have such a husband and to be married to her in such a way. Envy, amazement, and whispers of discussion filled the air along the way. Countless young women, their hearts filled with first love, imprinted this scene deeply in their minds. The name Zhenmi, along with this unprecedentedly grand wedding procession, became the envy of women everywhere. Of course, some secretly worried for Miss Zhen, who was about to marry so far away. Liangzhou was, after all, too far and too unfamiliar. The reactions of the feudal lords and other powers along the way were far more complex. Local officials and powerful figures in Bingzhou were cautious and treated him with great courtesy, sending congratulatory gifts without daring to be negligent in the slightest, for fear of angering this ruthless star. Yuan Shao of Ji province received urgent reports along the way and frowned deeply. Lu Shua's high-profile passage through his sphere of influence, though not deep into his territory, displaying his wealth, military power, and excessive ceremonial procession, made him extremely uncomfortable and felt a hidden threat. However, he was currently confronting Gongsun Zan and needed to consolidate his control over Ji province, so he was unwilling to create unnecessary trouble and antagonize the king of Liang province, whose strength was unclear. In the end, he ordered the counties along the way to provide necessary supplies and sent envoys with congratulatory gifts, using polite language, but demanded that the entourage pass through Ji province as quickly as possible. Others, such as Cao Cao, Tao Qian, and Lu Biao, also had mixed feelings upon receiving the intelligence. Previously, the name Lu Shua might have only evoked the image of a powerful border warlord, but now, with this extravagant wedding procession, his image suddenly became concrete and impactful. Wealth, military strength, audacity to overstep boundaries, and such youth, these combined elements forced all aspiring warlords to consider Liangzhou a target requiring high vigilance. Of course, some secretly scoffed at Lu Shua's nouveau riche style, or believed that his ostentatious behavior would soon bring disaster upon him. Lu Shuo remained completely unconcerned about the overt and covert attention, tension, and even hostility. He had always intended to use this opportunity to establish his authority and make a name for himself. The troop proceeded at a leisurely pace along the predetermined route, setting up camp for the night with heavy defenses. With 500 ironclad cavalry guards, even several thousand ordinary soldiers would find it difficult to withstand their advance, let alone the small, scheming groups along the way. The wedding procession arrived in Wuji County of Zhongshan State in late September after more than 20 days of smooth sailing, or rather, no one dared to disturb them. When this celestial procession appeared outside Wuji City, the entire Wuji County was abuzz. The Zhen family was filled with pride. Their previous worries about the desolate and harsh Liangzhou seemed to dissipate considerably in the face of this extravagant and imposing entourage. Looking at the empress-sized carriage, Madame Zhang was almost moved to tears, repeatedly saying, "My son is blessed. The Zhen family is fortunate." Meanwhile, in her secluded chambers, Zhenmi, already dressed in her wedding gown and with a heart pounding like a deer, heard her maids, panting and with sparkling eyes, describing the heavenly wedding procession outside the city, especially the handsome, godlike king of Liangzhou. At that moment, the taut, fearful, and bewildered strings of her heart seemed to be gently plucked. He seems very different from the rumors? A faint but real curiosity and expectation, like a small blade of grass struggling to emerge from a crack in the rock, quietly peeked out. A grand welcoming ceremony was held at the Zhen family residence in Wuji. Lu Shua acted according to etiquette, behaving with propriety, displaying both the dignity of a prince and respect for the elders of the Zhen family. When he finally saw the bride, adorned in a phoenix coronet and wedding robes, her face veiled by a fan, slowly emerging with the support of maids, even through the fan, he could feel her graceful figure and dignified demeanor. "Madam, please get in the car." Lu Shua stepped forward personally and extended his hand. His voice was not loud, but clear and steady, carrying a reassuring strength. Zhenmi's heart skipped a beat. Through the gap in the fan, she saw a long, strong hand with distinct knuckles, and she could vaguely make out the well-defined jawline and upright posture of its owner. She took a deep breath and gently placed her slightly trembling hand into that warm and steady hand. At this moment, her life took a completely new and unknown turn, but it did not seem to be entirely dark. The imperial carriage set off, heading west to Liangzhou. Its arrival caused a stir along the way, and its return brought even more joy. This procession, carrying political marriages, family expectations, personal destinies, and the gaze of countless people, traveled slowly across the autumn plains towards the northwest. The long journey of the princess of Liangzhou has just begun. Meanwhile, Lu Shua, the king of Liangzhou, having displayed his strength and wealth to the world, is about to return to his kingdom with his bride to continue writing his own legend. This wedding, arguably the grandest of the late Eastern Han dynasty, was like a boulder thrown into the mire of chaos, its ripples spreading far and wide. Everyone knew that Lu Shua, the eldest son of the emperor, was no longer the insignificant border prince he once was. The wedding procession, carrying the Zhen family of Zhongshan, their relatives, servants, and dowry carriages, traveled west from Bingzhou, crossed the Yellow River, and finally entered the territory of Liangzhou. As soon as they crossed the border, the people from Zhongshan, led by Zhenmi's mother, Lady Zhang, instinctively tensed up, holding their breath, preparing to face the desolation and ruggedness of the frontier as they had imagined. In their minds, and indeed in the minds of most scholars from the Central Plains, Liangzhou was synonymous with a place inhabited by Chong and Hu tribes, a land of harsh winds and sandstorms, barren land and impoverished people, a desolate place where the court exiled disgraced officials and sent soldiers to the frontier. Even if they had heard that Lu Shuo, the king of Liangzhou, was quite capable, how solid could his foundation be? He was probably just barely maintaining his position by force, and the people's livelihood remained impoverished. However, what they saw left all the visitors from Zhongshan speechless, including Zhenmi, who was sitting in the luxurious carriage and still feeling uneasy through the occasional gap in the curtain, wondering if they had gone to the wrong place or were hallucinating. What first struck them was the wide, flat, and solid road beneath their feet. It was wide enough for 4 carriages to travel abreast, and the road surface was rammed solid with some kind of mixed material, lime, clay, and gravel, making it as smooth as a whetstone. Traveling on it, one could barely feel any bumps. Neat drainage ditches were even dug along both sides of the road, and every so often there were stone milestones and simple pavilions for travelers to rest. The specifications and quality of this road far surpassed those of many so-called official roads in Bingzhou and Jizhou, let alone Zhongshan state. The road was bustling with carriages and pedestrians, including caravans laden with goods, families with children, and patrolling cavalry. The road was orderly and showed no signs of the chaos and banditry commonly seen in the Central Plains. What they found even more unbelievable was the spirit and clothing of the people they encountered along the way. It was late autumn, and the weather in Liangzhou was already chilly, yet they saw not a single ragged, shivering beggar on the road. The travelers, whether Han, Chong, or Hu, mostly had ruddy complexions and walked with steady steps. Their clothing, though varied in style, was clearly thick and warm. Many wore fluffy, soft, and lustrous white or light brown robes, cotton coats. Obviously not the hemp or coarse fur commonly seen in the Central Plains. Children played by the roadside, their laughter ringing out. In the fields, farmers were busy tending the harvested land, the ditches and ridges neatly arranged, and the outlines of large water wheels faintly visible in the distance. The first city the group passed through, Liangzhou, nearly made the visitors from Zhongshan drop their jaws. The city walls were tall and sturdy, the crenellations neatly trimmed, the city gates bustling with activity, the guards in gleaming armor conducting rigorous checks without disturbing the people. Inside, streets crisscrossed, shops lined the streets, their signs and banners fluttering in the wind. Taverns wafted enticing aromas, cloth shops displayed various cotton and wool fabrics, blacksmith shops jingled, and bookstores were bustling with activity. The streets were clean and tidy, even having dedicated sweepers. Pedestrians thronged shoulder to shoulder. Han Chinese, Chong people, merchants from the western regions, and even the occasional Sogdian with deep-set eyes and high noses, all mingling together, haggling, laughing, and chatting. Its liveliness and prosperity were in no way inferior to that of a major city in the Central Plains, and perhaps even surpassed it in order and energy. There was none of the barbarity and desolation one had imagined. What astonished the accompanying Jin family merchants and their families most was the flourishing commerce. Jade, carpets, fine wines, and exotic animals from the western regions, silk, porcelain, lacquerware, and books from the Central Plains, and furs, medicinal herbs, salt, iron, and cotton from Liangzhou itself. A dazzling array of goods converged here. Transactions were conducted using a beautifully printed and reputable Liangzhou royal certificate, in an attempt to promote paper money alongside the Wuzhu coin, making it convenient and efficient. The sounds of bargaining in different languages mingled, yet there was no sign of fraud or forced buying. It seemed as if an invisible rule and force maintained the fairness of the market. Is this really Liangzhou? An old servant of the Jin family muttered to himself, rubbing his eyes. Isn't Liangzhou supposed to be harsh and sparsely populated? This place is more than 10 times more prosperous than our Wuji County. A young man exclaimed. Look at the clothes those people are wearing. What are they made of? They are so thick and soft, like they are wrapped in clouds. A woman from the Jin family said curiously, looking at the cotton-padded clothes worn by pedestrians on the roadside. Sitting in the carriage, Zhang gazed out the window, her heart churning with turmoil. Her last vestiges of worry about her daughter's marriage to the frontier were shattered by the unexpected prosperity and tranquility before her. This was no harsh, desolate frontier. It was a paradise, a haven of happiness. Her son-in-law Lu Shuo had managed to govern this place so well. His talent, vision, and ambition far surpassed the image of the tyrannical frontier king circulated in legends. At this moment, inside the carriage, Zhenmi, who had been filled with anxiety and uncertainty about the future, finally couldn't help but quietly lift the curtain a little wider and look out. What came into view was a scene completely different from the Central Plains, yet brimming with vitality. Neat streets, bustling yet peaceful markets, people bundled in warm clothes with serene smiles, and harmonious coexistence among various ethnic groups. All of this was a far cry from her imagined desolate, harsh, and fierce Chong and Hu tribes. The warm, comfortable cotton-padded clothes worn by the pedestrians particularly piqued her curiosity. Was Liangzhou not cold at all? At least, the people's hearts were not cold. Her gaze involuntarily drifted to the very front of the procession, to the tall, imposing figure riding a magnificent black horse. Was all of this the result of his rule? Could someone capable of creating such a peaceful and prosperous world truly be as